Welcome, dear viewers. Find a cozy spot, perhaps with a warm blanket or a cup of tea, and let the gentle narration guide you to a place of calm and tranquility. Wherever you are watching from, we are so glad to have you here with us. I hope your day has been filled with moments of joy and peace. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here in this little corner of serenity. As we journey together, I invite you to let go of your worries, embrace the present moment, and allow the soothing words to envelop you in comfort. Let's begin this relaxing escape together. Story 1. In the heart of an ancient forest, where whispers of the past linger among the rustling leaves, the air was perpetually sweet with the aroma of pine and earth. Here the trees stretched high, their limbs interwoven like the fingers of old friends, creating a canopy that filtered sunlight into soft, dappled patches on the forest floor. This was a place where reality and magic danced together in quiet harmony, and where creatures lived lives unseen by most, guided by the rhythms of the seasons. In a hollow at the base of a venerable oak, whose bark was gnarled and textured like the wrinkles of an elder, lived a wise old rabbit named Thistle. Thistle had fur as soft and gray as a morning mist, and eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a moonlit pond. He was known throughout the forest as a keeper of tales and a seeker of balance, always eager to foster peace among the creatures of the wood. One crisp autumn morning, as a gentle breeze sent leaves tumbling like golden confetti through the air, Thistle gathered his friends for a council. Among them was Bramble, a spirited squirrel with a tail as bushy as a cloud, Wren, a delicate bird with feathers as vibrant as the sunset, and Moss, a gentle deer whose presence was as calming as a quiet stream. As the sun climbed higher, casting warm light that kissed the earth, Thistle spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. The winds of change are upon us, dear friends. The forest is preparing for its long winter slumber, and we must ensure that harmony is maintained through the cold months. Bramble chittered excitedly, his small paws twitching. What is it that we need to do, Thistle? I can gather acorns for everyone. Yes, and I can weave nests firm enough to withstand winter's chill, Wren added, her voice as light as the breeze. Moss nodded, his large eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. And I can share the knowledge of safe paths and hidden shelters. Thistle smiled, his heart warmed by their eagerness. Together we will prepare. But remember, the key to harmony lies not just in what we do, but in how we understand the balance of this world. As the days passed, the friends set about their tasks with joyful hearts. Bramble scampered through the treetops, his keen eyes spotting the plumpest acorns. He buried them with care, knowing that they would provide sustenance not just for him, but for others who might need them. Wren flitted from branch to branch, delicately weaving nests with strands of grass and tufts of fur, creating sanctuaries for birds who would brave the winter alongside her. Moss, with his graceful strides, led creatures both great and small to safe havens nestled within the forest's embrace. He taught them the paths that twisted like ribbons through the trees, paths known only to those who listened to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth. Meanwhile, Thistle shared stories of seasons past, tales of creatures who had faced challenges with courage and kindness. These stories, carried on the breeze like seeds of wisdom, reminded all who listened of the interconnectedness of life. As autumn deepened, the forest transformed into a tapestry of hues, crimson, amber, and gold, each leaf a testament to the beauty of change. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Thistle gathered his friends once more. "The time is near," he said, his voice soft as the rustling leaves. "Winter will soon lay its blanket over the land. But fear not, for we are prepared, and our bonds will keep us warm." And so, as the first snowflakes danced gracefully to the ground, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. Beneath the snowy canopy, the creatures found warmth in the friendships they had nurtured and the wisdom they had shared. In the heart of the forest, where magic and reality intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, the gentle balance of nature continued, carried forward by the whispers of the wise and the actions of the kind-hearted. And as the world turned towards spring, the promise of renewal and the power of harmony bloomed once more, a testament to the enduring spirit of the forest and its hidden lives. Story 2. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and murmuring brooks, stood a charming cottage with a thatched roof and a garden brimming with wildflowers. In this cottage lived a young girl named Lila, known throughout the village for her curious nature and her love for the stories whispered by the wind. One sunny morning, as Lila meandered through the meadow gathering daisies for her mother, she stumbled upon an object half buried in the soft earth. Glistening in the sunlight was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change, as if alive with a secret of its own. Intrigued, Lila brushed away the dirt and lifted the box into her hands. It felt warm to the touch, and she could hear a faint hum emanating from within. Carefully, she opened it, revealing a delicate silver key resting on velvet lining. The key sparkled with a light that danced like the morning sun on rippling water. As Lila held the key, a gentle breeze fluttered through the meadow, carrying with it a soft voice that spoke in lilting tones. Seek the heart of the ancient oak, where secrets lie and stories unfold. Determined to uncover the mystery of the silver key, Lila set off towards the heart of the forest, where the ancient oak stood tall and wise. The forest was a place of wonder and tranquility, filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the sweet scent of pine. As she walked, Lila's heart brimmed with anticipation and a tinge of apprehension. Along the path, she met a kindly old squirrel named Nutkin, whose eyes twinkled with mischief and wisdom. "Ah, I see you found the keeper's key," Nutkin chattered, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Many have sought its magic, but few have been chosen." Lila, feeling both honored and curious, asked, "What does the key unlock, dear Nutkin?" "The key," Nutkin explained, "opens the door to the Library of Whispers, hidden within the ancient oak. It holds stories of old and secrets untold. But beware, young one, for it is not brute force but a wise heart that will guide you through its wonders." Thanking Nutkin for his counsel, Lila continued her journey, her mind abuzz with thoughts of the Library of Whispers. As she approached the ancient oak, its massive branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and life. At the base of the oak, Lila found a small, intricately carved door, its pattern echoing the one on the wooden box. With a deep breath, she inserted the silver key into the lock and turned it gently. A soft click resonated through the air, and the door swung open, revealing a spiraling staircase that descended into the heart of the tree. With each step she took, the light grew softer, transforming into a warm, golden glow. The walls of the staircase were lined with shelves, each brimming with books that whispered softly to one another. As Lila reached the bottom, she found herself in a vast chamber filled with the gentle hum of stories waiting to be told. In the center of the chamber stood a wise old owl named Athena, her feathers a tapestry of browns and golds. "Welcome, seeker of stories," Athena hooted softly, her eyes reflecting the glow of the room. "You have been chosen to learn and to share." Lila, feeling both humbled and eager, asked, "What must I do to unlock the secrets of the Library of Whispers?" Athena ruffled her feathers and smiled kindly. "The library's secrets are revealed through understanding and compassion. You must listen to the stories of the past, learn their lessons, and share them with those in need." For days that felt like a gentle dream, Lila immersed herself in the tales of the library. She listened to stories of courage and kindness, of wisdom and wonder. Each story held a lesson, a piece of wisdom that filled her heart with warmth and understanding. As she prepared to leave, Athena gifted her a small, shimmering feather. "This will remind you of the wisdom you have gained and guide you whenever you need it." With a heart full of gratitude and stories, Lila made her way back to the village. Along her journey, she shared the tales she had learned, offering comfort and guidance to those she met. The stories whispered through the village, bringing joy and solace to all. And so, in the cozy cottage with the thatched roof, Lila's heart glowed with the warmth of the stories she carried. Each night, by the crackling fireplace, she shared her tales, weaving a tapestry of wisdom and wonder that embraced the village in a gentle, peaceful lullaby. Story 3. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Aiden. The village was a place where the air always carried a hint of honeyed pine, and the laughter of children echoed like a soft melody. Aidan, a young man with a heart as kind as the summer breeze, spent his days tending to the village gardens, coaxing blooms from the earth with a tenderness that seemed almost magical. Yet, despite the serenity of his surroundings, Aidan felt a restlessness stirring within him. He sensed a change approaching, like the distant roll of thunder on a clear day. Aidan found himself standing at the edge of the village, gazing into the depths of the forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels whispering secrets to the winds. The forest was known for its enchantments, a place where reality and dreams danced together beneath the silvery glow of the moon. It was said that those who entered the woods would emerge transformed, though how they would change was never predictable. Some returned wiser, some braver, and others, it was said, found a part of themselves they never knew was missing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Aidan decided to enter the forest. His heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He was not alone on this journey. By his side was his closest friend, Lyra, a spirited girl with eyes that sparkled like stars. Lyra believed in the magic of the forest and in Aidan's potential to grow. "Aidan," Lyra said softly as they walked beneath the canopy of leaves, "change is like the seasons. It may seem daunting, but it brings forth new life. Trust in yourself." As they ventured deeper, the forest began to weave its enchantment around them. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and loam. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the soft song of distant streams. It was a place alive with magic, where the very trees seemed to hum with ancient wisdom. As night descended, the forest came alive with a soft luminescence. Tiny orbs of light floated around them, like fireflies, but with a glow that was more ethereal, casting a gentle light over the path. These were the forest's spirits, guardians of its secrets, and they seemed to welcome Aidan and Lyra, guiding them with a soft, tinkling laughter. Deeper into the woods they walked until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a magnificent ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching upwards as if trying to embrace the stars. It was the heart of the forest, a place where magic was strongest. Aidan approached the tree with a mixture of awe and reverence. He placed his hand upon its bark, feeling a thrumming energy beneath his fingertips. The tree spoke to him, not in words but in feelings and images. It showed him visions of his own life, his fears of change, and the potential he held within himself. The tree's wisdom revealed to Aidan that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life's journey. Just as the forest transformed with the seasons, so too must he grow and evolve. Aidan understood that the magic of the forest was also within him, a spark waiting to be ignited. As the night wore on, Aidan felt a warmth spreading through him, a lightness in his heart. He realized that the change he had feared was simply the unfolding of his true self. The forest, with its gentle magic, had helped him see that. Lyra watched with a knowing smile, sensing the transformation in her friend. "You see, Aidan, the forest shows us who we truly are," she said, her voice as gentle as the night. With a newfound sense of peace, Aidan and Lyra began their journey back to the village. The forest spirits danced around them, their soft glow lighting the way. As they emerged from the woods, the first light of dawn painted the sky with soft pastels, promising a new day and a new beginning. Back in the village, Aidan returned to his work in the gardens, but now he did so with a deeper understanding. He saw the beauty in change, in the way each petal unfurled to reveal its vibrant colors, much like his own spirit had unfurled in the forest. The villagers noticed the change in Aidan too. He carried with him a quiet confidence, a warmth that drew others to him. He shared his story, not with grand tales of magic, but with simple truths about embracing who you are and the beauty of personal growth. Through Aidan's journey, the village came to understand that true magic lies not just in the enchantments of the forest, but in the hearts of those who dare to discover themselves. And as the days turned to seasons and the seasons to years, the village thrived, each person finding their own path, their own transformation, inspired by the story of Aidan and the magical forest. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Aidan's story became a gentle reminder that change is a journey, one that leads to the most magical discoveries of all, the discovery of oneself. Story 4. In the heart of a lush, evergreen forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, there was a small village named Elderglen. This village was cradled in the embrace of the towering mountains, their peaks often kissed by the misty morning clouds. Elderglen was known for its serene beauty, and among its inhabitants was a young woman named Mira. Mira was as gentle as the morning dew that blanketed the forest floor, yet she found herself struggling with an unease that curled around her heart like a creeping vine. She felt trapped between the steady rhythm of village life and the yearning for something more, a change she couldn't quite define. The village, with its cozy cottages and familiar faces, was safe and comforting, yet Mira felt the tug of the unknown calling to her like a distant melody. Each day, Mira would walk the winding forest paths, her feet brushing against the soft moss and fallen leaves. The forest was her sanctuary, a place where the rustling leaves and birdsong spoke to her soul. But even here, she felt the weight of her restlessness. She longed to unfurl her wings, yet feared the uncertainty of flight. One crisp autumn morning, as Mira wandered deeper into the forest than ever before, she stumbled upon a small, hidden glade. The air here was different, charged with a gentle magic that shimmered in the golden light filtering through the canopy. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled bark adorned with moss and tiny glowing mushrooms. As Mira approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a luminous butterfly resting on one of the oak's lower branches. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of colors, flickering with an inner light that seemed to dance with the rhythm of Mira's own heartbeat. Drawn to its beauty, she reached out a tentative hand, and as her fingers brushed the air near its wings, she felt a warm, tingling sensation spread through her. Startled, she withdrew her hand, but not before the butterfly took flight, its glow casting ethereal patterns across the glade. It circled her once, twice, and then landed lightly on her shoulder. In that moment, Mira felt a connection, a sense of understanding that was both comforting and exhilarating. It was as if the butterfly was a mirror to her own spirit, reflecting the change she feared yet desired. The days that followed were filled with subtle, magical occurrences. Whenever Mira felt doubt creeping in, she would find solace in the company of the butterfly, which she affectionately named Lumina. It became her guide, leading her to discover the hidden wonders of the forest. Together, they explored secret groves where the air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and where streams sang soft lullabies as they meandered over smooth stones. In these moments of quiet discovery, Mira began to learn from the forest itself. She observed how the seasons flowed seamlessly into one another, each bringing its own beauty and challenges. The forest taught her that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life, a dance between holding on and letting go. Mira also found unexpected friendships with some of the forest's inhabitants. There was Thistle, the wise old fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, who shared tales of his own journeys and encouraged Mira to embrace her path with courage. And there was Willow, the gentle deer with eyes as deep as the forest pools, who taught Mira the importance of patience and trust in the unfolding of time. With each passing day, Mira felt herself transforming. Her restlessness began to settle, replaced by a quiet confidence and a sense of wonder for the world around her. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to see the beauty in the small, everyday miracles, and to trust in her own journey. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of pink and gold, Mira returned to the glade. The air was warm and still, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves. Lumina settled on a nearby branch, its wings shimmering in the twilight. Taking a deep breath, Mira closed her eyes and felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. She realized that the change she had feared was not something outside of her, but a transformation from within, a blossoming of her true self. She understood now that life was a tapestry of moments, each one woven with the threads of experience, growth, and discovery. With this newfound clarity, Mira opened her eyes and smiled at Lumina. The butterfly took to the air, its light dancing through the gathering dusk. And as the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mira knew she was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, with an open heart and the wisdom of the forest guiding her. The village of Elderglen continued its gentle rhythm, But Mira's world had expanded beyond its borders. She had found her wings, and with them, the courage to explore the endless possibilities of life. As she made her way back to the village, the path lit by the soft glow of fireflies, Mira carried with her the magic of the forest, a reminder that true transformation begins from within, and that the journey itself is the greatest reward. And so, surrounded by the comforting embrace of the forest and the warmth of newfound friendships, Mira stepped into her future with a heart full of hope and a spirit as luminous as the butterfly that had guided her along the way. Story 5. In the heart of the lush emerald-green forest known as the Whispering Woods, there lay a small hidden village named Flutterbrook. The village was a place where laughter danced on the breeze, like the tinkling of tiny silver bells, and the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming flowers. The residents of Flutterbrook were as whimsical and charming as the village itself, each with their own delightful quirks. Among them was Pip the Ponderer, a squirrel with an insatiable curiosity and a penchant for wearing a bright red scarf, no matter the season. Pip had a habit of pausing mid-sentence, his eyes twinkling as if he just had the most marvelous thought. His best friend was Mirth the Merry, a sprightly rabbit known for her infectious giggle and her collection of colorful hats, each more extravagant than the last. Mirth believed that a day without laughter was like a garden without flowers. One sunny morning, as the golden rays of the sun filtered through the leafy canopy, the two friends sat beneath the great wishing oak, a tree as ancient as the forest itself, with branches that seemed to reach the sky. The great wishing oak was said to have a magical heart, and it was whispered that it could grant wishes to those who approached it with pure intentions. As they sat there, munching on hazelnuts and wild carrots, Pip noticed something unusual. The vibrant leaves of the great wishing oak were beginning to droop, their usual sparkle dimmed. It was as if the tree was losing its magic. A gentle sigh, like the softest breeze, seemed to whisper from its branches. "Oh dear, Mirth," Pip said, his bushy tail twitching with concern. "It seems the great wishing oak is not quite itself today." Mirth, adjusting her polka-dotted hat, nodded thoughtfully. "You're right, Pip. Perhaps it needs a bit of cheer to lift its spirits." And so, with a twinkle in their eyes and determination in their hearts, the two friends set off to solve the mystery of the fading magic. They began by visiting Gwendolyn the Gentle, the village's wise old owl, who lived in a cozy nook high up in the trees. Her feathers were as soft as down, and her eyes held the wisdom of many moons. Gwendolyn listened intently as Pip and Mirth explained the situation. "Ah! The great wishing oak," she hooted softly. "Its magic is indeed fading. But fear not, for there is a way to restore it. You must find the glimmering dewdrop, a rare and magical drop of dew that falls only when the first light of dawn kisses the petals of the silver moonflower." "The silver moonflower?" Mirth exclaimed, her ears perking up with excitement. "I've heard of it. It's said to bloom only once every 100 years. "Precisely," Gwendolyn nodded, "and its location is known only to the wind spirits. You must seek their guidance." With a sense of adventure bubbling within them, Pip and Mirth thanked Gwendolyn and set off toward the Whispering Meadow, where the wind spirits were known to play. As they approached, the meadow seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, a kaleidoscope of colors dancing across the waving grasses. The wind spirits, invisible to most, were a merry bunch, always ready to lend a helping breeze or stir up a playful gust. With laughter in their voices, they swirled around Pip and Mirth, tickling their fur and ruffling Mirth's hat. "Hello, dear wind spirits," Mirth called out with a giggle. "We seek your guidance to find the silver moonflower." The wind spirits, delighted by the request, whispered secrets in a language only heard by those with open hearts. They told Pip and Mirth to follow the path of the rainbow, which began where the colors of the meadow met the sky. And so, with the wind spirits guiding them, Pip and Mirth ventured into the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall like ancient sentinels. The path wound between moss-covered stones and over babbling brooks, until at last they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood the silver moonflower, its petals aglow with a silvery radiance that seemed to light up the night. As the first rays of dawn touched the flower, a single glimmering dewdrop formed, sparkling like a tiny star. With careful paws, Pip caught the dewdrop in a leaf, its magic humming softly. They hurried back to the great wishing oak, their hearts light and joyous. Upon reaching the oak, Pip gently placed the glimmering dewdrop at the base of its trunk. Instantly, the tree seemed to sigh with relief, its leaves regaining their vibrant hue and the air around it shimmering with restored magic. The great wishing oak, grateful for the friend's kindness and determination, rustled its branches in thanks. And from that day forward, the tree's magic was stronger than ever, its wishes more generous, its heart full again. As Pip and Mirth sat beneath the oak, basking in their success, they realized they had learned something invaluable, the power of friendship and the beauty of believing in the impossible. And so, under the watchful gaze of the great wishing oak, the two friends drifted into dreams filled with laughter and light, knowing that together they could overcome any challenge, no matter how magical or mysterious. The village of Flutterbrook continued to thrive, its residents forever grateful for the magic that the great wishing oak shared. And Pip and Mirth, with their hearts full of joy and their spirits ever curious, knew that their next adventure was just a dream away. Story 6. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a gentle weaver named Mira. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-laden walls, stood surrounded by a garden of lavender and chamomile that filled the air with calming scents. Every evening, Mira would light a candle in her window, a beacon of warmth and welcome to all who passed by. The Whispering Woods, as they were known, were a place of gentle magic. Ancient trees bowed with wisdom, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a fond reverence, for it was said that they were home to creatures both wondrous and wise. One cool autumn evening, as Mira sat by her hearth weaving a tapestry of golden threads and emerald greens, she heard a soft tapping at her window. Peering outside, she saw the familiar face of Pip, the village owl. Pip was not an ordinary owl. His feathers shimmered with hues of twilight, and his eyes held the knowledge of ages. "Good evening, Pip," Mira greeted, opening the window to let him in. "What brings you here on such a chilly night?" Pip fluttered to the table, his talons clicking softly against the wood. "Mira, there's been something peculiar happening in the woods. The fireflies have stopped their twilight dance, and the brook no longer sings its merry tune." Mira furrowed her brow, setting aside her weaving. "That is strange indeed. Do you think it has something to do with the old willow by the brook?" Pip nodded, his eyes wide with concern. "The willow has been weeping more than usual, and its leaves have begun to pale. The creatures of the woods are worried." Mira rose from her chair, a resolve settling in her heart. "Then we must go to the willow and see what ails it." Together, they ventured into the night, the path illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. The air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and earth. As they entered the Whispering Woods, Mira felt the familiar embrace of its magic, like a gentle lullaby wrapping around her. They walked until they reached the old willow, its branches hanging low like a grand curtain of green. Mira approached with care, reaching out to touch its bark. The willow shivered slightly, a soft sigh escaping its boughs. "Dear willow," Mira whispered, "what troubles you so?" In response, a gentle voice, like the rustling of leaves, reached her ears. "There is a shadow beneath my roots, a restlessness that has upset the balance." Mira knelt down, pressing her ear to the earth. She could hear the faintest of whispers, a dissonant note amidst the usual harmony. "It sounds like something is trapped," she mused aloud. Pip, perched on a nearby branch, nodded sagely. "Perhaps it is a creature in need of help." Mira thought for a moment, then remembered a story her grandmother had told her about the singing stones, magical pebbles that could reveal hidden things. "We need a singing stone," she declared. "They can show us what lies beneath." Together, they made their way to the heart of the woods where the singing stones could be found. The ground here was strewn with pebbles that glittered like stars. Mira carefully selected a smooth, round stone, holding it gently in her hand. As they returned to the willow, Mira held the stone to her ear and sang a soft melody. The stone began to vibrate gently, emitting a warm glow that spread across the ground like a ripple in a pond. Slowly, the earth beneath the willow shimmered, and there, entangled in the roots, lay a tiny creature with wings like woven moonbeams. It was a fairy, her light dimmed and her expression weary. "Oh, dear one," Mira said softly, "how did you come to be trapped here?" The fairy's voice was barely a whisper, like a breeze through a keyhole. "I was chasing a dream too quickly, and I stumbled into the roots." Mira smiled gently, understanding the fairy's plight. "Let's get you free." With Pip's guidance, Mira carefully untangled the roots, each movement precise and gentle. The fairy watched with gratitude shining in her eyes, her light growing brighter with each freed wing. Once she was free, the fairy fluttered up to perch on Mira's shoulder, her touch as light as a feather. "Thank you," she said, her voice now stronger, a melody of its own. The willow sighed with relief, its leaves shimmering with renewed life. The brook began to babble once more, its tune a joyful chorus through the woods. The fireflies returned, their lights dancing in celebration. As they made their way back to the village, Mira felt a deep sense of peace. The fairy, now nestled in her hair, whispered a blessing of dreams to Mira and Pip, promising to watch over them as they slept. That night, as Mira lay in her bed, the gentle hum of the woods lulling her to sleep, she felt a warmth spread through her heart. She knew that even in the smallest acts of kindness, a great magic could be found. And the bonds of friendship were the strongest magic of all. And so, in the village by the whispering woods, the nights were filled with peaceful dreams, the stars twinkling brightly above, and the gentle murmur of the trees singing a lullaby to all who listened. Story 7. The Tale of the Whispering Woods. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lay a secret that only a few knew. This village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where the whisper of the trees carried old tales, and the brook sang lullabies to those who listened. It was here that our story begins, on a calm evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The protagonist of our tale, a gentle soul named Finn, lived in a cozy cottage with his grandmother, Agatha. Their home was a haven of warmth, with ivy-clad walls and a garden filled with the scent of blooming roses and lavender. Agatha was known in Willowbrook for her wisdom and her stories, tales spun from threads of magic that wrapped around the hearts of those who heard them. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves crunched underfoot and the air carried the scent of wood smoke, Finn discovered something unusual. While exploring the edge of the whispering woods, he stumbled upon a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. Curious, Finn reached out, feeling the cool, smooth surface under his fingertips. "Be careful with that," came a voice, gentle yet firm. Startled, Finn turned to see an elderly man with a kind face and eyes that twinkled like stars. This was Old Man Thistle, the village's enigmatic storyteller, known for his walks in the woods and his knack for discovering the extraordinary in the mundane. "What is it?" Finn asked, holding the box up. Old Man Thistle smiled, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening with warmth. "It's a wishing box," he said. "But beware, it's not like any other. It holds the power to reveal the hidden truths of the heart." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, a mix of excitement and apprehension fluttering in his chest. "How does it work?" "Place it close to your heart and make a wish," Thistle replied. "But remember, it reveals what you truly need, not just what you desire." With those words, Old Man Thistle turned and vanished among the trees, leaving Finn with the box and an unquenchable curiosity. As the days wore on, the box became a cherished secret, tucked safely under his pillow, its presence a constant reminder of possibilities yet unexplored. One evening, as the fire crackled in the hearth and shadows danced on the cottage walls, Finn decided to test the box's magic. He held it close, feeling its coolness against his chest, and closed his eyes. "I wish to discover the secrets of the whispering woods," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. The box remained silent, but Finn felt a gentle warmth spreading from it, enveloping him in a cocoon of comfort. That night, his dreams were filled with images of the forest, trees that danced in the moonlight, streams that giggled as they flowed, and animals that spoke in hushed voices. The next morning, Finn awoke with a sense of purpose. He decided to embark on a journey into the whispering woods, guided by the visions from his dream. With a small satchel packed with bread, cheese, and his grandmother's apple cider, he set off, the wishing box nestled safely in his pocket. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature, birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the gentle murmur of the brook weaving through the trees. As Finn ventured deeper, the outside world faded away, replaced by a realm where magic seemed to hang in the air like mist. It wasn't long before Finn encountered his first challenge. A fallen tree blocked his path, its massive trunk a formidable barrier. But as he pondered how to navigate around it, a small, curious squirrel appeared, its bushy tail flicking with interest. "Need some help?" the squirrel chittered, eyes sparkling with mischief. Startled but intrigued, Finn nodded. "Yes, please. I'm trying to find a way through the forest." The squirrel scampered up the fallen trunk, gesturing with a tiny paw. "There's a path over here. Follow me!" With newfound hope, Finn followed the squirrel, marveling at the ease with which it navigated the forest. As they traveled together, the squirrel introduced itself as Nutmeg, a guide of sorts for those who ventured into the woods. "Many come seeking answers," Nutmeg explained, voice as lively as the forest itself. "But only those with a true heart find what they need." Finn pondered these words as they continued their journey, the forest revealing its secrets in whispers and glimpses. They passed a clearing where the sunlight danced on a sparkling pond, and Finn felt a deep sense of peace wash over him. It was as if the forest was embracing him, welcoming him into its hidden world. As dusk began to fall, casting a golden glow over the woods, Finn and Nutmeg arrived at a grove unlike any other. The trees here were ancient, their trunks twisted and gnarled, and lanterns hung from their branches, casting a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadow, yet radiating a gentle warmth. It was the guardian of the whispering woods, a being of immense wisdom and kindness. Her presence was calming, like a lullaby that settled the soul. "Welcome, Finn," she spoke, her voice a melody that seemed to resonate with the very earth beneath his feet. "You have come seeking the secrets of this place." Finn nodded, feeling the weight of his journey in his heart. "I wish to understand the magic of the woods and my place within it." The guardian smiled, her eyes reflecting the light of the lanterns like twin moons. "The magic you seek is not hidden in the woods, but within yourself. The forest reflects the heart of those who enter it. What you see here is a part of you." Finn listened, understanding dawning like the first light of morning. The journey had been one of discovery, not just of the forest, but of himself. He realized that the box had not granted him a wish, but guided him to the wisdom he needed. "Thank you," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I understand now." With a gentle nod, the guardian gestured for Finn to return to the village, her form gradually fading into the twilight. Nutmeg scampered up to Finn's shoulder, chittering happily. As they made their way back, the forest seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying in a silent dance. Finn's heart was light, filled with a newfound sense of belonging and purpose. Upon reaching Willowbrook, Finn was greeted by the comforting sight of his grandmother's cottage, smoke curling from the chimney like a welcoming embrace. Inside, the fire crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over Agatha's gentle smile. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked, her voice a soft melody. Finn nodded, pulling the wishing box from his pocket. "I discovered that the magic of the woods is a reflection of what's inside us, and that sometimes we need to journey into the unknown to find our true selves." Agatha hugged him, her warmth enveloping him like a soft blanket. "You have grown, my dear, and with that growth comes understanding and strength." That night, as Finn lay in bed, the box tucked safely under his pillow, he felt a deep sense of peace. The forest had shared its secrets, and in doing so, had helped him uncover his own. The gentle rustle of the trees outside lulled him into a restful sleep, the whisper of the woods, now a part of him. And so, the tale of the Whispering Woods became one of friendship, discovery, and the quiet magic that resides within us all. As the village of Willowbrook slept under the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest continued to whisper its secrets, inviting those with open hearts to listen and learn. In the end, Finn's journey had been one of transformation, a reminder that true magic lies not in the granting of wishes, but in the understanding and growth that comes from within. And as the fires in the hearth flickered softly, casting shadows that danced in the night, the village of Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, cradled in the arms of the ancient, whispering woods. Story 8, The Luminary Pendant. On the outskirts of a quaint village, nestled in the whispering folds of the Emerald Valley, there lay a hidden world, secreted beneath the gnarled roots of the ancient yew tree. This was a realm where time seemed to slow, and the air shimmered with a light that danced like morning dew. Here, in this hidden grove, a magical pendant awaited its destined keeper, a young girl named Aveline. Aveline was unlike the other children in the village. While others reveled in games of hide-and-seek or chased each other across the sun-dappled meadows, she preferred the quiet company of books and the soft rustling of leaves. Her heart was a tapestry woven with dreams of discovery and stories of lands unseen. She had a way of seeing the world that was both curious and compassionate, attributes that would soon lead her on an extraordinary journey. The story began on a crisp autumn morning when the sun hung low in the sky, painting the landscape with hues of gold and amber. Aveline, armed with a satchel and a curious heart, ventured into the forest for her morning walk. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the gentle chirping of birds, a symphony that filled the air with a sense of belonging and peace. As she walked, the path beneath her feet seemed to beckon her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the yew tree stood like a guardian of secrets. It was not long before Aveline found herself standing before its mighty trunk, her fingers tracing the ancient knots in the wood, each one telling stories of years gone by. It was then, nestled in the roots, that she saw it, a glimmering pendant, its surface catching the light and scattering it like 1,000 tiny stars. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Aveline reached out and clasped the pendant in her hand. As her fingers closed around it, a warmth spread through her body, as though the sun itself had descended to wrap her in its embrace. The pendant was simple yet stunning, a small round gem set in a frame of silver vines, and it seemed to pulse gently in her palm. In that instant, the world around her began to change. The forest, once familiar and serene, transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. The trees whispered in voices she could now understand, and the breeze carried tales of distant lands. It was as though Aveline had been given new eyes, ones that could see beyond the mundane veil of the everyday. It was then that she heard a soft voice, as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "Welcome, keeper of the luminary pendant," it spoke. Startled, Aveline looked around, but saw no one. The voice seemed to emanate from the pendant itself. "You have been chosen to uncover the mysteries of our world and to protect the harmony that binds it." Aveline's heart swelled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. She knew not what this journey entailed, but a part of her, the part that yearned for stories and wonders, felt ready. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. "You must journey to the heart of the forest," the voice instructed. "There, you will find answers and allies. But remember, Aveline, the path is not without its trials. You must trust in your heart and the friendships you forge along the way." With these words echoing in her mind, Aveline set off deeper into the forest. The path was winding and overgrown, but the pendant seemed to guide her, its gentle glow illuminating the way. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, grounding her as she ventured into the unknown. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Aveline came upon a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as crystal, and in its depths she saw a reflection of herself, not as she was, but as she could be, brave, wise, and kind. It was here that she met her first companion. A small creature emerged from the underbrush, its fur a patchwork of earthy browns and greens that blended seamlessly with the forest floor. It had large, expressive eyes and a tail that flicked with curiosity. The creature approached Aveline with a cautious yet hopeful demeanor. "Hello," it squeaked, its voice high and musical. "I am Tumble, a guardian of this forest. I sense the luminary pendant has chosen you. May I accompany you on your journey?" Aveline smiled, her heart warmed by the creature's earnestness. "Of course, Tumble, I would be grateful for your company." And so, with Tumble by her side, Aveline continued her journey. The forest around them was teeming with life, each creature and plant a thread in the rich tapestry of nature. They traveled by day, guided by the pendant's light, and rested by night, finding solace in the stories they shared beneath the starry sky. As days turned into weeks, Aveline and Tumble encountered many wonders. They crossed bridges of woven vines, where the air buzzed with the hum of bees and the sweet scent of wildflowers. They navigated labyrinths of towering ferns, their fronds whispering secrets of ancient times. With each step, Aveline felt herself growing stronger, her spirit intertwined with the magic of the world she was discovering. But their journey was not without its challenges. One evening, as they made camp by the banks of a burbling brook, a shadow fell across their path. It was the kind of shadow that chilled the air and silenced the forest. Aveline felt her heart quicken, and she clutched the pendant tightly, its warmth a comforting presence against the encroaching dark. From the shadows emerged a figure, tall and cloaked, with eyes that glimmered like ice. "I am Nyx, keeper of the veil," the figure intoned, their voice smooth and commanding. "You tread upon sacred ground, child. Why do you seek the heart of the forest?" Aveline, though frightened, stood her ground, her resolve bolstered by the trust she had in her mission and the presence of Tumble beside her. "I seek to protect the harmony of our world," she replied. "The luminary pendant has chosen me, and I must fulfill my duty." Nyx regarded her with a piercing gaze as though weighing her soul. "Many have tried, and many have failed," they mused. "But I see a light in you, a light that may yet endure the trials ahead. Very well, you may pass, but know this. The greatest challenge lies not in the forest, but within yourself." With these words, Nyx vanished into the shadows, leaving Aveline and Tumble to ponder the meaning of their encounter. As they resumed their journey, Aveline felt a new sense of determination bloom within her. She understood now that her journey was as much about discovering her own strength as it was about protecting the world. Days turned to nights and back again, the cycle of the forest a comforting rhythm that guided their steps. At last they reached the heart of the forest, a place where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their branches woven together to form a living cathedral. In the center of this sacred grove lay a stone altar, upon which rested an ancient book, its pages glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Aveline approached the altar, her heart pounding with anticipation. She sensed that this book held the answers she sought, the knowledge needed to protect the harmony of the world. But as she reached for it, a wave of doubt washed over her. Was she truly capable of fulfilling her destiny? Could she bear the weight of the world's balance upon her shoulders? Sensing her hesitation, Tumble nudged her gently. "You have come this far, Aveline. Trust in yourself, as the pendant trusts in you." With Tumble's encouragement, Aveline reached out and opened the book. As she did, a warm light enveloped her, and she felt the wisdom of ages flow into her mind. She saw visions of the world in balance, the harmony that connected all living things. She understood now that the pendant was not just a tool, but a symbol of hope and unity. With this newfound understanding, Aveline returned to her village, the pendant glowing brightly against her chest. She shared the knowledge she had gained with her people, teaching them to live in harmony with the world around them. Under her guidance, the village flourished, its people living in peace and prosperity. And so, the tale of Aveline and the luminary pendant became a legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship and courage, of discovering one's inner strength, and of the magic that exists within the world and within every heart. As the years passed, the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring harmony that Aveline had helped to protect. In the evenings, as the sun set and the stars emerged, Aveline would sit by the ancient yew tree, the pendant warm against her skin, a gentle reminder of the journey that had changed her life forever. And as she gazed up at the night sky, she knew that the light of the pendant would continue to shine, guiding future generations on their own journeys of discovery and growth. And so, in the heart of the Emerald Valley, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient yew tree, the world remained in balance, its harmony safeguarded by the light of the luminary pendant and the wisdom of those who believed in the power of friendship, courage, and hope. Story 9. The Whispering Woods and the Luminous Feather. In a quaint village cradled between rolling hills and dense forests, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her heart was as bright as the sun that kissed the earth at dawn, and her curiosity as endless as the starry sky. Amara had always felt a special connection to the woods that bordered her home, where the trees stood tall like ancient guardians and the air was thick with the scent of pine and mystery. Every evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Amara would wander along the edge of the whispering woods. It was named such because when the wind blew just right, the trees seemed to share secrets in a language only the heart could understand. Her grandmother often told tales of the wood's magic, stories of hidden worlds and wondrous creatures that were invisible to the unseeing eye. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled like golden whispers underfoot, Amara noticed something peculiar. A soft, ethereal glow emanated from a cluster of trees deeper in the forest. Drawn by the shimmering light, she ventured further than ever before, her heart pounding with a blend of excitement and trepidation. As she approached, she saw a feather unlike any she had ever seen. It lay nestled among the fallen leaves, radiating a gentle, luminescent glow. The feather was exquisite, its edges shimmering with hues of silver and gold, as if plucked from the wings of a celestial being. Amara hesitated, her fingers hovering over the feather, feeling a warmth that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a deep breath, she picked it up, feeling a tingling sensation travel up her arm, filling her with an inexplicable sense of peace. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, and in that moment, Amara knew she had found something truly magical. From that day on, the feather became Amara's secret companion. Whenever she held it, she could hear the whispers of the forest more clearly, as if the trees themselves spoke to her. She discovered that the feather had the power to reveal the hidden world within the woods, a realm teeming with fantastical creatures and vibrant flora that shimmered with an otherworldly light. There were the gentle fae, their wings iridescent like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun, and the mischievous sprites who played among the branches, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. Amara befriended a wise old owl named Wren, whose feathers were a mosaic of moonlight and shadows. Wren became her guide, sharing the wisdom of the forest and teaching her to listen with her heart. Through Wren, Amara learned of the balance that sustained the hidden world and the importance of harmony between all living things. She realized that the feather was not just a gift, but a responsibility. It was a bridge between her world and the magical realm, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. However, as with all tales of magic, there was a challenge that lay ahead. One evening, Wren spoke to Amara in a tone more solemn than usual. "The whispering woods are ailing, dear child," the owl hooted softly, his eyes reflecting the waning moon. "A shadow has crept into our realm, unsettling the delicate balance." Amara's heart tightened with concern. "What can I do to help, Wren?" she asked, her voice a determined whisper against the encroaching darkness. "The feather chose you for a reason," Wren replied, his gaze steady. "Only with your courage and kindness can we restore the harmony." Determined to aid her newfound friends, Amara set off on a journey into the heart of the forest, guided by the feather's glow. She ventured through the thickening shadows, feeling the cool air brush against her cheeks like a soft plea for salvation. The path twisted and turned, leading her to a place where the trees grew darker and the air felt heavy with despair. There, in a clearing bathed in an eerie half-light, she encountered the source of the disturbance. A creature, large and menacing, its form shifting like smoke caught in moonbeams, loomed before her. It was a shadow beast, born of fear and discord, a manifestation of the disharmony that had seeped into the woods. Amara stood firm, her heart steady, holding the feather aloft. Its light pierced the gloom, casting a warm glow that seemed to push back the darkness. The shadow beast recoiled, its shape flickering like a candle's last breath. "You do not belong here," Amara said, her voice calm yet resolute. "This is a place of peace and wonder." The beast paused, as if considering her words. Amara remembered Wren's teachings, the importance of understanding and compassion. She took a step forward, her hand outstretched. "I do not seek to harm you. Perhaps you too have lost your way." The creature hesitated, its form wavering. Amara continued, her voice a soothing balm. "Let me help you find peace so that the forest may heal." Slowly, the shadow beast began to shrink, its edges softening, as if her words were a gentle wind dispersing the fog. The luminous feather glowed brighter, its light enveloping the creature, transforming it into a wisp of mist that faded into the night sky. With the shadow beast gone, the air felt lighter, the forest sighed with relief, and the hidden world began to shimmer anew with vibrant life. The trees whispered their gratitude, their leaves rustling like applause in the gentle breeze. Amara returned to the village, her heart full, the feather still glowing softly in her hand. She had learned that true courage lay in understanding, and that the bonds of friendship could transcend even the darkest shadows. As the years passed, Amara grew wiser, her experiences within the Whispering Woods shaping her into a beloved storyteller. Her tales of the magical realm and the luminous feather inspired those around her to see the world with open hearts and minds, fostering a spirit of harmony and kindness. And so the feather found its place by her bedside, a reminder of the adventure that began with a gentle glow and a whisper from the woods. It was a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of a world where magic and wonder intertwined, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet moments before sleep, when the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped around the village like a comforting cloak, Amara would hold the feather and listen to the whispers of the forest. She knew that as long as she believed in the magic of the world, the Whispering Woods would forever be a place of peace and wonder, hidden just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Story 10. In the sleepy little village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a quaint cobblestone path that wound its way through rows of charming cottages. The village was known for its gentle hum of life, where the days flowed like a tranquil stream and the nights were cradled by the lullabies of the breeze. It was here, in a cottage with a thatched roof and a garden full of wildflowers, that young Clara lived with her kindly grandmother. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the summer sky and a heart as warm as a spring morning. She loved wandering through the village, greeting the familiar faces of friends and neighbors, and listening to their stories that seemed to float like dandelion seeds in the air. But more than anything, Clara loved exploring the little nooks and crannies of her grandmother's garden, a place where mysteries seemed to bloom with the flowers. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Clara noticed something peculiar. Tucked beneath the twisting roots of an old oak tree was a small silver locket, glimmering like a forgotten star. Its surface was etched with delicate vines and tiny flowers, and as Clara picked it up, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers. Curiosity danced in her eyes as she carefully opened the locket. To her astonishment, instead of a photograph or a keepsake, there was a tiny, swirling light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As Clara peered closer, the light flickered and expanded, revealing a scene within, a winding path through a forest bathed in moonlight. Clara felt a tug in her heart, urging her to follow the path within the locket. She tucked it into her pocket and hurried inside to her grandmother, who was knitting by the fire. The room was filled with the comforting scent of pine and the soft crackling of burning logs. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Clara exclaimed, her voice a mix of excitement and wonder as she showed her the locket. Her grandmother peered at the locket through her spectacles, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the Locket of Whispers," she murmured, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "It is said to hold the memories of the forest and the wisdom of those who have walked its paths." Clara listened with rapt attention as her grandmother continued. "Many have sought its guidance, for the locket reveals what the heart truly seeks. But remember, dear Clara, it is not the destination that matters most, but the journey itself and the friends you find along the way." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Clara decided to set out on a journey the very next day. She packed a small satchel with essentials and tucked the locket safely inside. As the first light of dawn kissed the village awake, Clara stepped onto the cobblestone path, her heart fluttering with anticipation. The path within the locket guided her into the forest, where the trees whispered secrets in the rustling wind, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, the locket's light illuminated a trail that seemed to shimmer like a ribbon of moonlight. Before long, Clara encountered her first companion, a wise old tortoise named Oliver, who was basking in a patch of sunlight. His shell was adorned with intricate patterns, and his eyes held a depth of understanding that made Clara feel as though he could see into her very soul. "Good morning, young traveler," Oliver greeted her in a slow, deliberate voice. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Clara explained her discovery of the locket and her desire to follow its path. Oliver listened intently, nodding occasionally. "The journey of the Locket of Whispers is one of learning and friendship," he said. "May I accompany you? I have walked these paths for many years and know them well." Clara was delighted. With Oliver by her side, they ventured deeper into the forest, sharing stories and laughter as they walked. They soon met another companion, a jovial squirrel named Finn, whose bushy tail twitched with energy and enthusiasm. Finn was quick to join them, eager to guide Clara through the treetops and show her the wonders from above. Together, the trio journeyed through sun-dappled glades and across babbling brooks. Clara marveled at the beauty around her, her heart swelling with gratitude for her newfound friends. She learned from Oliver the patience and wisdom of taking things slow, and from Finn the joy of spontaneity and the thrill of adventure. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows under the trees, the trio arrived at a clearing where a gentle stream flowed. It was here that the locket's path seemed to end, the light within dimming to a soft glow. Clara felt a pang of disappointment, unsure of what she was meant to find. Sensing her uncertainty, Oliver spoke gently. "The locket has brought you here for a reason, Clara. Sometimes what we seek is not a place, but an understanding." Clara pondered his words, her mind turning over the events of the day. She realized that the journey had shown her the value of friendship, the importance of listening, and the beauty of nature. It was not the end of the path that mattered, but the experiences and wisdom she had gained along the way. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara sat by the stream, the locket nestled in her hand. She closed her eyes, reflecting on the day's adventures, while Oliver and Finn settled beside her, content to share in the quiet moment. As the moon rose high above, casting a silvery glow over the forest, Clara opened her eyes to find the locket glowing warmly once more. It seemed to pulse with a gentle rhythm, echoing the beat of her heart. She smiled, understanding now that the journey had given her something more precious than she had imagined, a deeper connection to the world and to herself. With a heart full of contentment, Clara and her companions began the walk back to Willowbrook, the locket's light guiding them home. As they emerged from the forest, the village lights twinkled like stars welcoming them back. Clara knew she would cherish this adventure forever, a reminder that sometimes the greatest discoveries are found within. That night, as Clara lay in her bed, the locket resting on her nightstand, she felt the warmth of the day's memories wrap around her like a comforting blanket. With a gentle sigh, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the whisper of the forest and the laughter of friends lingering in her dreams. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the Locket of Whispers continued to hold its magic, ready to guide another soul on a journey of wonder and friendship when the time was right. Story 11, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Whimsy. Once upon a time, nestled between the emerald hills and the azure skies of a quaint village named Willowbrook, there lay a mysterious forest known as the Whispering Woods. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones of the peculiar happenings within its verdant embrace. It was said that the trees would murmur secrets to those who dared to listen, and on certain moonlit nights, the woods would shimmer with an ethereal glow, as if the stars themselves had descended to dance among the leaves. In this village lived a gentle soul named Finn. With hair as golden as the sunlit fields and eyes as deep as the village's ancient wells, Finn was known for his kind heart and curiosity. He often wandered the edge of the Whispering Woods, enchanted by the tales of its magic, but too respectful of its mysteries to venture further. One crisp autumn evening, as the full moon began its ascent, casting silver beams through the latticework of branches, Finn sat by the forest's edge, listening to the symphony of rustling leaves and distant owl hoots. It was then he noticed something peculiar, a soft, flickering light deep within the woods. It was not the steady glow of fireflies nor the cold gleam of distant stars. This light was warm and inviting, pulsing with a rhythm that seemed to match the beating of Finn's heart. Driven by curiosity and a sense of wonder, Finn rose, his footsteps crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the light grew brighter, casting a golden hue over the gnarled trunks and whispering branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and the sweet tang of autumn's decay, creating a heady perfume that filled Finn's senses. At last he came upon a clearing bathed in the light's gentle glow. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches twisted and thick, like the protective arms of a wise old guardian. Hanging from one of its sturdy limbs was a lantern unlike any Finn had ever seen. It was crafted from silver vines entwined with delicate glass, and inside it danced a flame of every color of the rainbow. Finn approached the lantern with reverence, reaching out a tentative hand. As his fingers brushed the cool metal, a voice as soft as a summer breeze filled the clearing. "Welcome, kind soul," the voice whispered, seeming to come from the lantern itself. "I am the Lantern of Whimsy, keeper of dreams and secrets. You have been chosen to embark on a journey that will change you forever." Finn's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "What kind of journey?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "A journey of discovery and friendship," the lantern replied, its light flickering in synchrony with its words. "Follow the path that lies beyond this clearing, and you shall find what you seek." With a nod of determination, Finn took the lantern from the branch. Its light seemed to seep into his very being, filling him with warmth and courage. As he stepped beyond the clearing, the path unfurled before him, a winding trail marked by shimmering stones and glowing flowers. The woods around him transformed as he walked, the trees bending and twisting to form archways and tunnels of verdant beauty. The whispers grew louder, forming a harmonious chorus that guided his way. Finn felt as though he was walking through a living tapestry, each thread a story waiting to be told. As the night wore on, Finn's journey led him to a hidden world within the heart of the forest. Here, the trees towered like ancient sentinels, their branches woven with golden threads of moonlight. The air was alive with the melodies of unseen creatures, and the ground beneath his feet was soft and springy, as if the earth itself was breathing. In this magical realm, Finn met creatures of wonder and whimsy, a family of foxes with fur that shimmered like liquid silver, a wise old owl whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages, and a mischievous squirrel with a tail of fiery red. Each greeted him warmly, sharing tales of the forest and offering guidance for his journey. Through their stories, Finn learned of the forest's hidden magic, a magic that thrived on kindness and friendship, on the bonds forged between creatures and the land they called home. He discovered that the Whispering Woods was a place where dreams were nurtured and fears were soothed, a sanctuary for those who sought solace and understanding. As the night deepened and the moon reached its zenith, Finn's path led him to a tranquil glade where a crystal-clear pond lay like a mirror to the heavens. Here the lantern's light shimmered across the water, creating ripples of color that danced like celestial beings. Finn knelt by the pond's edge, gazing into its depths. He saw not only his reflection, but the reflection of the world around him, a world teeming with life and wonder, with stories waiting to be told. It was then he realized the true purpose of his journey. The lantern's voice, now softer than ever, whispered in his mind, "You have seen the magic of friendship and the beauty of the natural world. You have learned that true strength lies not in solitude, but in the connections we forge with others. Carry this wisdom with you, and let it guide your heart." With tears of gratitude and understanding, Finn rose, feeling the weight of the lantern in his hand transform into a comforting presence. He knew that his journey was not an end, but a beginning of new friendships, new stories, and a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him. As dawn's first light broke through the canopy, Finn made his way back to the village, the lantern's glow a gentle reminder of the night he had spent in the heart of the Whispering Woods. The villagers, seeing the lantern and the serene smile on Finn's face, gathered around him, eager to hear of his adventure. And so, under the soft morning light, Finn shared his tale of the magical lantern, the creatures of the forest, and the lessons he had learned. His story, like the whispers of the woods, spread through the village, touching hearts and inspiring others to seek their own journeys of discovery and friendship. In the years that followed, the Whispering Woods became a place of pilgrimage for those who sought magic and meaning. And Finn, with the Lantern of Whimsy by his side, became a beloved storyteller, a guardian of the secrets and dreams that lay within the heart of the forest. And so the story of the Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Whimsy was passed down through generations, a gentle reminder of the power of friendship, the beauty of the natural world, and the magic that lies within us all. Story 12. In a quaint little village nestled within the whispering boughs of the evergreen wood, there was a peculiar kind of peace that could only be found in a place touched by a hint of magic. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, seemed as if they'd grown right out of the earth itself. Among them was the home of a gentle soul named Lila, a young girl with a heart as warm as her laughter, which often echoed like silver bells through the glen. Lila's days were spent exploring the forest, befriending the creatures that dwelled there, and learning from the village elders. One such elder was Old Thorn, a kindly wizard whose beard was as white as the snowcaps of the distant mountains. He was known for his wisdom and gentle teachings, always ready to share a cup of herbal tea and a story or two from the ancient times. One evening, as the sun began to dip beneath the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila noticed something peculiar. Tiny shimmering lights flickered in the forest, dancing like fireflies but with a more mysterious glow. They appeared only at twilight, hovering around the same cluster of ancient oaks before vanishing into the night. Intrigued, Lila decided to investigate. She donned her favorite woolen cloak and set off, her path lit by the silvery glow of the rising moon. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets, creating a symphony that accompanied her journey. As she approached the cluster of oaks, the lights returned, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Lila watched in awe, noticing how they seemed to form patterns, almost as if they were trying to communicate something. She reached out with her hand, and the lights responded by gathering around her fingers, warm and tingling like a friendly caress. Realizing that this was no ordinary phenomenon, Lila sought the wisdom of Old Thorn. She made her way to his cozy cottage, where the aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of pine. Old Thorn welcomed her with a smile, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Ah, the lights of the forest," he mused after Lila recounted her tale. "They are known as the Whispering Wills, ancient spirits who guard the secrets of the wood. It seems they have taken a liking to you, my dear." "But why are they appearing now?" Lila asked, cradling a steaming mug of tea. Old Thorn stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The Whispering Wills only reveal themselves when there is a disturbance in their domain. Something must be amiss." Determined to help, Lila decided to return to the grove the following night. Old Thorn gave her a small amulet, a pendant shaped like a leaf, imbued with a gentle spell of protection and clarity. The next evening, Lila ventured once more into the forest. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she neared the oaks, the lights appeared again, brighter and more numerous. Lila closed her eyes and opened her heart, trying to sense what the Whispering Wills were trying to convey. Suddenly, she heard a soft, melodic hum like a song carried on the wind. It seemed to be coming from the base of the largest oak. She knelt down, brushing away the fallen leaves to reveal a small, hidden entrance. Without hesitation, she crawled inside and found herself in a tiny, secret chamber. In the center of the chamber lay a delicate crystal, pulsating gently with a soft, blue light. It was clear that this was the source of the disturbance. Lila gingerly picked up the crystal, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers. She realized that it was a piece of the forest's heart, misplaced and yearning to be reunited with its source. With the crystal safely cradled in her hands, Lila made her way back to Old Thorn. He examined it with reverence, nodding slowly. "This is indeed a fragment of the forest's essence. It must be returned to its rightful place." The following day, under the guidance of Old Thorn and the watchful eyes of the Whispering Wills, Lila ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. The path was lined with ancient trees that seemed to bow in respect as she passed. At last, they reached a serene glade, where a crystal-clear spring bubbled up from the ground, fed by the lifeblood of the forest. Lila approached the spring, feeling the gentle nudge of the whispering wills encouraging her forward. She placed the crystal into the water, and immediately it began to glow, casting ripples of light throughout the glade. The surrounding trees shimmered with a newfound vitality, their leaves rustling in a harmonious chorus of gratitude. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village prepared for slumber, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The whispering wills, now at peace, danced one last time around Lila, their light soft and serene, before retreating into the folds of the night. Lila returned to her cottage, her heart full of joy and contentment. She knew that the forest was once again whole, and the mystery of the lights had been solved with kindness and understanding. As she climbed into bed, she felt the gentle presence of the whispering wills, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the everyday world. And so, with a smile on her face and the gentle rustle of the forest as her lullaby, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the wonders yet to be discovered in the magical world around her. Story 13. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves and painted the forest floor with dappled gold, there lay a world seldom seen by human eyes. This forest was a symphony of life, where every rustle of the leaves was a whisper of secrets, and every beam of light held a story waiting to unfold. It was in this enchanting place that creatures of the earth, air, and water lived in harmonious balance, guided by the wisdom of the ages. As the sun began its gentle descent beyond the horizon, its rays kissed the tops of the towering trees, casting long shadows that danced with the evening breeze. A soft, earthy aroma filled the air, mingling with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the crisp freshness of pine. The forest was alive with the sounds of twilight, the gentle babble of a nearby brook, the melodic call of a distant owl, and the soft rustling of leaves as small creatures scurried through the undergrowth. In a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Osric. His shell was a mosaic of greens and browns, a testament to the countless years he had spent wandering the forest floor. Osric was known far and wide as the keeper of the forest's tales, a guardian of the secrets woven into the very fabric of the land. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, Osric was visited by a curious young fox named Finn. With fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes bright with wonder, Finn had come seeking answers to a question that had been tugging at his heart. "Osric," Finn began, his voice soft and full of awe, "I've heard tales of the seasons and the magic they bring, but how do they weave their wonders into our world?" Osric chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind, and settled deeper into the mossy earth. "Ah, the magic of the seasons," he mused, his eyes twinkling like the stars above. "It's a tale as old as the forest itself, passed down through generations." With a gentle nod, Osric began his story. Long ago, when the world was young and the forest was but a sapling, the seasons were born from the dance of the sun and moon. Each season brought its own gifts, shaping the land and its creatures in ways both subtle and profound. He spoke of spring, when the forest awoke from its winter slumber and life burst forth in a riot of colors and sounds. "In spring," Osric explained, "the air is filled with the delicate fragrance of new blossoms, and the song of the nightingale echoes through the trees. It is a time of renewal, when the earth is reborn and the magic of growth is at its strongest." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with the beauty of the tale. Osric continued, painting vivid pictures with his words. "Then comes summer, draping the forest in a cloak of warmth and light. The days stretch long and languid, and the sun's golden touch brings life to every corner of the wood. It is a time of abundance, when the fruits of the earth are ripe and the magic of joy dances in the air." As Osric spoke, Finn could almost feel the sun's warmth on his fur, hear the hum of bees buzzing among the blossoms. The old tortoise's voice was a gentle balm, weaving the story with the rhythm of the forest itself. "Autumn follows, a symphony of reds, golds, and bronzes," Osric continued, his voice rich and warm. "The air turns crisp, and the trees don their finest gowns, preparing for the grandest ball of all. It is a time of reflection, when the forest gathers its strength for the slumber to come, and the magic of gratitude fills the heart. Finn imagined the leaves swirling in the wind, a dance of colors beneath the vast open sky. He felt a sense of peace settle within him, as if he had been part of this story all along. And finally, Osric said, comes winter, wrapping the forest in a blanket of white. The world grows quiet, and the air carries the crisp, clean scent of snow. It is a time of rest, when the forest dreams of spring and the magic of hope promises new beginnings. As the tale drew to a close, Finn looked up at the stars above, feeling as though he had glimpsed the very heart of the forest's magic. "Thank you, Osric," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "I see now how each season is a gift, a part of the dance that keeps our world in balance." Osric nodded, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, young Finn, the magic of the seasons teaches us that change is not to be feared, but embraced. It is through this harmony that we find our place in the world." With a newfound understanding, Finn bid Osric good night, his heart full of gratitude for the wisdom he had received. As he made his way back through the forest, the night air was cool against his fur, and the stars seemed to twinkle with a newfound brightness. In the days that followed, Finn shared Osric's story with the other creatures of the forest, each retelling a thread in the tapestry of life that bound them all together. And so, the wisdom of the seasons was passed down, a gentle reminder of the beauty and magic that lay in the balance of nature. As the sun rose once more, casting its golden light upon the forest, the creatures of the wood awoke to a world filled with promise and possibility. And in their hearts, they carried the knowledge that, like the seasons, they too were part of a greater story, one that would continue to unfold in the dance of time. And so it was, in the ancient forest where reality and magic twined like the gnarled roots of the oldest trees, that peace and harmony reigned, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the gentle magic of the seasons. Story 14: The Whispering Lantern. Once upon a time, nestled within the gentle folds of a forest that stretched far and wide, cradled by the embrace of ancient trees, there was a small, quaint village named Eldergrove. The villagers of Eldergrove were known for their simple, fulfilling lives, living harmoniously with the land. Yet there was one peculiar tale that every child grew up hearing, a story whispered by the wind through the leaves, the legend of the Whispering Lantern. The Whispering Lantern was said to be a magical object, hidden deep within the heart of the forest. It was believed to be a guide for those who had lost their way, both in the world and within themselves. Many had sought it, but none had succeeded, for the forest held its secrets close. In this village lived a young girl named Amara. She was known for her bright eyes that seemed to hold the sparkle of 1,000 stars and a heart as kind as the gentle breeze. Amara loved the forest more than anything else. She would often wander along its sun-dappled paths, listening to the birds' songs and the rustling leaves that whispered secrets of the ancient woods. But lately, her heart felt heavy, and her once bright eyes dimmed, for she had lost someone dear to her, a companion, a confidant, a grandmother who had been her guiding star. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Amara sat on the edge of the forest, her mind a whirl of memories and sadness. It was then she remembered her grandmother's stories of the Whispering Lantern. Perhaps, she thought, if she could find it, the lantern might help her find a way through her grief. Determined, Amara decided to embark on a journey that very night. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the village, she packed a small satchel with an apple, a flask of water, and her grandmother's old scarf. The scarf was worn but warm, its vibrant colors a reminder of the love and warmth she longed to feel again. The forest at night was a different world, its character transformed by shadows and the calls of nocturnal creatures. Amara felt a shiver of fear, but also a thrill of adventure, as she stepped past the familiar edge into the deeper, darker woods. The path ahead was lit by the moon, its light weaving through the branches like a soft, guiding hand. As she walked, the air grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The sounds of the village faded, replaced by the symphony of the forest, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, and the distant bubbling of a stream. Amara felt her heart lighten, as if the forest was speaking to her, urging her onward. After walking for what felt like hours, Amara came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an old, gnarled oak, its branches reaching out like ancient arms. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small, flickering light. Her heart leaped. Could it be the whispering lantern? Cautiously, Amara approached. As she drew nearer, she saw that the light was indeed a lantern, its glass shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. It was neither large nor ornate, but there was something about it that felt alive, as if it pulsed with the gentle rhythm of a beating heart. Amara reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of its handle. The moment she touched it, a warmth spread through her, chasing away the chill of the night. She felt a whisper, not with her ears, but within her heart, a comforting presence, as if someone was there beside her, guiding her. With the lantern in hand, Amara felt a renewed sense of purpose. She knew her journey was just beginning. The forest around her seemed to shift, paths unfolding that she had never seen before. Trusting the lantern's guidance, she followed a narrow trail that wound deeper into the heart of the woods. As she walked, the forest revealed its hidden wonders. Amara passed through groves where the trees seemed to glow with an inner light, their leaves whispering secrets of the past. She crossed streams that sang with a melody of their own, the water sparkling under the moon's tender gaze. Each step brought her closer to a place she felt she needed to reach, though she could not yet see it. Hours turned into days as Amara journeyed deeper, her only companion the lantern that whispered softly, comforting her in moments of doubt. Along the way, she encountered creatures that seemed to belong to the realm of dreams. A gentle deer with eyes like pools of starlight, a fox with fur that shimmered like silver, and birds whose songs wove tales of enchantment. These creatures, drawn by the lantern's light, became her friends. They did not speak as humans do, but Amara understood them nonetheless. They guided her, showing her the safest paths and sharing their knowledge of the forest's mysteries. One day, as the sun rose over a meadow blanketed with wildflowers, Amara felt a change in the air. The lantern's light grew brighter, its whispers more insistent. She felt a pull, drawing her toward a distant hill that rose above the treetops like an ancient sentinel. The climb was steep, but Amara was not alone. The deer walked beside her, its presence a steady reassurance. The fox darted ahead, its playful energy urging her onward, while the birds circled above, their songs filling the air with encouragement. At last, she reached the summit. There she found a small, crystal-clear pool, its surface reflecting the sky's endless expanse. The lantern's light danced across the water, creating ripples that spread outward, as if reaching for the horizon. Amara sat by the pool, the lantern beside her, and gazed into its depths. As she did, memories of her grandmother flooded back, moments of laughter and love, of stories told by the fireside. She realized that her grandmother's wisdom and warmth had never truly left her. They lived on in her heart, guiding her as surely as the lantern had through the forest. Tears filled her eyes, not of sorrow but of gratitude and understanding. The lantern's whispers grew softer, a gentle lullaby that soothed her soul. Amara knew she had found what she had been seeking, not a way back to the past, but a way forward, carrying her grandmother's legacy within her. As the first stars appeared in the evening sky, the lantern's light dimmed, its purpose fulfilled. Amara placed it gently on the grass, knowing it would remain there for the next soul who might need its guidance. With a heart full of peace, Amara began her journey back to Eldergrove. Her friends accompanied her, their bonds stronger than ever, forged in the shared magic of the forest. The path home was lit by the glow of the moon and the warmth of newfound wisdom. When she returned to the village, the people of Eldergrove welcomed her with open arms, curious about her adventure. Amara shared her tale, not of finding a magical object, but of discovering the enduring power of love and the strength within oneself. And so, the story of the Whispering Lantern grew, passed down from generation to generation, a beacon of hope and friendship in the heart of the forest. Amara lived her days with joy, her eyes once again bright with the sparkle of 1,000 stars, knowing that the magic of the forest would always be with her, lighting the way through any darkness. And in the quiet moments when the night was still and the forest whispered its secrets, she could hear the gentle hum of the lantern's lullaby, a promise of guidance and love for all who dared to seek it. And so, as the final embers of the story's warmth fade, we are left with the gentle truth that the paths we walk are shaped not just by where we tread, but by the light we carry within us. Story 15. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof that glistened silver under the moonlight. This was the home of Leora, a gentle-hearted herbalist known for her soothing teas and kind demeanor. Her garden, a tapestry of vibrant blossoms and fragrant herbs, was the pride of the village. It was said that the flowers bloomed longer and the leaves rustled softer in her care. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leora noticed something unusual. The roses at the edge of her garden, usually a deep, velvety red, now shimmered with an ethereal, silvery glow. Their petals seemed to hum a soft, melodious tune, so faint it could be mistaken for the rustle of leaves. Leora, intrigued by this strange occurrence, decided to consult her wise friend, Eldrin, the village librarian. Eldrin's library was a sanctuary of ancient tomes and secrets untold, a place where the air was perfumed with the scent of old parchment and ink. As Leora stepped inside, she was greeted by the soft rustling of pages and the warm glow of candlelight, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. "Eldrin," Leora began, her voice a gentle murmur in the quiet room, "something strange is happening to my roses. They're glowing and singing, if you can believe it." Eldrin, a gentle soul with twinkling eyes and a beard that seemed to flow like a river of moonlight, nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the song of the silver bloom," he mused, retrieving a dusty tome from a high shelf. "It is said that when the world is in need of harmony, the roses sing to remind us of the melody within our hearts." Together they pored over the ancient texts, their fingers tracing the faded script. The tale of the silver bloom spoke of a time when the village faced discord, and the roses sang to unite the hearts of its people. The melody, it seemed, was a call for peace and understanding. "But why now?" Leora wondered aloud, her brow furrowed in thought. Eldrin smiled softly, his eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. "Perhaps it is time we listen," he suggested. "The world around us speaks in ways we often overlook." Determined to uncover the mystery, Leora decided to spend the night in the garden, accompanied by her faithful companion, Pippin, a small, fluffy creature with eyes like polished onyx and a tail that twitched with curiosity. As the stars twinkled above, she settled into a cozy nook between the lavender and chamomile, wrapped in a soft woolen shawl. The night was serene, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of jasmine through the air. Leora watched as the roses continued their soft serenade, their glow casting a silvery light across the garden. Pippin, ever curious, sniffed the petals, his whiskers twitching in fascination. As the hours slipped by, Leora began to notice a pattern in the melody, a gentle rise and fall like the ebb and flow of the tide. It was then that she realized the roses were whispering a message, a tale woven into their song. In the morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in pastel hues, Leora shared her discovery with Eldrin. "The roses sing of understanding," she explained, her voice filled with quiet wonder. "They remind us to listen to one another, to find harmony in our differences." The villagers, intrigued by the mystery, gathered in Leora's garden, their hearts open to the lesson the roses imparted. As they listened to the gentle melody, they found themselves reflecting on their own lives, their own stories. Differences that had once seemed insurmountable now felt smaller, softened by the silver song. In the days that followed, the village thrived in newfound harmony. The roses, their message delivered, returned to their original hue, though a hint of their silvery glow lingered as a reminder of the unity they had inspired. Leora's garden, once again, was a haven of peace and beauty, a testament to the power of listening and understanding. As the seasons turned, the tale of the silver bloom became a cherished story, passed down through generations. And though the roses no longer sang, their silent melody lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a gentle whisper of wisdom and friendship. And so, under a sky filled with stars and dreams, the village continued to thrive, its people forever bound by the harmony of the roses' song. Together, they had learned the most precious lesson of all, that in the quiet moments, when we truly listen, we find the melody that connects us all. Story 16. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and the whispering sea lived a young woman named Anwen. She had eyes the color of the ocean at dusk and hair that danced in the wind like autumn leaves. Though her life was filled with the simple joys of her close-knit community, Anwen often felt a pull towards something deeper, a yearning she could not quite name. Every evening, after the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers would gather by the great stone circle at the heart of the village. There, stories of old were spun with the gentle crackle of the fire, weaving tales of magic and mystery. Anwen loved these gatherings, her heart soaking in the warmth of the community and the tales that seemed to speak to her soul. One crisp autumn night, when the air was scented with the fragrance of fallen leaves and the sky was a tapestry of stars, Anwen's grandmother, wise and gentle, beckoned her closer. With a twinkle in her eye, she handed Anwen a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. "This," her grandmother whispered, "is the legacy of our family. Open it when the moon is full, and you will find the answers you seek." Anwen's heart fluttered with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. She thanked her grandmother, and under the cloak of night, she carefully placed the box in her room, its presence both comforting and mysterious. The days passed, each one painted with the colors of autumn. Anwen found herself drawn to the ocean's edge, where she would sit, letting the waves' gentle lullaby wash over her. It was here, amidst the symphony of sea and sky, that she felt the closest to understanding the whispers of her heart. Finally, the night of the full moon arrived. Its silvery light bathed the village in a soft glow, and Anwen felt a sense of calm and purpose as she sat by her window. With a steady hand, she opened the box, revealing a shimmering amulet nestled within. It was crafted from a luminescent stone, cool and smooth to the touch, and it seemed to hum with an ancient energy. Alongside the amulet was a faded parchment, inscribed with the flowing script of her ancestors. As she read, the words painted a picture of a time long past, a time when her ancestors were guardians of the land and the sea, keepers of the balance between nature and magic. The amulet, she learned, was a symbol of their duty and their connection to the world around them. It was said to hold the wisdom of the ages, guiding those who bore it with the light of understanding and compassion. In that moment, Anwen felt a profound sense of belonging. She realized that the yearning she had always felt was a call to embrace her heritage, to become a bridge between the past and the future. The lessons of her ancestors resonated deeply within her, reminding her that true strength lies in harmony and kindness. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, Anwen stood by the ocean, the amulet warm against her skin. She felt the gentle embrace of the sea breeze, the whisper of the waves, and the steady heartbeat of the land beneath her feet. With a heart full of peace and purpose, Anwen knew she was ready to carry forward the legacy of her family, to nurture the bond between her people and the world they cherished. And as she walked back to the village, the sun rising to greet a new day, she felt the embrace of her ancestors, their love and wisdom guiding her every step. And so, Anwen's journey of discovery became a journey of unity, a reminder that we are all threads in the tapestry of life, each one unique, yet woven together by the timeless bonds of love and understanding. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a village nestled among rolling meadows and whispering streams, there lived a family of delightfully quirky characters. The eldest was Magnolia, a sprightly little girl with hair the color of daffodils and freckles that danced across her nose. She had an insatiable curiosity and a penchant for collecting shiny objects, which often led to mischievous adventures. Next in line were the twins, Wilbur and Winifred, who couldn't have been more different. Wilbur was a gentle soul with a voice as soft as a summer breeze, while Winifred was a boisterous firecracker who could never sit still. They were as close as two peas in a pod, and their antics kept the family on their toes. But perhaps the most peculiar of them all was their grandfather, Ezra. With his wispy white beard and twinkling eyes, he looked every bit the wise old wizard. And in a way, he was. For Ezra possessed a special talent. He could talk to the trees and animals of the forest. One warm summer's eve, as the family gathered around the crackling hearth, Ezra noticed something amiss. The usually cheerful birdsong had been replaced by a melancholic silence, and the trees seemed to droop with sadness. "My friends," Ezra spoke gently to the woodland creatures, "what troubles you so?" To the family's astonishment, the animals and trees began to respond, their voices weaving together in a tapestry of sorrow. It seemed that a mischievous sprite had cast a spell over the forest, draining the vibrant colors from the world and leaving everything dull and lifeless. Magnolia, ever the adventurer, was determined to find this troublesome sprite and set things right. With her siblings in tow and Ezra's guidance, they ventured deep into the enchanted woods. Along the way, they encountered a host of whimsical characters. A grumpy old toadstool who grumbled at their every step, a family of giggly squirrels who pelted them with acorns, and a wise old owl who spoke in riddles. Just when they thought they might be lost forever, a trail of glittering dust appeared, leading them to a clearing where a tiny sprite was fast asleep, surrounded by the drained colors of the forest. Winifred, never one to shy away from a challenge, crept up to the sprite and gave it a gentle poke. The sprite awoke with a start, and in its surprise, the spell was broken. Vibrant hues exploded across the woodland, painting the trees and flowers in rich, vivid tones. The sprite, it turned out, was simply a lonely little thing who had inadvertently caused such chaos in its quest for companionship. Magnolia, with her big heart and love for all things shiny, befriended the sprite instantly, inviting it to join their family. From that day on, the forest was alive with laughter and joy, filled with the vibrant colors of life and the magical antics of the quirky clan and their new sprite friend. And as the family drifted off to sleep each night, surrounded by the warmth of love and the gentle whispers of the contented woodland, they knew that no matter what mischief awaited them, they would face it together, with courage, creativity, and an unbreakable bond that could conquer any spell. Story 18. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a tale often whispered among the elders by the warm glow of the hearth. It was a story of a hidden world, a magical realm that lay beneath the roots of the ancient oak tree at the heart of the village. This oak was no ordinary tree. Its branches stretched wide, and its leaves shimmered with a subtle luminescence, as if kissed by starlight. Those who dared to listen closely could hear a gentle hum, a melody of nature itself. The protagonist of this tale was a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul with eyes as bright as the morning sky and a heart full of dreams. Though he lived in the village, his mind often wandered to places unseen, guided by stories of old that spoke of wonders beyond imagination. Finn's favorite spot was the meadow where the ancient oak stood, its presence both commanding and comforting. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Finn found himself drawn to the oak once more. The air was filled with the scent of earth and leaves, a rich tapestry of autumn's embrace. As he approached the tree, something unusual caught his eye, a small, shimmering object nestled among the roots. It was a key, unlike any he had ever seen, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change with the light. Finn's heart quickened with excitement. He could feel the key's gentle pulse in his hand, as if it held a life of its own. Without hesitation, he knelt by the roots, brushing aside the leaves to reveal a small door, almost hidden from view. It was an entrance, just the right size for someone like him. With a deep breath, Finn inserted the key, and with a soft click, the door swung open to reveal a staircase spiraling downwards, illuminated by a soft, ethereal glow. With a mix of trepidation and curiosity, Finn descended the staircase. Each step echoed softly, and the air grew warmer, wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. As he reached the bottom, he found himself in a breathtaking cavern, a hidden world alive with wonder. The cavern was bathed in a gentle luminescence, the walls adorned with crystalline formations that sparkled like diamonds in the soft light. But it was the creatures that truly captured Finn's imagination. They were gentle beings, small and delicate, with wings that shimmered like moonlight on water. They moved gracefully, their laughter a tinkling melody that echoed through the cavern. These were the guardians of the grove, protectors of the hidden world, and they welcomed Finn with open hearts. Among them was a wise old guardian named Lyra, her wings a soft silver that glowed with a serene light. She approached Finn with a gentle smile, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "Welcome, young one," she said, her voice like a soothing breeze. "You have found the key to our world, a gift given only to those pure of heart." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at her words. He had always believed in magic, in the possibility of things unseen, and now he stood among it. Lyra led him through the cavern, sharing tales of the Guardians and their duty to protect the balance between their world and Finn's. The Guardians ensured the seasons turned, the winds whispered, and the stars sang their celestial songs. As the days in the hidden world passed, Finn learned many things. He discovered the true meaning of harmony and the importance of nurturing both nature and friendship. He spent his days exploring the wonders of the cavern, guided by Lyra and her gentle wisdom. The Guardians taught him to listen to the whispers of the wind, to see the beauty in the smallest of things, and to cherish the bonds of friendship. Yet, Finn's heart knew he could not stay forever. The village above was his home, and though the hidden world was enchanting, he had a place in the world of sunlight and starlit skies. With a heavy heart, he prepared to leave, promising the Guardians that he would return whenever the seasons called for his presence. As a parting gift, Lyra bestowed upon Finn a small vial of stardust, its glow reminiscent of the cavern's gentle light. "This is a reminder," she said, "of the magic that exists within and around you. Use it wisely, and remember the harmony we have shared." With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Finn returned to the world above, the key safely tucked in his pocket. The village seemed both familiar and new under the gentle light of the moon. Finn knew he had changed, grown in ways he could not have imagined. The hidden world had shown him the power of friendship, the beauty of harmony, and the magic that lay within his own heart. From that day forward, Finn carried the lessons of the hidden world with him. He became a guardian in his own right, tending to the village's needs and nurturing the bonds of friendship. The key remained a cherished treasure, a reminder of the wonders he had witnessed and the promise of magic yet to come. And so, beneath the ancient oak, the hidden world remained, a realm of wonder and wisdom waiting for those with hearts open to its call. The villagers often spoke of Finn's adventures, of the boy who had danced with the Guardians and returned with a heart aglow with magic. And every time they told the tale, the village seemed to shine a little brighter, a testament to the power of dreams and the enduring magic of friendship. As the years passed, Finn grew older, yet his spirit remained as lively and youthful as the day he first discovered the key. He often returned to the ancient oak, sitting beneath its wise branches, feeling the hum of its melody resonate within him. The tree, with its roots deep in the earth and branches reaching for the sky, became a symbol of the connection between the worlds he loved. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn sat quietly beneath the oak, the vial of stardust resting in his palm. He thought of Lyra and the Guardians, their laughter and wisdom echoing softly in his memories. It was then that he noticed a small child watching him from a distance, eyes wide with wonder. The child approached cautiously, curiosity mingled with awe. "Do you know the stories of the hidden world?" the child asked, voice filled with hope and innocence. Finn chuckled softly, nodding. "I do indeed. Would you like to hear them?" The child's face lit up with delight, and they settled beside Finn, eager for the tale to unfold. As Finn began to speak, his words wove a tapestry of magic and adventure, friendship and wisdom. The child listened intently, eyes shining with the light of dreams and imagination. Finn shared the wonders of the hidden world, of the Guardians and their gentle ways, of the harmony that flowed like a river through their realm. He spoke of the key that opened the door to magic, and the lessons learned among the shimmering caverns. And as he spoke, the child felt the stirrings of belief and wonder awaken within their heart. The evening deepened into night, the stars twinkling like 1,000 tiny beacons in the vast expanse above. As the last notes of the story faded into the warm night air, Finn placed the vial of stardust in the child's hands. "Keep this close," he said softly, "and let it remind you of the magic that resides in you and all around." The child gazed at the vial, its glow a promise of adventures yet to come. "Thank you," they whispered, their voice a gentle breeze in the stillness of the night. And so the tale of the hidden world was passed on, a legacy of wonder and friendship, of the magic that lived not only in secret places, but also in the hearts of those who dared to dream. Finn watched the child disappear into the twilight, feeling the warmth of the oak at his back and the gentle hum of its song in his soul. In the years that followed, the village continued to thrive, its people cherishing the stories of old and the lessons they imparted. Children grew up hearing the tales of Finn and the Guardians, and many found their way to the ancient oak, hoping to catch a glimpse of its magic. Finn, now a wise elder, spent his days sharing stories by the hearth, his voice a comforting presence in the flickering light of the fire. His tales were woven with laughter and love, a gentle reminder of the wonders of friendship and the beauty of harmony. And though his hair had turned silver like Lyra's wings, his eyes still gleamed with the bright light of a child who had once glimpsed the hidden world. As the seasons turned, the village became a tapestry of dreams and reality, woven together by the stories shared and the magic that lingered in the air. The ancient oak stood steadfast, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, a guardian of secrets and dreams. And somewhere deep within its roots, the hidden world continued to thrive, watched over by the guardians and the gentle spirit of a boy named Finn, who had once dared to believe in magic and found a world beyond his wildest dreams. Even as the world changed and the village grew, the lessons of the hidden world endured. The people of the village learned to cherish the beauty of nature, to nurture friendships with care and kindness, and to seek harmony in all things. They understood that magic was not only found in faraway realms, but in the simple acts of love and kindness that wove their lives together. Finn's legacy lived on in the hearts of those who had heard his stories, inspiring generations to look beyond the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary. Every child who visited the ancient oak carried a spark of wonder within them, a reminder that the world was filled with possibilities waiting to be discovered. And so, beneath the starlit skies and within the whispering winds, the story of Finn and the hidden world continued to unfold, a timeless tale of friendship, magic, and the enduring power of dreams. As the village flourished under the gentle watch of the ancient oak, a new generation of children grew up with the tales of Finn and the hidden world as their bedtime lullabies. Among them was a girl named Lila, whose heart was as bright and curious as Finn's had once been. She spent her days exploring the meadows and forests, her laughter echoing like a song in the wind. Lila had often heard of the hidden world from her grandmother, who spoke of it with a twinkle in her eye and a warmth in her voice. The stories filled Lila with a sense of wonder and a longing to discover the magic for herself. She would sit beneath the ancient oak, tracing its gnarled bark with her fingers, hoping to feel the hum of its melody. One day, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in hues of amber and rose, Lila's wish came true. She noticed a faint shimmer among the roots, a glow that beckoned her closer. With a heart full of hope, she found a small, intricate key nestled in the earth, its patterns shifting like the ripples of a stream. Breathing in the scent of earth and leaves, Lila gently inserted the key into the hidden door. It opened with a soft sigh, revealing the staircase that spiraled into the depths below. With a heart full of courage and curiosity, she descended, each step taking her closer to the world of her dreams. The hidden cavern welcomed Lila with open arms, its gentle luminescence bathing her in warmth. The guardians, with their shimmering wings and melodic laughter, greeted her with joy, recognizing in her the spirit of Finn. Among them was Lyra, her silver wings still radiant with light, her smile as kind as ever. "Welcome, Lila," Lyra said, her voice a soothing melody that wrapped around Lila like a comforting embrace. "You have found your way to our world, guided by the light within your heart." Lila felt a sense of belonging wash over her, as if she had come home to a place she had always known. The guardians shared their stories and wisdom, teaching her the delicate balance of nature and the power of friendship. Lila listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with gratitude and wonder. As Lila spent her days in the hidden world, she discovered the beauty of harmony, the joy of laughter, and the strength of love. She forged friendships that transcended the boundaries of her imagination, each bond a testament to the magic that flowed through the cavern. Yet, like Finn before her, Lila knew she could not stay forever. The village above was her home, a place filled with the people she cherished and the dreams she held dear. With a heart full of memories and newfound wisdom, she prepared to return to the world above. Lyra, with her gentle smile, gifted Lila a small pendant, its center a tiny crystal that glowed with the light of the hidden world. "This is a reminder," Lyra said softly, "of the magic that lives within you and the love that binds us all." With tears of gratitude and joy, Lila bid farewell to the guardians, promising to carry their lessons with her wherever she went. As she ascended the staircase, the hidden world lingered in her heart, a beacon of hope and possibility. Returning to the village, Lila felt a sense of peace and purpose. The world seemed brighter, filled with opportunities to share the magic she had discovered. She became a storyteller in her own right, her tales woven with the threads of wonder and wisdom she had gathered. The villagers listened with open hearts, their spirits lifted by the stories of Lila's adventures. And as she spoke, the village thrived, a testament to the enduring power of dreams and the magic of friendship. Lila's legacy, like Finn's before her, became a cherished part of the village's tapestry, a reminder that the world was filled with hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. The ancient oak continued to stand tall, its roots entwined with the stories of those who had dared to dream. And so, beneath the starry skies and within the gentle embrace of the earth, the tale of the hidden world remained alive, a timeless story of friendship, magic, and the boundless possibilities that lay within the hearts of those who believed. As the years passed, the village evolved, but the essence of its stories remained untouched by time. Lila grew into a wise elder, her heart still alight with the magic she had discovered in the hidden world. Her tales, rich with wonder and wisdom, became a guiding light for all who heard them. One evening, as the village gathered around a crackling fire beneath the vast canopy of stars, Lila's voice carried through the night like a gentle breeze. She spoke of the guardians, of the harmony they cherished, and the love that wove their world together. Her words painted a picture of a realm where magic danced in the air, and friendship was the strongest bond of all. Listening intently was a young boy named Rowan, his eyes wide with curiosity, and his heart open to the wonders of the world. He felt the stories resonate deep within him, stirring a longing to discover the magic for himself. Lila noticed the spark in Rowan's eyes, recognizing in him the same spirit that had guided her and Finn before her. As the fire's warmth wrapped around the villagers, Lila placed the pendant she had received from Lyra into Rowan's hands. Its glow was a gentle reminder of the hidden world and the adventures that awaited those who dared to dream. "Let this light guide you," she said softly, "and remember that magic lives not only in hidden places but within your heart." Rowan held the pendant close, feeling its warmth seep into his soul. He knew that one day he would find his way to the ancient oak, where the stories of old and the magic of the hidden world awaited him. And so, the cycle continued, each generation discovering the wonders of the hidden world and carrying its lessons into their own. The ancient oak remained a silent guardian, its roots entwined with the dreams of those who had come before and the hopes of those yet to come. The village thrived, its people bound by the stories of friendship, magic, and the enduring power of dreams. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of their lives, a reminder that the world was filled with possibilities waiting to be embraced. In the heart of the village, beneath the starlit sky and the gentle rustle of leaves, the story of the hidden world continued to unfold, a timeless tale of love, wonder, and the magic that lived within every heart. Story 19. Once upon a dreamy night, when the forest slumbered beneath a velvety blanket of stars, an old oak tree stirred with life. Its gnarled bark creaked softly as its ancient spirit awoke from slumber. This was Grandfather Oak, the wisest and most revered of all the forest dwellers. Grandfather Oak's emerald leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, whispering ancient tales to any creature willing to listen. Tonight, his stories would weave magic into the crisp autumn air, for the autumnal equinox had arrived, a time of balance between light and dark, warmth and chill. As the moon climbed high, creatures of all shapes and sizes emerged from their woodland hollows. Bushy-tailed squirrels scampered across mossy branches, wide-eyed owls took flight on silent wings, and shy rabbits nosed the dewy grass. One by one, they gathered around Grandfather Oak, eagerly awaiting his gilded words. My sweet forest friends, Grandfather Oak's deep, resonant voice carried through the trees. Tonight marks the turning of the season's wheel. Autumn's arrival brings a cloak of fiery colors and the first crisp breezes that herald winter's approach. The old oak paused, allowing his words to sink in like the first drops of rain against thirsty earth. Yet in this transition, we must not forget the balance that sustains all life. As summer's warmth fades, we welcome autumn's gentle chill, a season of preparation, of gathering provisions for the winter ahead. A russet-furred fox cocked her head inquisitively. But grandfather, what if the harsh winds tear the forest asunder? What if frost bites too deeply into the roots of our home? Grandfather Oak's leaves trembled with a wise chuckle. Ah, little one, do not fear the turn of seasons. They are bound in a sacred cycle as old as these ancient woods. Just as spring's renewal follows winter's rest, the forest will recover from autumn's fleeting chill. As if on cue, a swirl of golden sparks began to dance among the trees. The shimmering motes coalesced into whimsical shapes, leaping hares, swirling leaves, and playful sprites. The creatures gasped in delight as the magic twirled around them, leaving a warm, spicy scent reminiscent of pumpkin bread and cinnamon. This is the magic of the equinox, Grandfather Oak explained. A time when the veil between our world and the realm of Fae grows thin. The forest's balance is renewed, and nature's spirits celebrate the eternal cycle of life. A tiny field mouse squeaked up at the tree. Please tell us more of this cycle. How will we know what to do when winter's frost sets in? With a contented creak, Grandfather Oak began to weave a tale from seasons past. As his soothing timbre painted images of snowy woods and warm creature huddled in cozy hollows, the forest seemed to hum with contentment. The gentle story flowed like a woodland stream, reminding all that life's hardships were temporary, as long as one remained rooted in patience, resilience, and the nurturing embrace of nature. By tale's end, the equinox sparks had faded, and a cool breeze set the branches swaying. One by one, the forest dwellers bid Grandfather Oak farewell and retreated to ready their dens for winter's impending slumber. As dawn's first golden rays peeked over the trees, Grandfather Oak watched with a satisfied smile. Another season had passed in perfect balance, and the forest's rhythm would carry on, an eternal dance between slumbering cold and vibrant rebirth. For in these ancient woods thrummed a deeper magic, one of harmony between all living things. The wise oak vowed to keep vigil through generations untold, ensuring that the natural world's sacred cycles would forever remain in equilibrium, turning in lockstep with the cosmic rhythms of the universe itself. Story 20. In a quaint little village nestled between soft rolling hills and a serene, whispering forest, there lived a young seamstress named Maribel. Maribel had always found comfort in the familiar rhythm of her needle and thread, weaving patterns as intricate as the night sky. Her days were spent in a cozy workshop, bathed in the golden glow of afternoon sunlight filtering through the arched windows, where the gentle hum of the spinning wheel was a constant companion. Yet beneath her calm demeanor, Maribel felt a stirring of unease. Change, like an unwelcome breeze, had swept into her life. She had begun to notice a peculiar sensation, a tingling at her fingertips whenever she sewed, as if the threads themselves whispered secrets she couldn't quite grasp. This change unsettled her, for Maribel cherished the predictability of her craft. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves danced in the cool breeze and the sky blushed with twilight, Maribel sat by her small, crackling fireplace. The flames flickered warmly, casting playful shadows that seemed to sway with the rhythm of her thoughts. Her dear friend, an elderly weaver named Thalia, sat across from her, knitting a scarf with threads as vibrant as a painter's palette. "Maribel, my dear," Thalia said, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves, "I've noticed something different about your work lately. There's a magic to it, a life of its own." Maribel sighed, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "I feel it too, Thalia. It's as if my hands no longer obey my mind but follow some other calling. It's unsettling." Thalia chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Change can be as daunting as it is beautiful, like the first frost of winter that transforms the world overnight. Perhaps it's time to listen to what your threads are trying to tell you." With Thalia's words echoing in her heart, Maribel decided to seek clarity. The next morning, she ventured into the heart of the forest, where legend spoke of a mystical glen, a place where one could commune with nature's magic. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot, and the air was fragrant with pine and earth. As Maribel walked, she found herself accompanied by gentle woodland creatures, squirrels chattering in the branches above, and deer who observed her with curious, gentle eyes. She felt a sense of companionship, as if the forest itself was guiding her steps. Eventually, Maribel arrived at the glen, a place of wondrous serenity, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like shards of crystal, and the air shimmered with an almost ethereal glow. At the center of the glen stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots twisting like the veins of the earth. Maribel approached the tree, her heart beating with anticipation. She placed her hands upon the rough bark, feeling the pulse of life within. In that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a cascade of golden leaves that swirled around her like a shimmering cloak. It was then that she understood. The change she feared was not an enemy but a gift of magic woven into her very being. The threads she worked with were imbued with the essence of the forest, a connection to the natural world that yearned to express itself through her craft. With newfound clarity, Maribel returned to her village, her heart light with understanding. Her hands now moved with certainty and grace, creating garments that told stories of the forest, of the rustling leaves, the babbling brook, and the gentle creatures who dwelled within. Her creations became cherished by all who wore them, for they carried the warmth and wisdom of the forest, a reminder of the beauty that lay in embracing change. Maribel's work grew famous, not for its perfection, but for its soul, which resonated with the hearts of those who sought comfort in its folds. Through her journey, Maribel learned that change was not to be feared but embraced, for it was through change that one could truly grow and discover the depths of their own magic. And so, in the quiet moments by her crackling fireplace, surrounded by the warmth of friendship and the gentle hum of her craft, Maribel found peace in the ever-changing tapestry of life. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills of the Whispering Woods and the shimmering shores of the luminous lake, lay the quaint village of Marydale. Its cobblestone streets were lined with cottages that seemed to have sprung right out of a storybook, each one painted in cheerful hues of periwinkle, sunflower yellow, and mint green. The air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle and the sound of laughter from the villagers who called this enchanting place home. In the heart of Marydale lived a peculiar yet lovable inventor named Finnegan Fizzlebop. With a shock of unruly ginger hair and spectacles that magnified his eyes to twice their size, Finnegan was known throughout the village for his whimsical contraptions. His workshop, a rambling collection of gears and gadgets, was where the magic happened, quite literally. For you see, Finnegan's inventions had a tendency to come alive in unexpected ways. One sunny morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the village awake, Finnegan was hard at work on his latest creation, the Tickle Tickler 3000, a clockwork creature designed to spread joy by tickling anyone who needed a good laugh. As Finnegan tightened the final screw, a mischievous sparkle ignited in the creature's eyes, and with a whir and a giggle, it sprang to life. "Perfect," Finnegan exclaimed, clapping his hands with delight. "Now off you go, little one. Spread happiness wherever you roam." As the Tickle Tickler 3000 scampered out the door, Finnegan turned his attention to another project, a pair of enchanted slippers that promised to dance their wearer into a state of pure bliss. However, just as he was about to add a dash of fairy dust to the mix, a loud crash echoed from the village square. "Oh dear," Finnegan muttered, adjusting his spectacles. "What mischief could be afoot?" Leaving his slippers behind, he hurried outside to find a crowd gathered around a most unusual sight. There, in the center of the square, stood the Tickle Tickler 3000, but something had gone awry. The little creature was tickling everything in sight, trees, signs, even the old stone fountain, and seemed to have no intention of stopping. "Oh, Finnegan, what have you done this time?" chuckled Granny Willow, the village's wise and beloved elder, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Finnegan scratched his head, puzzled. "I must have miscalculated the giggle quotient," he mused. But don't worry, I have just the solution. With a flourish, Finnegan reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, shimmering vial labeled Laughter Limiter. He approached the Tickle Tickler 3000, but just as he was about to sprinkle the potion, the creature let out a particularly exuberant giggle and darted away. The villagers watched as it zigzagged through Merrydale, leaving a trail of ticklish chaos in its wake. It was clear that simply catching the little rascal would not be enough. Finnegan needed a plan, and he needed it fast. Just then, a voice piped up from the crowd. It was little Pip, the village's smallest and most curious resident, known for his bright imagination and even brighter ideas. "Why don't we ask the Tickle Tickler what it wants?" he suggested, his eyes wide with wonder. "Maybe it's trying to tell us something." The villagers exchanged glances, and Finnegan nodded thoughtfully. "You might be onto something, Pip. Let's give it a try." With Pip leading the way, the villagers set off in pursuit of the Tickle Tickler 3000. They finally caught up with it by the edge of Luminous Lake, where it was tickling the reeds with glee. Pip approached cautiously, his heart gentle and open. "Hello there, little tickler," Pip said softly. "What is it you're trying to do?" To everyone's astonishment, the Tickle Tickler paused and tilted its head, as if considering the question. Then, with an enthusiastic chirp, it gestured towards the lake, where the water sparkled like 1,000 diamonds in the morning sun. "I think it wants to dance!" Pip exclaimed, a giggle bubbling up from within. Granny Willow, who had joined the party, chuckled warmly. "Why, of course. The poor thing just wanted to share in the joy." Finnegan's eyes lit up with understanding. "Then let's help it celebrate," he declared. With Granny Willow's blessing, the villagers gathered around the lake, forming a circle. Finnegan quickly fetched his enchanted slippers, and as he slipped them on, the air filled with the sound of a lilting melody. The Tickle Tickler 3000 began to wiggle and twirl, and soon everyone was swept up in the dance, laughter ringing out like music. In the end, the Tickle Tickler's antics had brought the village closer together, reminding them of the simple joy of shared laughter and spontaneous moments. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over Merrydale, Finnegan knew that, despite the initial chaos, his creation had fulfilled its purpose in the most delightful way imaginable. The villagers bid each other good night, their hearts light and spirits high. Finnegan returned to his workshop, where he carefully placed the Tickle Tickler 3000 on a shelf, its little gears still humming with happiness. As he settled into his favorite armchair with a contented sigh, Finnegan couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, that's one way to make a splash," he murmured, before drifting off into dreams filled with laughter and light. And so, in the charming village of Merrydale, where magic, mirth, and the unexpected seemed to dance hand in hand, the night wrapped the world in a cozy, contented slumber. Story 22. In a quaint village nestled within the rolling hills of the Enchanted Glade, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her cottage, a charming little abode with ivy creeping up its stone walls and a thatched roof that blended harmoniously with the surrounding nature, sat at the edge of a whispering forest. This place was special, for it was known to house creatures of magic and wonder. Every morning, as the golden light of dawn would filter through the lace curtains, Lila would awaken to the gentle chorus of birdsong. She would then set about her chores, her heart light and her spirit adventurous. But recently, something peculiar had begun to unfold in the village. The villagers spoke in hushed tones about strange happenings. The milk left on doorsteps would sometimes vanish before the sun had fully risen, and the village bell, which hung above the market square, had started to ring at odd hours of the night, waking the villagers from their dreams. Curious and determined to uncover the cause of these disturbances, Lila decided to investigate. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a slice of warm bread, a flask of elderflower tea, and her favorite book of riddles, for she believed that mysteries could often be solved with a well-timed piece of wisdom. With a gentle farewell to her cat, Whiskers, who purred by the hearth, Lila set out towards the heart of the forest, where she felt certain the answers lay. The path into the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air rich with the earthy aroma of pine. As she walked, Lila couldn't help but feel the forest was alive with watchful eyes, though not in a menacing way. It was as if the trees themselves were whispering secrets to her. Her heart beat with a mix of excitement and curiosity as she ventured deeper. After some time, Lila arrived at a clearing she had often visited as a child. It was a serene spot where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones and wildflowers danced in the breeze. Here, she hoped to find her old friend, Mira, the wise owl, who often perched on a grand oak tree in the center of the clearing. Mira was known for her knowledge of the forest and its magical inhabitants. As if sensing Lila's presence, Mira swooped down from her lofty perch, her feathers as soft as the night sky. "What brings you here, dear Lila?" Mira hooted with a voice that was both ancient and soothing. "Mira, strange things have been happening in the village," Lila explained. "The villagers are worried, and I hoped you might have some insight." Mira blinked her large, knowing eyes and nodded. "I have heard the whispers of the forest, my child. There is indeed a mystery afoot. But fear not, for the forest holds many allies willing to help unravel this enigma." With Mira's guidance, Lila learned of the mischievous sprites who lived near the waterfall. These tiny, glowing beings had the reputation of playing tricks, though they meant no harm. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila set off with Mira to find these playful creatures, hopeful they could shed light on the mystery. The journey was short, for the sprites' laughter soon reached their ears, a tinkling sound like distant chimes. Lila approached with a heart full of kindness and curiosity. Upon seeing her, the sprites buzzed around like a flurry of tiny stars, illuminating the dimming forest. "Hello, little friends," Lila greeted, her voice gentle. "I've come to ask if you know anything about the strange happenings in our village." The sprites giggled and twirled in the air, their lights flickering playfully. One sprite, brighter than the rest, fluttered closer and spoke in a voice as light as a breeze. "We meant no trouble, dear Lila. We borrowed the milk for our moonlit feasts and rang the bell to dance to its chimes. We didn't realize it caused alarm." Lila smiled, understanding their innocent intentions. "Perhaps next time you could ask for a little bit of milk, and maybe ring the bell only when the stars are not watching," she suggested kindly. The sprites nodded enthusiastically, promising to be more considerate. With the mystery unraveled, Lila returned to the village, her heart at ease. She explained the situation to the villagers, who were relieved and amused by the sprites' antics. From that day on, the villagers would leave a small bowl of milk by the forest edge, a token of friendship for the sprites. And at night, when the village bell rang with the gentle breeze, they knew it was but the forest's lullaby, sung by the little stars of the woods. As Lila settled into bed that night, the moonlight casting a soft glow through her window, she felt a deep sense of peace. The forest, with all its magic and mystery, had become a friendlier place, and in her heart, Lila knew that wisdom and kindness could always light the way through the darkest woods. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle sleep, her dreams filled with the laughter of sprites and the hoot of a wise old owl. Story 23. Once upon a starry cosmos, where the radiant light of distant galaxies painted the velvet sky, there existed a quaint little planet named Lumina. Lumina was a serene, emerald world known for its bioluminescent forests that glowed softly under the night sky, casting an otherworldly light over its crystalline rivers and gentle hills. It was here, among the whispering leaves and shimmering streams, that an unlikely story of friendship began. On Lumina, there resided a gentle creature named Finn. Finn was a luminar, a species known for their translucent wings and the soft, pulsating glow that emanated from their hearts. They were beings of light and kindness, living harmoniously with the nature that surrounded them. Finn, with their curious eyes and gentle demeanor, spent their days exploring the vibrant flora, their wings fluttering gently as they drifted from one wonder to the next. One serene evening, as Finn wandered near the edge of a shimmering lake, they encountered something quite unexpected. A peculiar craft, unlike anything ever seen before on Lumina, had landed clumsily among the reeds. It was sleek and metallic, with intricate carvings that caught the moonlight in dazzling patterns. From within the craft emerged a figure, starkly different from any creature of Lumina. This being was called Rook, a traveler from the ice-locked planet of Glaceon. Rook was an Aegisian, a race of sturdy beings, resembling great stone statues come to life, with skin that sparkled like frost in the sunlight. His eyes, deep as the darkest night, spoke of wisdom and journeys beyond comprehension. Yet he stood there, uncertain and lost, a stranger in a luminous land. Finn, ever curious and kind-hearted, approached Rook with a gentle flutter of wings. "Hello," they called softly, their voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Rook turned, his eyes wary but intrigued by the creature of light before him. "Greetings," he rumbled, his voice deep and resonant. The initial moments were tinged with hesitance. Finn, who had never encountered anyone from beyond Lumina, was fascinated by Rook's sturdy form and the way his presence seemed to cool the air around him. Rook, on the other hand, found himself bewildered by the warmth and vibrancy of this world, so different from the icy expanses of his home. Their first misunderstanding arose from their differing perceptions of warmth and cold. To Finn, warmth was a comfort, a part of their very essence. But for Rook, too much warmth was disconcerting, and he found himself retreating into the shadows more than once. Finn, noticing this, felt a pang of worry. "Is there something wrong, friend?" they asked, their voice laced with genuine concern. Rook hesitated, not wanting to offend his luminous host. "It's just so warm here," he admitted, his tone apologetic. Finn's eyes widened in understanding. "Oh, I never thought of that. Let us find you a cooler place." Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the light was gentler and the air cooler. Along the way, they shared stories of their worlds. Finn spoke of the glowing flora that danced to the rhythm of the winds, while Rook shared tales of the brilliant auroras that painted the skies of Glaceon. Their journey was not without its challenges. As they wandered, they stumbled upon a patch of quicksand, its surface deceptively solid. Finn, light as a feather, passed over it with ease, but Rook, with his weight, began to sink. Panic flickered in his eyes as he struggled to free himself. Finn, without a moment's hesitation, darted to his side, their wings a flurry of motion as they tried to pull him free. "Hold on, Rook," Finn cried, their voice a beacon of encouragement. With a combination of Finn's quick thinking and Rook's formidable strength, they managed to escape the grasp of the sand. As they rested on solid ground, their breaths mingling in the cool air, a bond began to form between them, forged in the fires of shared adversity. In the days that followed, Finn and Rook's friendship blossomed. They learned to appreciate their differences, finding joy in each other's unique perspectives. Finn taught Rook the art of listening to the forest, hearing the songs of the wind and the whispers of the leaves. In return, Rook showed Finn how to find beauty in stillness, in the quiet contemplation of a starlit sky. One evening, as they sat by the lake, watching the reflections of stars ripple across the water, Rook spoke with a newfound warmth in his voice. "I never imagined I would find such friendship on a distant world," he confessed, his eyes fixed on the gentle glow of the lake. Finn smiled, their heart glowing brighter than ever. "Friendship knows no boundaries," they replied softly. "It finds us wherever we are, if only we open our hearts to it." As the days turned into weeks, Rook's craft was finally repaired, ready to take him back to his icy home. Finn and Rook stood together at the edge of the forest, the light of Lumina casting long shadows on the ground. "I will miss this place," Rook said, his voice tinged with melancholy. "And we will miss you," Finn replied, their wings fluttering with emotion. "But remember, you will always have a friend here on Lumina." With a final embrace, Rook stepped into his craft, his heart warmer than it had ever been. As he soared into the starlit sky, he looked back at the glowing planet below, knowing that he had found something far more valuable than he had ever sought, a true friend. And so, under the light of 1,000 stars, Finn and Rook discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, shining as brightly as the stars themselves. And in that shimmering universe, they knew that they were never truly apart, for friendship, like the light of Lumina, could illuminate even the darkest corners of the cosmos. Story 24. On the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies and the moonlight danced on the leaves, there stood a quaint little village named Elmwood Hollow. The village was known for its peculiar charm, where every house had a crooked chimney, and every garden was filled with flowers that bloomed under the moon's gentle gaze. At the heart of Elmwood Hollow lived a young girl named Clara. She was known far and wide for her kindness and her curious mind. Clara had a special knack for noticing things others might miss, like the way the wind would sometimes carry messages through the rustling branches, or how the brook would sing a different tune on foggy mornings. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a soft shade of lavender, Clara noticed something unusual. Tiny, shimmering lights were flickering just beyond the hedgerows, where the forest met the village. These weren't the usual fireflies that danced in the summer air. They were brighter and moved with a purpose, as if leading a secret dance only they knew. Intrigued, Clara decided to follow the lights. She wrapped herself in a warm, woolen shawl, the color of autumn leaves, and set off under the cover of twilight. The path to the forest was lined with mossy stones which glowed softly under her feet, guiding her way. As she entered the woods, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle crackle of leaves underfoot. Deeper into the forest, the lights grew brighter, clustering around a small, crystal-clear pond. The surface of the water shimmered like a mirror under the moonlight, reflecting the stars above. Sitting on a moss-covered rock beside the pond was a wise old owl named Hoot, known to be the keeper of many secrets in the Whispering Woods. "Good evening, Clara," Hoot greeted, his voice as smooth as silk and as deep as the forest itself. "I see you've discovered our little mystery." Clara smiled and nodded, her eyes filled with wonder. "Yes, Hoot, these lights, they seem alive." Hoot chuckled softly, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "They are indeed alive, my dear. These are the lumina, gentle spirits of the forest who come out when something is amiss." Clara's curiosity piqued. "Amiss? What could be wrong in our peaceful woods?" The owl tilted his head, his golden eyes twinkling. "That, my dear girl, is for us to discover." Determined to solve the mystery, Clara sat by the pond and watched the lumina closely. She noticed they were swirling in a particular pattern, forming a path through the woods. Taking this as a sign, Clara followed the glowing trail, with Hoot gliding silently above her. The path led them to an ancient oak tree, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. At the foot of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, ornate box. The box was crafted from polished wood, etched with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and it pulsed with a gentle light. Clara knelt beside the box, running her fingers over the intricate carvings. "What is this, Hoot?" The wise owl landed gracefully on a branch above her. "This is the heart of the forest, Clara. It holds the essence of balance and harmony for all living things here. It seems it has been disturbed." Clara pondered for a moment, her mind racing with possibilities. "But how can we restore it?" Hoot's eyes softened, and he spoke with gentle wisdom. "The forest has been whispering of a disturbance in the balance. Something or someone has taken a piece of the heart, and it must be mended." With a determined nod, Clara closed her eyes, reaching out with her heart as much as her hands. She thought of the harmony of the forest, the gentle sway of the trees, the songs of the brook, and the laughter of friends. Slowly, she felt a warmth spread through her fingertips, and the box began to glow brighter, a soft hum emanating from within. Opening her eyes, Clara saw that the lumina were now swirling around her, their light intensifying. They seemed to be gathering energy, and with a collective pulse, they entered the box, filling it with a radiant light. Hoot watched with a proud gleam in his eyes. "You've done it, Clara. You've reminded the forest of its own strength and unity." The box now hummed with a steady, peaceful energy, and Clara felt a deep sense of calm wash over her. The lumina danced joyfully, their task complete before dispersing back into the forest, their lights blending seamlessly with the stars. As Clara and Hoot made their way back to the village, the woods around them seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment. The balance had been restored, all thanks to a girl's kind heart and clever mind. When Clara finally returned home, the village was bathed in the silver glow of the moon, each house nestled snugly in its place. She climbed into bed, her heart full of warmth, and as she drifted into sleep, she knew that the forest would always be there, whispering its secrets and sharing its mysteries with those willing to listen. And so, in the peaceful embrace of Elmwood Hollow, The night wrapped its gentle arms around the village, and all was right with the world. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies and the moonlight danced upon silver leaves, there lay the quaint village of Fern Hollow. Nestled among mossy stones and flowing streams, Fern Hollow was a place where magic and the ordinary wove together as seamlessly as the patterns in a spider's web. The villagers lived in harmony with the gentle creatures of the woods, and every evening the warm glow from their hearths mingled with the twinkling stars above. One mild autumn evening, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, something peculiar began to unfold in Fern Hollow. It started with the faintest of whispers, an odd rustling that lingered through the village, like the soft flutter of wings. The villagers were puzzled, for this rustling seemed to carry a melody, a tune that was both familiar and strange. The next morning, as the sun rose with a golden yawn, the whispers grew into a gentle hum. The villagers gathered in the square, curiosity sparkling in their eyes. Among them stood a young girl named Lyra, known for her keen eyes and gentle heart. Lyra loved the forest and all its creatures, and her days were often spent exploring its hidden paths with her faithful companion, a wise old squirrel named Nutkin. Nutkin, with his bushy tail and twinkling eyes, had lived in the whispering woods longer than anyone could remember. He knew the secrets of the forest and the stories of the stars. When Lyra told him about the mysterious melody, his ears perked up with interest. "It seems the forest has a secret to share," Nutkin chattered, his voice like the rustling leaves. "Let us listen closely and find where the song leads." Together, Lyra and Nutkin set off, guided by the humming that seemed to drift through the air like a gentle breeze. They walked through the village, where the cobbled paths were lined with flowers nodding in the morning sun. The villagers, seeing Lyra and Nutkin on their quest, offered encouraging smiles and waved them on their way. As they ventured deeper into the whispering woods, the music grew clearer, weaving around the trunks of ancient oaks and dancing through the branches of the willow trees. The melody carried a sweet, lilting quality, like the lullaby of a mother to her child. "Do you hear it, Nutkin?" Lyra whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's as if the forest itself is singing." Nutkin nodded, his nose twitching with excitement. "Yes, and I believe it is leading us to something wonderful." Their path led them to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where the ground was soft with a carpet of moss. At the center of the clearing stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky as if in an eternal embrace. It was here that the melody was strongest, emanating from somewhere deep within the tree's ancient heart. Lyra approached the tree with gentle steps, feeling the warmth of the sun on her skin and the cool touch of the breeze. Nutkin scampered beside her, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. As they neared the tree, they noticed something extraordinary. A small, intricately carved door set into the trunk, its wood polished to a gentle sheen. With a soft creak, the door opened, and a soft light spilled out, pooling at their feet like liquid sunshine. Within the tree, they saw a tiny, magical world, a village of miniature houses woven from twigs and leaves, with tiny creatures bustling about, their wings shimmering like gossamer in the light. Lyra gasped in delight, her heart filled with wonder. "Oh, Nutkin, look at this magical place!" The creatures, noticing their visitors, paused in their activities and fluttered over to greet them. They were the Whisperlings, tiny beings who tended to the secrets of the forest. Their leader, a wise old Whisperling named Elderglow, stepped forward, his wings glinting in the sunlight. "Welcome, dear friends," Elderglow sang, his voice as soft as a summer breeze. "We have been waiting for you." Lyra knelt down, her eyes wide with awe. "Waiting for us? But why?" Elderglow smiled, his eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "The forest sensed your kind heart and your keen mind, Lyra. We need your help to solve a mystery that has kept our village under a gentle spell." Lyra listened intently as Elderglow explained how the Whisperlings had been hearing the same melody, a song that seemed to enchant the very air and water around them. It was a beautiful tune, but its source was unknown, and it was causing the forest's magic to tingle and shimmer in unusual ways. "We believe the song is a message," Elderglow continued, "a call for help from a friend we have not yet met. We need your keen eyes and Nutkin's wisdom to find its source." Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with purpose. "We will help you, Elderglow. Together, we will solve this mystery." Nutkin, feeling the determination in Lyra's voice, scampered up her shoulder. "Indeed, we shall. Let us follow the song and see where it leads." And so, with the whisperlings fluttering around them like a living garland of light, Lyra and Nutkin set off once more, the melody guiding their steps. They followed the song through the forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the brook babbled tales of old. As they journeyed, Lyra began to notice subtle changes in the forest. The flowers seemed to sway in time with the music, and the birds chirped harmonies as they flitted from branch to branch. It was as if the entire forest was alive with the song, each note a thread in an intricate tapestry of sound. Finally, after what felt like a dreamlike journey, they reached a secluded glen where the melody was strongest. In the center of the glen stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches trailing like a curtain of emerald lace. Beneath its boughs, they found the source of the music, a small, shimmering creature with wings that glowed like the morning sun. The creature was a song weaver, a rare and magical being known for weaving melodies into the very fabric of the world. But this song weaver looked weary, its wings drooping with exhaustion, as if it had been singing for too long without rest. Lyra approached gently, her voice soft and soothing. "Hello, little one. We've followed your beautiful song. How can we help you?" The song weaver looked up, its eyes filled with gratitude and relief. "Oh, kind friends, thank you for coming. I was lost, you see, separated from my family during the great storm. I've been singing, hoping someone would hear and guide me home." Lyra's heart ached with empathy. "We will help you find your way back. Can you tell us where your family might be?" The song weaver nodded, its eyes brightening with hope. "They dwell in the Valley of Echoes, where the wind carries the songs of the earth. I know the way, but my wings are too weary to travel alone." Nutkin, with his ever-wise gaze, chattered reassuringly. "Fear not, little song weaver. We shall accompany you and ensure you reach your family safely." With the whisperlings leading the way, the group set off towards the Valley of Echoes. As they traveled, Lyra and Nutkin took turns carrying the song weaver, sharing stories and laughter to keep their spirits high. The journey was long but filled with beauty, a tapestry of sunlight and shadow, of laughter and song. Along the way, the forest seemed to embrace them, guiding their path with gentle breezes and the soft murmur of streams. Finally, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, they reached the Valley of Echoes. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the rolling hills sang with the voices of the wind and the earth. There, in a grove of ancient trees, waited the song weaver's family, their wings shimmering like a rainbow after the rain. The reunion was a joyous symphony of song and light, and Lyra felt her heart swell with happiness as she watched the song weaver embrace its family. Elderglow and the whisperlings sang a gentle chorus, their voices blending with the wind in a melody of gratitude and celebration. With their task complete, Lyra and Nutkin bid farewell to their new friends, their hearts warm with the knowledge that they had helped restore harmony to the forest. As they made their way back to Fern Hollow, the stars twinkling above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Lyra felt a sense of peace and contentment wash over her. She knew that the forest would always hold secrets and mysteries, but with kindness and wisdom, they would always find a way to bring light to the shadows. Back in the village, the hearths glowed warmly, and the villagers welcomed Lyra and Nutkin with open arms. As night fell, Lyra tucked herself into bed, Nutkin nestled beside her, both of them drifting into a gentle sleep, their dreams filled with the song of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where magic and the ordinary danced in harmony, peace reigned once more, and the village of Fern Hollow nestled into the embrace of the night, its dreams cradled by the stars. Story 26. In a secluded corner of the world, where the whispers of the wind cradled the earth, lay the verdant glade, an ancient forest untouched by time. Here the trees stood tall like wise sentinels, their leaves fluttering softly in the breeze, casting dappled patterns of sunlight on the mossy carpet below. The air was sweet with the scent of wild honeysuckle and the earthy aroma of damp soil, creating an atmosphere of serene enchantment. Within this mystical forest, a tapestry of life wove itself together, each thread contributing to the harmonious balance that defined the glade. Among the towering oaks and gentle willows lived creatures of all kinds, each with a role as vital as the next. There was Pippin, the curious squirrel with fur as soft as the finest velvet, whose bright eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless acorns buried. He spent his days scampering through the branches, sharing stories from treetop to treetop with his feathered friend, Leora, the nightingale, whose song was said to soothe even the most turbulent of storms. The glade was also home to a peculiar phenomenon, known only to those who had lived within its bounds for generations. Each season brought with it a unique magic that painted the forest in a new light. Spring arrived on the wings of butterflies, their delicate flutterings awakening the sleeping flowers, which unfurled their petals in a symphony of colors. The forest floor became a vibrant quilt of violets, daisies, and bluebells, their fragrances mingling in the warm, gentle breezes. Summer, with its golden sun, wove a spell of abundance across the glade. The stream that meandered through the heart of the forest shimmered like liquid crystal, its waters cool and inviting. The creatures of the forest gathered by its banks, basking in the warmth and sharing tales of wisdom passed down through the ages. It was during these gatherings that the elder, a wise old tortoise named Bramble, would impart lessons of harmony and balance, his voice a deep, soothing rumble that resonated through the air. The forest, Bramble would say, thrives because each of us, no matter how small, plays a part in the great circle of life. The trees give us shelter and the waters sustain us. In return, we must protect them, for we are all threads in the same tapestry. As the leaves began to turn and the air carried a crisp chill, autumn arrived, draping the forest in hues of amber and gold. The wind danced through the trees, scattering leaves like confetti, while the animals prepared for the coming winter. Pippin and Leora worked tirelessly, storing nuts and seeds, their friendship a testament to the strength found in unity and cooperation. Winter, though harsh, brought its own kind of magic. Snow blanketed the glade in silence, and the world seemed to pause, holding its breath in quiet anticipation. The creatures huddled together for warmth, their breaths puffing out in small clouds of mist. It was during these times that the forest's magic was most palpable, a reminder that even in the coldest of seasons, life persisted, nurtured by the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of the past. One frosty morning, as the sun rose, casting a pale glow over the snow-laden branches, a gentle rumble echoed through the forest. Bramble had gathered the creatures once more, his eyes twinkling with a secret known only to the oldest souls of the glade. "Today," he announced, "we shall witness a rare wonder, the aurora of the winter's heart. It is said to be a gift from the spirits of the forest, a reminder of the beauty found in unity and peace." As twilight descended, the sky above the glade began to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors, ribbons of green, blue, and violet dancing across the heavens. The creatures watched in awe, their hearts swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. This celestial display was a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained their world, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom shared among friends. The seasons continued to turn, each bringing its own challenges and gifts, but the creatures of the verdant glade faced them together, guided by the timeless lessons woven into the very fabric of their home. And as the years passed, they learned that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple, everyday wonders of friendship, unity, and the gentle wisdom of nature. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, the glade thrived, a sanctuary of peace and balance, where the songs of the nightingale and the whispers of the wind wove a lullaby that cradled the forest to sleep, night after night. Story 27. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whispering Pines, nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient forests, there lived a young woman named Mira. Whispering Pines was a place where the air was always tinged with the scent of pine needles and the melodies of chirping birds. Its cobbled streets were lined with cottages whose windows glowed warmly each evening, casting golden light onto the winding paths. Mira was known for her gentle heart and the delicate crafts she created. Her hands wove intricate tapestries that captured the stories of the seasons, from the vibrant hues of autumn leaves to the soft pastel blossoms of spring. Yet beneath her quiet exterior, Mira harbored a deep unease about change. She cherished the predictable rhythm of her life and feared the unknown paths that lay beyond the familiar boundaries of her village. One crisp autumn morning, when the trees wore crowns of crimson and gold, Mira received a letter. It was from her dear friend, Rowan, who lived in a distant town beyond the forest. Rowan spoke of a wondrous festival that celebrated the turning of the seasons and invited Mira to join him. The thought of traveling so far filled Mira with both excitement and dread. She had never ventured beyond the comforting embrace of whispering pines. As she sat beneath an ancient oak, contemplating the decision, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the faintest shimmer of magic. From the shadows emerged a small, sprightly creature with eyes like dewdrops and wings glistening like morning frost. It was a fae, a guardian of the forest known to the villagers as Leora. "Why do you linger here, Mira?" Leora asked, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "The world beyond waits to share its wonders with you," Mira sighed, tracing the patterns of a fallen leaf with her fingertips. "I fear what I do not know," she admitted. "Change feels like a storm, threatening to uproot all that is familiar." Leora's eyes twinkled with understanding. Change is indeed a storm, but it is also the rain that nourishes and the wind that carries seeds to new places. Without it, there can be no growth. With Leora's words echoing in her heart, Mira decided to undertake the journey. She packed her belongings, wrapping her tapestries carefully, and set off on the path through the forest. The trees whispered encouragement as she passed, their branches forming gentle archways, guiding her steps. As days turned to nights and nights turned to days, Mira walked further than she had ever dared before. The landscape around her transformed, with towering mountains rising majestically in the distance, and rivers that sparkled like liquid silver under the sun's warm gaze. Along the way, she encountered fellow travelers, each with their own stories of change and discovery. An elderly potter shared tales of how he had left his bustling city life to find peace in crafting clay, and a young musician spoke of the melodies she found in the rustle of leaves and the babbling of brooks. These encounters kindled a spark within Mira, gradually replacing her fear with curiosity and courage. She began to see change not as an adversary, but as a companion on her journey, bringing with it the beauty of new experiences and the richness of unfamiliar perspectives. One evening, as Mira rested by a tranquil lake reflecting the hues of twilight, she noticed something extraordinary. The lake's surface shimmered with an ethereal light, and from its depths emerged a magnificent creature, a swan with feathers as radiant as moonbeams. The swan approached Mira, its eyes wise and knowing. "Do not fear the changes that await you," the swan spoke, its voice like the softest lullaby. "For within every transformation lies a chance to discover the magic within yourself." Mira felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a sense of peace she had never known before. She realized that the swan was a reflection of her own journey, a symbol of the grace and strength she had found within herself. With renewed confidence, Mira continued her travels and finally reached the town where Rowan awaited her. The festival was a tapestry of joy and celebration, a symphony of colors and laughter. As Mira immersed herself in the festivities, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she were a vital thread in the fabric of the world. When it was time to return to Whispering Pines, Mira bid farewell to her new friends and the magical world she had discovered. As she journeyed home, she carried with her not just memories, but a heart transformed by the beauty of change. Upon her return, the villagers gathered to hear her tales, and Mira shared her stories with a newfound eloquence. Her tapestries now wove not only the seasons, but also the stories of her journey, each thread a testament to the wonders she had witnessed and the growth she had embraced. And so, Mira learned that change, though daunting, was a gift that brought with it the magic of self-discovery. She understood that she was not alone, for she was surrounded by friends, both old and new, who supported her in her journey. With each passing day, she grew more confident and wise, weaving the lessons of her travels into the fabric of her life. In the heart of Whispering Pines, beneath the starlit sky, Mira found her peace. She had discovered that the greatest magic lay not in the world around her, but within herself, waiting to be awakened by the gentle touch of change. And so, in the cozy glow of her cottage, Mira sat by the fireplace, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. Whispering Pines, with its endless tales and timeless beauty, remained her beloved home, a place where dreams took flight and where every dawn held the promise of new beginnings. Story 28, titled The Whispering Woods. The evening sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and rose. The sleepy village of Willowbrook nestled cozily at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest known for its ancient trees that, according to legend, murmured secrets to those who dared to listen. In this quaint village, a young boy named Finn lived with his grandmother in a charming cottage covered in ivy and surrounded by wildflowers. Finn was an inquisitive soul, his eyes wide with curiosity, and his heart filled with dreams as boundless as the sky. His grandmother often told him stories of the Whispering Woods, where the trees were said to hold a magic all their own. "Remember, Finn," she would say as they sat by the hearth, the fire crackling softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen with their hearts." One crisp autumn morning, as the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the gentle rustle of the breeze, Finn decided to embark on an adventure into the Whispering Woods. His grandmother, though cautious, knew that some journeys must be undertaken alone, for they hold the key to transformation. Armed with a satchel of provisions and a heart full of wonder, Finn set out toward the woods. The path wound through fields dappled with sunlight, where the chatter of birds accompanied his every step. Soon, the towering trees of the Whispering Woods loomed before him, their leaves whispering secrets in the wind. As Finn stepped into the forest, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. He felt a gentle hum beneath his feet, as if the earth itself was alive and welcoming him to this hidden world. The deeper Finn ventured, the more he noticed the forest's peculiarities. He spotted a brook that babbled in a language all its own, and flowers that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. It was as if the forest was alive with magic, waiting patiently for someone who could see it. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Finn stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like an old sage stretching toward the heavens. Beneath its boughs lay a peculiar stone, smooth and round, with a spiral etched into its surface, a magical object, if ever Finn had seen one. Drawn to the stone, Finn knelt beside it. As his fingers brushed its cool surface, a soft voice whispered in his ear, not unlike the rustling leaves above. Startled yet intrigued, Finn listened closely, hearing words that resonated with his very soul. "Seek not with your eyes, young one, but with your heart, for within lies the power to see beyond the ordinary." The words filled Finn with a sense of purpose and wonder. He knew this was the beginning of a journey that would change him, a journey that would require courage and wisdom beyond his years. He pocketed the stone, feeling its comforting weight, and continued deeper into the forest. As Finn wandered, he encountered many wonders. A grove where fireflies danced in daylight, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. A waterfall cascading down smooth stones, its music echoing through the trees. And a family of deer, their eyes reflecting the forest's ancient wisdom. With each step, Finn felt a growing connection to the forest, as if it were guiding him toward something profound. He began to understand the whispers of the trees, their voices a symphony of wisdom, courage, and love. Soon, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever seen, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. The fox approached cautiously, its movements graceful and deliberate. To Finn's surprise, the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic. "Greetings, young traveler. I am Lyra, the guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our realm?" Finn, though surprised, felt a deep sense of trust in Lyra. "I seek to understand the whispers of the woods," he replied, "and to find my place within this magical world." Lyra nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. "Then you must learn the ways of the forest and the secrets it holds. But first, let us share a tale of friendship and wisdom." With that, Lyra led Finn to a hidden glen where the sunlight filtered through the trees in golden shafts. There they sat by a stream that sang a gentle tune, its waters clear and inviting. As the day unfolded, Lyra shared stories of the forest's history, tales of creatures great and small who had lived in harmony with nature. She spoke of the balance that must be maintained and the role each being played in the tapestry of life. Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. He realized that he was part of something much greater than himself, a world where friendship and wisdom held the power to transform. As dusk approached, painting the sky with hues of amber and sapphire, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for her guidance and promised to cherish the lessons he had learned. The journey back through the forest was filled with a newfound sense of peace. The whispers of the trees were now familiar, their voices a comforting melody that accompanied him home. When Finn emerged from the woods, the village was aglow with the warmth of the setting sun. His grandmother awaited him by the garden gate, her eyes filled with love and pride. As they sat together by the hearth that evening, Finn shared his adventures in the Whispering Woods, the stories of friendship and wisdom he had learned from Lyra. His grandmother listened with a smile, knowing that Finn had embarked on a journey of transformation and growth. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the comforting whispers of the woods and the promise of new adventures to come. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, carrying the stone that had guided him on his journey. He found joy in the simple beauty of nature and strength in the friendships he forged with its inhabitants. Through his adventures, Finn learned that magic was not just in the forest, but within himself, a magic that could see beyond the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, Finn grew into a wise and kind-hearted young man, forever guided by the whispers of the woods and the gentle wisdom of his grandmother. The Whispering Woods became a sanctuary, a place where dreams were nurtured and hearts were healed. And though the village of Willowbrook remained as peaceful as ever, its people knew that within the forest lay a world of wonder and possibility, a hidden realm where the magic of friendship and wisdom flourished, forever whispering its secrets to those who dared to listen. Story 29. In a quaint little village snuggled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the simple joys of life, the sweet scent of wildflowers, the gentle hum of bees in the garden, and the warm embrace of her grandmother's stories by the fireside. Lila had a curious heart and a mind that danced with dreams, always seeking the mysteries of the world around her. One breezy afternoon, as the sun began its golden descent, Lila wandered into her grandmother's attic, a treasure trove of forgotten relics and whispered memories. Dust motes swirled like tiny fairies in the shafts of sunlight that streamed through the small round window. Her fingers brushed against old quilts, wooden chests, and books with faded spines until they came to rest on a peculiar object half hidden beneath a pile of knitting yarn. It was a small, silver mirror, its surface smooth as a still pond and surrounded by an intricate frame of vines and leaves. The mirror seemed to hum softly, a gentle vibration that tickled her fingertips. Without understanding why, Lila felt drawn to it, as though it held a secret known only to her heart. As she gazed into the mirror, the world around her shimmered and blurred, like water rippling under a gentle breeze. Her reflection wavered and then changed, revealing a landscape unlike any she had seen, a realm of soft, rolling mist and twinkling lights that danced like stars across a midnight sky. Lila blinked, and the vision was gone, replaced once more by her own wide-eyed reflection. Her heart fluttered with a mix of wonder and apprehension. What magic lay within this mirror, she wondered, and what journey might it beckon her to embark upon? The next morning, with the mirror tucked carefully into a small woven satchel, Lila set out towards the woods at the village's edge. The path wound like a lazy river through the trees, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. Her footsteps were soft upon the mossy ground, and as she walked, she felt as if the very forest were holding its breath, waiting for something extraordinary to unfold. As she ventured deeper, the woods grew denser, the air cooler and tinged with the scent of pine and earth. It was here that she encountered the first of her companions, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, its eyes bright and curious. The fox regarded her with a tilt of its head, as if asking where she was headed. "Hello, little fox," Lila greeted with a smile. "I'm following a mystery and could use a friend to guide me." The fox, as though understanding her invitation, trotted beside her, its tail flicking playfully. Together they continued through the forest, their surroundings growing ever more magical. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming archways of green and gold, and Lila felt a warmth in her heart, a sense of belonging. It was not long before they came upon a clearing where a small cottage, snug and inviting, sat amid a ring of wildflowers. Smoke curled lazily from its chimney, and the scent of something sweet and comforting wafted through the air. At the door stood a kindly old woman, her eyes twinkling with a light that spoke of wisdom and gentle understanding. "Welcome, dear travelers," the woman called, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Maya, keeper of this enchanted forest. What brings you to my humble abode?" Lila shared her story, of the mirror and the vision it had shown her. Maya listened with a knowing smile, her hands busying themselves with the task of pouring fragrant tea into delicate cups. "This mirror," Maya explained, "is a window to the heart's true desires. It shows not the future, but the potential that lies within you. Your journey is one of discovery, Lila, of learning to see the wonder in the world and in yourself." As Lila sipped the warm tea, she felt a sense of peace settle over her, as though she were wrapped in a cozy blanket of understanding. The fox lay curled at her feet, its presence a comforting reminder of companionship. "But how do I find my way?" Lila asked, her voice soft with uncertainty. "Trust in your heart and the friends you meet," Maya replied. "The path will reveal itself as you go." With Maya's words echoing gently in her mind, Lila thanked the old woman and continued on her journey, the fox once more at her side. They traveled through meadows brushed with starlight, over brooks that sang with the music of the moon, and under skies painted with the colors of dawn. Along the way, they met other companions, a wise owl who shared stories of the forest, a playful squirrel who taught them the joy of laughter, and a deer whose quiet grace reminded Lila of the beauty in stillness. Each friend, in their own unique way, offered guidance, helping her to see the world through new eyes. As the days passed, Lila found that the mirror's magic was not in its ability to show distant lands, but in its reflection of her journey, the growing confidence in her steps, the joy in her laughter, and the light in her eyes that spoke of newfound wisdom. Eventually, her path led her to the edge of the forest, where the trees parted to reveal a breathtaking vista of the village below, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Lila paused, the mirror in her hands, and saw not just her reflection, but the tapestry of her adventure woven within. She smiled, understanding now that the true magic had been within her all along, the courage to seek, the heart to learn, and the spirit to embrace friendship and wonder. With a heart full of gratitude and a soul alight with the mysteries of the world, Lila returned to her village. The mirror found its place on her bedside table, a reminder of the journey and the friends she had found along the way. As Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep that night, the silver mirror glimmered softly in the moonlight, reflecting the dreams of a girl who had discovered the extraordinary magic of the ordinary world. And in the quiet of her room, the air seemed to whisper a gentle promise that every ending is but a beginning, and every heart holds a wonder waiting to be discovered. Story 30. In the quaint village of Willow Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and a dense, whispering forest, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village was known for its warm-hearted folk and the gentle murmur of the stream that wound through it like a silver ribbon. Finn, with his tousled hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes bright as the summer sky, was a curious soul, always seeking the stories that lay hidden in the world around him. Every evening, the village seemed to hold its breath as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. It was during these twilight hours that Finn felt the pull of adventure the most. He would often wander to the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall and silent, their leaves rustling like secrets waiting to be shared. One such evening, as the first stars began to twinkle, Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with a voice like honeyed tea, beckoned him to her side. She sat in her rocking chair, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, casting a warm glow in the cozy room. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with the mischief of old tales, "have I ever told you about the enchanted compass?" Finn shook his head, his curiosity piqued. "What is it, Grandma?" "It is said," she continued, "that long ago a compass was crafted by the forest spirits. This compass, unlike any other, did not point north, but rather towards one's true heart's desire. Many have sought it, but only those pure of heart and purpose can find its path." Finn's imagination danced with the possibilities. He could almost see the compass, feel its weight in his hand, and the adventure it promised. That night, as he lay beneath a quilt of stars, Finn dreamt of the compass and the wonders it might uncover. The next morning, with the sun's first light streaming through his window, Finn set out towards the forest. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He had packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a canteen of water, and his trusty pocket knife. As he stepped into the forest, the familiar world of Willow Hollow faded behind him, replaced by the ancient living tapestry of trees and shadows. The forest was a place of mystery and magic, where the sunlight dappled the ground in patterns that seemed to shift and change with each step. Finn walked along a narrow path, his senses alive to the symphony of nature, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, and the distant hoot of an owl. It was as if the forest itself was guiding him, urging him onward. After a time, Finn paused to rest beside a bubbling brook, its clear waters singing over smooth stones. As he sat, he noticed something glinting beneath the surface. Curiosity piqued. He reached into the cool water and pulled out a small, ornate compass. Its casing was wrought from silver, etched with delicate vines and leaves, and at its center, a tiny sapphire that sparkled like the sky at dusk. Finn's heart leaped with a mix of joy and disbelief. Could this be the enchanted compass of his grandmother's tales? He held it gently, feeling the warmth of its magic thrumming through his fingers. As he turned it over, the needle began to spin, faster and faster, before settling in a direction that led deeper into the forest. With a sense of purpose, Finn followed the compass's guidance. The path was winding and sometimes difficult, but he pressed on, the forest opening up to him as if recognizing his intent. Along the way, he encountered creatures both familiar and strange, a family of deer that watched him with gentle eyes, a fox whose fur shone like copper in the light, and birds of every hue flitting through the canopy above. It was during one such encounter, as he skirted a clearing filled with wildflowers, that Finn heard a soft voice calling out, "Hello there, are you lost?" Startled, Finn turned to see a young girl perched on a fallen log, her hair a cascade of golden curls, and her dress woven with flowers. She smiled at him with a warmth that made him feel instantly at ease. "I don't think I'm lost," Finn replied, holding up the compass. "I'm following this." The girl's eyes widened with wonder. "The enchanted compass. I never thought I'd see it. My name is Lila. What brings you to these woods?" Finn explained his quest, the tales his grandmother had shared, and the pull of the compass. Lila listened intently, her expression thoughtful. "I've lived in these woods all my life," she said finally. "There's a place I know, hidden from most eyes, that might be where you're headed. May I join you?" Finn nodded eagerly, grateful for her company. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, the compass guiding their steps. As they walked, they shared stories of their lives. Lila spoke of her love for the forest and its creatures, while Finn talked about his village and the dreams that filled his nights. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide river, its waters rushing swiftly. Finn hesitated, unsure of how to cross, but Lila, with a twinkle in her eye, led him to a fallen tree that bridged the gap. With careful steps, they made their way across, the thrill of their shared adventure deepening their bond. As the day wore on, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their trunks gnarled with age. The air was cool and filled with the scent of moss and wildflowers. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, and the world beyond was but a distant memory. Finally, as the sun dipped low in the sky, they arrived at a hidden glade. In its center stood a massive oak tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens, leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a small, weathered chest. "This must be it," Lila breathed, eyes wide with awe. Finn knelt beside the chest, his heart pounding with anticipation. The compass in his hand seemed to pulse with approval. With a deep breath, he opened the chest, revealing a treasure beyond his wildest dreams. Inside were scrolls of ancient knowledge, shimmering stones that glowed with an inner light, and a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface etched with runes. But what caught Finn's attention was a small, simple book bound in leather. He picked it up, feeling its weight, and opened it to find pages filled with stories and wisdom from ages past. This is what I was meant to find, Finn realized, his voice filled with reverence. A map of stories and the wisdom they hold. Lila smiled, her eyes shining with understanding. Together, we've found something more than treasure, a way to share the magic of the world with others. As the last light of day faded and the stars began to twinkle above, Finn and Lila sat beneath the great oak, reading the tales aloud, their voices mingling with the night breeze. In that moment, they knew they had not only found a hidden world within the forest, but also the beginning of a lifelong friendship. With the compass safely tucked away, its purpose fulfilled, Finn and Lila made their way back through the forest, hearts full of the stories they carried. As they emerged into the light of a new day, they knew they would return to Willow Hollow, not just with tales of adventure, but with the wisdom and friendship that would guide them through whatever lay ahead. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest and the warmth of newfound companionship, Finn's journey had changed him, leaving him with a story to share and a heart forever open to the magic of the world. Story 31. In a land where the sky wore a permanent shade of lavender and bubbles floated like clouds, there existed a whimsical village called Whimsywood. Nestled between hills that giggled when tickled by the breeze and a river that hummed tunes as melodious as a lullaby, Whimsywood was a place where magic playfully threaded through everyday life. In this enchanting village lived a peculiar inhabitant named Pipkin Puddle-whisk. Pipkin was a sprightly gnome with a beard that glistened like the morning dew and eyes that twinkled like the stars. He wore a hat that changed colors with his mood and boots that made a cheerful squelching sound with every step. Pipkin had a knack for crafting fantastical inventions, and his tiny house was crammed with contraptions that whirred, clicked, and jingled. One sunny morning, as the sun peeked over the giggling hills, Pipkin discovered a peculiar problem. The village's beloved Sky Lantern Festival was just around the corner, but the lanterns, which were supposed to float gracefully in the lavender sky, were grounded, refusing to take flight. This was a magical quandary indeed. Pipkin scratched his head, his hat turning a puzzled shade of purple. "Oh dear, this is a sticky wicket," he muttered, his boots squelching in agreement. Determined to solve the mystery, Pipkin set off on an adventure to gather clues. His first stop was the home of his dear friend, Lottie Larkspur, a kindly witch with hair as wild as a thicket of brambles and eyes like glistening emeralds. Lottie lived in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread, which sent sweet aromas wafting through the village. "Ah, Pipkin!" Lottie greeted him with a warm, sugary hug. "What brings you to my cozy corner?" Pipkin explained the lantern predicament, and Lottie's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Perhaps the lanterns have forgotten how to fly. We must remind them of their purpose," she suggested, her voice as comforting as a cup of cocoa. Together, they concocted a potion of lightness, using ingredients as whimsical as moonbeam sprinkles and gigglewort petals. However, when they tried it on a lantern, it merely wobbled and plopped back down with a soft thud. "Oh bother," Pipkin sighed, his hat now a thoughtful shade of blue. Not ready to give up, Pipkin and Lottie decided to visit another friend, Tilda Tumbletwig, a jovial squirrel who ran a bakery in a treehouse that seemed to sway with laughter. Tilda was known for her delectable acorn pies and her ability to find humor in almost anything. As they climbed up to Tilda's abode, the scent of freshly baked treats enveloped them like a cozy blanket. "Welcome, welcome," Tilda chirped, her voice as bubbly as a brook. "Come in, try a pie, and tell me what's piquing your puzzler today." Over slices of acorn pie, Pipkin shared the tale of the grounded lanterns. Tilda twirled her tail thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need a bit of encouragement," she suggested, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "What if we sang them a song of flight?" With renewed enthusiasm, the trio set out to gather more friends from the village. Soon, a merry band of villagers, including a dapper hedgehog named Sir Snuffles, and a wise old owl called Professor Hoot joined the quest. They gathered in the village square, an open space surrounded by trees that whispered secrets to the wind. As the lavender sky deepened into a dusky hue, Pipkin raised his arms and began to lead the group in a joyful, lilting melody. Their song was filled with laughter and hope, each note a gentle reminder of the magic that lived within every heart. To everyone's delight, the lanterns began to tremble and quiver, as if awakening from a long slumber. One by one, they lifted off the ground, their warm glow casting playful shadows that danced across the giggling hills. The villagers cheered, their voices a jubilant chorus that echoed through Whimsywood. Pipkin's hat turned a triumphant gold, and he beamed with joy, his boots squelching in celebration. The Sky Lantern Festival commenced with a dazzling display. The lanterns, now alight with newfound spirit, floated gracefully, painting the lavender sky with trails of shimmering light. The villagers watched in awe, their hearts filled with wonder and delight. As the festival wound down, Pipkin, Lottie, and Tilda sat beneath a tree that hummed softly to the rhythm of the night. They shared stories and laughter, the warmth of friendship enveloping them like a snug cloak against the cool evening air. Sometimes, all it takes is a little song and a lot of heart, Lottie mused, her eyes reflecting the twinkling lanterns above. And good friends to share it with, Tilda added, her tail twitching with contentment. Pipkin nodded, his hat settling into a serene shade of lavender. Indeed, together we can lift even the heaviest of spirits. And with that, they drifted into dreams as peaceful as the lavender sky, knowing that in Whimsywood, magic was not just in the air, but in every heart that believed in the power of friendship and a little bit of whimsy. Story 32, The Whispering Woods and the Key of Wonder. In the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient trees, there existed a forest known only in hushed tones as the Whispering Woods. This forest, with its towering oaks and lush canopies, was more than just a gathering of trees. It was a realm of secrets and stories, whispered through rustling leaves and babbling brooks. At the edge of these woods lived a young girl named Lyra, with hair as auburn as the autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the clearest of summer skies. She was known for her boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Lyra spent her days exploring the fringes of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the soft symphonies of nature. Though she longed to venture deeper, her grandmother, who had raised her, always cautioned against it. The woods hold wonders and mysteries, she would say, yet not all are meant for us to unravel. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Lyra set out on her usual walk. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, invigorating her every step. As she wandered along a familiar path, she noticed something peculiar. There, nestled between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, was a small, ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the twisting vines that adorned the forest. Compelled by curiosity, Lyra knelt down, brushing her fingers against the cool wooden exterior. With a gentle click, the box opened to reveal a key. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with an ethereal light and casting tiny rainbows against the forest floor. As Lyra held it, she felt a warmth spreading through her fingertips, a sensation both comforting and exhilarating. That evening, Lyra shared her discovery with her grandmother. The old woman's eyes widened with a mix of awe and apprehension. "That, my dear, is the key of wonder," she whispered. "It is said to unlock the hidden heart of the Whispering Woods, revealing truths and treasures unseen by mortal eyes." Lyra listened intently as her grandmother recounted tales of the forest, of the hidden world that lay beyond the veil of leaves and bark, a realm where time flowed differently and the impossible became possible. "But remember, Lyra," her grandmother warned, "wonders are often accompanied by challenges, and the path of discovery is fraught with choices." The next morning, with the key tucked safely in her pocket, Lyra ventured into the woods. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive in new ways. The sunlight filtered through the leaves in golden streams, and the songs of birds wove a melody that resonated deep within her. She followed the path until she reached a clearing she had never seen before, despite her many explorations. In the center of this clearing stood a colossal, ancient tree, its branches stretching high into the heavens. As Lyra approached, The key in her pocket began to glow, guiding her to a small, hidden door at the tree's base. Heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation, she inserted the key into the lock. With a gentle turn, the door swung open, revealing a staircase spiraling downward into the earth. Taking a deep breath, Lyra descended the steps, the air growing cooler and tinged with the scent of damp moss and wildflowers. The passageway opened into a vast underground chamber, illuminated by the soft glow of luminescent fungi. All around her, the roots of the trees overhead wove intricate patterns across the earthen ceiling, their tips shimmering with a silvery light. In the center of this hidden world stood a magnificent fountain, its waters cascading with a gentle, melodic sound. As Lyra neared, she saw that the fountain was surrounded by statues of woodland creatures, foxes, deer, and owls, all carved with a lifelike precision that made them seem ready to spring to life. The air was filled with a soft, harmonious hum, and Lyra realized it was the music of the woods, amplified and enriched in this magical place. She felt a profound sense of peace, as if she had found a long-lost piece of herself. As she stood there, a voice, gentle and melodic, broke the silence. "Welcome, keeper of the key." Lyra turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. A young woman with hair like spun silver and eyes that glimmered with the depth of the forest. Her presence was calming, like the first snowfall of winter. "I am Aelith," the woman said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Guardian of the whispering woods, you have found the key of wonder, and with it, the entrance to our hidden world." Lyra listened as Aelith explained that the forest was a place of balance and harmony, its magic intertwined with the natural world above. "Few have been chosen to see this," Aelith continued, "for it requires a heart as pure as yours, Lyra. With every step you take here, you grow closer to the heart of the woods, and perhaps to yourself." For days, Lyra returned to the hidden realm, each visit teaching her more about the interconnectedness of all things. She learned the language of the trees, the whispered wisdom of the wind, and the songs carried by the rivers. Each lesson was a revelation, deepening her understanding and appreciation of the world around her. Yet as with all journeys, challenges arose. One evening, as she prepared to leave, Lyra noticed the once vibrant glow of the fountain had dimmed, its waters slowing to a trickle. Concerned, she sought out Aelith, who stood by the fountain with a pensive expression. "The balance has been disturbed," Aelith said softly. "The magic that sustains this world is faltering. It seems that a shadow has crept into the woods, a force that seeks to unravel the harmony we strive to maintain." Determined to help, Lyra offered to seek out the source of this disruption. With Aelith's guidance, she set off deeper into the woods than she had ever gone before, the path shrouded in twilight. The air grew still, and an uneasy silence enveloped the forest. As she walked, Lyra could feel the presence of the shadow, an intangible weight that pressed against her spirit. She followed the trail of withered leaves and dying flowers until she reached a glade where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. There, at the heart of the glade, stood a creature of darkness, its form shifting and amorphous like smoke caught in the wind. It turned to Lyra, its eyes gleaming with a cold, hungry light. Undeterred, Lyra approached, her voice steady and calm. "Why do you darken this place?" she asked, her words carrying the warmth and light of the world she had come to love. The shadow paused, its form flickering. "I am the Forgotten," it replied, its voice a low, mournful whisper. "Born of neglect and fear, I thrive in the spaces where love and care have dwindled." Understanding dawned on Lyra. The shadow was not an enemy, but a manifestation of imbalance, a reminder of the work that needed to be done to restore harmony. "You are not beyond redemption," she said gently. "Let us bring light to the darkness together." With each word, Lyra reached out with her heart, offering kindness and understanding. Slowly, the shadow began to change, its edges softening as it absorbed the warmth of her compassion. It transformed into a soft mist, dispersing into the air, leaving behind a renewed sense of peace. Returning to the hidden world, Lyra found the fountain flowing with renewed vigor, its waters dancing with light. Aelith greeted her with a smile, her eyes filled with gratitude. "You have done what many could not," she said. "You have shown us that even in darkness, there is the potential for light." With the forest restored, Lyra's heart swelled with a sense of fulfillment. She knew that her journey had changed her, deepening her connection to the world and its endless wonders. As she stood beside the fountain, surrounded by the gentle hum of the woods, she realized that the greatest magic of all was the love and understanding that bridged the gaps between all living things. As the days passed, Lyra continued to visit the hidden world, each visit a reminder of the lessons she had learned. And as she walked the paths of the whispering woods, she knew that she would carry the magic of this place in her heart forever, a beacon of light in an ever-changing world. In time, Lyra's story became a cherished tale in Elderglen, a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And though the Whispering Woods held many more secrets, its heart remained open to those who, like Lyra, dared to listen to its whispers and embrace the wonders that lay beyond. Story 33. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood tall and proud with mossy bark that told tales of centuries past, there lived a collection of creatures who spoke not in words, but in whispers carried on the gentle breezes. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic wove together like the strands of a silken web, where the natural world thrived in perfect harmony. As dawn broke, a soft golden light filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of sun-dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft rustle of leaves sang a tranquil melody. The creatures of this enchanted forest awoke to the symphony, each performing their unique role in the delicate balance of life. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the marks of countless seasons. Thistle moved with deliberate grace, his steps as measured as the ticking of an ancient clock. He was the keeper of stories, the one who knew the secrets of the forest and the wisdom passed down through generations. His voice was a gentle murmur, a comforting presence for young and old alike. One cool autumn morning, as the first tendrils of mist curled among the roots and the air held a crispness that spoke of coming change, a gathering was called. The creatures assembled in a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the rising sun. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their feathers glinting like jewels, while rabbits and deer gathered in the underbrush, ears perked in anticipation. Thistle began to speak, his voice a soothing balm in the cool air. "Dear friends," he rumbled, "the time of change is upon us. The seasons turn as they always have, and with them, the magic that binds our forest together. It is a time to remember the lessons of those who came before us, to listen to the wisdom of the wind and the whispers of the leaves." The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the soft glow of the morning light. They knew that each season brought its own challenges and wonders, and it was through understanding and cooperation that they thrived. As Thistle spoke, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the faintest hint of winter's chill. The creatures felt it too, a reminder that soon the forest would be blanketed in snow, the world hushed under a white, glistening quilt. It was a time to prepare, to gather and store, to ensure that all would have enough to sustain them through the cold months to come. Among the listeners was a clever fox named Willow, her russet fur blending seamlessly with the autumn leaves. Willow was known for her keen mind and generous spirit. She had often shared her wisdom with those in need, her eyes sparkling with kindness and understanding. As the gathering concluded, Willow approached Thistle, her curiosity piqued by the tortoise's words. "Thistle," she began, her voice as soft as the rustle of the leaves, "how do we teach the young ones to cherish the harmony of our forest, to see the magic in the turning of the seasons?" Thistle regarded her with a gentle smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We show them, dear Willow, through our actions and our words. We teach them to listen to the songs of the birds, to watch the dance of the leaves in the wind, to understand that we are all threads in the same tapestry. And most importantly, we remind them that every creature, no matter how small, plays a vital role in the balance of our world." Willow nodded thoughtfully, the wisdom of the tortoise taking root in her heart. She knew that the lessons of the forest were not learned overnight, but through a lifetime of watching, listening, and understanding. As the days grew shorter and the chill in the air deepened, the creatures of the forest went about their preparations. Squirrels busily gathered acorns, tucking them away in hidden caches beneath the roots of ancient oaks. birds fluffed their feathers, singing farewell songs as they prepared to journey to warmer climes. Even the mighty bear, with its slow, lumbering gait, sought a cozy den where it would slumber through the winter months. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a blaze of orange and pink, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Willow found herself wandering through the woods. She marveled at the quiet beauty of the world around her, the way the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, the way the earth seemed to hum with life, even as it prepared for sleep. In a glade where the moonlight pooled like silver water, Willow paused to listen to the gentle symphony of the night. The hoot of an owl echoed through the trees, a reminder that even in darkness, life thrived. She thought of the young ones, the new generation who would grow and learn in this magical place, and felt a warmth in her heart. As she stood there, a gentle snow began to fall, each flake a tiny miracle, unique and delicate. Willow watched as the forest transformed around her, a world of white and silver under the light of the moon. She knew that the snow was not an ending, but a beginning, a promise of new life and new stories to be told when the world awoke once more. With a heart full of hope and a spirit buoyed by the magic of the forest, Willow turned and made her way back to her den. She carried with her the wisdom of Thistle, the lessons of the forest, and the knowledge that she was a part of something greater than herself, a living testament to the harmony and balance of the world. As she settled in for the night, the gentle crackle of the fire beside her, Willow felt the embrace of the forest around her, a comforting presence that promised peace and renewal. And as she drifted into dreams filled with the wonders of nature, she knew that when the world awoke from its slumber, she would be there to guide the young ones, to share the magic, and to ensure that the harmony of the forest endured for generations to come. Story 34. In a secluded corner of the world, where the land embraced the sky in a gentle, eternal dance, there lay an ancient forest known as Sylvatica. This was no ordinary forest, for Sylvatica was alive with whispers of magic and secrets that rustled through the trees like the softest of breezes. Each leaf, each stone, each stream carried within it the echoes of stories as old as time itself. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant hues and harmonious sounds, a place where the sunlight dripped like honey through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of warm gold. The air was rich with the scent of pine and moss, a cool, earthy aroma that filled the lungs with the essence of life itself. In this enchanted realm, creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, each playing a vital role in the delicate balance of their world. Among these creatures was Finn, a wise old fox with a coat the color of autumn leaves. Finn had seen many seasons come and go, and his eyes, bright and knowing, held the wisdom of countless years. His den, nestled beneath the roots of a sprawling oak tree, was a sanctuary of warmth and safety, filled with the soft rustle of dried leaves and the faint hum of the forest's heartbeat. One crisp morning, as the first tendrils of dawn began to weave their way through the trees, Finn set out on his usual patrol of the forest. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the promise of change. As he moved silently through the underbrush, his footsteps soft and deliberate, Finn noticed something amiss. The birds, usually chattering cheerfully, were silent, and the gentle hum of the forest seemed muted. Concerned, Finn made his way to a small glade that served as a meeting place for the creatures of Sylvatica. There, gathered in a circle, were his friends: Bella the wise owl, with feathers as soft as moonlight; Jasper the jovial hare, with ears that twitched at every sound; and Willow the gentle deer, her eyes deep pools of kindness. "Good morning, friends," Finn greeted them, his voice low and soothing. "I sense a disturbance in the forest today. Have any of you noticed anything unusual?" Bella, perched on a low branch, ruffled her feathers thoughtfully. "The winds have been whispering of a change," she said, her voice as soft as the night. "Something is shifting in the heart of Sylvatica." Jasper, always eager to help, nodded vigorously. "I felt it too. The leaves have been murmuring, and the streams seem to sing a different tune." Willow stepped forward, her delicate hooves barely making a sound. "I have heard the same, Finn," she murmured, her voice like a gentle breeze. "The balance of our world feels unsettled." Finn listened carefully, his mind weaving together the fragments of their observations. The forest had always been a place of harmony, where each creature played its part in a grand symphony of life. But now something was disrupting that balance, and it was their duty to uncover the cause and set it right. "We must journey to the heart of Sylvatica," Finn decided, his voice firm yet calm. "There, we may find the source of this disturbance and learn how to restore the harmony of our home." The friends agreed, their resolve as strong as the ancient trees that surrounded them. Together, they set off, weaving through the forest with silent grace, their senses attuned to the subtle signs of nature. The path to the heart of Sylvatica was long and winding, but the friends moved with purpose, their hearts united by a shared mission. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler and the light dimmer, cloaking them in a soft, verdant twilight. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches arching overhead like the vaulted ceiling of a cathedral. The ground beneath their feet was a tapestry of soft moss and fallen leaves, a testament to the cycle of life that sustained their world. At last they arrived at the heart of Sylvatica, a sacred clearing where a great circle of ancient stones stood sentinel. Here, the magic of the forest was at its most potent, a palpable energy that hummed through the air like an invisible current. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching toward the heavens like a supplicant in prayer. This was the guardian tree, a living testament to the wisdom and strength of Sylvatica. As the friends approached, a soft voice filled the clearing, resonant and warm. "Welcome, children of the forest," the guardian tree intoned, its voice like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I have awaited your arrival." Finn stepped forward, his heart filled with respect and reverence. "Great guardian," he began, "we seek your guidance. The forest is troubled, and we wish to restore its balance." The guardian tree's branches swayed gently, its leaves whispering secrets in a language as old as the earth itself. "A shadow has fallen upon our world," it replied, its voice tinged with sorrow. "The seasons are out of harmony, and the balance of nature is in peril." The friends listened intently, their hearts heavy with the weight of the guardian tree's words. The cycle of the seasons was the heartbeat of their world, a rhythm that sustained all life within Sylvatica. If it faltered, the consequences could be dire. "How can we help?" Willow asked softly, her eyes filled with compassion. The guardian tree's branches trembled, as if in contemplation. "To restore the balance, you must seek the spirit of seasons," it instructed. "She dwells in the ethereal realm of the mists, where the veil between worlds is thin. There you will find the answers you seek." With their hearts bolstered by the guardian tree's wisdom, the friends prepared to embark on their new quest. The journey to the realm of the mists would be fraught with challenges, but they were determined to restore harmony to their beloved forest. As they set off once more, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting in anticipation. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, but the friends were undaunted, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they were not alone in their quest. Days passed as they traveled through the forest, the landscape shifting and changing with each step. The air grew cooler, laced with the scent of impending rain, and the sky above was a tapestry of swirling clouds, painted in shades of gray and silver. At last, they reached the edge of the mists, a place where the world seemed to shimmer and dance with an otherworldly light. The mists were a living thing, swirling and shifting like a dream, and as the friends stepped into their embrace, they felt a tingling sensation, as if they were being wrapped in the gentle arms of the forest itself. Within the mists, the world was a place of wonder and beauty, where the ordinary laws of nature seemed to fade away. Colors were brighter, sounds sharper, and the air was alive with a sense of magic that was both exhilarating and calming. As they journeyed deeper into the mists, they came upon a glade bathed in a soft golden light. In the center of the glade stood a figure unlike any they had ever seen. She was tall and graceful, her form shifting and changing like the seasons themselves. Her hair was a cascade of autumn leaves, her skin the pale green of new spring growth, and her eyes held the depth of winter's night and the warmth of summer's sun. This was the spirit of seasons, a being of pure magic and wisdom, and as she turned to face them, her smile was like the first rays of dawn. "Welcome, brave travelers," she greeted them, her voice a melody of the wind and rain. "I know why you have come." Finn stepped forward, his heart filled with hope. "Great Spirit, our world is out of balance. The seasons are in disarray, and we seek your guidance to restore harmony to Sylvatica." The Spirit of Seasons nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. "The balance of nature is a delicate thing," she explained, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It is woven from the threads of time and change, and when it is disrupted, all life feels its effects." Jasper, ever eager to learn, asked, "How can we help set things right?" The Spirit of Seasons smiled, her eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "To restore the balance, you must remind the world of the beauty and purpose of each season," she instructed. "For each season holds its own magic, its own gifts to give." The friends listened, their hearts brimming with the wisdom of her words. They understood now that the balance of their world depended on the harmonious dance of the seasons, each one a vital note in the symphony of life. With newfound resolve, they set about their task. Bella took to the skies, her wings a shadow against the sun, spreading the message of autumn's bounty and the gentle embrace of winter's rest. Willow roamed the forest, her presence a reminder of the renewal and hope that spring brings. Jasper, with his boundless energy, danced through the meadows, celebrating the joy and warmth of summer's sun. And Finn, wise and gentle, wove their stories together, a tapestry of seasons that resonated through the forest, reminding all who heard it of the balance they sought to restore. As the days passed, the forest began to change. The leaves turned golden once more, the streams sang with renewed vigor, and the air was filled with the scent of promise and peace. The creatures of Sylvatica felt the shift, their hearts lifted by the harmonious rhythm that had been restored. At last, when their work was done, the friends returned to the heart of Sylvatica, where the guardian tree awaited them. Its branches swayed gently, a testament to the strength and resilience of the forest. "You have done well, children of the forest," the guardian tree praised them, its voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "The balance of our world is restored thanks to your courage and wisdom." The friends smiled, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment and peace. They had faced the challenges of their journey with strength and compassion, and in doing so, had ensured the harmony of their beloved forest. As the sun set over Sylvatica, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, the friends gathered beneath the guardian tree. The air was filled with the sweet, soothing hum of the forest, a melody that spoke of life and love, of friendship and hope. And as the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the friends closed their eyes, their hearts at peace, knowing that the world was in balance once more. In the gentle embrace of the forest, under the watchful eyes of the guardian tree, they drifted into a deep, restful sleep, cradled by the magic and beauty of Sylvatica. Story 35. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious soul with a heart full of wonder and a mind always seeking adventure. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to the sound of leaves rustling outside her window. As she opened her eyes, she noticed a strange glow emanating from her bedside table. There, sitting innocently, was her beloved golden locket, a gift from her grandmother. But something was different this time. The locket seemed to pulse with a warm, gentle light. Willow's eyes widened with curiosity, and she reached out to touch the locket. As her fingers brushed against the smooth metal, a tingling sensation ran through her body, and suddenly she found herself shrinking smaller and smaller, until she was no bigger than a tiny field mouse. At first, Willow was bewildered, but soon her sense of adventure took over. She scampered out of her bedroom window and into the vast world that had once seemed so familiar, now transformed into a vast landscape of towering blades of grass and winding trails between pebbles. As Willow explored this new realm, she encountered a host of friendly creatures who became her guides and companions. There was Thistle, a cheerful ladybug with a knack for finding the tastiest leaves, and Burrow, a wise old mole whose tunnels provided shelter and shortcuts through the undergrowth. Together, they embarked on a whimsical journey, discovering the hidden wonders of the world they had always inhabited but never truly seen. Willow marveled at the intricate webs spun by industrious spiders, the delicate dance of butterflies among the wildflowers, and the secret pathways carved by scurrying ants. However, their adventure was not without its challenges. One day, they came across a massive spider's web stretching across their path, its strands glimmering with dew in the morning light. Willow knew they couldn't simply barrel through, for that would destroy the spider's hard work and home. Burrow suggested they burrow underneath, but Thistle reminded them that the web's anchor lines ran deep into the earth, making it impossible to pass undetected. It seemed like an insurmountable obstacle, until Willow had an idea. Using a piece of stray silk, she fashioned a tiny flag and waved it gently, catching the attention of the web's resident spider. With patience and kindness, Willow explained their plight, and the spider, recognizing their respect for her home, graciously cleared a safe passage through the intricate strands. As they continued their journey, Willow realized that the true magic lay not in her locket's ability to shrink her size, but in the newfound perspective it had granted her. She saw the world through fresh eyes, appreciating the beauty in the smallest details and the importance of treating all living beings with compassion. Eventually, as the sun began to set, Willow felt the familiar tingling sensation, and she grew back to her normal size. Though she would miss her tiny friends, she carried their lessons in her heart, forever changed by the extraordinary adventure within the ordinary. From that day on, Willow cherished her special locket, not for its magic, but for the reminder it offered, that wonder and wisdom can be found in the most unexpected places, if only one takes the time to truly see. Story 36. In the heart of the enchanted thicket, where the trees wore coats of shimmering silver leaves, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones, there was a peculiar little village known as Whimsy Woods. Whimsy Woods was unlike any other village, for it was a place where the extraordinary was ordinary, and laughter was as common as the morning dew. The village was home to an array of quirky characters, each with their own delightful peculiarities. There was Pippin the Ponderous, a jolly old gnome with a beard so long it curled around his feet like a fluffy carpet. Pippin had a knack for pondering things that others might overlook, and he always wore a hat full of pockets where he kept his thoughts written on tiny scraps of paper. Then there was Lila Larkspur, a sprightly fairy with wings as bright as a summer sunrise. Lila was known for her infectious giggle and her ability to grow flowers with a single touch. She often wore a crown made of daisies, which seemed to change colors with her mood. Among these whimsical residents was also Brindle the Brave, a gentle giant with a heart as large as his stature. Despite his size, Brindle was soft-spoken and loved to knit scarves for the birds during the chilly evenings. His laughter was as deep as a drumbeat, resonating through the woods with warmth and mirth. One fine morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, an unusual event unfolded in Whimsy Woods. The village's ancient wishing well, nestled in its center, had begun to overflow with bubbles instead of water. These bubbles, however, were no ordinary bubbles. They shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow and floated about with a merry tune of their own. The villagers gathered around the well, their eyes wide with wonder. While the bubbles were certainly beautiful, they posed a magical problem. You see, each bubble seemed to capture the wishes of the villagers before it floated away, leaving everyone feeling a bit wishless. Oh dear," murmured Pippin, his fingers lost in the tangles of his beard as he pondered the predicament. "We must find a way to return the wishes before they drift into the sky." Lila, flitting around the bubbles with her wings sparkling, suggested, "Perhaps if we tickle them, they will pop and release the wishes back to us." Brindle nodded thoughtfully, his large hands gently reaching out to catch a bubble. "But how do we reach the ones that are already high above the trees?" The trio put their heads together, quite literally in Brindle's case, as he bent down to join the conference. They decided to seek the advice of the wisest creature in Whimsy Woods, the great owl named Hootenanny, who lived in the tallest oak tree at the edge of the village. As they approached Hootenanny's tree, the old owl blinked his large round eyes at them, his feathers rustling like autumn leaves. Who, what brings you to my neck of the woods, dear friends?" Pippin explained the bubble conundrum, and Hootenanny listened carefully, his head bobbing with understanding. Ah, the bubbles are playful spirits, he mused, his voice as soft as the rustle of the leaves. They can be coaxed back with a melody, a song that speaks to the heart of wishes. Lila clapped her hands, sending a shower of tiny flower petals into the air. Then we shall sing, a song as sweet as the first bloom of spring. With Hootenanny's guidance, they crafted a song, each adding their own special touch. Pippin's deep, ponderous hum formed the melody's foundation. Brindle's gentle voice added a comforting harmony, and Lila's high, lilting notes danced like a breeze through the trees. As their melody filled the air, the bubbles began to drift back down, swirling and twirling as if in a joyful dance. One by one, they popped with a soft, musical note, releasing a shower of sparkles and wishes that drifted back to their rightful owners. The villagers cheered and clapped, their hearts light and their wishes restored. The magical problem had been solved not with force, but with creativity and camaraderie. With the village restored to its usual whimsical splendor, the villagers gathered for a celebration under the twinkling starlight. Laughter and joy echoed through the trees as they danced and sang, their hearts full of gratitude and wonder. And so, in the enchanting village of Whimsy Woods, where the extraordinary was every day, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the gentle magic of a well-sung wish. Story 37. In a serene valley nestled between rolling emerald hills, there lay the quaint village of Wind Willow. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths winding through cottages with thatched roofs and gardens that overflowed with blooms of every imaginable hue. Tall trees, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind, bordered the village, casting dappled shadows on the ground below. Wind Willow was a place where magic was as natural as the sun rising in the east, and where the villagers shared their lives with creatures both ordinary and magical. Among these inhabitants was a gentle soul named Leora, known for her kindness and her knack for solving puzzles. Leora lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the forest began to thicken and the songs of birds were ever present. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Leora noticed something peculiar. Her garden, usually a tidy patch of vegetables and herbs, was in disarray. Leaves were scattered about, and the once neat rows of carrots and cabbages were jumbled. It was as if a playful wind had danced through the night, leaving chaos in its wake. Curious and a bit concerned, Leora knelt to examine the scene closer. Her keen eyes spotted tiny footprints leading away from the garden, into the dense forest beyond. They were unlike any tracks she had seen before, delicate and faintly glowing, as if dusted with stardust. Deciding to seek guidance, Leora made her way to the heart of the forest, where a wise old owl named Eldon resided. Eldon was known throughout Wind Willow for his vast knowledge and his willingness to help those in need. His tree, an ancient oak with a trunk as wide as 4 men standing shoulder to shoulder, was a haven of wisdom. "Eldon, good morning," Leora called softly, her breath forming little clouds in the crisp air. The owl blinked his round, golden eyes open and swiveled his head to peer down at her. "Ah, Leora," he hooted warmly, "what brings you to my humble abode this fine day?" Leora explained the mystery of her garden, describing the strange footprints with as much detail as she could muster. Eldon listened intently, his feathers ruffling gently in the morning breeze. "It seems you have encountered the work of the moonlight imps," he said thoughtfully, his voice as smooth as velvet. "Moonlight imps," Leora repeated, her eyes widening with curiosity. "Yes," Eldon nodded. "They are mischievous little creatures, fond of playing pranks under the cover of night. They mean no harm, but their antics can sometimes cause a bit of trouble." Leora pondered this new information, a plan beginning to form in her mind. "How might I convince them to stop their pranks?" she asked, hoping for a peaceful solution. Eldon's eyes sparkled with wisdom. "The imps are drawn to music and laughter. If you can offer them a place to play that does not disturb your garden, they may well oblige." With a grateful heart, Leora thanked Eldon and returned to her cottage. She spent the afternoon crafting little instruments from the materials she had on hand, tiny drums from hollowed acorns and flutes from slender reeds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Leora set the instruments on a patch of soft moss at the edge of her garden. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Leora sat quietly by her window, a gentle tune playing on her lips. Her melody was soft and inviting, a lullaby to the night. Soon, the air shimmered with a faint glow, and Leora watched as tiny figures, no taller than her thumb, emerged from the shadows. The moonlight imps, curious and delighted, began to play on the instruments she had left for them, their laughter echoing like silver bells in the night. True to Eldon's advice, the imps spent their energy dancing and playing, leaving Leora's garden untouched. As dawn broke, the imps vanished with the first light, and Leora found her garden as neat and tidy as she had left it. Over the following weeks, Leora often heard the enchanting music of the imps at night, a gentle reminder of the understanding they had reached. Her garden flourished more than ever, with vibrant blooms and bountiful harvests, as if it too was grateful for the peace that now reigned. And so, Leora learned that sometimes the solution to a problem could be found in harmony and kindness rather than confrontation. The village of Wind Willow continued to thrive, a place of gentle magic and warm-hearted people, where even the most mischievous creatures could find a place to belong. As the seasons turned, and the first snows dusted the village in white, Leora would often pause in her garden, listening for the faint, joyful notes of impish music, a melody that promised peace and friendship under the moonlit sky. And with a heart as warm as the crackling fire in her hearth, she knew that all was well in her world. Story 38. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of whispering leaves stretched high into the heavens and the ground was thick with mossy carpets, there existed a world hidden from the eyes of most. This forest, known only to those who listened closely to the whispers of the wind, was a realm where the boundaries between the mundane and the magical had long since faded away. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the verdant canopy, it played upon the dew-kissed ferns and the gnarled roots that wove a tapestry of life across the forest floor. In this place, creatures of all kinds thrived in a harmonious dance, their lives intricately linked with the rhythm of the seasons and the ancient wisdom that flowed through the very veins of the earth. One such creature was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the markings of countless years spent meandering through the forest's secrets. Thistle's eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the light of 1,000 dawns and gazed upon the world with a serene understanding. His role in the forest was that of a sage, a guardian of stories and knowledge passed down through generations. Thistle's closest friend was a gentle doe named Sylvie, whose grace and kindness were known throughout the forest. Sylvie's coat shimmered in the dappled sunlight, a blend of soft browns and whites that seemed to mirror the gentle hues of the forest itself. Together, Thistle and Sylvie were the keepers of balance, ensuring that the forest remained a sanctuary of peace and prosperity. As spring unfurled its emerald tendrils, the forest came alive with the melodious chorus of birds returning from their winter sojourn. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoming flowers, and the gentle hum of bees flitting from bloom to bloom added to the symphony. It was during this time that Sylvie noticed something amiss, a strange stillness in the eastern grove where the wildflowers should have been in full bloom. Concerned, Sylvie sought the counsel of her friend Thistle. Together, they ventured to the eastern grove, where they found the flowers withering, their vibrant colors dulled and lifeless. The air here felt different, as if the very essence of the grove was being drawn away. Thistle, with his many years of wisdom, knew that the balance of the forest was delicate, and any disruption could have far-reaching consequences. It seems, he mused, that an imbalance has taken root here. We must seek the counsel of the elder spirits to restore harmony. And so they set off to find the eldest of the forest spirits, a venerable oak tree named Wren, whose branches reached towards the sky like ancient arms embracing the sun. Wren's presence was a comforting constant, and his deep, resonant voice echoed the wisdom of ages. "Dear Wren," Thistle began, "the eastern grove is suffering. The flowers wilt, and the air grows heavy with unease. What might have caused such a change?" The mighty oak pondered for a moment, his leaves rustling like a gentle breeze through a forgotten tale. "The seasons themselves are woven from threads of magic," he finally spoke. "When one thread is pulled out of balance, the entire tapestry is at risk. This imbalance stems from a forgotten promise made by the winds." Intrigued, Sylvie asked, "What promise do you speak of, dear Orin?" "Long ago," Orin explained, "the winds pledged to carry the seeds of the eastern grove across the forest, ensuring their blossoms would always find new ground. Yet, it seems they have been distracted by the storms of another realm, neglecting their vow." With this newfound understanding, Thistle and Sylvie knew what must be done. They set out to find the winds, climbing the steep slopes of the great hill where the breezes played amidst the clouds. There, they met Zephyr, the spirit of the west wind, whose presence was as gentle as a whisper, yet as powerful as a hurricane. Zephyr, with eyes like the sky at twilight, listened to their plight. "I have indeed neglected my duty," he confessed, his voice a soft murmur. "I was ensnared by the call of distant storms. Allow me now to fulfill my promise." With a swirl of air that set the leaves dancing, Zephyr swept through the forest, gathering the seeds of the eastern grove and scattering them wide. As he did, a gentle rain began to fall, coaxing life from the earth and renewing the grove's vitality. Flowers unfurled their petals in a joyous array of colors, and the grove thrummed with life once more. Returning to the grove, Thistle and Sylvie marveled at the transformation. The air was sweet and vibrant, filled with the scents of blooming flowers and the gentle hum of nature's harmony restored. The elder spirits, watching from their ancient perches, nodded their approval. "Balance has been restored," said Orin, his voice a soothing balm. "Remember, dear friends, that the harmony of the world is a delicate dance. Each step must be taken with care and respect for the promises we make." With these words etched into their hearts, Thistle and Sylvie returned to their roles as guardians of the forest, their bond strengthened by the shared journey. They knew that the wisdom of the forest was not a solitary flame, but a light shared between friends, illuminating the path for all who would follow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, Thistle and Sylvie found their place beneath a star-strewn sky. The forest, now a symphony of peaceful night sounds, cradled them in its embrace, a reminder that in unity, even the smallest of creatures could weave a tale as enduring as the oldest oak. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, the seasons danced their eternal dance, and the whispers of the wind carried stories of harmony and friendship to all the creatures who called this enchanted place home. Story 39. In a small village nestled deep within the ancient whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Ayla. Though her life seemed ordinary, she harbored a secret that would soon set her on an extraordinary adventure. Ayla had always felt a profound connection to the natural world around her. The trees seemed to whisper secrets in the wind, and the animals regarded her with a peculiar familiarity. Little did she know, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the very essence of nature itself. One crisp autumn morning, as Ayla ventured into the woods to gather wild berries, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A shimmering orb, no larger than a robin's egg, hovered among the fallen leaves. Drawn to its ethereal glow, she reached out and gently cradled it in her palms. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The air grew thick with the scent of pine and moss, and the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches swaying in a silent greeting. Ayla gasped as a voice, soft and ancient, echoed in her mind. "Greetings, young one. We have been waiting for you." Thus began Ayla's journey into the hidden realm of the Whispering Woods, a world teeming with magic and wonder, where the spirits of nature held sway. Under the guidance of the ancient orb, she learned to harness her gift, communing with the trees, the creatures, and the very essence of the forest itself. As her understanding grew, so too did her awareness of the delicate balance that sustained this enchanted realm. A darkness was spreading, a blight that withered the trees and silenced the songs of the birds. Ayla knew she had to act, for the fate of the Whispering Woods, and perhaps the world beyond, rested upon her shoulders. With the orb as her constant companion, Ayla embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery and restore harmony to the forest. Her path led her through twisted glades and misty hollows, where she encountered wondrous beings and faced daunting challenges. In the heart of an ancient oak, she met a wise old owl who revealed the true nature of the blight, a powerful entity driven by greed and a desire to subjugate the natural world. Together, they hatched a plan to confront this malevolent force, drawing upon the collective strength of the forest spirits. Ayla's closest friend, a mischievous fox named Trix, proved to be an invaluable ally. With his quick wit and unwavering loyalty, he guided her through treacherous terrain and helped her outwit cunning adversaries. Their journey led them to the highest peaks and deepest valleys, where they encountered wonders beyond their wildest dreams. Ayla marveled at the graceful dance of the forest sprites, witnessed the majestic migration of the elk, and even crossed paths with a reclusive clan of woodland folk who shared their ancient lore. Yet the darkness never strayed far, its tendrils reaching ever closer. In a harrowing confrontation deep within a cursed glade, Ayla faced the embodiment of the Blight, a twisted, corrupted spirit that sought to drain the life from the forest. With the orb's guidance and the collective strength of her newfound allies, Ayla unleashed the full power of her gift. She channeled the very essence of the Whispering Woods, weaving a tapestry of light and life that banished the darkness and restored balance to the realm. In the aftermath, as the forest sang with renewed vitality, Ayla realized that her journey had transformed her in ways she could have never imagined. She had grown from a curious child into a powerful guardian, forging unbreakable bonds with the spirits of nature and discovering her own inner strength. Though her quest had come to an end, Ayla's connection to the Whispering Woods remained, a constant reminder of the magic that thrived within the natural world. And whenever the wind whispered through the trees, she knew the spirits were watching over her, their voices carrying the echoes of friendship, courage, and the enduring rhythms of life. Story 40. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds upon a velvet sea, there existed a quaint little planet named Lumina. It was a place where the sunlight danced through emerald leaves, and gentle winds carried the scent of sweet blossoms. Lumina was home to the gentle luminarians, beings of light and harmony, who cherished peace and the whispering songs of their lush forests. On a distant, rugged planet called Zephyria lived the Zephyrians, creatures of stone and resilience. They thrived in the harsh, howling winds that swept across their barren lands. Life on Zephyria taught them strength and endurance, but their hearts yearned for the warmth of friendship that their rocky home rarely provided. One day, an unexpected event wove the destinies of these two worlds together. A cosmic storm, fierce and mighty, swept through the galaxy, carrying with it the young and curious luminarian named Lyra. She found herself caught in its swirling grip and was gently deposited on the unfamiliar terrain of Zephyria. Lyra, with her shimmering form and delicate luminescence, was a sight to behold amidst the stark, rocky landscape. Her heart fluttered with both fear and wonder as she surveyed the unfamiliar ground beneath her glowing feet. Suddenly, from behind a jagged boulder, emerged a Zephyrian named Garrick. With skin as tough and textured as the mountains themselves, Garrick was as much a part of his planet as the stones that surrounded him. He regarded the luminous being before him with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for he had never seen anything quite like her. "Who are you?" Garrick rumbled, his voice resonating like distant thunder. "I am Lyra, from Lumina," she replied, her voice a gentle melody that floated on the wind. "The storm brought me here. I mean no harm." Garrick nodded, his initial wariness softening. "I am Garrick. This is my home. You seem far from where you belong." Despite their differences, a silent understanding passed between them. Lyra was far from her gentle woods, and Garrick rarely encountered anyone beyond his own kind. They were both alone in their own ways. Days turned into weeks as Lyra and Garrick spent time together, discovering the beauty and challenges of Zephyria. Lyra marveled at the way Garrick could navigate treacherous paths with ease, while Garrick was entranced by the way Lyra's light brought warmth and color to the monochrome world around them. Their bond grew, but not without its share of misunderstandings. Lyra, in her eagerness to help, often overlooked the Zephyrian way of doing things, leading to moments of tension. One day, as Lyra attempted to light the path with a beam of her luminescence, Garrick stopped her. "Your light is beautiful, Lyra, but sometimes we Zephyrians need the darkness to see the stars," Garrick explained gently. Lyra paused, realizing her oversight. "I didn't understand. I only wanted to help," she said softly. Garrick chuckled, his laughter like the echoing stones. "Your intentions are kind, Lyra. Perhaps we both have much to learn from each other. Through shared challenges, like navigating sudden rock slides and seeking shelter from fierce winds, Lyra and Garrick learned the true meaning of friendship. When Lyra's light dimmed from weariness, Garrick would find shelter for them both, his presence a comforting shield against the storm. When Garrick's strength waned, Lyra would sing her gentle songs, infusing him with the warmth of her spirit. One night, as they sat beneath a canopy of stars that stretched endlessly above them, Lyra spoke softly, her words a gentle caress against the night. "Thank you, Garrick, for showing me the beauty of your world. I never imagined finding such friendship in a place so different from my own." Garrick smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And I thank you, Lyra, for bringing light and laughter to my life. You have taught me to see beyond the surface, to find warmth in unexpected places." Their friendship had become a bridge between two worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and acceptance. As they gazed at the stars, each twinkling light a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the bonds that could form within it, they knew that their paths had intertwined for a reason. Eventually, the cosmic storm returned, ready to carry Lyra back to her home on Lumina. As she prepared to leave, Garrick placed a small, polished stone into her hand, a piece of Zephyria to remember him by. "Take this, so you will always have a part of my world with you," he said, his voice warm with affection. Lyra clasped the stone tightly, her heart full. "And I will carry your friendship in my heart, always." With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the storm's gentle embrace, her form shimmering as she was lifted away. Garrick watched her go, feeling a touch of sadness, but also a deep gratitude for the friendship they had shared. As Lyra returned to her home, she carried with her the lessons of strength and resilience, and the comforting knowledge that friendship could bloom in the most unexpected of places. And Garrick, standing amidst the stones of his rugged planet, felt the warmth of her light linger in his heart, a beacon of hope and connection. In the end, the galaxy continued to swirl with stars and storms, but within it, two unlikely companions had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended distance, differences, and time, leaving a legacy of understanding and love that would shine forevermore. Story 41. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the stars twinkled like knowing eyes, there lay a small village called Glimmerbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, moss-covered cottages, and gardens blooming with flowers that glowed softly under the moonlight. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the sound of a nearby brook, its gentle song a lullaby to all who lived there. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as warm as the hearths that burned in every home. Lila had a particular fondness for solving puzzles and mysteries, a talent that often led her on little adventures around Glimmerbrook. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oren, who lived in the tallest oak tree at the edge of the village. Oren's feathers were the color of moonbeams, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages past. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced to the ground in shades of amber and gold, the villagers gathered in the square for the Harvest Moon Festival. It was a time of joy and celebration, with tables laden with pumpkin pies, spiced cider, and apple tarts. Lanterns made from carved gourds cast a warm glow over the festivities, and laughter mingled with the melody of fiddles and flutes. As the evening wore on, a peculiar thing began to happen. The lanterns, which had always burned steadily throughout the night, began to flicker and dim, casting long shadows across the square. The villagers murmured with concern, for the festival had never been interrupted before. Lila watched the lanterns with a furrowed brow, a spark of curiosity kindling within her. "It seems we have a mystery on our hands," Oren hooted softly, fluttering down to perch on Lila's shoulder. His presence was a comforting weight, and Lila nodded, her eyes bright with determination. Together, they decided to investigate. Lila, with her keen eye for detail, noticed that the lanterns nearest to the edge of the forest were the first to flicker. She followed the trail of dimming lights, with Oren flying ahead, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. As they ventured further from the village square, the comforting sounds of the festival faded, replaced by the hushed whispers of the forest. The air was cool, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. The path was lit by the soft glow of the moon, which peeked through the canopy like a watchful guardian. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon a curious scene. A group of tiny creatures, no taller than a child's knee, were gathered around a particularly bright lantern. They were fae, known in Glimmerbrook as the Flickerlings, and they had wings that shimmered like dew in the morning sun. The Flickerlings were known to be mischievous but kind-hearted, always eager to help if asked kindly. "Look, Lila," Orin whispered. "They're drawn to the light like moths to a flame." Lila approached gently, mindful not to startle the little beings. She crouched down, her voice soft and inviting. "Hello, Flickerlings. I see you're enjoying the lanterns. They're beautiful, aren't they?" The Flickerlings paused their dance, their eyes wide with surprise and curiosity. One of them, a little braver than the rest, fluttered forward. "They are indeed, fair Lila," he chirped. "We mean no harm, truly. We simply adore the lantern's glow." Lila smiled, understanding dawning on her. "Of course I see now, but the villagers are worried because the lights are dimming. Perhaps we can find a way for you to enjoy the lanterns without causing concern?" The Flickerlings huddled together, their wings whispering like pages of an ancient book. After a moment, the brave Flickerling nodded. "We did not wish to trouble your festival. Perhaps we could help make new lanterns, ones that glow even brighter so there's enough light for everyone?" Lila's eyes sparkled with delight. "That sounds like a wonderful idea. I'm sure the villagers would love to have your help." With Orin's guidance, Lila and the Flickerlings returned to the village square. The villagers, although puzzled, welcomed the Flickerlings with open arms once Lila explained the situation. Together, they set to work crafting new lanterns, with the Flickerlings adding their own touch of magic to each one. The lanterns shimmered with a light that was warm and inviting, their glow spreading joy throughout the village. As the festival continued, the villagers danced under the newly enchanted lights, their worries forgotten. Lila watched with a heart full of happiness, knowing she had helped bring the village closer together. Before the night ended, Lila stood with Orin by her side, gazing up at the stars. "Thank you, Orin," she whispered. "I couldn't have solved this mystery without you." Orin fluffed his feathers, a gentle pride in his voice. "And I couldn't have solved it without you, dear Lila. Sometimes the answers we seek are found not in the problem itself, but in the friends we meet along the way." With the festival winding down and the village aglow in newfound light, Lila and Orin returned to the Whispering Woods, their hearts content and their spirits light. The mystery had been solved, not by force or conflict, but through understanding and friendship. And as the stars blinked their good night, the village of Glimmerbrook nestled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the gentle embrace of magic and wonder. Story 42. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the gentle hum of life echoed softly, like a lullaby on a warm summer's night. The village was old and wise, its cobblestone streets winding through time, past age-old cottages with thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls. At the heart of Willowbrook lay the great oak, a massive tree whose branches stretched out like a guardian's arms, providing shade and stories to those who sought its wisdom. Among the villagers was a young girl named Clara, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Clara had a penchant for exploring, her keen eyes always seeking the hidden wonders that others might overlook. She lived with her grandmother Agnes in a cozy little cottage where the air was always sweet with the scent of baked bread and wildflowers. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced to the ground in a symphony of gold and russet, Clara set out on a new adventure. Her grandmother had told her tales of a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a place where magic lay just beneath the surface, waiting to reveal itself to those who believed. "Follow the path of the sun," Agnes had whispered, her eyes twinkling with a secret joy, "and listen closely to the whispers of the wind." Clara, with her heart alight with wonder, ventured into the woods, her footsteps soft upon the carpet of fallen leaves. The woods were alive with the gentle rustle of creatures unseen, and the air was filled with the earthy perfume of moss and pine. As she wandered deeper, Clara noticed something peculiar, a glimmering light that danced playfully among the shadows, as if beckoning her to follow. Intrigued, Clara pursued the light, her anticipation growing with each step. The forest seemed to pulse with energy, the trees standing tall like silent sentinels, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind. As she moved closer to the source of the light, Clara's surroundings began to change subtly. The air grew warmer, the colors more vibrant, and the light danced with a joyful energy that felt almost tangible. Finally, Clara reached a small clearing, bathed in the golden glow of the afternoon sun. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar object, a mirror, framed in twisting vines and adorned with delicate flowers that seemed to bloom with the light of their own accord. The mirror shimmered, its surface rippling like water, reflecting not the clearing around it, but a world of vibrant colors and fantastical shapes, a world unlike any Clara had ever seen. With a heart full of wonder and a mind buzzing with curiosity, Clara reached out to touch the mirror. As her fingers brushed against its cool surface, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying with it the soft melody of a distant song. The air shimmered, and before Clara's eyes, the mirror's surface parted like a curtain, revealing a portal to the hidden world beyond. Hesitant but excited, Clara stepped through the mirror, feeling a tingling sensation wash over her as she crossed the threshold. The world on the other side was a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds, a place where the very air seemed to hum with magic. The sky was a brilliant tapestry of blues and purples, dotted with clouds that danced like playful spirits. The ground beneath her feet was soft and lush, a meadow of wild flowers that swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of honey and lavender. As Clara gazed around in awe, she noticed creatures of all shapes and sizes inhabiting this magical realm. There were winged rabbits that flitted from flower to flower, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. Glimmering fish swam through the air as if it were water, their scales catching the light and casting rainbows in every direction. And perched atop a nearby tree was a wise old owl, its feathers a rich tapestry of browns and golds, its eyes holding the secrets of ages. "Welcome, young traveler," the owl hooted softly, its voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the hidden glade, a place of wonder and dreams." Clara, though surprised to hear an owl speak, felt a warm sense of belonging wash over her. "Thank you," she replied with a smile. "I am Clara, and I am honored to be here." The owl nodded in acknowledgement, its eyes twinkling with kindness. "In this realm, the heart sees what the eyes cannot. Trust in your heart, and you will find your way." With those words, the owl spread its wings and took flight, leaving Clara alone to explore the wonders of the hidden glade. As she wandered through this enchanting world, Clara marveled at the beauty around her. The trees sang with the voices of the wind, and the flowers danced in a symphony of colors. Everywhere she looked, Clara found magic woven into the very fabric of this place. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Clara stumbled upon a small, shimmering pond. The water was as clear as crystal, reflecting the vibrant colors of the sky above. At the edge of the pond sat a small frog, its skin a brilliant emerald green, its eyes like jewels. "Good evening," the frog croaked, its voice carrying a melodic lilt. "You seem like someone who appreciates a good story." Clara chuckled softly, kneeling beside the pond. "I do love stories," she admitted. "Do you have one to share?" The frog nodded, its eyes sparkling with mischief. "Indeed I do. Long ago, this pond was the heart of a grand forest, where creatures of all kinds gathered to share their tales. One day a young prince stumbled upon this place, his heart heavy with burdens he could not bear. The creatures, seeing his sorrow, shared their stories with him, tales of joy and friendship, of challenges overcome and dreams fulfilled. The prince listened, his heart growing lighter with each tale, until he realized that the answers he sought were within him all along. Clara listened intently, her heart swelling with warmth. "What happened to the prince?" she asked, eager to hear more. The frog smiled, its eyes crinkling with delight. "The prince returned to his kingdom, wiser and more compassionate than before. He ruled with a gentle heart and a kind hand, and his kingdom flourished. And though he never forgot the tales he heard by the pond, he knew that the greatest story of all was the one he was yet to write." Clara sat in thoughtful silence, the frog's tale resonating deeply within her. She realized that this magical world, with all its wonders and mysteries, held a mirror to her own heart, revealing truths that she had always known but had never truly seen. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. She rose to her feet, bidding farewell to the frog in the pond, and retraced her steps through the hidden glade, back to the shimmering mirror that had brought her here. The portal stood waiting, its surface gleaming like a beacon in the night. With a deep breath, Clara stepped through, feeling the familiar tingling sensation as she crossed the threshold back into the whispering woods. The world around her was quiet and serene, the moon casting a gentle glow upon the path that led home. As she emerged from the woods and walked through the village, Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. She understood now that the magic she had found was not just in the hidden glade, but within herself and in the world around her. It was in the kindness of her grandmother's smile, the laughter shared with friends, and the quiet moments of reflection under the great oak. When Clara finally reached her cottage, she found her grandmother waiting by the fire, a warm smile upon her face. "Welcome home, my dear," Agnes said softly, wrapping Clara in a loving embrace. Clara hugged her grandmother tightly, her heart full of gratitude and love. "Thank you for guiding me, Grandma," she whispered. "I found a world of wonders today, and it has shown me so much about myself." Agnes chuckled gently, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Sometimes the greatest journeys we take are the ones within our own hearts," she replied, smoothing Clara's hair with a tender hand. As Clara settled into her cozy bed that night, she felt a gentle contentment envelop her like a warm blanket. She knew that the magic of the hidden glade would always be with her, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay hidden in the world and within herself. And as she drifted off to sleep, the gentle hum of the village and the whispers of the woods sang her into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the arms of dreams and possibilities. Story 43. In the gentle embrace of a vast meadow where the grass danced softly with the whispering winds, there stood a quaint little cottage. Its thatched roof was kissed by the sun, and its windows glistened like the eyes of a content soul. Inside lived a young woman named Marin, known for her kind heart and a gentle smile that could warm the chilliest of days. Yet despite her outward cheer, Marin was quietly struggling. Marin had always found comfort in the simple constancy of her days, tending to her garden and weaving baskets from reeds by the river. The world beyond her meadow, with its uncertain turns and unexpected changes, was a daunting mystery to her. She feared change, as one might fear the loss of a familiar friend, and she shied away from the unknown paths that beckoned at the edge of her world. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from their branches in a tapestry of gold and crimson, Marin discovered something unusual in her garden. Nestled among the marigolds was a peculiar seed. It shimmered with an otherworldly light, as if it held the essence of 1,000 sunsets within its tiny shell. Intrigued, Marin decided to plant it in the richest soil she could find, right by the window where the sun's rays were most tender. As the days passed, the seed grew into a vine, its tendrils reaching skyward with a determination that mirrored a longing within Marin's own heart. Each morning, she would tend to the vine, whispering her hopes and fears to it as she watered its roots. To her surprise, the vine responded in kind, its leaves unfurling in vibrant hues that seemed to change with her every mood. One evening, as Marin sat by the vine, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, she noticed something extraordinary. The vine had begun to blossom, its flowers opening to reveal petals that shimmered like moonlight on water. From the center of each bloom, a gentle, lilting melody drifted into the air, a song that seemed to echo the unspoken dreams of her heart. Seeking to understand the magic of this vine, Marin turned to the wise and gentle spirits of the meadow. There was old Bramble, the ancient oak who whispered secrets through the rustle of his leaves, and Lyra, the playful brook whose laughter bubbled over stones as she danced through the land. Together they taught Marin to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. Marin learned that the vine was a reflection of her own journey, its magical growth a mirror of the changes within her. Its blossoms sang of possibilities, of the beauty that lay beyond the familiar, if only she dared to step forward. With the guidance of her newfound friends, Marin began to embrace the changes she once feared, realizing that they were not to be shunned but celebrated. With each passing day, Maren found herself more at ease with the world outside her door. She ventured into the forest, where the trees whispered tales of ancient times, and the wind carried stories from lands afar. She discovered new skills, like weaving tales into her baskets, infusing them with the magic of her imagination. The more she explored, the more she grew, and the more the vine flourished, its blossoms a testament to her transformation. One day, as the first snowflakes began to drift from the sky, Maren sat by the vine, now a magnificent tapestry of color and song. She realized that the vine had become a part of her, as she had become a part of it. In its growth, she saw her own, and in its beauty, she found the courage to embrace the unknown. As the seasons turned, Maren continued to nurture the vine, its magic a constant reminder of the power of change and the beauty of personal discovery. The meadow was her home, but the world beyond was now her canvas, filled with opportunities waiting to be painted with the colors of her heart. And so, in the comforting glow of her cottage, with the vine's gentle music lulling her into dreams, Maren found peace. She understood that change was not an end but a beginning, a chance to grow and to become all that she was meant to be. With each new dawn, she welcomed the promise of transformation, knowing that, like the vine, she too was blossoming into something beautiful and magical. In this way, Maren's journey of personal growth and magical transformation became a tale of hope and courage, whispered through the meadow's winds and carried into the hearts of all who dared to dream. Story 44. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming moonflowers, there lay a quaint little village known as Willow Hollow. The villagers were softly woven into the tapestry of the forest, living harmoniously alongside the magical creatures that called the woods home. The cobblestone paths wound gently through the village, under the shade of ancient trees whose leaves sang lullabies with the breeze. The people of Willow Hollow were known for their simple joys and gentle ways, and the village was often filled with the sound of laughter and the chiming of bells from the ivy-clad clock tower. But one peaceful morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, a curious mystery began to unfurl. It started when the villagers noticed that the dew on the morning grass seemed to glisten a little too brightly, and the normally tranquil pond at the village's edge rippled as if something unseen danced upon its surface. These were small oddities, easily brushed aside, until children playing in the meadow spoke of seeing fleeting, colorful lights flitting between the trees. The village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Elder Rowan, was called upon to unravel the mystery. His eyes, crinkled at the corners from years of kind smiles, twinkled with curiosity. He gathered the villagers in the cozy warmth of the town hall, its walls lined with shelves of well-read books and jars of herbal remedies. "My dear friends," Elder Rowan began, his voice as soft as a whispering brook, "let us not be troubled, but rather intrigued by these happenings. The forest has always been full of wonders. Perhaps it is merely the forest itself reaching out to tell us a tale." Listening closely was a young girl named Lila, her heart as open as the fields of heather that surrounded the village. Lila adored the forest and often spent her days exploring its hidden nooks, befriending the gentle creatures that lived there. She was known for her bright eyes that seemed to notice even the quietest rustle in the underbrush. Determined to help, Lila vowed to solve the mystery. She set out the next morning, the sun dappling the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow. Her feet were light upon the mossy ground, and her spirit was buoyed by the songs of the birds flitting overhead. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she met Finn, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like amber. Finn was known throughout the forest as a clever and resourceful companion, always ready with a quick wit or a helpful suggestion. "Good morning, Lila," Finn greeted, his voice as smooth as velvet. "What brings you to this part of the woods where the sun barely kisses the ground?" Lila explained the strange occurrences, and Finn's ears perked up with interest. "Ah, it sounds like the work of the twinkling sprites," he mused. "They are mischievous little beings, full of light and laughter, but they mean no harm. They love to play, especially when no one is watching." With Finn's guidance, Lila learned that the twinkling sprites were known to dwell near the Heartgrove Glade, a hidden clearing where the oldest tree in the forest stood. its branches reaching up to the sky like welcoming arms. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and its roots were intertwined with the very heartbeat of the woods. As they approached the glade, a soft, silvery glow began to illuminate their path. The air was filled with a gentle humming, like the softest of lullabies. Lila felt a comforting warmth envelop her, and she knew they were close. There, beneath the great tree, Lila and Finn found the twinkling sprites. They were tiny creatures, no bigger than a thumb, with wings that shimmered like fragments of a rainbow. They flitted about, leaving trails of stardust in their wake, and their laughter was like the tinkling of distant chimes. Lila stepped forward, her voice as gentle as the morning mist. "Dear sprites, we mean no disturbance. We only wish to understand why the forest has been so lively of late." One of the sprites, with wings of azure and a crown of tiny flowers, fluttered closer. "We are celebrating the blooming moon," the sprite explained, her voice like a soft breeze. "It is a time of renewal and joy when the forest embraces the light and dances in its glow." Understanding dawned upon Lila, and she smiled warmly. "Would it be all right if we joined your celebration, so that the village can share in your joy, rather than fear the unknown?" The sprites giggled with delight, and the forest seemed to brighten in response. "Of course, dear friends. All are welcome to dance beneath the moonlight and share in the magic." That evening, as the moon rose high and bathed the world in its silvery glow, the villagers gathered at the Heartgrove glade. The air was alive with the sound of music and laughter, and the twinkling sprites danced alongside the villagers, their light weaving through the branches like a living tapestry. Elder Rowan watched with a heart full of gratitude. "The forest has shared its magic with us," he said softly, "and reminded us that sometimes the unknown is merely a friend we have yet to meet." As the celebration continued into the night, Lila felt a deep sense of contentment. She had learned that with kindness and curiosity, even the most mysterious of occurrences could lead to new friendships and shared joy. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, the villagers of Willow Hollow and the creatures of the whispering woods danced together, their laughter echoing through the forest. A gentle reminder that in a world filled with wonders, every day holds the promise of a new beginning. Story 45. In the quaint village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of ripe wheat, and her eyes mirrored the depths of the forest pond. Meadowbrook was a place where time seemed to move at its own leisurely pace, and Lila loved to wander its cobblestone streets, her feet guided by the rhythm of the wind that danced through the trees. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves pirouetted to the ground, Lila decided to explore the attic of her grandmother's old farmhouse, a place she had never ventured before. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten relics, each cloaked in a fine layer of dust, whispering stories of the past. Among the bric-a-brac, Lila's attention was caught by a curious object, a tarnished silver mirror, its surface clouded with age. Intrigued, Lila brushed away the dust, revealing intricate engravings of stars and moons around the mirror's frame. As she gazed into its depths, the reflection began to shimmer and swirl, revealing not her own face, but a landscape of breathtaking beauty. A meadow filled with flowers that sparkled like gemstones beneath a sky painted with the hues of dawn. Lila's heart quickened with excitement. She felt a gentle tug, as if the mirror was inviting her to step through. Taking a deep breath, she reached out, and to her astonishment, her hand slipped through the glass as easily as dipping into a cool stream. With a mix of wonder and trepidation, Lila stepped forward and found herself enveloped in the vibrant world she had seen. The air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and a symphony of birdsong filled the air. Lila marveled at the colors around her, each petal and leaf more vivid than anything she had ever seen. As she wandered deeper into the meadow, she encountered a small gathering of creatures who welcomed her with bright, friendly eyes. First to greet her was Thistle, a wise old hare with fur as soft as the morning mist. His long ears twitched with curiosity as he spoke in a voice that rustled like leaves in the wind. "Welcome, Lila," said Thistle, his eyes twinkling. "We have been waiting for someone like you." Next was Pippin, a squirrel with fur the color of rich mahogany, who chattered cheerfully as he scampered up to Lila's shoulder. "The meadow is full of wonders," he said, his voice light and playful. "But beware, not all is as it seems." Finally, there was Willow, a gentle deer with eyes that held the wisdom of the forest. She approached with graceful steps, her antlers adorned with delicate vines. "The mirror has chosen you for a reason, dear Lila," she said softly. "You are here to help us restore balance to our land." Curiosity piqued, Lila listened intently as her new friends explained that a shadow had fallen over their world. A mysterious fog had begun to creep across the meadow, dimming the vibrant colors and muting the joyful songs. The creatures had tried to dispel it, but their efforts had been in vain. Determined to help, Leela set off with Thistle, Pippin, and Willow as her guides. They journeyed to the heart of the meadow, where the fog was thickest. As they traveled, Lila learned more about her companions, their hopes, their fears, and their dreams. The bond between them grew strong, woven with threads of shared laughter and whispered secrets. When they reached the heart of the meadow, they found the source of the fog, an ancient tree, its bark gnarled and twisted, standing alone in a clearing. The tree wept a silent song of sorrow, and its tears fed the fog that spread through the land. Leela approached the tree with a gentle heart, her steps quiet and respectful. She placed a hand on its rough bark and closed her eyes, listening to the tree's wordless lament. In that moment, she understood that the tree was not evil, but lonely, yearning for the company it once had. With newfound wisdom, Lila knelt beside the tree and began to sing, a melody that spoke of friendship, of hope, and of the beauty found in connection. Her voice was soft and soothing, a balm to the tree's wounded heart. As she sang, her companions joined in, their voices weaving a tapestry of harmony. Slowly the fog began to lift, and the meadow brightened with renewed life. Flowers unfurled their petals, birds resumed their joyful chorus, and the tree, once twisted in grief, straightened with newfound grace. The meadow was whole again, its beauty restored not by force, but by understanding and compassion. With their task complete, Lila and her friends returned to the edge of the meadow, where the mirror awaited. Thistle, Pippin, and Willow bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and warmth. "Remember, Lila," Thistle said, his voice gentle, "the magic of the meadow is within you always." As Lila stepped back through the mirror, she found herself once again in the dusty attic, the silver frame gleaming softly in the dim light. She smiled, her heart filled with the knowledge that she had brought light to a world that had needed it. That night, as Lila lay in bed, she felt the gentle presence of her new friends in the rustle of the wind and the soft glow of the moonlight. She knew that though the journey had ended, the wisdom she had gained would guide her always. And so, with a heart at peace and dreams bright with possibility, Lila drifted into a deep, contented sleep, knowing that she had discovered not only a world beyond the mirror, but also the power of kindness and understanding within herself. Story 46. Once upon a time, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Oliver. The village, with its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, was a place where time seemed to linger like the sweet scent of freshly baked bread from the village bakery. Willowbrook was known for its simple joys and the quiet rustle of life that moved at a leisurely pace. Oliver lived with his grandmother, a wise old woman who had a knack for storytelling and a garden full of vibrant flowers that seemed to dance with every breeze. In their snug little cottage, with its thatched roof and window boxes overflowing with petunias, the fireplace crackled warmly, casting a golden glow on the woven rugs beneath their feet. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves swirled in the cool air, Oliver stumbled upon something peculiar while helping his grandmother tidy the attic. Hidden beneath a pile of dusty quilts was an ornate brass key. It was unlike any key he had ever seen, with intricate carvings of stars and crescents etched along its shaft. Intrigued, he held it up to the sunlight streaming through the attic window, watching as it cast shimmering patterns on the wooden floor. "Ah, you've found the key," his grandmother remarked, her eyes twinkling with a secret only she seemed to know. "That key has been in our family for generations, though its lock has long been lost to time." Oliver's curiosity was piqued. What could this key possibly unlock? With his grandmother's blessing and a packed lunch of cheese, bread, and apples, he set off on a journey to uncover the mystery behind the magical key. As he wandered through the village, Oliver was joined by two of his dearest friends. There was Pippa, a spirited girl with a crown of wild curls and a laugh that could rival the tinkling of wind chimes, and Finn, a gentle soul with a keen eye for hidden wonders and an ever-present sketchbook tucked under his arm. Together they formed a trio of wonder-seekers, ready to unravel the secrets of the key. Their adventure led them through the meandering paths of the village, past the mill where the air was thick with the scent of flour and grain, and into the heart of the whispering woods. The forest was a place of magic, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like melted honey, and the ground was carpeted with moss as soft as velvet. It was in these woods that they encountered their first helper, a wise old owl named Sage, who perched majestically on the branch of an ancient oak. With eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages, Sage hooted softly, guiding them deeper into the forest with tales of an enchanted door hidden beneath the roots of the oldest tree. "Follow the path where the moonlight dances," Sage advised, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "The key seeks the door, and the door holds the answers." With Sage's guidance, the trio ventured further, their hearts light and minds open to the wonders of the world around them. They passed through a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals kissed by the gentle caress of the breeze. The air was filled with the sweet scent of earth and blossom, a reminder of life's simple, unspoken beauty. Finally, they reached the ancient tree, its gnarled roots twisting like the fingers of time itself. There, nestled between the roots, was a door of weathered wood, almost as if the tree had grown around it. Oliver held up the brass key, and as he inserted it into the lock, a soft click resonated through the air, as if the forest itself sighed with relief. The door swung open to reveal a world bathed in twilight, a place where the sky was a tapestry of indigo and silver, and the stars winked like old friends. This was a realm not bound by the usual rules of time and space, a place where dreams took shape and whispered their secrets through the rustling leaves. In this enchanted world, they met Lumina, a luminous figure with a gentle glow that seemed to emanate from within. Lumina was a guardian of dreams and keeper of stories long forgotten. She welcomed them with a warm smile and a voice like the softest lullaby. "Welcome, seekers of wonder," she said, her presence as comforting as a blanket on a chilly night. "You have unlocked the door to your own hearts, a place where dreams and reality intertwine." Lumina guided them to a shimmering pond where the water mirrored the sky, reflecting constellations that danced with every ripple. It was here that Oliver faced a gentle challenge, not of strength, but of the heart. The pond whispered of fears and doubts, echoing the insecurities that often linger in the shadows of one's mind. With the support of his friends and the wisdom of Lumina, Oliver learned to listen to the whispers, not with fear, but with understanding. He realized that every doubt was a stepping stone to greater self-awareness, and every fear an opportunity for growth. As the stars twinkled above, Oliver dipped his hand into the pond, feeling the cool water envelop his fingers. With a newfound calm, he spoke words of kindness and acceptance, watching as the ripples carried his fears away, leaving behind a serene reflection of the boy he was becoming. The journey had changed him, not through grandiose feats, but through quiet realizations and the gentle embrace of friendship. With Lumina's blessing and a heart full of gratitude, Oliver, Pippa, and Finn returned to Willowbrook, the magical key safely tucked in Oliver's pocket as a reminder of their adventure. Back at the snug cottage, as the fire crackled and the scent of lavender wafted through the air, Oliver shared his tale with his grandmother. Her eyes, full of warmth and wisdom, mirrored his own. "That key," she said softly, "was always meant to unlock the magic within you." And so, as the moon rose high and the village settled into the embrace of night, Oliver drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that the greatest secrets were often found not in the world outside, but within the heart. And in Willowbrook, where stars whispered through the branches and dreams danced on the wings of the wind, the gentle magic of ordinary things continued to weave its tender spell, reminding all who lived there of the beauty that lay in every quiet moment. And so, dear listener, let your own heart be your guide, for within it lies the key to every wonder, waiting to be discovered in the tender embrace of dreams. Story 47. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang gentle lullabies and the rivers chuckled under the moonlight, there was a quaint little village named Blossom Brook. Here the air was always filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of laughter. It was a place where magic danced in every corner, and every resident had a unique, delightful trait. One bright morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, a young creature named Pipkin awoke to the sound of twinkling bells. Pipkin was a fluffy, azure-blue wisp with a penchant for collecting lost socks, which he would string into colorful garlands that adorned his cozy burrow. He had eyes like polished marbles and a laugh that bubbled like a babbling brook. Today, however, Pipkin had a peculiar problem. The trees, which usually hummed softly, were singing out of tune, causing the entire village to feel slightly out of sorts. Determined to restore harmony, Pipkin swirled through the village, his wispiness trailing behind him like a ribbon in the breeze. He first visited Ella, a kind-hearted fox with an impressive collection of teacups, who brewed the most soothing herbal teas. Ella had the ability to hear the faintest whispers of the wind, and she listened intently as Pipkin explained the musical disarray. Mused Ella, her ears twitching thoughtfully. Perhaps the trees need their morning melody restored. You might need the help of Fiddle, our musical friend. Fiddle was a sprightly squirrel who lived in a hollow oak at the heart of the woods. His tail was as bushy as a dandelion puff, and he wore spectacles that were perpetually askew. Fiddle played an enchanted fiddle that could coax a tune out of even the grumpiest of clouds. When Pipkin shared his dilemma, Fiddle's eyes twinkled with mischief and excitement. "Ah, a challenge!" Fiddle exclaimed, adjusting his spectacles. "To fix the tree's tune, we must find the source of their discord. Let us seek the advice of the wise old owl, Hootsworth." Hootsworth, with feathers the color of autumn leaves, lived in the tallest tree in Blossom Brook. Known for his wisdom and an impressive collection of ancient scrolls, he was often found sipping chamomile tea while pondering the mysteries of the universe. As Pipkin and Fiddle approached, Hootsworth tilted his head, his large eyes reflecting the morning sun. "Ah, my dear friends," Hootsworth greeted them with a warm smile. "I believe the trees have lost their song because the wind chimes of harmony are tangled." Pipkin and Fiddle exchanged a glance of curiosity. The wind chimes of harmony, a mystical set of chimes hanging at the top of the whispering woods, helped keep the natural rhythm of the forest. Over time, they had become entwined with a mischievous vine known as the giggle tangle, which thrived on laughter and merriment. To untangle the chimes, Pipkin, Fiddle, and Ella mustered their courage and set off on an adventure deeper into the woods, where the air smelled of pine and sweet earth. The path was lined with glowing mushrooms that giggled as they passed, and fluttering fireflies that painted the air with golden streaks. As they reached the clearing where the chimes hung, they were greeted by a delightful surprise. The giggle tangle was not just a vine, but a playful creature with 100 ticklish tendrils. It wriggled and wiggled, creating a symphony of giggles that resonated through the trees. To convince it to release the chimes, the friends realized they needed to engage it in a game. Thinking creatively, Pipkin suggested a riddle contest, knowing that Giggle Tangles adored riddles. Fiddle played a lively tune on his fiddle, and Ella brewed a pot of her calming tea, creating an atmosphere of cheer. The Giggle Tangle shivered with glee, agreeing to play along. Ella posed the first riddle. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" The Giggle Tangle quivered, thinking hard, and then shivered with delight as it answered, "An echo." The tendrils jostled playfully, untangling a little as a reward for its cleverness. Next, Pipkin offered his riddle. "I am not alive, but I can grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. What am I?" The Giggle Tangle paused, its tendrils twisting in thought. Then, with a chuckle, it replied, "A fire!" More of the chimes were freed as it giggled in satisfaction. Finally, Fiddle presented his riddle in song. "I fly without wings, I cry without eyes. Whenever I go, darkness flies. What am I?" The Giggle Tangle hesitated, its tendrils curling in concentration. It hummed along with the tune, and with a burst of joyous laughter, it answered, "A cloud." With that, the last of the chimes was released, and the giggle-tangle, having had its fill of fun, danced away into the depths of the forest. With the chimes restored, a gentle breeze swept through the whispering woods, carrying with it the harmonious melody that had been missing. The trees swayed and hummed in perfect tune once more, and the village of Blossom Brook felt the soothing balm of their song. The friends returned to the village, greeted by the grateful smiles of their fellow villagers. Pipkin, Fiddle, and Ella celebrated with a tea party under the stars, the air filled with laughter and music. The gentle glow of lanterns hung from the trees, casting a warm, golden light over the gathering. As the night deepened, Pipkin looked up at the twinkling stars and sighed contentedly. In the heart of the whispering woods, where magic was as natural as breathing, he had learned that sometimes the best solutions come from a sprinkle of creativity, a dash of friendship, and a good dose of laughter. And with that, the village of Blossom Brook drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle symphony of the trees, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the enchanted world below. Story 48. Title: The Whispers of Willowwood. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees breathed with the wisdom of ages past, a small, hidden village nestled within the embrace of towering oaks and whispering willows. This was Willowwood, a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle babble of a brook sang an eternal lullaby to all who listened. The villagers of Willowwood were a kind-hearted folk, known far and wide for their warmth and hospitality. They lived in harmony with the forest, respecting its secrets and nurturing its wonders. Yet there was one secret that stood above all others, a secret known only to a few. This secret was the Heartstone, a magical gem that lay hidden deep within the forest. It was said that the Heartstone held the power to reveal the true nature of one's soul, a gift both wondrous and daunting. Only those who were pure of heart and driven by selfless intent could approach it, for the Heartstone would test the fortitude and kindness of anyone who sought its wisdom. Our story begins on a crisp autumn morning when the leaves of the forest blazed with hues of amber and gold. The air was cool, carrying the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. In the village square, the villagers gathered for the harvest festival, a time of joy and celebration, where laughter mingled with the sound of fiddles and the rhythmic stamping of feet in dance. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leora. She had a heart as gentle as the morning breeze, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Leora had lived in Willowwood all her life, her days filled with the simple pleasures of nature and the camaraderie of her fellow villagers. Yet, she often felt a yearning for something more, a desire to understand the deeper mysteries of the world around her. As the festivities unfolded, Leora found herself drawn to the edge of the village, where the forest began its endless sprawl. The trees seemed to whisper her name, their branches gesturing invitingly. It was then that she noticed an old map, half buried under a pile of leaves. The map was ancient, its parchment yellowed and edges frayed, but the markings were clear and purposeful. Her heart quickened with excitement as she traced the lines with her finger. The map depicted the path to the Heartstone, a journey that promised adventure and answers. Leora knew of the legends of how the Heartstone could illuminate the depths of one's soul. The idea of discovering her true self filled her with both anticipation and trepidation. As she held the map, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Rowan, the village elder, whose eyes twinkled with a wisdom that seemed to mirror the forest itself. "Ah, you found the old map, did you?" he chuckled, his voice as warm and comforting as a woolen blanket on a cold night. "The Heartstone has called to many over the years. It seems it's your turn now." Leora looked up at Rowan, her curiosity piqued. "Do you think I should go?" she asked, her voice a mix of eagerness and uncertainty. Rowan nodded thoughtfully. "Only you can decide that, my dear. The journey is not an easy one, but it is said that those who seek with an open heart will find what they are looking for. Trust in yourself and remember that you are never truly alone." With Rowan's words echoing in her mind, Leora felt a sense of resolve settle within her. She decided that she would embark on this journey to uncover the mysteries of the Heartstone and perhaps along the way learn more about herself. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the forest canopy, Leora set off on her journey. The air was crisp and invigorating, filled with the songs of birds welcoming the dawn. She followed the path marked on the map, her steps light with determination. The forest was alive with magic, each leaf and stone seeming to hum with energy. As Leora walked, she marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate spider webs glistening with dew, the playful squirrels chattering as they darted through the underbrush, and the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor like tiny, colorful umbrellas. But the journey was not without its challenges. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the path became more difficult to discern. The forest was dense, and the map's markings seemed to twist and shift, as if testing her resolve. Leora paused, feeling a pang of doubt. Was she truly meant to find the Heartstone, or was this merely a fool's errand? Just as uncertainty began to creep in, a gentle rustling caught her attention. From the shadows emerged a small creature, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The fox regarded her curiously, its head tilted to one side. "Hello there," Leora greeted softly, unsure if the fox would understand her words. To her surprise, the fox approached her, its gaze intent and reassuring. It seemed to sense her uncertainty, and with a graceful leap, it bounded ahead, pausing to glance back at her as if inviting her to follow. Taking a deep breath, Leora decided to trust the fox. She followed its lead, the creature weaving deftly through the trees, always staying just within sight. Her doubts began to fade as she realized that the fox was guiding her, showing her the way when the path was unclear. With each step, Leora felt a growing sense of companionship and trust. The fox moved with a fluid grace, its presence a comforting beacon in the vastness of the forest. She marveled at how the forest seemed to welcome her, its creatures and secrets unfolding as she ventured deeper. As the day wore on, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their trunks thick and gnarled with age. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of moss and earth. Leora's heart quickened with anticipation, for she knew she was drawing closer to the Heartstone. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in shades of twilight, Leora and the fox arrived at a clearing. In the center stood a great stone, its surface smooth and gleaming with an inner light. This was the Heartstone, resplendent and awe-inspiring, its glow casting a warm, inviting radiance. With her heart pounding in her chest, Leora approached the Heartstone. The fox watched from the edge of the clearing, its eyes reflecting the stone's gentle light. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cool surface, and in that moment she felt a profound connection, a stirring of emotions and thoughts that seemed to flow from the stone into her very being. Images flashed before her eyes, memories of her childhood, moments of joy and laughter, and even the quiet times of solitude when she had pondered her place in the world. The Heartstone showed her not only who she was, but who she could become, a tapestry of possibilities woven with the threads of her own choices and desires. Tears filled Leora's eyes, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming sense of understanding and acceptance. She realized that the journey had not been about finding a magical stone, but about discovering the strength and kindness within herself. The Heartstone had merely illuminated what had always been there, a heart filled with love and courage. As the images faded, Leora felt a sense of peace envelop her, like a warm embrace. She turned to the fox, who watched her with an expression of quiet approval. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice echoing with gratitude. The fox bowed its head, acknowledging her thanks, before turning to disappear into the forest shadows. With a newfound sense of purpose, Leora made her way back to Willowwood. The journey home felt different, the path clearer and her steps more assured. The forest seemed to celebrate her return, the leaves rustling in a gentle symphony, and the brook singing a joyous refrain. When she finally emerged from the forest, the village was bathed in the soft glow of evening. The villagers greeted her with open arms, their faces alight with curiosity and warmth. Rowan was among them, his wise eyes twinkling with knowing. "You've returned," he said, his voice filled with pride, "and you carry the light of understanding with you." Leora nodded, her heart full. "The Heartstone helped me see that the true magic lies within us, in the choices we make and the love we share." Rowan smiled, his expression one of deep contentment. Indeed, it is a lesson the Heartstone has taught many. Welcome home, Leora. As the villagers gathered around her, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had embarked on a journey seeking answers, and in doing so, discovered the strength and beauty of her own spirit. The Heartstone had shown her the way, but it was the journey and the friendships she had forged that had truly transformed her. And so, in the heart of Willowwood, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest, Leora found her place, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the world and the love of her village. The end. Story 49. Once upon a time, in a world where magic whispered through every blade of grass and danced upon the morning dew, there lived a curious little girl named Luna. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, and her heart was filled with an insatiable thirst for adventure. Luna's village nestled deep within the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees stood as guardians, their branches weaving a canopy of emerald and gold. It was a place steeped in ancient lore, where the line between reality and the realm of the fanciful blurred like the mist that clung to the forest floor. One fateful day, as Luna ventured deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before, she stumbled upon a most peculiar sight. Amidst the vibrant foliage and the melodic chirping of birds, a glimmer of light caught her eye, beckoning her closer. There, nestled within the hollow of a gnarled oak tree, lay a tarnished silver mirror, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance before her very eyes. Curiosity got the better of Luna, and she reached out to caress the mirror's ornate frame. As her fingertips grazed its surface, a spark of energy crackled through her, and the world around her dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors. When the dizzying sensation subsided, Luna found herself in a realm unlike anything she had ever known. The trees stretched towards a sky that shimmered with hues of amethyst and emerald, their branches adorned with glittering crystalline leaves that cast prismatic shadows upon the ground. Luna gasped in awe, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Luna encountered beings and creatures that defied logic and imagination. Ethereal fairies flitted from blossom to blossom, their gossamer wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Talking animals regarded her with wise and knowing eyes, offering cryptic riddles that hinted at profound truths. Luna's journey through this hidden world was fraught with challenges and wonders alike. She befriended a mischievous pixie named Zephyr, whose unwavering loyalty and quick wit proved invaluable time and again. Together, they unraveled mysteries that had been long forgotten, uncovering ancient secrets and unlocking the true power that lay dormant within Luna's heart. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks stretched into months, Luna found herself changing in ways she could never have imagined. Her once timid spirit blossomed into a courageous and resilient young woman, her determination forged in the fires of adversity, and her wisdom honed by the extraordinary beings she encountered. Through her trials and triumphs, Luna learned the true meaning of friendship, sacrifice, and the power of belief. She discovered that the greatest magic resided not in the realm she had stumbled upon, but within her own heart and the bonds she had forged with those who had become her dearest companions. And when the time came for Luna to bid farewell to this wondrous world, she did so with a heavy heart, yet a spirit enriched by the experiences she had shared. As she stepped back through the mirror's shimmering portal, she carried with her the knowledge that true magic exists in the most unexpected of places, and that the greatest adventures often begin with a single step into the unknown. From that day forward, Luna walked with a newfound confidence, her eyes alight with the wisdom of one who had glimpsed the extraordinary. And whenever she looked into the mirror's tarnished surface, she was reminded of the incredible journey that had transformed her life and the unbreakable bonds of friendship that had guided her through the hidden realm's enchanting embrace. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, Lily was full of curiosity and wonder, always eager to explore the world around her. One crisp autumn day, Lily was playing in the fallen leaves when she spotted a peculiar acorn. Unlike the others, this one seemed to shimmer with a soft golden glow. Intrigued, she picked it up and felt a warm tingle spread through her fingertips. As she examined the acorn more closely, a tiny door appeared in its side, and a miniature figure peeked out. "Welcome, dear child," said the acorn fairy in a gentle voice. "I am Willow, keeper of the woodland secrets." Lily's eyes widened in amazement as Willow emerged, her gossamer wings fluttering delicately. "This is no ordinary acorn," Willow explained. "It is a gateway to the Whispering Woods, a magical realm where every tree, flower, and creature has a story to tell." Curiosity and excitement bubbled within Lily. "Can I visit the Whispering Woods?" she asked eagerly. Willow smiled warmly. "Of course, but first you must embark on a journey of discovery. You will need the wisdom of 3 special helpers to unlock the acorn's true power." With a wave of her tiny hand, Willow summoned 3 enchanting creatures: a wise old owl named Hoots, a playful squirrel named Nutkin, and a kind-hearted rabbit named Thumper. Hoots, with his piercing gaze and regal demeanor, spoke first. "Child, the first lesson you must learn is to listen with your heart, for the whispers of nature are often faint but filled with profound truths." Nutkin, ever the mischievous one, scampered around Lily's feet. "And don't forget to have fun," he chattered. "The Whispering Woods is a place of joy and laughter." Thumper, with his gentle eyes, added, "Patience and kindness will guide you on your journey. Treat every creature with respect, and they will share their secrets with you." Lily nodded, feeling a sense of determination and excitement. With her new friends by her side, she set off into the forest, eager to uncover the mysteries that awaited. As they wandered through the enchanted woods, Lily encountered challenges that tested her wisdom and compassion. She learned to decipher the language of the trees, whose rustling leaves whispered ancient tales. She befriended shy woodland creatures and earned their trust by offering kindness and understanding. One day, Lily and her companions came upon a river that seemed impassable. The rushing waters were turbulent, and there was no bridge in sight. Lily felt her heart sink, fearing their journey might be over. But then, Hoots spoke up. "Listen closely, child. Can you hear the river's song? It is asking for our respect and patience." Lily stilled her mind and listened intently. Indeed, beneath the roar of the current, she could make out a gentle melody, a call for harmony with nature. Thumper stepped forward and began to tap his foot in time with the river's rhythm. Nutkin joined in, drumming his tiny paws against a hollow log. Lily, too, found herself swaying and humming along, her heart filled with the music of the forest. As they danced and sang in unity, the river's waters seemed to calm, parting to reveal a path of smooth stones across its surface. Lily gasped in wonder, realizing that by listening and responding with kindness, they had forged a connection with the very essence of nature. With renewed determination, they continued their journey, encountering many more wonders and challenges along the way. Lily learned to communicate with the birds, decipher the secret language of flowers, and even befriend a family of shy forest sprites. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of discovery and growth, they arrived at the heart of the Whispering Woods. There, nestled among ancient trees, stood a magnificent golden oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens. Willow appeared once more, her wings shimmering with pride. "Well done, dear Lily," she said softly. "You have proven your worthiness by embracing the wisdom of nature and the power of friendship." With a gentle touch, Willow opened the acorn, revealing a swirling portal that beckoned Lily to enter. Lily looked back at her animal companions, her heart filled with gratitude for their guidance and companionship. "Thank you, my friends," she said, her eyes shining with tears of joy. "I could not have made this journey without you." Hoots, Nutkin, and Thumper all nodded, their eyes filled with affection and pride. "Go now, dear child," said Hoots. "The wonders of the Whispering Woods await you." With a deep breath, Lily stepped through the portal and into a realm of breathtaking beauty and enchantment. The trees sang with the voices of ancient sages, the flowers danced in colorful patterns, and the very air seemed alive with magic. From that day on, Lily became a guardian of the Whispering Woods, sharing its secrets and wisdom with those who possessed open hearts and pure intentions. She knew that the true magic lay not in the realm itself, but in the journey of discovery, friendship, and respect for all living things. And so, whenever a child stumbled upon a glowing acorn, they would hear the whispers of the Whispering Woods, calling them to embark on an adventure filled with wonder, wisdom, and the eternal beauty of nature's embrace. Story 51. In the heart of a lush, verdant valley, where the hills rolled softly like the waves of a gentle sea, there nestled a village named Willowbrook. This quaint hamlet was known far and wide for its enchanting charm, and the whispers of magic that danced in the air like invisible fireflies. The villagers of Willowbrook lived in harmony with nature, their homes crafted from wood and stone, with roofs thatched in golden straw. Each house was adorned with vibrant flowers that cascaded from windowsills and perfumed the air with their sweet fragrance. At the edge of the village there wound a lazy river, its waters glistening like liquid sapphire under the sun's tender gaze. One fine morning, as the sun spilled its golden light across the valley, a peculiar event unfolded. The villagers awoke to find their beloved village clock, an ancient, towering structure that stood at the heart of the village square, had ceased to tick. Its hands were frozen at midnight, and no matter the coaxing or tinkering, it refused to budge. The clock was more than a mere timekeeper. It was said to be enchanted, its rhythmic ticking a heartbeat that kept the village's harmony in tune. Without it, the villagers felt a disquieting imbalance, as if the world had tilted slightly off its axis. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela. She had a heart as warm as freshly baked bread, and a mind as curious as a kitten. Lila loved nothing more than unraveling the mysteries of the world, and so when she heard of the clock's plight, she set off with determination twinkling in her eyes. Lila's first stop was the cottage of the wise old owl, Mr. Whiskers, who lived in the tallest oak tree at the edge of the village. Mr. Whiskers was known for his vast knowledge and gentle wisdom, his feathers the color of moonlight. As Lila approached, she found him perched on a low branch, peering at her with his large amber eyes. "Good morning, Mr. Whiskers," Lila greeted, her voice soft and polite. "Have you heard about the village clock?" Mr. Whiskers ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Indeed, I have, young Lila. It is quite the puzzle, isn't it?" Lila nodded. "Do you think you could help me solve it?" The owl tilted his head, considering her request. "Perhaps," he said slowly, "the answer lies not in the clock itself, but in the world around us. Sometimes what appears broken is simply waiting for the right piece of the puzzle to arrive." With this cryptic advice, Lila thanked Mr. Whiskers and made her way down to the river bank where she hoped to find another friend, a sprightly water sprite named Cascadia. The sprite was known for her playful nature and her ability to listen to the whispers of the water. Lila found Cascadia dancing along the river's edge, her laughter mingling with the babbling brook. "Cascadia!" Lila called out, waving. The sprite paused in her dance, her eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "Hello, Lila. What brings you to the river this fine day?" Lila explained the situation with the clock, and Cascadia listened intently, her expression growing thoughtful. "I have noticed something strange," Cascadia said, her voice as soft as the river's flow. "The river's song has changed slightly, as if a new note has joined the melody." Intrigued, Lila knelt by the water's edge, closing her eyes to listen. Indeed, there was a faint, unfamiliar hum beneath the river's usual melody. It was as if the river was trying to tell her something. "Perhaps," Leela mused aloud, "this new note holds a clue." With the sun climbing higher in the sky, Lila decided to explore further. She wandered into the forest that bordered the village, where the trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. It was here she encountered a family of gentle deer, their eyes kind and knowing. One of the deer, a doe with a coat that shimmered like autumn leaves, approached her. "Lila," the doe spoke with a voice like a lullaby, "we have seen a strange light dancing in the forest at night, near the old stone circle." Lila thanked the deer and hurried to the stone circle, a place imbued with ancient magic and mystery. As she approached, she could feel a thrumming in the air, a pulse similar to the river's new melody. In the center of the circle stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested a crystal orb that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Leela reached out, her fingers brushing against the orb, and in that moment she understood. The orb was a piece of the village's harmony, a magical artifact that had been hidden away, its energy meant to intertwine with the village clock. Somehow it had been separated, leaving the clock bereft of its magical heartbeat. With great care, Lila carried the orb back to the village square. As she approached the clock, the orb began to shimmer more brightly, as if recognizing its long-lost companion. Lila placed the orb at the base of the clock, and with a gentle hum, the two magical entities reconnected. The clock's hands began to move once more, first hesitantly, then with their usual rhythmic grace. The villagers gathered round, their faces alight with joy as the clock chimed the hour, its sound ringing clear and true through the village. Lila smiled, her heart full with the warmth of accomplishment and the joy of solving the mystery. The village was restored to its harmonious balance, thanks to the wisdom of Mr. Whiskers, the playful insight of Cascadia, and the gentle guidance of the forest creatures. As evening descended and the stars peeked through the velvet sky, the villagers celebrated with a feast. Lila sat by the fire, wrapped in a soft blanket, listening to the laughter and stories that filled the air. And so, the village of Willowbrook returned to its peaceful rhythms, the clock's steady ticking, a soothing lullaby that cradled the villagers to sleep. Lila drifted into dreams beneath the twinkling stars, her heart light with the knowledge that sometimes the smallest clues can lead to the most magical solutions. And in the quiet of the night, the village clock continued its gentle ticking, a reminder that with friendship, wisdom, and a little bit of magic, any mystery could be solved. Story 52. In the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight trickled through the thick canopy like golden syrup, there existed a world unseen by most. This was a realm where the whispering leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and the air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Here, creatures of the natural world lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the magic that pulsed through every root and branch. As the first blush of dawn painted the sky with soft pastels, the forest awoke with a symphony of sounds. The gentle rustle of wings as birds stretched and fluffed their feathers, the distant gurgle of a stream lazily winding its way through the underbrush, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot as small creatures began their day. In this serene setting, a wise old owl named Thistle watched over the woodland from his perch high in an ancient oak tree. Thistle had lived through many seasons, and his feathered visage bore the wisdom of countless sunrises and sunsets. His large amber eyes reflected the dappled light as he surveyed the forest, a gentle guardian of all that dwelt within. He knew the language of the forest, understood its rhythms and its secrets, and it was his duty to ensure the balance of nature was maintained. As the seasons passed, the forest was graced with a magical phenomenon known only to its inhabitants, the dance of the auroras. This enchanting display occurred just once a year, when spring gently gave way to summer. Delicate lights, soft like moonbeams and vivid as rainbows, would weave through the trees, casting a dreamlike glow over the woodland. It was said that the auroras were a gift from the ancient spirits of the earth, a reminder of the beauty found in harmony and balance. Each year, as the time of the auroras approached, Thistle would gather the creatures of the forest. From the nimble squirrels and inquisitive rabbits to the melodious songbirds and industrious beavers, all would come to listen and learn. It was a tradition passed down through generations, a time for sharing stories and wisdom. This year, however, a subtle change had crept into the forest. The air felt heavier, and the songs of the birds seemed less joyous. Thistle sensed it too, a disturbance in the delicate balance that sustained their world. Determined to uncover the cause, he summoned the creatures to the clearing beneath the great oak. As they gathered, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying the comforting scent of the forest. Thistle hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby, and the murmurs quieted as all eyes turned to him. "My friends," he began, his voice as warm as the sunlit earth, "we have always thrived in this forest by living in harmony with it. But now there is a change, a whisper of imbalance. We must discover its source and restore the peace we cherish." The creatures nodded in agreement, their trust in Thistle unwavering. It was then that a small, timid voice spoke up. It was Flora, a young deer with eyes as bright as dew-dropped leaves. "Perhaps it is the old tree by the stream," she suggested softly. "Its branches have not been as green this year." Thistle considered Flora's words, his eyes thoughtful. "A wise observation, dear Flora," he replied. "Let us visit this tree and see what it might tell us." The creatures followed Thistle through the forest, their path illuminated by shafts of golden light filtering through the canopy. The old tree stood by the stream, its bark gnarled and worn, its branches reaching skyward like ancient hands. Thistle approached with reverence, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The tree, though silent to most, spoke to Thistle in the quiet language of nature. It whispered of roots that thirsted and soil that had grown weary. It told of a gentle imbalance, a need for renewal and care. Understanding dawned in Thistle's wise eyes. The tree needs the nourishment of the earth, and the earth needs the embrace of the rain, he said, turning to the gathered creatures. We must call upon the rain to cleanse and renew, to restore the balance we hold dear. The creatures nodded, and together they began a ritual known only to the forest. The birds sang a melody that echoed through the trees, a song as ancient as the earth itself. The squirrels and rabbits danced, their movements mirroring the rhythm of the stream. Even the wind joined in, rustling the leaves in a gentle harmony. As they sang and danced, the sky darkened with clouds, and a soft rain began to fall. It was a gentle rain, warm and life-giving, soaking into the earth and quenching the thirst of roots long parched. The old tree seemed to sigh with relief, its branches trembling in gratitude. The rain continued to fall, a soothing symphony that washed away the worry and weariness. The forest drank deeply of this gift, and slowly the balance was restored. The air grew lighter, the songs of the birds more joyous, and the leaves regained their vibrant green. When the rain finally ceased, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a rainbow across the sky. The creatures gathered once more beneath the old oak, their hearts filled with gratitude and joy. The auroras would come, as they always did, a celebration of the harmony they had worked together to restore. Thistle looked upon the gathered creatures, his heart swelling with pride. We have learned today that even the smallest among us can see what is needed, and together we can bring about great change, he said, his voice warm and kind. And so, with the forest in balance once more, the creatures returned to their homes, carrying with them the wisdom of the day. They knew that in their world of whispers and wonders, each being played a vital role. They understood that harmony was not just a gift, but a responsibility shared by all. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The gentle glow of the auroras danced through the trees, a reminder of the beauty found in unity and balance. And Thistle, from his perch high in the ancient oak, watched over the woodland, a gentle guardian of the enchanted world he called home. Story 53. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush green hills and a babbling brook, there stood an ancient cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof. This cottage belonged to an old, gentle toymaker named Finn. Known for his kind heart and twinkling eyes, Finn spent his days crafting whimsical toys that seemed to dance with life. His creations delighted the village children, who often gathered around his workshop to watch him work. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves rustled softly in the breeze, Finn discovered something unusual. While sifting through a box of forgotten trinkets in the attic, his weathered hands closed around a peculiar object, a wooden key, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer under the light. Its touch was warm and comforting, like the first rays of dawn peeking through the forest canopy. Curiosity piqued, Finn brought the key downstairs to his workshop. He placed it on the workbench, where it glimmered with an inviting aura. As he pondered its origin, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, Finn," came the gentle whisper. Startled, he glanced around to find a small ethereal creature perched on the windowsill. With wings like delicate lace and eyes like pools of starlight, the creature introduced itself as Luna, a guardian spirit of the forest. "That key," Luna explained, "holds a special magic. It can unlock the hidden wonders of the world, but only for those who seek them with a pure heart." Finn, ever the adventurer at heart despite his years, felt a spark of youthful excitement. He asked Luna how he might use the key, and she replied with a serene smile, "Your journey begins in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Follow the path where the moonlight kisses the earth, and you shall find the door it opens." With a sense of purpose, Finn set out the next morning, the key safely tucked in his pocket. The village waved him off with warm wishes, their hopes and dreams accompanying him like a gentle breeze. As Finn ventured deeper into the whispering woods, the air grew sweet with the scent of pine and earth. The sunlight wove through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds serenaded him with songs, and curious squirrels danced along the branches above. Along the path, Finn encountered a wise old owl named Archimedes, roosting in a gnarled oak tree. Archimedes had feathers that shimmered like silver in the moonlight, and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "I see you carry the key of wonders," hooted Archimedes, "and with it, a heart full of kindness. May I accompany you on your journey?" Finn welcomed the owl's companionship with gratitude, and the two continued through the forest, sharing stories and laughter. The journey was filled with small adventures, like helping a family of hedgehogs find their way home, and rescuing a honeybee caught in a spider's web. As twilight descended, they reached a glade bathed in the soft glow of the moon. At its center stood a grand oak tree, its trunk wide and ancient, with a door carved into its bark. Finn's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the swirling patterns from the key. With a gentle hand, he inserted the key into the lock. The door opened without a sound, revealing a world beyond imagination, a realm where colors sang and stars danced in the sky. This was the Enchanted Grove, a place where dreams and reality intertwined. Finn and Archimedes stepped into this wondrous world, where time flowed like a gentle stream and joy was as abundant as the blossoms in spring. Here Finn was greeted by a host of friendly creatures, each more marvelous than the last. There was a graceful deer with antlers that sparkled like frost, a playful fox whose fur shimmered with the hues of sunset, and a wise tortoise who moved with the grace of ancient wisdom. The inhabitants of the Enchanted Grove gathered around Finn, sensing his gentle spirit and open heart. They shared tales of their world, of the magic that bound them together, and of the harmony that reigned because of the wisdom they cherished over might. As Finn listened, he realized the true gift of the wooden key. It wasn't just a means to unlock a magical realm. It was a reminder of the wonders that reside within kindness and understanding. The key had guided him on a journey not just through the forest, but into his own heart, where he found the courage to believe in the magic of friendship and the strength of wisdom. When the time came to return to Willowbrook, Finn felt a profound sense of peace. He bid farewell to his newfound friends, promising to carry their stories back to his village. The door closed gently behind him, and the key returned to its ordinary state, a simple yet extraordinary reminder of his journey. As Finn and Archimedes made their way back, the forest seemed to hum with a newfound vibrancy. The villagers welcomed Finn home with open arms, eager to hear of his adventures. He spoke of the Enchanted Grove, of the creatures who taught him, and of the key that opened not just a door, but his heart. In the days that followed, Finn continued to craft toys, each imbued with a little extra magic from his journey. The children sensed something special in them, as if they whispered secrets of far-off lands. And so, in the sleepy village of Willowbrook, the tale of Finn and the Key of Wonders became a cherished bedtime story, a reminder that the greatest treasures often lie within, waiting to be discovered by those who look with eyes of wonder and a heart full of kindness. And as the stars twinkled above, the village slept soundly, wrapped in the comforting knowledge that magic was real, and it dwelled in the simplest acts of love and friendship. Story 54. In a remote corner of the world, where the sky kissed the earth and the horizon seemed to hold secrets of its own, lay the village of Verdant Hollow. This was a place where time flowed gently, like the stream that wound its way through fields of wildflowers and ancient groves. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, their days marked by the rhythms of nature and the whispers of the wind through the leaves. At the heart of Verdant Hollow stood an oak tree, older than memory and wiser than words. Its branches stretched wide, providing shade and shelter, while its roots delved deep into the earth, drawing up the stories of ages past. It was here, beneath the boughs of this venerable oak, that a curious discovery awaited, a discovery that would change the lives of those who dwelt in the village. On a morning when the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink, a young girl named Arya set out on her daily adventure. Arya had a heart as wide as the world and an imagination that knew no bounds. She was as much a part of the village as the birds in the sky or the grass beneath her feet. With her trusty satchel slung over her shoulder, she wandered through the meadows, her eyes bright with the promise of discovery. As Arya approached the ancient oak, she noticed something unusual. The morning dew glistened on the leaves, but there, nestled at the base of the tree, was a shimmer unlike any she had seen before. It was a soft glow, like moonlight trapped in a drop of dew. Her heart quickened with excitement as she knelt to inspect the source of the light. Hidden beneath the roots was a small, intricately carved box, its surface adorned with symbols that seemed to dance in the morning light. Arya's fingers traced the patterns, feeling the warmth that emanated from the wood. With a gentle touch, she opened the box, revealing a crystal orb that shimmered with an inner light, as if holding the essence of the stars themselves. As Arya gazed into the orb, she felt a gentle pull, as if her very being was entwining with the light. Her surroundings faded, and she found herself standing in a place both familiar and wondrous, a hidden world within the natural world she knew. Here, colors were more vibrant, the air was filled with music, and the trees whispered secrets in a language she somehow understood. Before her stood a figure, cloaked in robes that shifted with the colors of the forest. Their eyes were kind, and their smile spoke of ancient wisdom. "Welcome, Arya," they said, their voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "You have found the heart of the grove, a gift from the forest to those who seek with pure intent." Arya's curiosity burned bright. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice a blend of wonder and awe. "This is the realm of the verdant," the figure replied. "It is a world intertwined with your own, where the magic of nature is in its purest form. The heart of the grove has chosen you as its guardian, to learn from the wisdom of the earth and to share its gifts with your world." Arya felt a sense of responsibility settle within her, a warm glow that filled her with purpose. "But how can I do that?" she asked, her voice a soft echo in the magical realm. "You must embark on a journey," the figure said, "one that will take you to the heart of your own world, where you will find the strength and wisdom you seek." With a nod of understanding, Arya accepted the task. As the vision faded, she found herself once again beneath the ancient oak, the crystal orb glowing gently in her hand. With a newfound sense of wonder and determination, she tucked the orb safely into her satchel and made her way back to the village. Days turned into weeks, and Arya began to see her world with new eyes. The whispers of the wind carried messages she had never noticed before, and the rustling leaves spoke of journeys yet to be taken. She shared her experiences with her friends, weaving tales of the hidden world and the wonders it held. Among those who listened was a boy named Finn, whose laughter was like the babble of a brook, and whose spirit was as free as the wind. Though he loved Arya's stories, he was skeptical of the magic she described. "It's just your imagination," he would say with a grin, though there was a part of him that longed to believe. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Arya invited Finn to join her on a walk through the woods. Reluctantly, he agreed, curious to see the world through Arya's eyes, if only for a moment. As they strolled beneath the canopy of trees, Arya spoke of the heart of the grove and the wisdom it offered. "You see, Finn," she said, "there's so much more to this world than meets the eye. We just have to be willing to look." Finn chuckled, though his heart was touched by Arya's faith. "All right, show me," he challenged playfully. With a smile, Arya led him to the ancient oak, where the air shimmered with the promise of magic. She reached into her satchel and removed the crystal orb, holding it out to Finn with an air of reverence. "Touch it," she urged gently. Finn hesitated, then reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of the orb. As he did, a warmth spread through him, and the world around him transformed. The colors intensified, the air hummed with energy, and the trees seemed to lean in, listening. Standing beside Arya, Finn felt a shift within himself, a sense of wonder and connection he had never known. The skepticism that had cloaked his heart fell away, replaced with a deep appreciation for the world around him. Together they journeyed through the realm of the verdant, learning the language of the forest and discovering the hidden wisdom it held. They met creatures who shared their stories, each one a thread in the tapestry of life. They learned of the cycles of the seasons, the balance of nature, and the importance of harmony and respect for all living things. As the days passed, Finn's heart softened, and his friendship with Arya deepened. They became an inseparable duo, bound by the magic they had discovered and the lessons they had learned. Together, they shared their experiences with the villagers, spreading knowledge and fostering a greater connection with the natural world. In time, the village of Verdant Hollow became a place of wonder and learning, where the wisdom of the forest guided the lives of its people. Arya and Finn continued their journey, always seeking, always learning, and always sharing the gifts of the heart of the grove. And so, beneath the ancient oak, where the roots delved deep and the branches reached for the sky, a new story was born, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the magic that lies within us all. As the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the twilight, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the comforting embrace of a world forever changed by the gentle touch of nature's magic. Story 55. In the quaint village of Bramblewood, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, a gentle hush accompanied the setting sun. The cobblestone streets were lined with cottages whose thatched roofs were covered in moss, and whose windows glowed warmly, like lanterns guiding weary travelers home. As night settled over the village, a soft, silvery mist began to rise from the ground, weaving its way through the trees and along the pathways, carrying with it the scent of pine and freshly fallen leaves. In one such cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Lila. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Lila was known throughout Bramblewood for her curiosity and her kind heart. Her days were often spent exploring the nearby woods, where she would follow deer trails and listen to the melodies of the birds, her imagination as boundless as the sky. One evening, as Lila sat by the fireplace with her beloved cat Nimbus curled in her lap, her grandmother began to tell a story, a tale that had been passed down through generations. It was about the Whispering Willow, a magnificent tree hidden deep within the forest that was said to possess magical powers. The tree, according to legend, could grant the wish of anyone who approached it with a pure heart and a selfless desire. "Remember, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice as soft as the crackling fire, "the Whispering Willow listens only to those who listen to others. It is a guardian of the forest, and its magic is not to be taken lightly." Lila's eyes widened with wonder, and as the last embers of the fire faded into the night, she lay awake, her mind dancing with thoughts of the enchanted tree. She imagined what it might be like to stand beneath its boughs, to feel the magic coursing through the air like an invisible breeze. The next morning the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. Lila awoke with a sense of purpose, determined to find the Whispering Willow. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of honeyed tea, and a soft blanket, before setting off into the forest with Nimbus trotting by her side. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the gentle call of a distant cuckoo. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Lila walked along a narrow path lined with ferns and wildflowers, her heart light with anticipation. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler and the trees taller. The path began to twist and turn, as if it had a mind of its own, leading her ever closer to the heart of the forest. It wasn't long before she came upon a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. In the center stood a tree unlike any other she had seen, a towering willow whose branches cascaded down like a shimmering waterfall of leaves. Lila approached the Whispering Willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. Nimbus followed close behind, his eyes wide with feline curiosity. The air around the tree was filled with a gentle hum, as if the tree itself was whispering secrets to the wind. Standing beneath its boughs, Lila closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting the tranquility of the moment wash over her. She thought of the village, the people she loved, and the wishes that filled her heart. But as she stood there, she realized that the greatest wish she could make was not for herself, but for Bramblewood, a wish for the village to always be a place of peace and harmony. With her wish firmly in her heart, Lila opened her eyes and gazed up at the tree. The leaves rustled softly, as if acknowledging her presence and her selfless desire. A gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying with it a sense of warmth and comfort. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the clearing, Lila knew it was time to return home. She turned to leave, but not before noticing something glimmering at the base of the tree. It was a small, intricately carved box, its surface adorned with patterns of leaves and vines. Curious, Lila picked up the box and opened it. Inside lay a single seed, nestled in a bed of soft moss. It was a seed unlike any she had seen, its surface shimmering with a faint, iridescent glow. Lila understood at once that this was a gift from the Whispering Willow, a token of gratitude for her selfless wish. She placed the seed carefully in her satchel, her heart filled with a sense of wonder and responsibility. The journey back to the village was filled with a newfound sense of purpose. Lila walked with a lightness in her step, her mind teeming with possibilities. She knew that the seed held the potential to bring magic and life to Bramblewood, to nurture the village in ways she could only imagine. Days turned into weeks, and Lila tended to the seed with care, planting it in a sunny spot in her garden. She watered it each day, speaking to it softly as if it could hear her hopes and dreams. And as the seed sprouted and grew, it brought with it a sense of magic that seemed to infuse the very air of the village. Soon, the villagers began to notice the change. The gardens flourished with vibrant blooms, the harvests were bountiful, and the air was filled with the sound of laughter and music. Bramblewood had become a place of joy and abundance, a testament to the power of a single, selfless wish. Lila watched with pride as her village thrived, knowing that the true magic lay not in the seed itself, but in the spirit of kindness and unity it had inspired. She understood now the lesson of the Whispering Willow, that true magic is born from the heart, from the love and compassion we show to one another. As the seasons passed, the story of the Whispering Willow and the magical seed became a cherished tale in Bramblewood, a reminder of the power of friendship and the beauty of selflessness. And though the village continued to grow and change, the spirit of the willow lived on in the hearts of its people, a gentle whisper of magic that would never fade. And so, as the sun set over Bramblewood, painting the sky with hues of twilight, Lila sat by her window, watching the stars begin to twinkle in the night. Nimbus purred contentedly in her lap, and she felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that her journey had only just begun. For in the heart of every wish, in the magic of every story, lies the promise of a brighter tomorrow, a promise that Lila knew would always guide her home. Story 56. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there lay the quaint village of Elderglen. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where each morning was greeted by the soft glow of dawn filtering through the emerald canopy, and each evening settled under a blanket of stars. The villagers of Elderglen lived simple, contented lives, their days filled with the gentle rhythm of nature's song. At the edge of this village, in a small, ivy-covered cottage, lived a young girl named Anya. Anya possessed a quiet curiosity and a heart as warm as the sun-dappled glades around her home. Her days were spent exploring the woods, befriending the creatures of the forest, and listening to the ancient tales told by the village elders. Among these tales was one that intrigued Anya the most, the legend of the Whispering Brook. It was said that this brook, hidden deep within the forest, held a magical secret. Those who found it and listened closely could hear the whispers of the forest spirits, offering wisdom and guidance. Anya, with her adventurous spirit and love for stories, longed to find the brook and hear its whispers for herself. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in a symphony of gold and crimson, Anya set off on her journey. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her favorite book of forest lore. With a heart full of anticipation, she waved goodbye to her parents and stepped into the forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and the promise of adventure. The forest was alive with the murmur of leaves and the soft rustling of creatures hidden in the underbrush. Anya followed the winding trails, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her eyes wide with wonder. She greeted the familiar sights, a family of rabbits playing in a sunlit clearing, a majestic stag watching her from a distance, and the towering oaks that had stood for centuries, guardians of the forest's secrets. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor, Anya came upon a path she had never seen before. It was narrow and overgrown, as if forgotten by time. The path seemed to beckon her, its mysteries calling out to her adventurous heart. She hesitated for a moment, then, with a determined nod, she stepped onto the path, her resolve as strong as the ancient trees around her. The path led her deeper into the forest, where the air was cooler and the light softer, filtered through a thick canopy of leaves. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs a delicate melody that accompanied her journey. Anya walked on, her senses attuned to the subtle changes in the forest, her footsteps light and sure. As she journeyed, Anya couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. It was not an unsettling sensation, but rather a comforting presence, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She paused occasionally, listening intently to the rustle of leaves, the babble of distant streams, and the gentle sighs of the wind. After what felt like hours, Anya reached a clearing. In the center of the clearing lay a brook, its waters shimmering in the soft light like strands of silver thread. This was the Whispering Brook, she was certain of it. Anya's heart swelled with excitement and awe as she approached the water's edge. She knelt down, her reflection dancing in the rippling water. Closing her eyes, she listened, straining to hear the whispers that the legends spoke of. At first there was nothing but the gentle babble of the brook, a soothing lullaby that seemed to quiet her mind. But slowly, ever so slowly, she began to hear something else. A soft, melodic murmur, like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. The whispers were faint, elusive, but they were there, weaving a tapestry of sounds that filled the air. Anya listened intently, her heart open to the wisdom of the forest spirits. The whispers spoke of harmony, of balance, of the interconnectedness of all living things. They spoke of kindness, of compassion, and of the power of friendship, a power that could heal wounds and bridge divides. As Anya listened, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of peace and belonging that she had never known before. The forest, with all its mysteries and wonders, was a part of her, and she a part of it. She understood now that the Whispering Brook was not just a source of magic, but a reminder of the wisdom and beauty that existed in the world, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts. Just as Anya was about to rise and leave, she heard another whisper, a different kind of whisper, urgent and filled with a sense of purpose. It spoke of a great need, of someone in the forest who was lost and in need of help. Anya's eyes flew open, her heart quickening with concern. She knew she couldn't ignore this call, this plea for assistance. With renewed determination, Anya stood and turned away from the brook, her senses sharp and alert. She moved with purpose, guided by an instinct she couldn't quite explain. The forest once again seemed to guide her, its paths unfolding before her like a map drawn by unseen hands. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, the light dimmer. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Anya pressed on, her heart attuned to the forest's rhythm, her footsteps steady and confident. After a time, she heard a sound, a faint cry carried on the breeze. It was the sound of someone in distress, a plaintive call that tugged at her heart. She quickened her pace, following the sound as it grew louder, more urgent. Finally, she reached a small glade, where the sunlight broke through the canopy in shimmering beams. In the center of the glade stood a young fox, its fur a fiery blaze against the soft greens and browns of the forest floor. The fox looked up at Anya, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. Anya approached slowly, speaking in soothing tones. "Hello, little one," she said, her voice gentle and kind. "You're lost, aren't you?" The fox tilted its head, its eyes locked onto Anya's. It seemed to understand her, its fear slowly giving way to a cautious curiosity. Anya knelt down, extending a hand in friendship. The fox hesitated, then cautiously stepped forward, its nose twitching as it sniffed her palm. "There you go," Anya murmured, her heart swelling with compassion. "You're safe now. I'll help you find your way home." The fox, sensing her sincerity, relaxed, its tail swishing in gratitude. Anya smiled, feeling a warm connection with the creature. She knew that this was the purpose the whispers had spoken of, the reason she had been called to this part of the forest. With the fox by her side, Anya set off once more, retracing her steps through the forest. The path seemed clearer now, the way forward illuminated by shafts of golden light. The fox trotted alongside her, its steps light and playful, as if it knew it was in safe hands. As they walked, Anya spoke softly to the fox, recounting stories of her adventures, the wonders of the forest, and the lessons she had learned from the whispering brook. The fox listened intently, its eyes bright with interest, as if it understood every word. Together, they journeyed through the forest, the bond between them growing stronger with each step. Anya felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that she was not only helping a creature in need, but also discovering the true magic of the forest, the magic of friendship and kindness. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of pink and gold, Anya and the fox reached the edge of the woods. There, nestled in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak, was the fox's home. Anya watched as the fox scampered inside, its tail disappearing into the warm darkness. She stood for a moment, her heart full with the knowledge that she had made a difference, however small, in the life of another. The forest, with its secrets and whispers, had taught her a valuable lesson, that true magic lies not in grand gestures or powerful spells, but in the simple acts of kindness and compassion. As she turned to make her way back to the village, Anya felt a gentle nudge against her leg. She looked down to see the fox, its eyes shining with gratitude. It nuzzled her hand, a silent thank you for the friendship and guidance she had offered. Anya smiled, her heart light and joyful. She knew that this was not the end, but the beginning of a friendship that would endure, a bond forged in the heart of the forest and nurtured by the whispers of the brook. With the fox at her side, Anya made her way back to Elderglen, her steps light and her spirit lifted. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and timeless beauty, had revealed its secrets to her, teaching her the power of kindness, the strength of friendship, and the magic that exists within us all. And so, as the stars twinkled overhead, Anya and the fox returned to the warmth of her cottage, where a crackling fire awaited, and the promise of new adventures lingered in the air. Together, they settled in for the night, surrounded by the comforting embrace of the forest, the whispers of the brook a gentle lullaby that carried them into dreams of wonder and possibility. In the days that followed, Anya and the fox became inseparable companions. The villagers of Elderglen often saw them exploring the woods, their laughter and playful antics filling the air with joy. Anya shared her stories and wisdom with the fox, while the fox, in turn, taught her the language of the forest, the subtle cues and signs that only those with open hearts could understand. The forest, once a place of mystery and wonder, became a second home for Anya. She learned to read the signs of the changing seasons, to recognize the songs of different birds, and to identify the myriad plants that grew beneath the towering trees. The fox was her guide, leading her to hidden glades and secret groves, revealing the beauty that lay just beyond the reach of her imagination. One day, as they wandered through a sun-dappled meadow, Anya noticed a small, unusual plant growing at the edge of the clearing. Its leaves shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and tiny blossoms danced like stars in the gentle breeze. Curious, Anya knelt down to examine it more closely. The fox watched her with keen eyes, its tail twitching with interest. Anya reached out to touch the plant, her fingertips brushing against the delicate petals. As she did, a soft, golden light enveloped her hand, warm and soothing, like the embrace of the sun. Startled, Anya drew back, her heart racing with excitement and wonder. She had never encountered such a plant before, one that seemed to pulse with its own magical energy. The fox, sensing her awe, nuzzled her hand, encouraging her to explore further. Anya, her curiosity piqued, gently plucked one of the blossoms, cradling it in her palm. The light intensified, spreading warmth through her body, filling her with a sense of peace and contentment. It was as if the plant was sharing its essence with her, a gift from the heart of the forest. With the fox by her side, Anya continued her explorations, carrying the blossom with her. She felt a renewed connection to the forest, a deeper understanding of its mysteries and magic. The blossom became a symbol of her journey, a reminder of the wisdom she had gained and the friendship she had forged. As the seasons changed, Anya shared her discovery with the villagers of Elderglen. She showed them the blossom, its soft glow, a testament to the magic that lay hidden in the world around them. Inspired by her tales, the villagers began to explore the forest with new eyes, eager to discover the wonders that lay just beyond their doorstep. Through her adventures and discoveries, Anya learned that the true magic of the forest was not in the unusual plants or hidden brooks, but in the connections we form, the friendships we nurture, and the kindness we share. The forest, with its whispers and secrets, had taught her the power of love and compassion, and the importance of living in harmony with the world around us. And so, as the stars twinkled in the sky and the forest sang its eternal song, Anya and the fox continued their journey, their hearts forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. They wandered through the woods, exploring new paths and uncovering hidden treasures, guided by the whispers of the brook and the light of the iridescent blossom. In time, Anya grew wise and strong, her heart filled with the lessons of the forest. She became a storyteller in her own right, sharing her tales with the villagers and passing on the wisdom she had gained. Her stories spoke of friendship and courage, of kindness and love, and of the magic that lies within each of us. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by her words. They, too, began to see the world through new eyes, recognizing the beauty and wonder that lay all around them. The forest, once a place of mystery and fear, became a cherished companion, its secrets and magic woven into the fabric of their lives. As the years passed, Anya and the fox continued to explore the forest, their bond growing ever stronger. They became legends in their own right, their tales passed down from generation to generation, inspiring others to venture into the woods and discover the magic for themselves. And so the forest, with its whispers and wonders, remained a place of enchantment and beauty, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic of the natural world. Anya and the fox, forever entwined with the spirit of the forest, lived on in the hearts of those who listened to their tales, a reminder that true magic lies not in the extraordinary, but in the simple acts of love and kindness that connect us all. As the sun set on another day, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, Anya and the fox rested beneath the ancient oaks, their hearts full of gratitude and wonder. The brook whispered softly nearby, its song a gentle lullaby that carried them into dreams of new adventures and endless possibilities. In the heart of the forest, where magic and mystery danced hand in hand, Anya and the fox found their place, a place where love and friendship reigned supreme, and where the whispers of the brook would forever guide them on their journey. And so, as the stars lit up the night sky and the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, Anya and the fox lay side by side, their hearts forever intertwined with the magic of the forest, a magic that would endure for all time, a testament to the power of love, friendship, and the wonders of the natural world. Story 57. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the gnarled trees wore cloaks of emerald moss and whispered secrets to the wind, there lay a clearing known only to those who listened closely to the murmurs of the earth. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin as the morning mist that draped itself over the ground at dawn, a place where the hidden lives of natural creatures flourished in harmony. The forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a grand, unending performance. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp leaves, as the gentle rustle of branches swayed to the rhythm of the breeze. Here the sun filtered through the canopy in delicate streams, casting dappled shadows that danced across the forest floor. In this enchanted realm lived a family of rabbits, their fur as soft as the fluffiest clouds and eyes as bright as polished chestnuts. The youngest of them, a curious little rabbit named Thistle, loved to explore the boundaries of their home. Thistle's mother often reminded him of the balance that must be kept in their forest, a balance that was woven into the very fabric of their lives. "Remember, Thistle," his mother would say, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "everything in the forest is connected. We are but threads in a great tapestry. Respect the web of life, and it will sustain us." One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Thistle set off on an adventure. The air was cool against his fur, and the forest seemed to whisper tales of change. He hopped along a well-worn path, the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot, creating a gentle melody that accompanied his journey. As Thistle ventured deeper into the forest, he came upon a circle of ancient oak trees. These giants of the wood stood like sentinels, their branches intertwined like fingers holding secrets of the ages. In the center of the circle, a pool of crystal-clear water shimmered, reflecting the fiery colors of the surrounding foliage. Approaching the pool, Thistle noticed a peculiar sight: a family of turtles basking on a sun-drenched rock. Their shells glistened with dew, and their eyes held the wisdom of many seasons. Thistle greeted them with a polite nod, aware of the turtles' reputation for knowing the forest's deepest secrets. "Good morning, wise ones," Thistle said, his voice soft with respect. "Can you tell me about the magic of the seasons?" The eldest turtle, his skin lined with the stories of the forest, lifted his head slowly. "Ah, young Thistle," he replied, his voice as deep and steady as the earth itself. "The magic of the seasons is the dance of time, the way nature transforms and renews. Each season brings its gifts, and with them a lesson." With a slow, deliberate motion, the turtle gestured to the trees around them. "Autumn teaches us the beauty of letting go. The trees shed their leaves, making way for new growth. In winter, we learn patience and rest as the world sleeps under a blanket of snow. Spring is a time of rebirth and hope, while summer celebrates life in full bloom." Thistle listened intently, the turtle's words weaving a tapestry of understanding in his mind. He realized then that the forest's harmony was a delicate balance, maintained by each creature playing its part and respecting the cycles of nature. As he pondered this newfound wisdom, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop like a tiny blessing from the sky. Thistle felt the cool droplets on his fur, invigorating and refreshing. The turtles, unfazed by the weather, watched as the rain kissed the earth, creating a symphony of its own. The rain brought with it a magical phenomenon unique to the forest, a gentle glow emanating from the moss-covered rocks. This luminescence was said to be the forest's way of expressing gratitude for the rain's nourishment. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a visible thread in the tapestry of life. Feeling inspired, Thistle thanked the turtles and made his way back home, his heart full of the stories and wisdom he had gathered. As he hopped along the now glistening path, he thought of how he would share this knowledge with his family, passing down the lessons of the forest just as they had been passed down to him. When Thistle returned to the warmth of his burrow, his family gathered around to hear of his adventure. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow throughout their cozy home. As Thistle recounted the tales of the wise turtles and the magic of the glowing moss, his family listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder. And so, as the forest settled into the quiet of night, Thistle's family drifted to sleep, the soft lullaby of the rain mingling with their dreams. The ancient forest, with its hidden lives and harmonious balance, continued its eternal dance, a testament to the wisdom that flowed through its roots and branches. In the heart of that magical world, the creatures of the forest lived, loved, and learned, knowing that they were all part of something much greater than themselves, a tapestry woven by time, nature, and the gentle hands of wisdom. And as the seasons turned, they carried with them the knowledge that harmony was the true magic of their lives, a gift to be cherished and protected for generations to come. Story 58. In the heart of a forest where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze, there lived a young girl named Marin. Marin was as much a part of the forest as the streams that trickled over smooth stones or the moss that carpeted the woodland floor. Her life was filled with the soothing rhythm of nature, but despite the forest's beauty and tranquility, Marin felt a stirring restlessness within her heart. Each morning, as the sun peeked through the canopy, casting a golden glow on the dew-kissed grass, Marin would walk the familiar paths. She loved the forest, but lately she had begun to notice a peculiar sensation, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. It was as if there were a song she needed to learn, a dance her feet longed to perform. One day, as she wandered deeper into the woods than ever before, Marin came upon a glade she had never seen. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its bark shimmering with the colors of the twilight sky. Curious and drawn by an inexplicable pull, Marin approached the tree. As she touched its bark, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers, and she heard a soft, melodious voice drift through her mind. "Welcome, seeker of change," the voice sang. "Here you shall find the path to your heart's true calling." Startled yet enchanted, Maren stepped back. The tree seemed to pulse with life, a gentle glow emanating from its core. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and a tiny, luminous creature emerged from the branches. It was a fae, no bigger than Maren's hand, with wings that glistened like moonlit water. "I am Lirel, guardian of growth," the fae introduced herself with a voice like tinkling bells. "The forest sensed your desire for change, and so it led you here." Maren felt a mix of awe and apprehension. "But I don't know what it is that I seek," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Lirel fluttered closer, her wings casting a soft glow. "Change is like the seasons," she explained gently. "It comes whether we wish for it or not. Embrace it, and you will discover strengths and joys you never imagined." Determined to understand, Maren agreed to undertake whatever journey lay ahead. The fae led her to a circle of stones where a small pool of water lay, its surface smooth as glass. "Peer into the water," Lirel instructed, "and let it show you the way." As Maren gazed into the pool, the water began to ripple, revealing visions of herself trying new things, meeting new people, and facing her fears. She saw herself stumble and fall, but each time she got back up, stronger and more assured. The visions filled her with a sense of courage she hadn't felt before. The days that followed were filled with challenges. Maren ventured to parts of the forest she had never dared to explore, guided by Lirel's gentle encouragement. She learned to climb the tallest trees, balancing on branches as the wind tousled her hair. She discovered how to read the forest's signs, understanding the language of rustling leaves and chattering birds. Throughout her journey, Maren was never alone. The animals of the forest became her companions. Wise old owls shared their knowledge, playful rabbits taught her the joy of laughter, and the ever-watchful deer showed her the beauty of stillness. Each encounter brought her closer to understanding the harmony between herself and the world around her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Maren sat by the ancient tree, reflecting on her journey. She realized that the change she had feared was not something to be resisted but embraced. It was a part of life, as natural as the forest itself. Lirel appeared beside her, her light now a comforting presence. "You have grown much, young one," she observed, "not just in skill but in spirit." Maren nodded, feeling a deep sense of peace. "I was afraid of change," she admitted, "but now I see that it is a gift, a chance to learn and grow." The fae smiled, her wings shimmering in the twilight. "Remember, Maren, true transformation comes from within. Embrace your journey, for it is uniquely yours." With that, Lirel faded back into the branches of the ancient tree, leaving Maren with a heart full of gratitude and a newfound understanding of herself. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Maren lay beneath the ancient tree, cradled by the earth and the gentle melodies of the forest. With each breath, she felt the rhythm of life flowing through her, a comforting reminder that she was exactly where she needed to be. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, Maren discovered not only the magic of change, but the joy of becoming who she was meant to be. With a heart open to the world and a spirit ready to soar, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. Story 59. In a forest where time seemed woven with threads of ancient magic, beneath a canopy that whispered secrets to the wind, there dwelled a tapestry of life unseen by most eyes. This was the wildwood, a place where the air was perfumed with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers. Here the sun's rays danced through emerald leaves, casting a mosaic of light upon the forest floor, while the symphony of rustling branches and bird song filled the air with a melody as old as the earth itself. Among the denizens of this enchanted realm was a wise and gentle stag named Alder. His antlers were like the branches of the oldest oaks, adorned with the soft, velvety moss that spoke of his years spent nurturing the forest. Alder was the guardian of balance, ensuring that every creature, from the tiniest beetle to the most majestic eagle, lived in harmony with the land and each other. One crisp morning, As the forest awoke to the gentle caress of autumn's chill, Alder noticed something amiss. The brook that wound like a silver thread through the forest had begun to dwindle. Its once merry babble was a whisper, and the creatures that depended on it for sustenance were beginning to feel the change. The frogs sang less joyfully, and the deer came with thirst unquenched. Determined to find the cause, Alder set out through the forest, his hooves softly padding on the leaf-strewn ground. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the wildwood, he was joined by Willow, a lively squirrel with fur the color of ripe chestnuts, and Bramble, a thoughtful tortoise whose shell bore the etchings of many seasons. Together they formed a small council of wisdom and care. "Something is disrupting the flow of our brook," Willow chattered, her bright eyes full of concern. "We must find the source and restore the balance before winter arrives." Bramble, who moved with deliberate slowness but spoke with the weight of many years, nodded. "The forest speaks its needs to those who listen. We must heed its call." Their path led them to a glen where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves a riot of amber and gold. Here they found the source of the trouble. A tangle of fallen branches and debris had formed a dam, blocking the brook's flow. It was a natural occurrence, but one that required their immediate attention. With careful coordination, Alder and his friends set to work. Willow darted nimbly among the branches, clearing the smaller twigs with her nimble paws. Bramble, though slow, used his strength to push aside the heavier logs, while Alder lent his might to the task, his antlers catching and lifting the tangled mass. As they worked, the forest around them seemed to join in their efforts. The wind whispered encouragement, rustling the leaves in a gentle applause, and the sun sent down its warm rays to guide their way. It was a reminder that in the wildwood all things were connected, each life a thread in the vast tapestry of nature. Finally, with one last heave, the dam gave way, and the brook gushed forth with renewed vigor. Its waters sparkled in the sunlight, singing a joyful tune as they cascaded over rocks and roots, inviting all to drink and be refreshed. The creatures of the forest gathered to celebrate the brook's return, their voices rising in a chorus of gratitude. The frogs croaked their approval, the birds trilled sweet melodies, and the deer, now quenched, grazed peacefully beside the water's edge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Alder, Willow, and Bramble rested beside the babbling brook. The task was done, and the balance restored. In the gentle twilight, Alder spoke, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "Today, we have learned the importance of listening to our home and working together. Each of us, no matter how small, plays a vital role in maintaining the harmony of the forest." Willow nodded, her tail flicking with contentment. "And we are reminded that even the simplest act of kindness can ripple out, touching lives in ways we cannot always see." Bramble, ever wise and patient, added, "Let us carry this wisdom forward, teaching it to others so that the forest may thrive for generations to come." With hearts full of peace and purpose, the friends watched as the stars began to twinkle, their light mingling with the fireflies that danced above the brook. The forest, cradled in the gentle embrace of night, breathed a sigh of contentment, knowing that its guardians would always be there to listen, protect, and nurture. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Alder, Willow, and Bramble closed their eyes, their dreams filled with visions of a forest forever in harmony, where the magic of life flowed as freely as the brook they had saved. In the wildwood, the balance was restored, and all was well. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and shimmering streams, there was a humble cobbler named Oliver. His workshop, a cozy nook with a glowing hearth, was filled with the comforting aroma of leather and beeswax. Oliver was known far and wide for crafting the most comfortable shoes, each pair imbued with a subtle charm of warmth and care. One crisp autumn morning, while the golden leaves danced in the breeze and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and pine, a curious event unfolded. Oliver found a peculiar object tucked beneath an old dusty shelf, a small, unassuming shoelace, as silvery as moonlight. Intrigued, he picked it up, feeling an unusual warmth radiate from the delicate strands. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, Oliver decided to lace a pair of shoes with the magical shoelace. To his astonishment, the shoes began to glow softly, casting a gentle light throughout his workshop. As he placed them gently on the wooden floor, they began to move ever so slightly, as if guided by an unseen hand. The shoes, imbued with magic, whispered to Oliver in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. They told him of their purpose, to guide those who wore them to places where their hearts could heal and dreams could blossom. The shoes could take their wearer on a journey, not just through the winding paths of the village, but through the corridors of one's own heart. Fascinated and a little nervous, Oliver decided to try them himself. He slipped his feet into the shoes, feeling a tingling sensation that spread warmth through his entire being. The shoes led him out of his cozy workshop and into the cool, moonlit night. The village lay silent, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon and stars. As Oliver walked, the shoes guided him along a path he'd never noticed before, winding through the whispering woods where ancient trees stood sentinel. The path was lined with fragrant wildflowers, and the air was alive with the gentle hum of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl, watching with wise eyes from above. Oliver soon found himself at the edge of a serene, crystal-clear lake, its surface reflecting the starry heavens. There he met an old woman named Mabel, with eyes as bright as the stars and a voice like a lullaby. Mabel was a weaver of tales, known for her kindness and wisdom. Her cottage stood by the lake, its windows glowing warmly, inviting all who passed to share in her stories and tea. Sensing Oliver's curiosity and the magic in his shoes, Mabel welcomed him with a smile and a steaming cup of chamomile tea. As they sat by the lake, the shoes resting quietly by Oliver's side, he shared his discovery and listened as Mabel spoke of the lake's secret, a place where dreams could be pondered and fears gently released. Mabel told Oliver of her own journey to the lake, made many years ago, when she too had been guided by the magic of the shoelace. "The lake," she said softly, "is a mirror for the soul. It shows us not what we wish to see, but what we need to see." Oliver, feeling a comforting presence in Mabel's words, looked into the still waters. As the moonlight danced across the lake, he saw reflections of his own dreams and hopes, of the people he'd helped and the kindness he'd shared. He realized that his heart was filled with a desire to continue spreading warmth and joy, not just through his shoes, but through his actions. In that peaceful place, Oliver understood that the true magic of the shoelace was not in the shoes themselves, but in the journey they encouraged. It was a journey of self-discovery, of finding one's own path through the gentle guidance of friendship and wisdom. With this newfound understanding, Oliver thanked Mabel, who gave him a warm hug and a simple woven bracelet that she promised would remind him of their time by the lake. As he walked back to the village, the shoes carried him gently, each step echoing the rhythm of his calm and contented heart. When Oliver returned to his workshop, he placed the magical shoelace in a special drawer, knowing it would guide others who needed it. And from that day on, he not only crafted shoes, but also crafted stories of journeys and dreams, sharing them with children and travelers, weaving a tapestry of warmth and connection in his community. The village, nestled between the hills and streams, continued to thrive, touched by the gentle magic of Oliver's wisdom and kindness. And as the seasons turned and the stars continued their eternal dance across the night sky, Oliver knew that the true journey was the one that led each person to the heart of their own dreams, guided by the magic found not in shoes or shoelaces, but in the friendships and wisdom shared along the way. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the village slept peacefully, cradled by the gentle embrace of a story that would be told for generations to come. A story of discovery and wonder, of kindness and the quiet magic that lives within us all. Story 61, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Wishes. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Unlike most children her age, Lila had a curious heart and a vivid imagination that often led her to wander into the woods, where legends spoke of hidden wonders and magical secrets waiting to be discovered. The Whispering Woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where sunlight danced through the canopy of ancient trees, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves, as if the trees themselves were whispering secrets to one another. It was said that deep within these woods lay a hidden world, a realm untouched by time where magic thrived. Lila had always been captivated by the stories her grandmother told her by the fireplace, tales of a magical object known as the Lantern of Wishes. According to legend, the lantern was hidden somewhere in the woods, guarded by the wise and gentle creatures of the forest. It was said that whoever found the lantern and lit its flame would be granted a single wish, their heart's deepest desire fulfilled. One crisp autumn morning, as the village was cloaked in a soft mist and the leaves began to turn shades of amber and gold, Lila set out on a journey into the whispering woods. Her heart was filled with a sense of adventure and the hope that she might uncover the secrets of the forest and perhaps find the Lantern of Wishes. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. The morning light filtered through the trees, creating a golden glow that enveloped everything in warmth. The path beneath her feet was soft with fallen leaves, and the air was alive with the melody of birdsong. Every now and then, a gentle breeze would carry the scent of wildflowers, tickling her senses and making her feel as if she were part of a dream. Lila walked for hours, her eyes wide with wonder, as she discovered hidden nooks and crannies within the woods. She saw streams that babbled cheerfully over smooth stones, their waters sparkling in the sunlight. She encountered playful squirrels and curious rabbits, who paused to watch her with bright, inquisitive eyes before scampering away into the underbrush. Eventually, as the sun reached its zenith and cast long shadows across the forest floor, Lila stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching high into the sky, as if reaching for the clouds. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, weathered chest. Her heart pounding with excitement, Lila approached the chest. It was covered in moss and leaves, as if it had been waiting there for centuries, hidden from the world. With trembling hands, she opened the chest, revealing a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and crystal, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to dance and shimmer in the light. Lila picked up the lantern, feeling its cool weight in her hands. As she held it, she noticed a soft glow emanating from within, as if the lantern held a flicker of starlight. Her heart soared with the realization that she had found the legendary Lantern of Wishes. In that moment, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows of the trees, soft and melodic like the rustling of leaves. "You have found the Lantern of Wishes, young one," the voice said. "But remember, the true magic lies not in the wishing, but in the wisdom of the heart." Startled, Lila looked around and saw a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a deer, its eyes wise and kind, with antlers that seemed to glow like moonlight. The deer was accompanied by a fox with a bushy tail and bright, intelligent eyes, and a small, cheerful bird that perched on the deer's antlers, its feathers a dazzling array of colors. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice filled with wonder. "We are the guardians of the forest," the deer replied with a gentle smile. "I am Eldon. This is Bristle," the deer nodded to the fox, "and this is Zephyr," it gestured to the bird. "We have been waiting for someone with a pure heart to find the lantern." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest at their words, and she knew she had found not only the lantern, but also new friends in this magical world. "What should I wish for?" she asked, looking at the lantern in her hands. Bristle, the fox, sat down on his haunches and said, "Before you make a wish, think about what truly matters to you. Sometimes the greatest treasures are not what we first imagine." Zephyr chirped in agreement, its song a sweet melody that filled the clearing with a sense of peace and possibility. Lila thought deeply, her mind racing through the endless possibilities. She could wish for anything, a lifetime of adventures, endless riches, or even to understand the language of the forest creatures. But as she stood there, surrounded by her newfound friends, she realized that what she truly desired was to help her village, to bring joy and prosperity to the people she loved. With a steady heart, Lila held the lantern aloft and whispered her wish. The lantern's glow intensified, casting a warm, golden light that enveloped the clearing. For a moment, it felt as though the entire world held its breath, and then the light faded, leaving a sense of calm and fulfillment in its wake. Eldon nodded approvingly. You have chosen wisely, young one. Your wish will bring happiness not just to you, but to all those around you. Bristle wagged his tail, and Zephyr fluttered its wings, filling the air with a joyous trill. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her friends and promised to return to the woods to visit them. Then, with the lantern safely tucked away, she made her way back to the village, eager to see the fruits of her wish. As Lila neared the edge of the woods, she noticed something miraculous. The fields surrounding the village were lush and green, the crops abundant and healthy. The air was filled with laughter and song, as the villagers celebrated the unexpected bounty that had come to their land. Lila's heart swelled with joy as she realized that her wish had come true. She had brought happiness and prosperity to her village, fulfilling her deepest desire. From that day on, Lila visited the Whispering Woods often, spending time with Eldon, Bristle, and Zephyr. She learned the secrets of the forest and discovered the beauty of the hidden world within it. And though the Lantern of Wishes was now an ordinary lantern, its magic lived on in the hearts of those who had witnessed its power. In the years that followed, Lila grew wise and kind, her adventures in the woods teaching her the true value of friendship and the importance of listening to one's heart. The village flourished, and the stories of the Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Wishes were passed down through generations, inspiring countless others to seek the magic within themselves. And so, in the cozy glow of the village, surrounded by the warmth of family and friends, Lila found not only the magic she had sought, but also a sense of belonging and a heart full of love. Her journey had changed her, revealing the power of kindness and the beauty of a wish fulfilled. As the years went by, Lila became known as a wise and gentle leader, always willing to lend a helping hand or a listening ear to those in need. She never forgot the lessons she had learned in the Whispering Woods, and her heart remained open to the wonders of the world around her. The villagers often gathered around her, eager to hear her stories of the magical forest and the friends she had made there. And Lila, with a twinkle in her eye, would recount her adventures, her voice weaving a tapestry of wonder and enchantment that left her audience spellbound. One day, as Lila walked along the familiar path through the woods, she came upon a group of children playing near the ancient oak. Their laughter rang through the air, a joyful melody that reminded her of her own childhood adventures. Seeing the lantern still nestled among the roots of the oak tree, Lila smiled, knowing that its magic had touched not only her life but the lives of those who would come after her. She watched as the children, drawn by the lantern's gentle glow, gathered around it with wide eyes and eager hearts. As the sun began to set, casting a golden light over the forest, Lila sat with the children, sharing stories of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. They listened intently, their imaginations ignited by tales of friendship, courage, and the wonders of the hidden world within the woods. When the time came for Lila to leave, she looked at the children and said, "Remember, the true magic lies not in the wishing, but in the wisdom of the heart. Cherish your friendships and listen to the whispers of the world around you." The children nodded, their faces aglow with understanding and wonder. As Lila walked away, she knew that the spirit of the Whispering Woods would live on through them, inspiring future generations to seek the magic within themselves and the world around them. Years passed, and Lila's story became a cherished part of the village's history. The Whispering Woods continued to be a place of enchantment and mystery, drawing those with curious hearts and open minds. And the Lantern of Wishes, though no longer magical, remained a symbol of hope and the power of a wish fulfilled. In the end, Lila's journey had shown her that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared between friends and the wisdom found in listening to one's own heart. Her legacy lived on in the hearts of those who had heard her story, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that could be found in the simplest of wishes. And so, in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods, Lila found not only the magic she had once sought, but also a life filled with love, laughter, and the enduring power of friendship. Story 62. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like fireflies on a summer's eve, there lived a young rabbit named Blossom. Her soft fur was the color of freshly fallen snow, and her twitching nose could smell the faintest whiff of adventure from miles away. Blossom lived in a cozy burrow at the edge of the whispering woods, surrounded by towering oak trees and a babbling brook that sang sweet melodies. It was a peaceful place, or so it seemed, until strange things began to happen. One morning, Blossom awoke to find her garden in disarray, with carrots and lettuce strewn about as if a tiny tornado had swept through. She scratched her head in bewilderment, for she had meticulously tended to her vegetables the previous evening. The next day, the cushions in her burrow were all rearranged, and her favorite book lay open on the floor, its pages ruffled. Blossom's brow furrowed with concern, for she was always quite tidy. As the days passed, the strange occurrences grew more peculiar. Blossom's collection of shiny acorn caps went missing, only to reappear in the most unexpected places, like atop the mushroom stools in the clearing or nestled among the ferns. Blossom's curiosity was piqued, and she knew she had to unravel this mystery. So, she set out into the whispering woods, her ears perked and her nose twitching, in search of clues. As she hopped along the winding path, she heard a rustle in the bushes. Peering closer, she spotted a tiny glimmer of light zipping through the foliage. "Hello?" Blossom called out softly. "Is someone there?" A melodious giggle echoed in response, and a tiny figure emerged from behind a fern. A pixie, no bigger than Blossom's paw, with gossamer wings that shimmered like rainbows. "Well, hello there, Blossom," the pixie exclaimed. "I'm Zinnia, and I've been watching you for quite some time." Blossom's eyes widened in surprise. "You know my name? And have you been the one causing all the mischief in my home?" Zinnia nodded sheepishly. "I must confess it was I, but it was all in good fun. You see, us pixies love to play harmless pranks and spread a little magic wherever we go." Blossom couldn't help but smile at the pixie's infectious cheer. "I see. Well, as long as you meant no harm, I suppose I can forgive you. But why did you choose my burrow?" Zinnia fluttered closer, her wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust. "Because, dear Blossom, you have a heart as pure as the morning dew. We pixies are drawn to those who appreciate the simple joys of life and embrace the magic all around them." Blossom felt a warm glow in her chest at Zinnia's words. She had always loved the whispering woods and the enchantment that seemed to permeate every nook and cranny. From that day on, Blossom and Zinnia became the dearest of friends. The pixie would often visit Blossom's burrow, regaling her with tales of the fairies' realm and teaching her the secrets of the forest. And whenever Blossom felt a little mischief was in order, she and Zinnia would conspire together, playing harmless tricks on the other woodland creatures, like hiding acorn caps or rearranging mushroom stools. The strange occurrences were no longer a mystery, but rather a source of joy and laughter, reminding Blossom that even in the coziest of worlds, a little magic can go a long way. And so, Blossom and Zinnia lived happily ever after, their friendship a shining example of the wonders that can blossom when one embraces the enchantment of the world around them. Story 63. Once upon a time, in the sprawling galaxy of Luminara, where stars glistened like scattered diamonds on a velvet tapestry, two unlikely companions embarked on a journey that would forever change their lives. The first was Lyra, a gentle creature from the verdant planet of Viridian, where emerald forests whispered secrets to the wind and crystalline rivers sang lullabies to the moon. Lyra was a Sylvanian, a being of light and grace, with skin that shimmered like dew-kissed leaves and eyes that reflected the tranquil hues of dawn. Her companion was Zoran, a robust and curious Xylarian from the arid planet of Kaldor, a world of endless dunes and fiery sunsets. Xylarians were known for their resilience and strength, with scales that shimmered like polished copper and a heart as warm as the sands of their homeland. Their paths crossed aboard the starship Solace, a vessel renowned for its mission to explore the farthest reaches of the galaxy. The ship was a marvel of engineering, its halls filled with the soft hum of technology and the gentle glow of starlit corridors. As members of the exploration crew, Lyra and Zoran were tasked with studying the diverse ecosystems of uncharted planets. Initially, their differences seemed vast and insurmountable. Lyra, with her affinity for nature, preferred the quiet solace of the ship's arboretum, where she could commune with the flora from 1,000 worlds. Zoran, on the other hand, thrived amidst the bustling activity of the engineering decks, where he tinkered with machines that hummed and sparked with life. Their interactions were cordial but distant, each respecting the other's space without truly understanding it. One day, as the Solace drifted near a swirling nebula, the ship encountered a peculiar energy field, causing a malfunction that sent them spiraling towards an unfamiliar planet. The crew worked tirelessly to stabilize the ship, but a small exploration pod containing Lyra and Zoran was ejected and sent hurtling towards the planet's surface. The pod landed amidst a vibrant jungle, its canopy teeming with life. As Lyra and Zoran emerged, they were greeted by the symphony of the forest, leaves rustling like distant whispers and creatures chattering in playful harmony. Despite the beauty surrounding them, an uneasy silence hung between the two. Their initial attempts to communicate were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra, attuned to the subtle nuances of nature, spoke in metaphors and gestures that were lost on Zoran, who preferred directness and clarity. Frustration bubbled beneath the surface, and but threatening to widen the chasm between them. But as days passed and challenges arose, they began to see the strengths in each other. When a fierce storm swept through the jungle, uprooting trees and flooding paths, it was Zoran's ingenuity that crafted a shelter from fallen branches and leaves. And when the oppressive heat of the sun threatened their survival, it was Lyra who coaxed the vines to create a shaded canopy, their leaves weaving a protective tapestry overhead. Through shared adversity, a bond began to form. They learned to appreciate the beauty in their differences, finding ways to communicate that blended Lyra's poetic language with Zoran's straightforward logic. In the evenings, as the jungle settled into a serene lullaby, they would sit by the soft glow of bioluminescent plants, sharing stories of their worlds and dreams for the future. One night, as stars peeked through the canopy like watchful eyes, Zoran shared a story from his childhood, a tale of the Xylarian Sun Festival, where his people celebrated the unity of the three suns that warmed their planet. Lyra listened intently, envisioning the vibrant dances and songs that echoed across the desert sands. In return, Lyra spoke of the Festival of Lights on Viridian, where Sylvanians gathered to honor the harmony of their ecosystem, their bodies glowing in synchrony with the luminescent flora. As she spoke, Zoran could almost see the ethereal glow painting the forest in hues of peace and unity. These moments of shared vulnerability deepened their connection, allowing them to see one another not just as beings from different worlds, but as kindred spirits navigating the vastness of the universe together. As their friendship blossomed, they devised a plan to signal the Solace, using the reflective properties of the local flora to send a beacon into the sky. It was a task that required both of their skills, Zoran's technical prowess and Lyra's understanding of the planet's natural resources. Together, they crafted a brilliant display that shimmered like a beacon of hope amidst the stars. Their efforts were rewarded when the Solace, having repaired its systems, intercepted their signal and descended to retrieve them. As they boarded the ship, Lyra and Zoran exchanged a glance filled with unspoken gratitude and respect, knowing that their journey had forged an unbreakable bond. Back aboard the Solace, they continued their mission with renewed purpose, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and unity across the stars. They became advocates for cooperation and empathy, sharing their story with fellow crew members and inspiring others to embrace the richness of diversity. And so, in the vast starlit expanse of Luminara, Lyra and Zoran discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, weaving together the threads of different worlds into a tapestry of harmony and love. As the Solace sailed onward into the cosmic sea, their friendship remained a guiding star, illuminating their path and reminding them that, in the heart of the universe, they were never truly alone. Their story, whispered among the winds of Viridian's forests and echoed across Kaldor's dunes, became a legend of unity, a gentle reminder that even amidst the endless night, the light of friendship can lead the way home. And so, they journeyed on, their hearts aglow with the warmth of newfound kinship, sailing towards the promise of new adventures and the enduring embrace of the galaxy's infinite wonders. Story 64. In a secluded valley, where the mists swirled lazily among ancient trees, there lived a community of woodland creatures who possessed a remarkable secret. Deep within the heart of the forest, hidden from prying eyes, stood a towering oak tree unlike any other. Its gnarled branches twisted and turned, forming an intricate latticework that seemed to defy the laws of nature. At the base of this majestic oak lay a well, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. This was no ordinary well, for its waters held a powerful magic, a magic that had been guarded by the creatures of the forest for generations. Among them was a young rabbit named Willow, whose boundless curiosity often led her into adventures she could scarcely imagine. Willow's best friend, a wise old owl named Sage, had taken it upon himself to guide her through the mysteries of the forest, teaching her the ways of the woodland folk. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow hopped through the vibrant foliage, she heard a commotion in the distance. Drawing nearer, she discovered a group of her fellow creatures gathered around the ancient well, their expressions etched with concern. "What's happening?" Willow asked, her large eyes wide with curiosity. Sage, perched on a low-hanging branch, turned to her with a grave expression. "The magic of the well is fading," he said solemnly. "The waters, once shimmering with life, now grow dim and lifeless." Willow's heart sank. She knew the well's magic was essential to the balance of the forest, sustaining the delicate ecosystem that had nurtured them all for countless generations. "But why?" she asked, her voice trembling. "What could have caused this?" Sage shook his feathered head. "That is a mystery we have yet to unravel. But if the well's magic is not restored, the consequences for our home could be dire." A hush fell over the gathered creatures as they pondered the gravity of the situation. It was then that a small field mouse named Thistle spoke up, her voice barely a whisper. "There is an ancient tale passed down through the generations that tells of a hidden world within the heart of the forest," she said. "A realm where the very essence of magic flows like a river, sustaining all life." Willow's ears perked up, her eyes alight with curiosity. "A hidden world? Where is this place?" Thistle hesitated, her tiny paws fidgeting nervously. "The path is treacherous and shrouded in mystery. Many have sought it, but few have returned to tell the tale." A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. It was Sage who finally spoke, his deep voice resonating with wisdom. "If this hidden world exists, and if it holds the key to restoring the well's magic, then we must embark on this journey, no matter the risks." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathered creatures, but Willow sensed their apprehension. She knew this quest would test their courage and resolve like never before. Stepping forward, her eyes shining with determination, Willow declared, "I will go. For the sake of our home, for the magic that sustains us all, I will find this hidden world and bring back whatever is needed to restore the well's power." Sage regarded her with a mixture of pride and concern. "This journey will be fraught with peril, young one. Are you prepared to face the unknown?" Willow nodded resolutely. "I am ready." And so, with the blessings of her woodland kin, Willow set off into the depths of the forest, her heart filled with equal parts trepidation and resolve. She knew not what lay ahead, but she carried with her the unwavering belief that she would succeed, for the sake of her home and all those she held dear. As she ventured deeper into the ancient woodland, the familiar paths gave way to tangled undergrowth and twisted vines, as if the forest itself were conspiring to impede her progress. Undeterred, Willow pressed on, her small form deftly navigating the labyrinthine obstacles. Days turned into weeks, and still, the hidden world eluded her. Willow's paws grew weary and her spirits waned, but just as she was about to surrender to despair, a glimmer of hope appeared. In a secluded glade where the sunlight seemed to dance upon the dew-kissed leaves, Willow discovered a peculiar stone, its surface etched with intricate symbols she had never seen before. Instinctively, she reached out and touched the cool surface, and in that moment, the world around her shifted. The glade melted away, replaced by a vast, shimmering expanse that stretched as far as the eye could see. Willow found herself standing on the shores of a crystal-clear lake, its waters reflecting the vibrant hues of a sky unlike any she had ever witnessed. This was the hidden world, a realm of pure magic and wonder. As Willow gazed in awe at her surroundings, she noticed a figure approaching from the distance. It was a majestic stag, its antlers adorned with glowing runes that pulsed with an otherworldly energy. Welcome, young one, the stag spoke, its voice resonating like the chime of 1,000 bells. You have found your way to the ethereal realm, the wellspring of all magic. Willow could scarcely believe her eyes, let alone her ears. I don't understand, she stammered. How is this possible? The stag regarded her with ancient, knowing eyes. This realm exists within the heart of all living things, a nexus of energy that sustains the delicate balance of nature. The well in your forest is but a portal, a gateway to this sacred place. Willow's mind raced as she tried to comprehend the enormity of what the stag was telling her. But if this is the source of all magic, then why is the well's power fading? The stag's expression grew somber. There is a darkness that threatens to disrupt the balance, a force that seeks to corrupt and consume the very essence of magic itself. Willow felt a chill run down her spine. What can I do to stop it? The stag turned, gesturing towards the shimmering lake. Within these waters lies the key to restoring the well's power and banishing the darkness. But the path will not be easy, young one. You must prove your worth, your courage, and your unwavering spirit. Willow steadied herself, her resolve strengthened by the weight of her mission. I will do whatever it takes, she declared, her voice ringing with determination. And so began a series of trials and challenges unlike any Willow could have imagined. She navigated treacherous landscapes, solved intricate puzzles, and faced fearsome guardians, all the while drawing upon the well of courage and wisdom that resided within her heart. Through it all, Willow learned invaluable lessons about perseverance, friendship, and the true nature of magic. She forged bonds with unlikely allies, each of whom contributed their unique strengths to her quest. There was Zephyr, a playful wind sprite whose laughter carried the promise of adventure, and Ember, a fiery salamander whose unwavering bravery inspired Willow to face her fears head-on. Together they conquered obstacles that would have seemed insurmountable alone, their friendship growing stronger with each triumph and setback. At last, after what seemed like an eternity, Willow found herself standing before the shimmering lake, its waters pulsing with a radiant energy that seemed to call to her very soul. The stag appeared once more, its regal form shimmering with pride. You have proven yourself worthy, young one. Now gaze into the depths of the lake and receive the gift you have so bravely earned. With bated breath, Willow stepped forward and peered into the crystalline waters. What she saw there defied all explanation, a vision of such beauty and wonder that it nearly brought her to tears. In that moment she understood the true nature of magic, not a force to be wielded or controlled, but a living, breathing essence that flowed through all things, binding the world together in a delicate tapestry of life. As she emerged from the lake, clutching a glowing orb of pure energy, Willow felt a profound shift within herself. She had been transformed, not just by the trials she had endured, but by the wisdom and understanding she had gained. With a grateful heart, she bid farewell to her newfound friends in the ethereal realm, returning to the familiar paths of her beloved forest. As she approached the ancient well, the orb in her paws pulsed with a radiant glow, and she knew what she had to do. Gently, she lowered the orb into the well's depths, and in an instant the waters erupted with a brilliant light that seemed to breathe life into the very air itself. The magic had been restored, and with it the balance of the forest was once again secured. As Willow's woodland kin emerged from their burrows and hollows, their eyes shone with wonder and gratitude. Sage, his feathers ruffled but his spirit renewed, embraced Willow with a warmth she had never known. "You have achieved the impossible, young one," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Not only have you saved our home, but you have gained a wisdom beyond your years." Willow smiled, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. "I could not have done it without the friends I made along the way, and the lessons they taught me about the true nature of magic." From that day forward, Willow became a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who called the forest home. Her journey had transformed her, not just physically, but spiritually, and she vowed to share the knowledge she had gained with all who would listen. And so, as the seasons turned and the cycles of life continued, Willow's tale became woven into the fabric of the forest itself. A timeless story of courage, friendship, and the enduring power of magic to transform the world, one heart at a time. Story 65. Once upon a time, in a quaint, sleepy village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, there lived a gentle girl named Lila. Her days were spent in quiet reverie, often wandering through the blossoming meadows that surrounded her home, with the sun casting a golden glow on her auburn hair. The villagers knew Lila for her kind heart and her keen sense of wonder, always finding beauty in the simplest of things. One morning, while the dew still clung to the petals like tiny jewels, Lila embarked on one of her usual strolls. The air was crisp, filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest. As she meandered along a path lined with daisies, her eyes caught a peculiar glint from beneath a thick tuft of grass. Kneeling down, she discovered an old, tarnished key. It was unlike any key she had ever seen, with intricate patterns swirling across its surface, shimmering when the light hit it just so. Curiosity piqued, Lila tucked the key into her pocket, feeling a warm, subtle hum as if the key itself had a heartbeat. She continued her walk, pondering what the key might unlock. Her imagination spun tales of hidden doors in the forest, secret gardens, and ancient treasures. As the day wore on, Lila found herself drawn to the edge of the village where the forest grew dense and mysterious. There she met her first helper, an amiable squirrel named Tibbles, who was known for his quick wit and boundless energy. Tibbles had a knack for finding hidden paths and secret nooks in the forest. With a twinkle in his eye, he offered to guide Lila deeper into the woods where few villagers ventured. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft whispers of the wind, and the distant melody of a brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As they walked, Tibbles regaled Lila with tales of the forest's history and its many wonders, both seen and unseen. "There's magic all around us," Tibbles chirped, scampering up a tree to pluck a ripe acorn. "You just need to know where to look." As they ventured further, they came across a serene clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. At its center stood a grand oak tree, its trunk wide and wise, its branches stretching towards the heavens. Lila felt an inexplicable pull towards the tree, as if it were calling to her. With Tibbles perched on her shoulder, she approached the tree and noticed a small, weathered door at its base. Her heart fluttered with anticipation as she reached for the key in her pocket. It fit the lock perfectly, turning with a smooth, satisfying click. The door swung open to reveal a spiral staircase descending into the heart of the tree. Lila hesitated only a moment before embarking on the adventure below, with Tibbles bounding eagerly ahead. The staircase wound down into a cavernous chamber, illuminated by a soft, otherworldly glow. At the center of the chamber sat a pedestal, upon which lay a finely woven tapestry, depicting scenes of the village and its surrounding lands. As Lila stepped closer, the tapestry shimmered with life, its threads shifting and weaving to tell stories of past, present, and future. She realized that this was the source of the village's prosperity and harmony, a magical creation that ensured balance and peace. But the tapestry was fraying at the edges, its magic waning. Lila understood that this was her challenge, to restore the tapestry's strength and preserve the village's harmony. Yet this required wisdom, not force, and Lila knew she could not do it alone. At that moment, a soft voice echoed through the chamber, gentle and melodious. It was Flora, a graceful deer with eyes full of ancient wisdom, who had watched over the tapestry for centuries. She approached Lila with an air of calm reassurance. "Lila," Flora spoke, her voice like a soothing breeze, "the tapestry's threads are woven from the kindness and unity of the village. To mend it, you must remind your people of the strength found in friendship and understanding." With Flora's guidance, Lila returned to the village, Tibbles scampering beside her. Together, they shared stories of the tapestry and its power, encouraging the villagers to come together, to share their joys and sorrows, and to support one another. Slowly, as the villagers rekindled bonds of friendship and compassion, the tapestry began to renew itself. The frayed edges wove back into the intricate design, vibrant and alive once more, reflecting the unity and love of the people. As the sun set behind the hills, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila returned to the oak tree. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had played a part in preserving the harmony of her beloved village. With a grateful heart, she closed the door and placed the key back beneath the tuft of grass, where it would await another seeker of wonders. And so, as the stars twinkled gently in the night sky, the village remained a place of peace and enchantment, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and a kind heart. And Lila, with her newfound understanding of the world and herself, lay her head to rest, knowing that the magic of the ordinary was just a key away. Story 66, The Whispering Willow's Secret. In the gentle embrace of twilight, where the horizon turned into a tapestry of purples and golds, nestled the quaint village of Eldergrove. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound through meadows of wildflowers and sunlight danced upon the ripples of a serene lake. Eldergrove was known for its enchanting landscapes, but hidden within its heart was a secret that had whispered through the ages, a secret known only to those who dared to listen. At the edge of the village stood the Whispering Willow, an ancient tree whose branches stretched wide like the arms of an old friend. Its leaves, a vibrant emerald, rustled softly even on the calmest of days, as if sharing stories with the wind. It was said that beneath its boughs lay a hidden world, a realm where magic breathed life into the ordinary. On a crisp autumn morning, a young girl named Lila, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, made her way to the willow. Lila was known for her adventurous spirit and an insatiable thirst for discovery. She had come to the willow many times, drawn by the tales of its whispered secrets. As she approached, the gentle breeze carried a melody through the air, a tune both haunting and familiar. Lila paused, closing her eyes to better hear the song. It was then she noticed a peculiar light shimmering beneath the willow's canopy, a soft glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. Compelled by a sense of wonder, Lila stepped closer, her feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. She reached out to touch the bark, feeling its rough texture beneath her fingertips. Suddenly, the ground beneath her gave way, and she tumbled into a swirl of colors and light. When Lila opened her eyes, she found herself in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine and the sweet aroma of ripe berries. The sky was a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting and swirling like a living painting. Around her stood trees of every hue, their leaves shimmering like jewels in the ethereal light. Lila's heart raced with excitement and a touch of trepidation. She had discovered the hidden world of the Whispering Willow, a place spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime stories. It was a world where magic was as natural as breathing, where animals talked and streams sang. As she explored, Lila came upon a clearing adorned with flowers that sang in harmonious tones. In the center stood a peculiar stone pedestal, atop which rested a delicate silver amulet. The amulet glowed softly, and Lila felt an inexplicable pull towards it. She reached out and clasped it in her hand, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. From behind the trees, a figure emerged, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed with wisdom. The fox bowed its head in greeting, its voice as smooth as silk. "Welcome, young traveler. I am Farron, guardian of the Whispering Willow's secret." Lila's eyes widened in awe. "I've read stories of this place, but I never thought it truly existed." Farron chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Many dismiss the tales as mere fables, yet here you are, drawn by the call of the willow." Lila held up the amulet. "What is this?" "The Amulet of Aether," Farron replied. "It is a key to understanding and harmony, a gift for those who seek wisdom and truth." As Farron spoke, Lila felt a surge of understanding. She realized that the amulet was not just a trinket, but a conduit for the magic of this world. It resonated with her, urging her to listen, to learn, to grow. Together, Lila and Farron journeyed through the hidden realm. They visited the crystal caves, where stalactites chimed like wind chimes, and the enchanted glade where time stood still. With each step, Lila felt the magic of the world seep into her very being, transforming her perception and her heart. Farron taught Lila the language of the wind, the songs of the rivers, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Through their friendship, Lila learned the value of patience, the strength found in kindness, and the beauty of seeing the world through the eyes of others. One day, as they rested by a sparkling brook, Farron spoke with a note of solemnity. "This world is a reflection of our own, Lila. It thrives on balance and harmony. When our world is in turmoil, so too is this one. Leela looked at her reflection in the water, pondering Farron's words. How can I help restore balance? By sharing what you have learned, Farron replied. The amulet has chosen you for a reason. Use its power to guide others, to mend what is broken. Lila nodded, determination filling her heart. She knew that her journey was not just about discovering the hidden world, but about understanding her place within it and the impact she could have. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, Leela and Farron returned to the clearing. Lila gazed at the whispering willow, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. It's time for me to go back, isn't it? Leela asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. Yes, Farron said gently. But remember, the magic of this world is always with you, as long as you carry it in your heart. With a final embrace, Leela bid farewell to Farron and the hidden world. She stepped back through the portal, emerging beneath the familiar branches of the whispering willow. The village of Eldergrove lay before her, unchanged yet somehow different in her eyes. From that day on, Lila shared her experiences with the villagers, teaching them the lessons she had learned. She showed them how to listen to the whispers of nature, to appreciate the interconnectedness of all things, and to find magic in the everyday. The village flourished, its people living in harmony with the world around them. And though Lila never forgot her journey to the hidden realm, she found that the true magic lay in the bonds she forged, the wisdom she shared, and the love that grew in the heart of Eldergrove. As the years passed, the story of Lila and the Whispering Willow became a cherished tale, passed down through generations. And on quiet nights, if you listened closely, you could still hear the willow's soft whispers, sharing its secrets with those willing to hear. And so, in the gentle embrace of twilight, where the horizon turned into a tapestry of purples and golds, the village of Eldergrove continued to thrive, its heart forever touched by the magic of the hidden world and the courage of a young girl named Lila. Story 67. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves rustled like soft whispers in a gentle breeze, there stood a quaint little village known as Moonlight Hollow. The village was nestled in a valley where the sun kissed the treetops in the morning and the moon bathed the cobblestone streets in silver light at night. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the chimneys from round-roofed cottages puffed out clouds of comforting wood smoke. Moonlight Hollow was a place of quiet wonders and subtle magic. The villagers lived in harmony with the forest, and it was not uncommon for a squirrel to chat amicably with a passerby, or for a sparrow to deliver a message from one end of the village to the other. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted young woman named Leora, who had a natural gift for understanding the language of the forest. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned golden and the sky was a deep indigo, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. Leora was returning from the market, her basket filled with warm, crusty bread and ripe apples, when she noticed that the path leading to her cottage seemed longer than usual. She paused, tilting her head curiously as she looked around. The familiar landmarks, the ancient oak, the babbling brook, were there, yet something felt subtly different. As Leora continued her walk, she found herself looping back to the market square instead of reaching her cozy home. Perplexed, she stopped at the edge of the square where the lanterns flickered in the growing dusk. She was not alone in her confusion. Other villagers were wandering the streets with puzzled expressions, finding themselves retracing their steps without intending to. Word of the strange occurrences spread quickly, and soon a small circle of villagers gathered in the square. Among them was Meister Thistlewood, the wise old librarian whose spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose. With a gentle cough, he addressed the gathering, his voice calm and measured. "It seems," Maester Thistlewood began, "that our beloved Moonlight Hollow is caught in a curious enchantment. But fret not, for such mysteries often hold a lesson or a gift within them." Leora listened intently, her mind already whirring with possibilities. She had always been the sort to notice the little things others might miss, the color of the sky at dawn, the rustle of a hedgehog through the underbrush, and she felt a stirring of determination to solve this gentle riddle. As the villagers dispersed to their homes, Leora lingered. She had a feeling that the answer lay in something overlooked, something hidden in plain sight. She decided to seek the counsel of Fen, the wise fox who lived at the edge of the forest. Fen was a creature of deep wisdom, his eyes like pools of amber that seemed to hold the secrets of the earth. The next morning, with the sun painting the world in soft pastels, Leora set out to find Fen. The path to his den was lined with ferns that tickled her ankles, and the air was filled with the songs of waking birds. When she arrived, Fen was already waiting, his bushy tail curled neatly around his paws. "Good morning, Leora," Fen greeted her with a voice as smooth as honey. "I hear there's a mystery afoot in Moonlight Hollow." Leora nodded, explaining the strange occurrences. Fen listened patiently, his ears twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps," Fen mused, "the forest is trying to tell you something. Sometimes the world speaks in puzzles to those who are willing to listen." Taking Fen's words to heart, Leora thanked him and made her way back to the village, her senses heightened. She watched the way the sunlight dappled through the leaves, listened to the whispers of the wind, and paid close attention to the rhythm of the village itself. As she wandered, she noticed something peculiar. The shadows cast by the buildings seemed to shift ever so slightly, aligning themselves with the paths the villagers were unconsciously taking. It was as if the village itself was gently guiding them, nudging them towards something unseen. Intrigued, Leora returned to the square, standing at its center. She turned slowly, observing how the shadows danced and merged as the sun moved across the sky. And then, like a key turning in a lock, the realization dawned upon her. The shadows were forming a pattern, a map of sorts, leading to the heart of the forest where a great circle of ancient stones stood, a place known to the villagers as the Gathering Glade. It was a sacred space, often used for celebrations and ceremonies, but it was said to hold deeper mysteries. Gathering her courage, Leora invited the villagers to follow her to the Gathering Glade. They walked together, a gentle procession as the forest embraced them with its warm, leafy arms. As they drew near, the stones came into view, standing tall and silent under the canopy. In the center of the circle, a shimmering light danced, casting rainbows on the mossy ground. It was a portal, a doorway to the heart of the enchantment. Leora stepped forward, feeling the soft pulse of magic in the air. "Perhaps," she suggested gently, "we are being called to remember something we've forgotten, to see the world anew with wonder and gratitude." The villagers nodded, understanding dawning in their eyes. Together, they formed a circle, holding hands as they embraced the magic of the moment. The air was charged with a gentle energy, a feeling of connection and peace. And as they stood there, the enchantment slowly unraveled, revealing its gift, a renewed appreciation for the simple joys and the subtle wonders that filled their days. The forest, it seemed, had reminded them to pause, to notice, and to cherish the beauty all around them. With a heart full of warmth, Leora led the villagers back to Moonlight Hollow, where the paths once again led true and the village felt more vibrant than ever. The mystery had been gentle, its lesson profound yet simple. In the quiet moments and the small details, magic thrived. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora returned to her cottage, the hearth glowing softly with a comforting fire. She settled into her favorite chair, a quilt tucked around her heart light and content. In Moonlight Hollow, where the whispering woods cradled the village in its leafy embrace, the night was serene and full of promise. And as the gentle lullaby of the forest sang them to sleep, the villagers of Moonlight Hollow dreamed sweetly, hearts open to the wonders of the world. Story 68. In a faraway land where the air shimmered with the soft glow of moonlit dust and the trees whispered secrets to the stars, there lay the village of Willow Hollow. Nestled between rolling hills and a serene river that sang as it flowed, Willow Hollow was a place of timeless charm. The houses were built of sturdy stone, their roofs thatched with golden straw, and their gardens filled with flowers that bloomed in colors beyond imagination. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills and the sky turned a deep indigo, a peculiar thing began to happen. The village's beloved clock tower, which for centuries had kept perfect time, started to chime at odd hours. At first, the villagers thought it was merely a hiccup, a minor fault that would soon right itself. But as days turned into weeks, The chimes continued their unpredictable song, echoing through the village at dawn, midday, and even in the heart of night. The villagers gathered in the cozy warmth of the town hall, surrounded by the scent of lavender and the gentle crackle of a fire in the hearth. They spoke in hushed tones, their faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight. "Something must be done," declared old Ben, the village elder, his voice a rumbling comfort. "But we must tread carefully, for the clock tower is enchanted." Listening intently was young Marin, her eyes bright with curiosity. She was known for her keen observations and gentle heart, often seen with her nose in a book or wandering the woods in thoughtful exploration. Marin volunteered to solve the mystery, her voice steady yet soft. "I believe with a bit of kindness and patience we can uncover the truth." The villagers agreed, entrusting Marin with the task. Equipped with a lantern and a notebook, she set off towards the clock tower that very night, the path glowing silver under the full moon. The air was cool and smelled of pine and damp earth, a comforting presence that accompanied her every step. As Marin approached the clock tower, she noticed something peculiar. A faint, shimmering trail of stardust seemed to lead towards the ancient door. She followed it inside, where the air was filled with the gentle ticking of the clock's mechanisms, a sound as familiar as a lullaby. Climbing the spiral staircase, Marin reached the top where the great gears and cogs whirred and clicked. There, nestled among the intricate machinery, was a small, fluffy creature with wings as delicate as spider silk. It was a whimsy, a magical creature known for bringing joy and laughter, though rarely seen by human eyes. The whimsy looked at Marin with wide, apologetic eyes, its tiny hands gesturing toward the gears. Marin understood immediately. The whimsy had been drawn to the clock's music, and in its playful curiosity had inadvertently disrupted the mechanism. With a gentle smile, Marin spoke softly. "Oh, little one, I see you found a new toy. But perhaps we can find another way for you to enjoy the music without causing such a ruckus." The whimsy chirped in agreement, its wings fluttering with delight. Marin spent the night working alongside the whimsy, her hands guiding the delicate creature as it helped to set the gears right. She showed it how each part moved, explaining the importance of their harmony. The whimsy listened intently, its eyes sparkling with understanding. As dawn broke, casting a golden light through the windows, the last gear clicked into place. The clock tower chimed a gentle, melodious tune that resonated through Willow Hollow, bringing with it a sense of peace and order. The villagers awoke to the familiar, comforting sound, and Marin returned to the town hall to share her discovery. The clock was never broken, she explained, her voice as soothing as the morning breeze. It simply needed a friend to guide it back to harmony. Old Ben nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "And in doing so, you've shown us that patience and understanding can solve even the most mysterious of problems." From that day on, the whimsy became a part of Willow Hollow, its laughter a gentle echo among the trees. Marin and the villagers learned to listen more closely to the world around them, finding joy in the unexpected and beauty in the ordinary. And as stars twinkled over the village each night, the clock tower stood tall and proud, its chimes a lullaby, reminding all who heard them of the magic that lay in kindness and friendship. Story 69. In the starlit expanse of the galaxy, where cosmic winds whispered through the vastness, two unlikely companions embarked on a journey that would forever change their lives. Each came from a world as different from the other as the sun is from the moon, yet destiny, with its gentle hand, guided them toward a shared path. From the lush emerald forests of planet Orel came Nim, a slender being with skin that shimmered like dew-kissed leaves. Nim's people, the Sylvans, were renowned for their deep connection to nature, their senses attuned to the subtle music of the universe. Nim had eyes that mirrored the forest canopy, wide and curious, always seeking the wisdom hidden in the shadows of the ancient trees. From the arid, rust-red deserts of planet Vorton came Jarek, a sturdy figure with skin etched like the canyons of his homeland. Jarek's people, the Durans, were known for their resilience and strength, honed by the harsh winds that sang across the dunes. His eyes were the color of the setting sun, warm and steadfast, reflecting a spirit that had weathered many storms. Their meeting was a twist of fate, orchestrated by a malfunctioning starship that left Nim stranded on an unfamiliar world. Jarek, on a trade mission, found Nim amidst the wreckage, the Sylvan's shimmering form a stark contrast against the barren landscape. At first, their differences stood like towering barriers between them. Nim's lyrical speech, woven with metaphors of nature, bewildered Jarek, who was accustomed to the straightforward, practical language of his people. Similarly, Jarek's pragmatic approach to life puzzled Nim, who saw the world through the lens of beauty and harmony. Yet as they traveled together to find a way back to Nim's homeland, they discovered that their differences were not obstacles, but bridges. Along their journey, they encountered challenges that tested their resolve and courage. A sandstorm, fierce and unrelenting, forced them to take shelter in a cave, where the flickering firelight cast their shadows upon the walls, weaving a tapestry of tales from their respective worlds. In those quiet moments, as the storm raged outside, they began to understand each other. Nim shared stories of the singing trees of Orel, whose roots held the history of their world, and Jarek spoke of the great dunes, whose shifting sands revealed the secrets of the ancients. They learned to listen, to see through each other's eyes, and in doing so they discovered a deep, abiding respect for the other's perspective. Their bond deepened when they encountered a young creature trapped in a rocky crevasse. Its cries echoed through the canyon, a plea for help that tugged at their hearts. Nim, with a gentle touch, calmed the creature, while Jarek used his strength to lift the heavy stones. Together, they freed the creature, which nuzzled against them in gratitude before scampering off into the wild. In that moment, they realized that their combined strengths created something beautiful and powerful. They were not just traveling companions. They were friends, bound by shared experiences and a growing understanding of one another. As they continued their journey, they faced more trials: steep cliffs that required Nim's agility and Jarek's strength, puzzles that needed Nim's creativity and Jarek's logic. Each challenge was a lesson in trust and cooperation, deepening their friendship with every step. Finally, after many moons had passed, they stood on the edge of Orel's forest. The sight was breathtaking: towering trees with leaves that danced in the gentle breeze, a melody that hummed through the air. It was a world alive with color and sound, a stark contrast to Jarek's homeland, yet he found it beautiful. As they prepared to part ways, Nim took Jarek's hand, their fingers entwined like the roots of an ancient tree. "Though our worlds are different, they are connected by the same stars," Nim said softly, the words a promise that distance would not sever their bond. Jarek nodded, his eyes reflecting the warmth of 1,000 suns. "Friendship is the bridge between our worlds. It is a path we will always walk together." With hearts full of gratitude and eyes shining with newfound hope, they embraced, knowing that this was not the end, but a beginning. Nim watched as Jarek's figure vanished into the horizon, his form a silhouette against the setting sun. Though he was gone, the bond they had forged would endure, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. And so, under the canopy of stars, Nim turned toward the forest, feeling the gentle embrace of the trees, and whispered a silent vow to the universe, a promise to cherish the friendship that had bloomed when two paths had crossed under the watchful eyes of the cosmos. Story 70, title: The Whispering Maple Grove. In the heart of a quaint village, surrounded by rolling hills and fields of wildflowers, there existed a legend as old as the trees that swayed in the gentle breeze. The village, known for its cobblestone streets and the comforting scent of baked bread wafting from its homes, was a place where time seemed to stand still. At its center stood the Whispering Maple Grove, a cluster of ancient trees whose leaves rustled in a language only understood by those with open hearts and curious minds. Beneath the shade of these trees, where sunlight danced upon the ground like golden fairies, lived a young girl named Amara. She was a kind soul, with eyes the color of the sky just before dawn, and a smile that could warm even the coldest of days. Her days were spent exploring the grove, her feet always finding the softest patches of moss to tread upon, and her hands reaching out to touch the rough bark of the wise old trees. Amara's dearest companion was a squirrel named Whisker, whose coat was a shade of russet that glimmered like autumn leaves. Whisker had a knack for finding the sweetest acorns and the coziest nooks to rest in after a long day of adventure. Together, they shared a bond that transcended the spoken word, communicating through gestures and the shared joy of discovery. On one gentle morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, Amara wandered deeper into the grove than she had ever dared before. The air here felt different, tinged with a mysterious fragrance that tickled her nose and filled her with an inexplicable sense of wonder. As she walked, she noticed a peculiar shimmer beneath the canopy, a glimmering light that seemed to dance just beyond the edge of her vision. Curiosity piqued, Amara followed the light, her heart beating with the rhythm of the forest. She pushed aside a cascade of ferns and found herself in a small clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a tree unlike any other in the grove. Its trunk was slender and silver, its leaves a vibrant shade of emerald, each one shaped like a star. As Amara approached, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the tree was calling out to her. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, polished to a sheen that caught the sunlight, and its edges were adorned with delicate motifs of vines and blossoms. Whisker, who had been perched on Amara's shoulder, leapt down to inspect the box with a twitch of his whiskers. Amara knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the carvings, feeling the warmth of the wood beneath her touch. With a deep breath, she carefully lifted the lid. Inside lay a single, gleaming acorn, unlike any she had ever seen. It was as if it had been dipped in liquid gold, and yet it pulsed with an inner light, a soft glow that spoke of magic and mystery. Amara felt a thrill of excitement and trepidation, sensing that this was no ordinary acorn. The trees around her whispered in the breeze, and as she listened closely, their rustling voices wove a tale of the acorn's origin. Long ago, it had been gifted by the forest's guardian, a spirit of ancient wisdom, to those who would seek to understand the deeper truths of the world. The acorn held within it the power to reveal hidden realms and unlock the secrets of nature's heart. Amara's eyes widened with awe. She knew that she had stumbled upon something extraordinary, something that would change her life in ways she could not yet comprehend. With a determined nod, she decided to embark on a journey, one that would take her beyond the borders of her familiar world and into the realms whispered of by the trees. Whisker chattered excitedly, sensing the adventure that lay ahead. Together, they set off, leaving the grove behind as they ventured into the unknown. The path was winding, leading them through meadows of wildflowers that swayed like a sea of color and over babbling brooks that sang a merry tune. As they traveled, the acorn's light guided them, illuminating the way with a gentle glow. Amara felt an undeniable sense of purpose, her heart filled with a courage she had never known before. She knew that this journey would not only reveal the mysteries of the world, but also the depths of her own spirit. Days turned into nights, and the moon shone brightly upon their path. They encountered creatures of the forest, wise owls with eyes that gleamed like polished amber, and foxes with bushy tails who watched with curiosity as the pair passed by. Each encounter brought new wisdom, new insights into the delicate balance of life. One starlit night, as they rested beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, Amara contemplated the lessons she had learned. She understood now that every creature, every tree, every blade of grass was part of a grand tapestry, each thread woven with care and purpose. She felt a profound connection to the world around her, a sense of unity that filled her with peace. Their journey led them to the edge of the forest, where the land sloped gently down to meet the shimmering waters of a vast lake. The surface of the lake was like a mirror, reflecting the sky in hues of pink and gold as the sun began its descent. At the water's edge stood a figure cloaked in robes of silver and green, a presence both ethereal and comforting. The figure turned, and Amara beheld the guardian of the forest, a being of great wisdom and kindness. The guardian's eyes were like pools of starlight, filled with the knowledge of ages past and the promise of what was yet to come. "Welcome, young seeker," the guardian spoke, their voice as soft as the wind through the leaves. "You have journeyed far and learned much. The acorn you carry is a key to the hidden realms, a gift that unveils the wonders of the world." Amara stepped forward, holding the golden acorn aloft. "I seek to understand the secrets of the forest, to learn the wisdom it holds," she said, her voice steady and resolute. The guardian smiled, a gentle light emanating from their being. The forest has whispered its truths to you, and you have listened with an open heart. The acorn is a symbol of growth and transformation, a reminder that true understanding comes from within. As the guardian's words washed over her, Amara felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a blossoming of knowledge that filled her with clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the mysteries of the world, but about embracing the journey within herself, the path of personal growth and transformation. The guardian extended a hand, and the acorn glowed brighter, its light weaving a bridge of golden threads across the lake. Cross the bridge, dear one, and you shall find the hidden realm of the forest, a place where the heart and spirit soar. With Whisker at her side, Amara stepped onto the bridge, feeling the warmth of the acorn's magic beneath her feet. As they crossed, the air shimmered with enchantment, and the world around them blazed with vibrant colors, a tapestry of life unfurling before their eyes. On the other side, they found themselves in a realm untouched by time, where the trees towered like giants and flowers bloomed in every hue imaginable. The air was alive with the melody of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves, a symphony of nature that filled their hearts with joy. Amara and Whisker explored the realm, their spirits alight with wonder. They discovered hidden glades where deer frolicked in the dappled sunlight, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they flowed over smooth stones. Everywhere they looked, life thrived in harmony, a testament to the beauty of the natural world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Amara felt a profound sense of gratitude. She had found the hidden realm of the forest, a place where magic and nature intertwined, where the mysteries of the universe lay waiting to be discovered. With a heart full of wisdom and a spirit renewed, Amara knew that her journey had only just begun. She understood now that the true magic lay not in the acorn, but in the journey itself, in the courage to seek, to learn, and to grow. As the stars twinkled above, Amara and Whisker settled beneath the sheltering boughs of a great oak, their hearts at peace. In the quiet of the night, the trees whispered their secrets, a lullaby of the forest that lulled them into a gentle slumber. And so, the whispering maple grove continued to stand watch over the village, its ancient trees holding the secrets of the world within their whispering leaves. And somewhere beneath their shade, a young girl and her squirrel companion slept, their dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the wonders of the hidden realms. The end. The story of Amara and Whisker is one of friendship, discovery, and the journey within, a reminder that the greatest treasures are often found in the quiet moments of reflection and the courage to explore the unknown. Let it be a tale that warms your heart and inspires you to seek the magic in the world around you. Story 71. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet expanse of space, lay the serene planet of Etheria. Etheria was known for its ethereal beauty, with skies that shimmered in hues of lavender and turquoise, and fields that danced with luminescent flora. It was here that the gentle Etherians, a species with skin as soft as the petals of their native flowers, lived in harmony with their surroundings, nurturing every living thing with care and reverence. One crisp evening, under the glow of twin moons, an unexpected visitor arrived from beyond the stars. A small silver spacecraft touched down softly on the verdant meadow near the edge of the whispering woods. Out stepped a creature unlike any the Etherians had ever seen. It was Zarn, a Zogarian from the distant planet of Zogar, known for its rocky terrains and stormy skies. Zarn's skin was tough, like the bark of ancient trees, and his eyes, a deep, mysterious indigo, reflected the vastness of his homeland. Zarn had been on a journey across the galaxy, seeking knowledge and adventure, when a sudden meteor shower had forced him to make an emergency landing on Etheria. As his boots met the soft, fragrant soil, he felt a pang of unease. He was a stranger in this land of softness and light, his rugged appearance starkly contrasting the delicate beauty around him. Meanwhile, a curious Etherian named Lyra watched from a distance. Her heart, ever open and welcoming, was filled with intrigue rather than fear. With a gentle rustle of her gossamer wings, she approached the unfamiliar visitor. "Welcome to Etheria," Lyra spoke, her voice as melodious as the wind chimes that hung in the trees. "I am Lyra. Can I assist you in any way?" Zarn hesitated, unsure of how to respond to such genuine kindness. I am Zarn, from Zogar. My ship needs repairs, and I'm not accustomed to such tranquil surroundings. Lyra's eyes sparkled with understanding. Then let us find a way to make you feel at home while you are here. Come, let me show you the wonders of our world. As days turned into weeks, Lyra and Zarn began to explore the enchanting landscapes of Etheria together. They wandered through meadows where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming star blossoms and waded in crystal-clear streams that sang a melody of peace. Despite their differences, they found a shared joy in discovering the simple beauties around them. However, not everything was as idyllic as it seemed. One afternoon, as they rested under the shade of a great celestial oak, Zarn noticed that the leaves were beginning to droop, losing their vibrant glow. Concern etched on his features. He turned to Lyra. Something is amiss, he noted, his voice tinged with worry. Lyra nodded, her expression somber. Yes, the balance of our ecosystem is delicate. If one element falters, it affects the entire harmony of Etheria. We must find the source of this disturbance. Together, they journeyed to the heart of Etheria, a mystical grove said to be the lifeblood of the entire planet. Along the way, they encountered various challenges: treacherous terrain, sudden storms of golden rain, and creatures in distress. Each obstacle tested their budding friendship, and yet it was during these trials that they truly began to understand one another. Zarn, with his strength and resilience, often led the way through difficult paths, while Lyra, with her keen intuition and gentle touch, soothed the creatures they encountered, earning their trust and guidance. In moments of doubt, they found solace in each other's company, and their differences became the very thing that united them. As they finally reached the heart of Etheria, they discovered the source of the disturbance. A rare cosmic crystal had fallen from the sky, its energy disrupting the natural order. Carefully, they worked together to remove the crystal, Zarn using his mechanical expertise to safely handle its volatile energy, while Lyra harnessed her connection with the planet to restore balance. With the crystal safely contained, Etheria slowly began to heal. The leaves of the celestial oak regained their shimmer, and the creatures of the forest sang a song of gratitude. Zarn and Lyra stood side by side, their hearts full of a newfound appreciation for each other and the world around them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a tapestry of pinks and golds, Zarn turned to Lyra, his voice soft with sincerity. I never imagined that I would find such friendship here, in a place so different from my own. Thank you, Lyra, for showing me the beauty in diversity and the strength in unity. Lyra smiled, her heart aglow with warmth. And I thank you, Zarn, for teaching me that even the most unlikely of companions can become the truest of friends. Our differences are not barriers, but bridges that connect us. With the repairs to his ship complete, it was time for Zarn to continue his journey. Yet, as he prepared to leave, he knew that part of him would always remain on Etheria, a piece of his heart forever touched by the kindness and courage of the Etherians. As Zarn's spacecraft soared into the star-speckled sky, Lyra waved, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. She felt a sense of peace, knowing that their paths would cross again, for true friendship knows no bounds, not distance nor time. And so, across the vastness of the galaxy, the tale of Zarn and Lyra became a beacon of hope and harmony, reminding all who heard it that even the most unlikely of friendships can light the darkest of skies. Story 72. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, a realm existed where the boundaries between the natural and the magical intertwined like the roots of the towering trees. Here, the whispers of the wind carried tales as old as the earth itself, and every creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the intricate dance of life. Deep within the emerald embrace of the woodland, a family of rabbits made their home in a cozy burrow beneath the twisted roots of a mighty oak. The patriarch, a wise old hare named Sage, had seen countless seasons come and go, and his eyes held the wisdom of generations past. On a crisp autumn morning, Sage emerged from the burrow, his whiskers twitching as he inhaled the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the faint hint of wood smoke drifting from the nearby village. He gathered his young kits around him, their noses wriggling with curiosity, and began to share the ancient teachings that had been passed down through his lineage. My precious ones, he said, his voice soft yet carrying the weight of ages. The forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a part in the grand tapestry of life. The trees, with their mighty branches reaching toward the heavens, shelter us from the elements and provide us with the very air we breathe. The birds, with their melodious songs, remind us to find joy in the simplest of things. And the insects, though small, are the builders and caretakers of this realm, ensuring that the cycle of life continues uninterrupted. As Sage spoke, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The rustling of leaves whispered secrets of the changing seasons, and the gentle patter of raindrops on the canopy above sang a soothing lullaby. The kits listened, enraptured, as their wise elder wove tales of the hidden lives of their woodland neighbors. He told them of the industrious ants, who worked tirelessly to build their intricate cities beneath the soil, and the majestic deer, whose graceful steps left imprints on the forest floor, guiding the way for those who knew how to read the signs. He spoke of the playful squirrels, whose boundless energy and mischievous antics brought laughter to the woodland realm, and the owls, whose haunting hoots echoed through the night, reminding all that even in darkness there was beauty to be found. As the days grew shorter and the first snowflakes began to drift down from the heavens, Sage shared the secrets of the winter solstice, when the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. On this magical night, he explained, the boundaries between worlds grew thin, and the creatures of the woodland could glimpse the ethereal beings that dwelled just beyond the veil of the physical realm. The kits huddled closer, their eyes wide with wonder, as Sage recounted tales of the will-o'-the-wisps, whose flickering lights danced among the frosted branches, leading those pure of heart to hidden wonders. He spoke of the frost sprites, whose delicate touch painted intricate patterns on the window panes, and the snow fairies, whose crystalline wings left sparkling trails in their wake. Through it all, Sage emphasized the importance of respecting the delicate balance of nature, for each creature, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, played a vital role in maintaining the harmony of the forest. He taught his kits to tread lightly, to take only what they needed, and to give back to the earth in gratitude for its boundless gifts. As the seasons cycled endlessly, the kits grew into adulthood, and their own offspring gathered around to hear the ancient tales. And so the wisdom of Sage was passed down through generations, ensuring that the hidden lives of the natural creatures and the magical phenomena that graced the forest would never be forgotten. For in this realm, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the true magic lay in the intricate tapestry of life itself, woven together by the countless threads of existence, each one playing its part in the grand symphony of the ancient woodland. Story 73. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling emerald hills and under the watchful gaze of towering, snow-capped mountains, lay the quaint village of Elderwood. This was no ordinary village, for hidden amongst its lush woods and babbling brooks was a secret known only to a few. The people of Elderwood were gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature. They spoke in hushed tones of the Enchanted Grove, a magical place said to hold the spirit of the forest itself. In this village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky. He had a heart full of dreams and a mind that wandered far beyond the borders of Elderwood. Despite his youth, Finn carried a sense of wonder and a yearning for adventure, always seeking out the mysteries hidden in the world around him. Finn's best friend was a girl named Lyra, whose laughter sounded like the tinkling of wind chimes, and whose kindness could melt the frostiest of hearts. Lyra had a way with the creatures of the forest. They seemed to understand her gentle whispers and warm touch. Together, Finn and Lyra shared countless adventures, exploring every nook and cranny of their beloved village and its surrounding woods. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves rustled like whispers of secrets in the breeze, Finn and Lyra stumbled upon an old map buried beneath a pile of fallen leaves near the ancient oak that stood at the edge of the village. The map was unlike any they had seen before, its parchment worn and edges frayed, with intricate drawings of trees, rivers, and a peculiar symbol, a circle of intertwined vines, etched in the center. What do you think it means? Lyra asked, brushing her fingers over the faded ink. Finn's eyes sparkled with excitement. It must lead to something special, maybe even the Enchanted Grove. We should follow it and see where it takes us. Lyra hesitated for a moment, her eyes scanning the mysterious map. Do you think it's safe? She asked, her voice a mixture of caution and curiosity. Finn nodded, a reassuring smile spreading across his face. Together, we'll be all right. Besides, I've always wanted to see the Enchanted Grove. Imagine all the wonders we might find. With the map clutched tightly in Finn's hands, the two friends set off on their journey. The path led them through the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, painting the ground in patches of golden light. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and the distant call of birds echoed like a gentle melody. As they walked, they spoke of their dreams and hopes, of the mysteries they hoped to unravel. Finn wondered aloud what the Enchanted Grove might look like, while Lyra imagined the creatures they might encounter along the way. Their excitement was infectious, each step bringing them closer to the unknown. The journey was not without its challenges. The path grew narrow and twisted, the underbrush thickening as if to guard the secrets that lay beyond. When they reached a swift-flowing stream, its waters clear and cold, they paused to rest on its mossy banks, their reflections dancing on the surface. It's beautiful here, Lyra said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Finn nodded, his gaze fixed on the water as it tumbled over stones. It's like the forest is alive, watching over us. They continued onward, the map guiding them deeper into the woods. As the sun sank lower in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest floor, they came upon a glade bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like silver, and its branches adorned with tiny, luminescent flowers. Finn and Lyra exchanged awestruck glances, knowing they had found something extraordinary. It was then that they noticed the gentle hum that filled the air, a sound that resonated deep within their hearts. The Enchanted Grove was not just a place, it was a feeling, a connection to the world that surrounded them. As they stood in silent wonder, a soft voice, warm and welcoming, drifted towards them. "Welcome, young adventurers," it said, echoing through the clearing like a gentle breeze. "You have found the heart of the forest." Startled, Finn and Lyra turned towards the source of the voice, their eyes widening as they beheld a figure emerging from the shadows. It was an elderly woman, her hair as white as the blossoms on the tree, her eyes twinkling with wisdom and kindness. She wore a cloak of green leaves that rustled softly as she moved, and in her hands she held a staff carved with intricate symbols. "Who are you?" Finn asked, his voice filled with wonder. The woman smiled, her expression gentle and serene. "I am the guardian of the grove, the keeper of its secrets and its stories. You, my dear children, have shown great courage and friendship in finding this place." Lyra stepped forward, her curiosity overcoming her initial surprise. "We followed the map. It led us here," she explained, holding out the parchment. The guardian nodded, her eyes softening with understanding. "Indeed, the map was a gift from the forest, a test of your hearts. For only those with true friendship and pure intentions can find the Enchanted Grove." Finn and Lyra exchanged a glance, a smile spreading across their faces as the truth of her words sank in. They had found the grove not just through the map, but through the bond they shared, a friendship that had guided them through every trial and triumph. As the night deepened, the guardian invited them to sit beneath the silver tree, its flowers casting a gentle, ethereal light. She told them stories of the forest, tales of its creatures, and the magic that flowed through its veins. Her words wove a tapestry of wonder and wisdom, and Finn and Lyra listened, enraptured by the beauty of the world she revealed. "Remember," the guardian said, her voice a soothing lullaby, "the true magic lies not in the grove itself, but in the love and friendship that brought you here. Cherish it, nurture it, and it will guide you through all of life's challenges." As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn and Lyra knew it was time to return home. They thanked the guardian, promising to keep the secrets of the grove and to honor the bond that had led them there. With hearts full of gratitude and wonder, they retraced their steps through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. As they emerged from the woods, the village of Elderwood lay before them, its chimneys sending lazy tendrils of smoke into the morning air. They returned to their lives, forever changed by the journey they had undertaken. The Enchanted Grove remained a cherished memory, a place of magic and mystery that had taught them the value of friendship, courage, and the simple joys of life. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Finn and Lyra grew together, their friendship a testament to the power of love and the adventures that awaited those who dared to dream. They often spoke of their journey, the map that had led them to the heart of the forest, and the lessons they had learned from the guardian of the grove. In time, they shared their story with others, inspiring new generations of adventurers to seek out the wonders of the world and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. The tale of the Enchanted Grove became a legend in Elderwood, a reminder that the greatest treasures were not those that could be seen or touched, but those that lived within the heart. And as the fires burned low and the stars shone brightly in the night sky, the people of Elderwood would gather, sharing stories of friendship, courage, and the enduring magic of the world around them. For they knew that the true enchantment lay not in the grove itself, but in the bonds that connected them, weaving a tapestry of love and wonder that would last for generations to come. And so, dear listener, as you drift into a peaceful slumber, remember the lessons of Finn and Lyra and the magic of the Enchanted Grove. For in your heart lies the power to create your own stories, to weave your own tales of adventure and friendship, and to find the magic that exists in every corner of the world. Sweet dreams. Story 74. Once upon a time, in a realm where wonder danced through the trees and magic swirled in the mist, there lived a young fox named Russet. Her fur shone like burnished copper, and her eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity that often led her into the most delightful adventures. One crisp autumn evening, as Russet was scampering through the whispering woods, she noticed something peculiar. Normally, the forest was alive with the gentle murmurs of the wind and the melodies of the songbirds, but tonight an eerie silence had fallen. Not a single leaf rustled, and the air hung heavy with an expectant hush. Russet's sensitive ears twitched, and she paused, her nose twitching as she tried to discern what could have caused such an unnatural stillness. Suddenly, a faint glimmer caught her eye, and she turned to see a trail of sparkling dust winding through the trees, leading deeper into the heart of the woods. Her curiosity piqued, Russet followed the shimmering path, her paws leaving delicate prints in the soft earth. The trail twisted and turned, leading her deeper into the forest's embrace until she emerged into a moonlit clearing unlike any she had ever seen. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the starry sky like beckoning fingers. But what truly captivated Russet's attention was the otherworldly glow that seemed to emanate from the tree's very bark, painting the surrounding area in a warm, golden radiance. As she approached, a gentle voice whispered from the boughs above, "Welcome, young one, to the heart of the whispering woods." Russet's eyes widened as a tiny figure fluttered down from the branches, its gossamer wings shimmering with stardust. It was a pixie, no bigger than her paw, with a kindly face that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "I am Willow, guardian of this sacred oak," the pixie said, "and you, my dear Russet, have stumbled upon a great mystery." Russet tilted her head, her ears perked forward in rapt attention. "A mystery?" she repeated, her tail swishing with excitement. Willow nodded solemnly. "Every year on the night of the autumn equinox, the magic of the whispering woods converges upon this ancient tree, infusing it with a powerful and wondrous energy. But this year something has gone amiss. The magic has not flowed as it should, and the balance of our realm is in peril." Russet felt a shiver run down her spine, but her curiosity burned brighter than ever. "What can I do to help?" she asked, her voice filled with determination. Willow regarded her with a twinkle in her eyes. "Ah, a brave heart indeed. Very well. If you are willing to embark on this quest, you must seek out the 3 guardians of the forest and ask for their guidance. Only by understanding the true nature of this imbalance can we hope to restore the flow of magic." With those words, Willow waved her tiny hand, and 3 glowing spheres of light appeared, each bearing the likeness of a different creature, a wise old owl, a graceful deer, and a majestic bear. Follow these beacons, and they will lead you to the guardians, Willow instructed. But be warned, young Russet, the path ahead will not be easy. You must trust your instincts and keep your wits about you. Russet nodded, her eyes shining with resolve. Without hesitation, she set off into the forest, following the gentle pulse of the first beacon as it danced among the trees. Her journey took her deep into the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient boughs twisted and turned, creating a labyrinth of shadows and dappled sunlight. Russet's sharp senses guided her through the maze, her paws treading softly upon the mossy earth. At last, she came upon a towering oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the outstretched wings of a bird. Perched atop the highest bough was the majestic form of a great horned owl, its golden eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young fox," the owl hooted, its voice deep and resonant. "I am Gwendolyn, guardian of knowledge and keeper of the forest's secrets. What brings you to seek my counsel?" Russet relayed her encounter with Willow and the pixie's plea for help, her words tumbling forth in an earnest rush. The owl listened patiently, its feathers ruffling ever so slightly in the gentle breeze. When Russet had finished, Gwendolyn let out a thoughtful hoot. "Ah, yes, the equinox imbalance is indeed a grave matter. But fear not, young one, for the answer you seek lies within the very essence of the Whispering Woods itself." The owl then began to speak of the delicate balance that existed between all living things, how each creature and plant played a crucial role in maintaining the harmony of the forest. She spoke of the intricate web of life that connected them all, and how even the smallest disruption could send ripples through the entire realm. As Russet listened, her eyes grew wide with understanding, and she felt a newfound appreciation for the intricate tapestry that surrounded her. When Gwendolyn had finished her tale, the young fox thanked her profusely and set off once more, her heart filled with renewed purpose. The second beacon led her to a secluded glade, where a crystal-clear stream trickled over smooth stones, creating a soothing melody. It was here that Russet encountered the graceful form of a doe, her coat shimmering like burnished copper in the dappled sunlight. "Welcome, little one," the deer greeted, her voice as gentle as the babbling brook. "I am Meadow, guardian of renewal and protector of the forest's cycles. What brings you to seek my wisdom?" Once again, Russet recounted her tale, her words flowing like the water over the stones. Meadow listened intently, her large eyes filled with empathy and understanding. When the young fox had finished, the deer nodded sagely. "Ah, yes, I sense the imbalance you speak of. The magic of the equinox is tied to the changing of the seasons, the ebb and flow of life and death that sustains our realm." Meadow then began to speak of the delicate dance that governed the forest's rhythms, how the trees shed their leaves in autumn, only to be reborn in the vibrant hues of spring. She spoke of the cycles of growth and decay, of how death was not an end, but merely a new beginning. As Russet listened, she felt a deep reverence for the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded her, and she understood that true balance could only be achieved by embracing the natural ebb and flow of the seasons. With a profound sense of gratitude, Russet bid farewell to Meadow and followed the final beacon, her heart swelling with newfound wisdom and appreciation for the wonders of the Whispering Woods. The path led her to the base of a towering mountain, where a deep, rumbling voice called out from the shadows of a vast cave. "Enter, young one, and fear not, for I am Ursa, guardian of strength and protector of the forest's ancient ways." Russet padded into the cool darkness, her eyes adjusting to the dim light that filtered through crevices in the rock. Before her stood a massive bear, its shaggy fur gleaming like polished obsidian in the flickering glow of a small fire. With a reverent bow, Russet shared her tale once more, her words echoing off the cavernous walls. Ursa listened intently, her deep, rumbling breaths like the steady pulse of the earth itself. When the young fox had finished, the great bear let out a low, rumbling chuckle that seemed to shake the very foundations of the mountain. "Ah, little one, you have come far and learned much on your journey. But there is one final lesson you must embrace, the lesson of resilience and endurance." Ursa then spoke of the unyielding strength of the mountains, how they had weathered countless storms and upheavals, standing resolute against the relentless march of time. She spoke of the unwavering spirit of the forest, how it had endured countless cycles of birth and death, always rebounding with renewed vigor and vitality. As Russet listened, she felt a newfound sense of awe and respect for the ancient, enduring power that surrounded her. She understood that true balance could only be achieved by embracing the eternal ebb and flow of the natural world, weathering the storms with unwavering resilience and strength. With a profound sense of gratitude, Russet thanked Ursa for her wisdom and emerged from the cave, her heart filled with a profound sense of purpose and understanding. Guided by the lessons she had learned from the three guardians, Russet made her way back to the ancient oak in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where Willow awaited her return. As the young fox approached, the pixie's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Ah, Russet, I can see the understanding in your eyes. You have learned the true nature of the equinox imbalance and what must be done to restore the flow of magic." Russet nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "Yes, Willow, I understand now. The imbalance was caused by a disruption in the delicate cycle of life and death, growth and decay that governs the forest. To restore the balance, we must embrace the natural rhythms of the seasons and weather the changes with resilience and strength." With those words, Russet closed her eyes and focused her mind, drawing upon the wisdom she had gained from the guardians. She could feel the ancient power of the Whispering Woods coursing through her veins, pulsing in time with the beating of her heart. Slowly, the golden glow of the ancient oak began to intensify, its radiance spreading outward like the warmth of a gentle sunrise. The air crackled with energy, and the forest seemed to hold its collective breath in anticipation. Then, in a brilliant flash of light, the magic was unleashed, rippling outward in a shimmering wave that swept through the Whispering Woods, restoring the delicate balance and infusing every leaf, every branch, and every creature with the vibrant essence of life. As the last echoes of the magical surge faded, Russet opened her eyes to find the forest transformed. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, their leaves rustling with renewed vigor in the gentle breeze. The air was filled with the sweet melodies of songbirds, and the whole realm seemed to hum with a newfound sense of harmony and wholeness. Willow fluttered down from the ancient oak, her eyes shining with joy and gratitude. "You have done it, brave Russet. Through your courage, wisdom, and resilience, you have restored the balance and ensured the continued prosperity of our beloved Whispering Woods." Russet felt a swell of pride and contentment, knowing that she had played a part in preserving the magic and wonder of this extraordinary realm. From that day forward, she walked the forest paths with a newfound appreciation for the delicate tapestry of life that surrounded her, forever carrying the lessons of the guardians in her heart. And on each autumn equinox, as the magic of the Whispering Woods converged upon the ancient oak, Russet would pause and reflect on her extraordinary journey, her heart swelling with gratitude for the wonders and mysteries that still awaited her in this enchanting, ever-changing world. Story 75. In a serene village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and honey, there was a peculiar mystery brewing. The village was a place where morning dew sparkled like tiny diamonds on the emerald blades of grass, and the evenings were painted with the soft glow of fireflies. It was here, among the quaint cobblestone paths and thatched cottages, that strange occurrences began to unfold. Every morning, the villagers awoke to find their gardens rearranged in the most curious of ways. Vegetables were swapped between patches, flowers were plucked from one bed and woven into garlands elsewhere, and the oddest part of all, small, intricate stone towers appeared overnight, as if crafted by unseen hands. These mysterious happenings puzzled and intrigued the gentle folk of the village, who were more accustomed to the predictable rhythm of their days. Among them was a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as warm as her grandmother's hearth, and whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila loved the village deeply, with its comforting predictability and the symphony of bird songs that played her to sleep each night. But this mystery stirred a new excitement within her, a gentle challenge that beckoned her to seek the truth hidden within the heart of the Whispering Woods. With a basket of fresh-baked scones tucked under her arm, Lila set off one morning to visit the wisest inhabitant of the village, Old Oakleaf. He was a diminutive, gnarled gnome who lived in a bungalow carved from a great tree trunk at the forest's edge. His door was always open to those with questions, and his eyes twinkled with the knowledge of centuries. "Good morning, Old Oakleaf," Lila greeted as she stepped into the warm, earthy-smelling room. "I've brought you some scones." "Ah, Lila, my dear," the gnome replied, his voice as soft as moss. "You've come to untangle the mystery of the gardens, haven't you?" Lila nodded, placing the basket on a wooden table cluttered with curious trinkets and scrolls. "Do you know what's causing it?" Old Oakleaf chuckled, the sound like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I suspect the answer lies with our forest friends. The whispering woods are alive with creatures of all kinds, and some of them are quite fond of mischief." Intrigued, Lila asked, "How can I find out for sure?" The gnome leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Go into the woods tonight when the moon is high. Listen with your heart as much as with your ears. The forest will speak to you if you're quiet enough." With her heart set on solving the mystery, Lila spent the day preparing. She gathered her courage, along with a warm cloak and a lantern, and when the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, she ventured into the whispering woods. The forest was a tapestry of shadows and moonlight, the trees whispering secrets to one another in the night breeze. Lila walked slowly, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot the only sound in the stillness. She paused by a babbling brook, letting the soothing melody of water calm her nerves. As she sat quietly, a soft rustling caught her attention. Peering into the underbrush, she saw a flicker of movement, a tiny creature with wings that shimmered like the surface of a pond at dawn. It was a fairy, her expression both curious and mischievous. "Hello, Lila," the fairy said, her voice like the tinkling of distant chimes. "We've been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Lila asked, surprised. "Yes," the fairy replied. "We've been playing a game, you see. We rearranged the gardens to bring a little magic into your lives, to remind you of the wonders that lie just beyond your doorstep." Lila's eyes widened with understanding. "It was you and your friends?" The fairy nodded with a giggle. "We meant no harm, only a bit of playful fun, but we see now that it's caused you concern." Lila thought for a moment, the gentle rustle of leaves soothing her thoughts. "Perhaps there's a way we can all enjoy the magic without causing confusion. Maybe you could help us design a garden that changes with the seasons, something everyone can look forward to." The fairy clapped her tiny hands in delight. "What a splendid idea! And in return, we'll leave the gardens as they are, only enhancing what's already there." With a newfound understanding, Lila and the fairy chatted long into the night, sharing dreams and weaving plans. When she returned to the village at dawn, the first light of day casting a golden sheen over the rooftops, she brought with her a sense of peace and resolution. The villagers were delighted by the prospect of a magical, ever-changing garden, and with the fairy's help, they created a space that bloomed with enchantment and harmony. The mysterious rearrangements ceased, replaced by a garden that sang with the playful spirit of the fairies. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods, Lila learned that sometimes the answers to life's mysteries lie in understanding and friendship, in listening to the whispers of the world around us. As the village settled back into its gentle rhythm, Lila knew that magic was not just in the rearrangement of flowers or the building of stone towers, but in the kindness and connection shared between all creatures, great and small. With a heart full of gratitude, she drifted to sleep each night, cradled by the comforting symphony of the whispering woods, her dreams woven with the gentle threads of friendship and wonder. And the village, wrapped in the tender embrace of its newfound enchantment, slumbered peacefully under the watchful stars. Story 76. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle slopes of the Elder Mountains, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village, named Elderglen, was a place where time seemed to slow down, where each day unfolded with the quiet grace of a leaf floating down a babbling brook. The villagers knew one another by name, and the cobblestone paths wove through the village like threads in a warm tapestry. Finn was a curious and gentle soul, with deep green eyes that mirrored the lush forests surrounding Elderglen. He had a head of tousled brown hair that danced in the breeze as he roamed the edges of the village, always eager to explore the mysteries that lay beyond. Finn's best friend, a sprightly squirrel named Nutmeg, often accompanied him on his adventures. Nutmeg, with her bushy tail and bright black eyes, was a trusted companion, chattering away as if she understood every word Finn said. One crisp autumn morning, Finn awoke to find the world bathed in a soft golden light, the sun casting long shadows across the fields. The air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. It was the perfect day for an adventure, and Finn felt a familiar thrill of excitement as he donned his favorite green cloak and set out with Nutmeg scampering at his heels. As they wandered through the forest, the leaves crunched beneath their feet, and the trees whispered secrets to one another with every rustle of the wind. Finn and Nutmeg followed a path less traveled, a narrow trail that led deeper into the heart of the woods, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like golden rain. Their journey soon brought them to a clearing where a peculiar sight awaited them. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. Yet it was not the tree that caught Finn's attention, but rather what lay nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box seemed to glow with a faint, otherworldly light, drawing Finn closer with an irresistible pull. With a sense of wonder and trepidation, Finn knelt beside the box. Nutmeg perched on his shoulder, peering curiously at the discovery. As Finn reached out to touch the box, he felt a gentle warmth radiating from it, as if it held the warmth of 1,000 sunlit days. Carefully he opened the lid, revealing a shimmering object within, a golden compass, unlike any he had seen before. The compass needle spun wildly before settling, pointing resolutely toward the north. But instead of the usual cardinal directions, the compass bore markings that seemed to shift and change before Finn's eyes. Intrigued, he lifted the compass from its resting place, feeling a surge of energy as he did so. The world around him seemed to hold its breath, the air shimmering with potential. "Nutmeg," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. "I think this compass is special. I can feel it." The squirrel chattered in agreement, her eyes wide with excitement. Together they examined the compass, noticing that the needle continued to point north, urging them onward. With a sense of destiny guiding his steps, Finn tucked the compass into his cloak and set off in the direction it indicated, Nutmeg following close behind. The path led them deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the undergrowth thicker. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. As they walked, Finn felt a change within himself, a growing sense of purpose that he could not quite explain. After what felt like hours, they arrived at the edge of a glistening lake, its surface as smooth as glass. The compass's needle quivered, then pointed directly toward the center of the lake. Finn hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, the water began to ripple, and a gentle voice, like the murmur of a stream, filled the air. "Brave traveler," the voice said, "you have found the compass of whimsy, a guide to the hidden wonders of the world. It will lead you to places unseen by most, revealing the magic that lies beneath the surface of the everyday." Finn was entranced by the voice, the words resonating within him. "But how do I follow it across the lake?" he asked, glancing at the shimmering expanse before him. The voice chuckled softly, like the sound of water over stones. "The compass will show you the way, if you trust in its guidance. Take a step and let your heart lead you." With a deep breath, Finn stepped forward, expecting the cold embrace of the water. Instead, he found himself walking on the lake's surface, each step creating gentle ripples that spread outward in perfect circles. Nutmeg followed, her tiny paws skimming the water with ease. As they crossed the lake, Finn marveled at the beauty surrounding them. The water was crystal clear, revealing schools of shimmering fish darting beneath the surface. Water lilies floated gracefully, their petals like delicate stars. Finn felt a sense of peace and wonder as they moved toward the center of the lake, the compass guiding their every step. When they reached the heart of the lake, the water began to swirl, forming a gentle whirlpool. Finn and Nutmeg stood at its center, feeling the world shift around them. The water rose like a shimmering curtain, and when it fell away, they found themselves standing in a realm unlike any they had ever imagined. They were in a hidden world, a place of enchantment and beauty. Lush meadows stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with vibrant wildflowers that swayed in a gentle breeze. Majestic trees, their branches heavy with fruit, provided shade and shelter. The air was filled with the sweet song of birds and the distant laughter of a babbling brook. Finn felt a sense of awe and wonder, his heart swelling with joy. Nutmeg chirped excitedly, scurrying up a nearby tree to get a better view of their new surroundings. Finn followed, climbing the tree with ease, feeling as if the world itself was welcoming him. From their perch, they could see a path leading from the meadow into a forest of silver trees, their leaves glistening like stars in the sunlight. The compass's needle pointed toward the forest, urging them onward. With a sense of adventure and curiosity, Finn and Nutmeg descended from the tree and set off along the path. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered creatures both strange and wonderful. A family of tiny, winged creatures flitted among the branches, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. A wise old tortoise ambled slowly across their path, nodding sagely as they passed. Everywhere they looked, there was something new and magical to discover. Yet as they journeyed through this hidden world, Finn sensed a gentle melancholy beneath the surface. The forest, though beautiful, seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something. Finn felt a tug at his heart, a desire to understand what troubled this magical place. Guided by the compass, they soon arrived at a glade where a crystal-clear pool lay surrounded by lush ferns. In the center of the pool stood a stone pedestal, atop which rested a small, intricately carved box, much like the one Finn had found at the ancient oak tree. As they approached, the water shimmered, and the gentle voice from the lake spoke once more. "Brave traveler, you have reached the heart of the hidden world. The magic that sustains this place is fading, for it relies on the joy and wonder of those who visit. Few have ventured here of late, and the world grows dim." Finn listened intently, his heart aching with empathy for this enchanted realm. "Is there a way to restore the magic?" he asked, determined to help. The voice responded with warmth and hope. "The compass of whimsy can bring others to this world, sharing its wonders and renewing its magic. But it requires a heart open to adventure and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." Finn understood the task before him. He felt a sense of purpose and resolve, knowing that he could help breathe life back into this hidden world. With Nutmeg by his side, he lifted the box from the pedestal, feeling its gentle warmth. As he opened the box, a soft light spilled forth, casting a warm glow over the glade. The world seemed to come alive, the colors more vibrant, the air filled with the joyful song of birds. Finn felt the magic flowing through him, a connection to this place and its wonders. With the compass in hand, Finn knew what he must do. He would share the story of this hidden world, inviting others to experience its beauty and wonder. He would guide them with the compass, leading them on a journey that would change them, just as it had changed him. As they made their way back to the village, Finn and Nutmeg felt a sense of fulfillment and joy. They had discovered a world of magic and mystery, a place that had touched their hearts and connected them to something greater. And they knew that they would return, bringing others with them, sharing the magic and wonder that lay just beneath the surface. The villagers of Elderglen soon heard of Finn's adventures, and many were eager to explore the hidden world for themselves. With each visit, the realm grew brighter and more vibrant, its magic renewed by the joy and wonder of those who came to see it. Finn became a beloved storyteller, sharing tales of his journeys with everyone he met. His stories inspired others to seek out the magic in their own lives, to embrace the spirit of adventure, and to open their hearts to the wonders of the world. As the years passed, Finn's legacy grew, and the hidden world flourished. Its beauty and magic touched the lives of all who visited, leaving an indelible mark on their hearts. And through it all, Finn and Nutmeg remained steadfast friends, their bond strengthened by the adventures they had shared. In the warmth of the village hearth, Finn would often sit with Nutmeg by his side, his green eyes alight with the memories of their journeys. The crackling fire would cast a cozy glow, and his voice would carry the tales of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And so, the hidden world lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, adventure, and the magic that lies within us all. The compass of whimsy continued to guide those with open hearts and curious spirits, leading them to a place where dreams and reality intertwined, and where the magic of the world was revealed in all its splendor. As the sun set over Elderglen, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Finn would gaze out at the horizon, knowing that the magic of the hidden world was always just a heartbeat away. And in the gentle rustle of the leaves, the song of the brook, and the laughter of the villagers, the spirit of the hidden world lived on, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that awaits those who dare to seek it. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit ever open to adventure, Finn and Nutmeg continued their journey, knowing that the magic of the world was theirs to share, and that the hidden wonders of life were always within reach, just waiting to be discovered. Story 77. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering winds carried stories of old, and the dappled sunlight played games upon the forest floor, there existed a community unlike any other. This was a realm where the natural world thrived in perfect harmony, a sanctuary where the creatures of the woods knew the secrets of balance and peace. Among the towering trees, whose bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries, lived a wise old owl named Soren. His feathers were a tapestry of grays and browns, blending seamlessly with the gnarled branches of his oak tree home. Soren was the keeper of the forest's history, a guardian of stories passed down through countless generations. As the first golden leaves of autumn began to fall, the forest was abuzz with excitement. It was the time of the Great Gathering, an annual event when creatures from all corners of the woods came together to share tales, wisdom, and the bounty of the season. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze carried the sound of rustling leaves like a lullaby. In this enchanted forest, every creature played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. There was Finn, the industrious beaver, whose dam-building skills ensured the rivers flowed freely, providing water for all. His whiskers twitched with satisfaction as he listened to the babbling brook he had so carefully tended. Nearby, a family of deer grazed peacefully in a sunlit clearing, their ears attuned to the songs of the birds that flitted overhead. Among them was a young fawn named Lyra, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. She had much to learn, but she was eager and curious, always asking questions about the forest's mysteries. High above, the sky was a canvas of brilliant blues and soft clouds, the domain of Zephyr, the gentle wind spirit. Zephyr was a playful soul who delighted in scattering seeds and whispering secrets to those who would listen. He was a friend to all, his touch tender and kind, leaving a trail of sweet-scented breezes in his wake. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the creatures gathered in a wide, open glade. A circle of ancient stones stood sentinel, their surfaces smooth and cool, worn by time and weather. It was here that Soren, perched upon the largest stone, began the evening's tales. His voice was deep and melodic, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. Once, in a time long past, this forest was but a sapling beneath the vast sky. The great spirit of the seasons watched over it, ensuring that every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest bear, lived in harmony with the earth. The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fireflies that had begun to dance around them. Soren spoke of the magic that flowed through the forest, a magic that was tied to the turning of the seasons. He recounted the tale of how the winter snows, though cold and harsh, blanketed the earth in rest, preparing it for the rebirth of spring. As he spoke, a gentle rain began to fall, its droplets pattering softly against leaves and fur alike. It was as if the forest itself was joining in the storytelling, each raindrop a note in a symphony of life. The rain was a reminder of the water cycle, a lesson in renewal and growth. Lyra, the young fawn, nestled closer to her mother, comforted by the rhythmic sound. She imagined the raindrops as tiny messengers, each carrying a story from the past to the present. She felt a sense of belonging, a connection to the generations before her who had walked these same forest paths. The night deepened, and the stories continued, weaving a tapestry of history and hope. Soren spoke of the importance of balance, how every creature's actions, no matter how small, could affect the whole. Finn the beaver nodded wisely, understanding the weight of his responsibilities. As the last story came to an end, an aurora of colors shimmered across the night sky, a gift from Zephyr and the spirits of the wind. It was a mesmerizing dance of greens and purples, a celestial reminder of the magic that wove through the forest's very being. The creatures lingered for a moment, basking in the glow of the aurora, before slowly making their way back to their homes. The air was filled with a sense of peace and contentment, the forest gently settling into the embrace of night. As Lyra lay beside her mother, she closed her eyes, her heart full of the stories she had heard. She dreamed of the day she would grow wise like Soren, her own voice adding to the chorus of the forest's history. In her dreams, the forest was alive with color and sound, a vibrant tapestry of life. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the forest continued its eternal cycle, a testament to the harmony and balance that could be achieved when creatures lived with wisdom and kindness. The stories would be passed down, generation after generation, ensuring that the magic of the forest would never fade. In this enchanted realm, the boundaries between reality and magic were but a breath away, a gentle reminder of the wonder and beauty that lay just beyond the reach of everyday life. And as the dawn's first light began to touch the horizon, the forest awoke anew, ready to greet another day of harmony and peace. Story 78. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang songs of old and the rivers hummed gentle lullabies, there existed a land untouched by the hands of time. This enchanted forest was home to creatures both ordinary and extraordinary, living in harmony under the watchful eye of the ancient oak, Elderwood, who stood as a guardian of secrets and stories. The Whispering Woods was a place where the air was perpetually fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth, and where the sunlight danced through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light on the forest floor. Here, the seasons were not mere changes, but grand performances orchestrated by the very essence of magic that flowed through every root and branch. In this serene haven, there lived a wise tortoise named Leora, whose shell was etched with patterns resembling the constellations. She was known throughout the forest for her gentle nature and the deep wisdom that seemed to resonate from her very being. Leora spent her days ambling slowly along the winding paths, her eyes ever watchful and her heart open to the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and gold, a soft, mysterious glow began to emanate from the heart of the woods. It was a light that flickered like 1,000 tiny stars, drawing creatures from every corner of the forest. Leora, curious but unhurried, made her way towards the source, her steps a soft crunch against the carpet of fallen leaves. As she arrived at a small clearing, Leora found herself amidst a gathering of forest creatures. There was Thistle, the gentle deer with eyes as deep as the forest lakes, and Bramble, the mischievous fox with fur as fiery as the autumn leaves. Even the elusive Willow the owl, who usually preferred the quiet of the night, had come to witness this spectacle. In the center of the clearing stood a cluster of glowing mushrooms, their caps shimmering with an ethereal light. It was the rare and magical phenomenon known as the Luminara fungi, which appeared only once in a lifetime. The creatures knew this was a sign, a message from the forest itself, and they gathered to listen, their breaths held in anticipation. Leora, with her slow and deliberate manner, approached the mushrooms. She closed her eyes, allowing the whispers of the ancient forest to fill her mind. There, amidst the rustling leaves and the gentle breeze, she heard the voice of Elderwood, deep and resonant, echoing through her thoughts. "The balance of our world is delicate," the voice began, each word a gentle ripple in the air. "The Luminara fungi return to remind us of the cycle of life and the importance of harmony. Seasons change, and with them, we must also adapt and care for our home, as our ancestors have taught us." The forest creatures listened intently, understanding the importance of the message. They knew that with the coming winter, they would need to work together to ensure that the balance of their world remained intact. It was a lesson as old as the forest itself, passed down through generations, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. As the light of the luminara fungi began to wane, the creatures of the whispering woods dispersed, each carrying with them the wisdom of the forest. Leora lingered a moment longer, gazing at the fading glow, before turning to make her slow journey back home. Throughout the winter, the creatures of the whispering woods worked hand in hand, sharing resources and caring for one another. Thistle led the way to hidden caches of food. Bramble used his cunning to find safe paths through the snow, and Willow watched over them all from her perch, her keen eyes ever vigilant. The forest, blanketed in snow, was a place of serene beauty. The air was crisp, and the world was hushed, as if holding its breath in anticipation of the spring to come. The gentle harmony among the creatures echoed through the woods, a testament to the lessons of the past and the promise of the future. As the snows began to melt and the first hints of green peeked through the white, the whispering woods awoke to the warmth of a new spring. Leora, with her steady steps, ventured once more along the familiar paths, watching as life returned in vibrant hues of green and gold. The creatures gathered again, this time to celebrate the changing season and the bonds they had strengthened through the long winter. There was laughter and joy, a symphony of life resonating through the trees, as the forest once more became a tapestry of sound and color. And so, the Whispering Woods continued its timeless cycle, its creatures living in harmony with the world around them, guided by the ancient wisdom of Elderwood and the gentle presence of Leora. In the heart of this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the lessons of the past ensured a future filled with peace and balance, a testament to the enduring spirit of the natural world. Story 79. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whisper of leaves told stories older than time, there lived a myriad of creatures in harmony with the world around them. The forest, known as Eldergrove, was a sanctuary where nature's magic thrived, weaving together the lives of its inhabitants in a delicate dance of balance and wonder. As the first light of dawn kissed the canopy, a gentle mist rose from the forest floor, carrying with it the earthy aroma of moss and damp wood. Among the dewdrops that clung to emerald leaves, a tiny squirrel named Bramble awoke. His fur was a soft, russet hue, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Today was a special day for Bramble. It was his turn to visit the great oak, a revered tree that stood at the heart of Eldergrove. The great oak was more than just a tree. Its sprawling branches provided shelter to countless creatures, and its roots stretched deep into the earth, drawing wisdom from the ages. Legends whispered among the forest folk spoke of the tree's ability to communicate with the spirits of the seasons, guiding the forest through the changing tides of time. As Bramble scampered along the twisting paths lined with ferns and wildflowers, the forest came alive with the symphony of morning. Birds trilled sweet melodies, and the gentle rustle of leaves harmonized with the bubbling brook that wound its way through the trees. The sun peeked through the canopy, casting a warm, golden glow that danced across Bramble's path. Reaching the clearing where the great oak stood in majestic solitude, Bramble paused to catch his breath, his heart fluttering with anticipation and reverence. The tree's bark was a tapestry of textures, ancient and wise, while its leaves whispered secrets in a language only the forest could understand. As Bramble approached, a soft breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of blooming honeysuckle. The great oak seemed to acknowledge his presence with a gentle rustle of its leaves, as if inviting the young squirrel to come closer. Bramble took a deep breath, feeling the cool, crisp air fill his lungs, and settled himself at the base of the tree. "Welcome, young Bramble," came a voice as soft as the breeze itself, resonant and warm. It was the spirit of the great oak, speaking directly to Bramble's heart. "You have come to learn of the balance that sustains our world." Bramble nodded, his tiny paws resting on the ancient roots that spread out like fingers across the ground. "Yes, great oak. I wish to understand how we all fit together in this wondrous tapestry." The great oak seemed to smile, its leaves shimmering in approval. "To understand balance, one must first understand the seasons, for they are the heartbeat of our world. Each season brings its gifts and challenges, teaching us to adapt and thrive." With a gentle rustle, the great oak began its tale, weaving a story as ancient as the stars. In spring, the forest awakens from its slumber. The earth breathes new life, and every creature plays a role in the renewal. The bees dance from bloom to bloom, spreading pollen and ensuring the flowers bear fruit. The rains nourish the soil, coaxing seeds to sprout. Bramble listened intently, imagining the vibrant tapestry of spring, where every color sang and every scent was a promise of life renewed. He could almost feel the soft petals beneath his paws and hear the hum of the bees as they worked tirelessly. In summer, continued the great oak, the forest reaches its peak of vitality. The days are long and warm, and the world is lush and abundant. It is a time of growth, but also of sharing. The fruits of the forest feed many, and each creature knows to take only what is needed, leaving plenty for others. Bramble envisioned the summer sun filtering through the leaves, turning the world into a mosaic of light and shadow. He could taste the sweetness of ripe berries and feel the gentle warmth of sun-soaked stones beneath him. Autumn brings a time of reflection, the great oak said, its voice tinged with the gentle melancholy of falling leaves. The forest dons a cloak of gold and crimson, and the air carries the crispness of change. It is a time to gather and prepare, to give thanks for the bounty received. As Bramble imagined the forest in autumn, he saw the leaves swirling in a dance of color, heard the crunch of footsteps on a carpet of fallen leaves, and felt the cool breeze brushing against his fur. And finally winter, whispered the great oak, its voice like the soft hush of snow. A time of rest and quietude, where the forest sleeps beneath a blanket of white. It is a time to conserve energy, to dream of the spring to come, and to trust in the cycle of renewal. Bramble shivered slightly at the thought of winter's chill, but the image of the forest blanketed in serene stillness was comforting, a promise of rest and rejuvenation. Each season, the great oak concluded, teaches us that balance is achieved not through abundance, but through harmony. We are all connected, each of us a thread in the great tapestry of life. By understanding this, we learn to live with wisdom and grace. Bramble sat quietly, absorbing the profound simplicity of the great oak's words. He felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, as if he were a part of something much greater than himself. The forest was not just his home. It was a living, breathing entity, and he was an integral part of its story. "Thank you, great oak," Bramble said softly, his heart full of gratitude. "I will remember your words and share them with others, so we may all live in harmony." The great oak's leaves rustled once more, a gentle caress of approval. "Go now, young Bramble, and may the seasons guide you." As Bramble made his way back through the forest, he felt a newfound sense of purpose. He paused to greet the creatures he met along the way, sharing the wisdom of the great oak with a gentle smile and a kind word. The sun was setting as Bramble returned to his cozy nook high in a friendly beech tree. The sky was a canvas of rose and lavender, and the air was filled with the soothing chorus of crickets and the distant call of an owl. Nestled in the warmth of his nest, Bramble closed his eyes, the great oak's teachings echoing softly in his mind. He knew that as long as the forest lived in balance, it would remain a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary for all who called it home. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Bramble drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the seasons and the eternal dance of life, comforted by the knowledge that he was part of a world where love and wisdom prevailed. Story 80. Beneath the shimmering canopy of the enchanted forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the breeze and the sun's rays danced upon the leaves, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Isolde. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes like the deep blue of twilight, Isolde was known in her village for her kindness and her knack for understanding the language of the forest creatures. Yet despite her gentle demeanor, Isolde carried within her a burden of uncertainty. Change was afoot in the village as the seasons shifted, and Isolde found herself struggling to adapt to the new roles and responsibilities that adulthood was nudging upon her. The thought of leaving behind the familiar comfort of childhood filled her with trepidation, and she often wandered into the forest seeking solace. One particularly crisp morning, as dawn's golden fingers gently unfurled across the sky, Isolde wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot was the only sound that accompanied her. She soon found herself in a part of the forest she did not recognize, a grove where the trees were taller, their trunks twisted with age, and their leaves sparkled as if kissed by stardust. In the heart of this mystical grove, Isolde stumbled upon a small, clear pool. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the surrounding trees and sky like a mirror. As she knelt beside it, she noticed something unusual, a delicate, luminescent lily floating upon the water, its petals shimmering with every hue of the rainbow. It was unlike any flower she had ever seen. As Isolde gazed upon the lily, it began to glow with an ethereal light, and from within its center, a soft, melodious voice emerged. "Fear not, dear Isolde," the voice whispered, as soothing as a lullaby, "for within you lies the power to embrace change and flourish like this very grove." Startled yet comforted, Isolde listened as the voice continued. "This pool reflects not only the world around you, but also the world within. Dive into its depths, and you shall discover the strength and wisdom that have been with you all along." Though apprehensive, Isolde felt a gentle nudge from within, urging her to trust in the magic of the grove. With a deep breath, she stepped into the pool, feeling the cool water embrace her like a second skin. As she submerged, the world around her dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors and sensations. She felt as if she were floating in a sea of stars, each one humming with a gentle, reassuring warmth. In the depths of the pool, Isolde encountered visions of her life, the laughter of her childhood, the friendships that had enriched her days, and the challenges she had already overcome. Each vision was a thread in the tapestry of her journey, weaving together a story of resilience and growth. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but rather a natural part of her journey. As she emerged from the pool, she felt transformed, not in body, but in spirit. Her heart was lighter, her mind clearer, and she understood that she was ready to embrace the new chapter of her life with courage and grace. Waiting for her at the edge of the grove were her two closest friends, Marin and Rowan. Marin, with her wild curls and infectious laughter, and Rowan, with his quiet strength and thoughtful eyes, had always been her steadfast companions. They had followed her into the forest, concerned for her well-being. "You look different, Isolde," Marin said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Rowan nodded, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "It seems you found what you were searching for." Isolde smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude for her friends. "I have," she replied softly. "I've learned that change is a part of who we are, and with every new beginning, we grow a little more into ourselves." Together, the three friends made their way back through the forest, the sunlight weaving golden patterns on the path ahead. Along the way, Isolde shared the story of the magical pool and the wisdom she had uncovered. Marin and Rowan listened intently, their hearts warmed by the strength their friend had found. As they reached the edge of the forest, Isolde paused, turning to look back at the grove. The trees seemed to nod in approval, their leaves rustling in a soft, harmonious chorus. She knew she would return to this special place, not out of fear or uncertainty, but out of gratitude for the lessons it had offered. With newfound confidence, Isolde stepped into the village, ready to embrace the changes that awaited her. She felt the gentle support of her friends beside her and the quiet strength within her, both guiding her towards the future. And so Isolde discovered that true transformation begins from within, a journey shaped by the love and support of those around us, and the courage to step into the unknown with an open heart. As the days turned to weeks and the seasons cycled through their eternal dance, Isolde flourished like the enchanted grove that had so gently led her to her own inner magic. Story 81. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies in the evening breeze, lay the village of Willowbrook. The cottages there had thatched roofs that appeared to blend seamlessly with the towering oaks and maples, whose leaves danced in hues of amber and gold. Lanterns crafted from polished acorn shells lit the cobblestone paths, casting a warm, inviting glow that hinted at the village's many secrets. Willowbrook was known for its peace and tranquility, with villagers who greeted each other with smiles as warm as the sun-kissed meadows. But recently, peculiar happenings had begun to stir curiosity among the villagers. Each dawn, they awoke to find curious symbols etched into the dew-covered grass of the village square, a circle, a star, and a spiraling wave. Though the symbols faded by midday, whispers of their origins lingered like the echo of distant bells. Among the villagers was a thoughtful girl named Mia, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Mia lived in a snug cottage adorned with fragrant herbs and twinkling wind chimes that sang softly in the breeze. She adored puzzles and mysteries, and the enigmatic symbols in the square intrigued her more than anything else. Each night, she would sit by her window, wrapped in a quilt as soft as a cloud, pondering their meaning. One crisp afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Mia decided to seek the wisdom of Eldor, the gentle sage who lived on the edge of the woods. Eldor was known for his deep knowledge of the forest and its enchantments, and he possessed a library filled with ancient tomes bound in leather as supple as autumn leaves. The path to Eldor's cottage wound through a grove of whispering pines, their needles releasing a fresh, invigorating scent. As Mia approached the cottage, she noticed the intricate carvings of owls and foxes adorning the wooden door, symbols of wisdom and cunning. Eldor greeted her with a smile, his eyes crinkling like parchment as he welcomed her inside. "Ah, Mia," he said in a voice as soothing as a summer breeze. "I had a feeling you might come to visit. The forest has been rather talkative of late, hasn't it?" Mia nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, Eldor. The symbols in the square, do you know what they mean?" Eldor chuckled softly, leading her to a cushioned chair by the hearth, where a fire crackled merrily. "The forest speaks in many ways," he said, "and sometimes it takes a keen observer to understand its language." With a wave of his hand, Eldor summoned a small, sparkling creature from the shadows. It was a sylph, a tiny, airy spirit with wings as delicate as gossamer. The sylph fluttered gracefully to Mia's shoulder, its soft glow illuminating the pages of an open book. "This is Zephyr," Eldor explained. "She knows much about the symbols of the forest. Perhaps she can help guide you." Zephyr chirped a gentle greeting, her voice as light as a whisper. Mia felt a sense of calm wash over her, as if a puzzle piece had fallen into place. Together, Mia and Zephyr embarked on a gentle investigation of the forest. They visited the meadow where wildflowers danced in the wind, the babbling brook that sang a melody of its own, and the ancient oak tree that stood like a sentinel over the village. Zephyr fluttered from branch to branch, her keen eyes searching for clues hidden in the bark and leaves. As dusk settled over the land, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Mia noticed a peculiar pattern in the way the shadows fell across the ground. It mirrored the symbols in the square: circle, star, spiraling wave. She realized with a start that the symbols were not merely random. They were a map, a message from the forest itself. Returning to Eldor's cottage, Mia shared her discovery. Eldor nodded thoughtfully, his eyes twinkling with approval. "The forest seeks harmony," he said. "It wishes to remind us of the balance between nature and our village." With Eldor's guidance, Mia and Zephyr gathered the villagers beneath the great oak, where the air hummed with anticipation. As the moon rose, casting its silvery light over the gathering, Mia spoke of the forest's message, a call to nurture and protect the land that had cradled them for generations. Moved by her words, the villagers pledged to honor the forest, planting new trees and tending to the streams with care. As they worked together, the symbols in the square ceased to appear, their purpose fulfilled, and a sense of peace and unity settled over Willowbrook once more. In the days that followed, Mia often wandered the forest paths with Zephyr at her side, feeling a deeper connection to the land and its mysteries. And as the seasons turned, the village of Willowbrook thrived, a testament to the wisdom of listening to the gentle whispers of the world around them. Each night, as Mia lay beneath a quilt of stars, she dreamed of new adventures and mysteries yet to unravel, comforted by the knowledge that she was part of something magical and enduring, a world where friendship, wisdom, and gentle curiosity could illuminate even the darkest corners of the woods. Story 82. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Mari. Her spirit was as bright as the dawn, and her heart as gentle as the evening breeze that often rustled through the willow trees lining the brook from which the village took its name. Mari had always been drawn to the mysteries of the natural world, spending her days wandering the woods, listening to the stories the leaves seemed to tell. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of pine and the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves, Mari discovered something extraordinary. As the sun wove golden threads through the canopy, she stumbled upon a peculiar stone half buried in the forest floor. It was not just any stone. It shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, pulsating gently as if alive. Curiosity piqued. Mari knelt beside it, brushing away the soil with her fingertips, her heart fluttering with excitement. The stone was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth, perfectly oval, and its surface seemed to shift with colors that mirrored the vibrant hues of the forest around her: emerald greens, fiery reds, and deep blues. As she held it in her palm, it felt warm and comforting, filling her with a sense of peace. That evening, as the village settled under a blanket of stars, Mari showed the stone to her grandmother, a wise old woman with stories etched into the lines of her face. Her grandmother's eyes widened with recognition, and she whispered, "This is the heart of the forest, a magical stone said to possess the power to reveal hidden worlds and secrets of the natural realm." Intrigued and filled with wonder, Mari listened intently as her grandmother recounted the legend of the heart of the forest. It was said to be a gift from the ancient spirits of the woods, meant for those pure of heart and destined to embark on a journey of discovery and growth. But it also came with a warning. The stone's magic was powerful and could only be harnessed with kindness and wisdom. The next morning, the air was crisp and the sky a canvas of soft blues and whites. Mari, guided by an unexplainable pull, decided to explore the forest further, the stone safely tucked in her satchel. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the familiar paths soon gave way to uncharted territories. The trees grew taller and denser, their leaves whispering secrets to each other as the wind passed through. After walking for what seemed like hours, Mari found herself in a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sprawling like the arms of a giant. Mari approached the tree, drawn by an invisible thread, and as she laid her hand upon its bark, the stone in her satchel began to glow brightly. Suddenly, the air shimmered as if woven from the finest silk, and before her eyes, a portal opened at the base of the oak tree. It was a doorway to another world, a hidden realm concealed within the heart of the forest. Without hesitation, Mari stepped through. On the other side, she found herself in a landscape that seemed to be plucked from the pages of a fairy tale. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sky was a deeper shade of blue than she had ever seen. The land was alive with colors and sounds, and creatures she had only read about in storybooks flitted and played among the trees. As Mari wandered this magical realm, she met a variety of gentle creatures who welcomed her with open arms. There was Lyra, a graceful doe with eyes like pools of liquid amber; Tovin, a mischievous squirrel with a coat of shimmering silver; and Bramble, a wise old owl whose feathers were as soft as down and who spoke in riddles and rhymes. Together, they explored the wonders of the hidden world, each step revealing new marvels and unraveling ancient secrets. Mari learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, understood the language of the rustling leaves, and felt the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. She discovered that every creature, every plant, and every stone had a story to tell, and she absorbed these tales with an open heart and a curious mind. One day, as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the enchanted landscape, Bramble, the wise old owl, led Mari to a secluded glen. In the center of the glen, there was a mirror-like lake, its surface as still as glass, reflecting the sky and the surrounding trees in a perfect, serene image. "Look into the waters, dear Mari," Bramble hooted softly, his voice carrying a solemn note. "The lake holds the truth of your journey and the purpose of the heart of the forest." Mari knelt by the edge of the lake, peering into its depths. As she gazed, the water began to ripple, and an image slowly formed. She saw herself standing in the village, surrounded by her family and friends, her heart filled with love and joy. She saw herself using the knowledge she had gained from the hidden world to help others, teaching them to listen, to understand, and to live in harmony with nature. The vision faded, leaving Mari with a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the wonders of the hidden world, but also about discovering her own potential to bring peace and understanding to her own world. With a heart full of gratitude and determination, Mari thanked her friends in the hidden realm and promised to return. With the heart of the forest glowing warmly in her satchel, she stepped back through the portal, returning to the oak tree in the familiar woods of Willowbrook. The journey had changed her in ways she could not have imagined. She was no longer just a curious girl wandering the forest. She was a guardian of its secrets and a bridge between the worlds. She shared her experiences with the villagers, teaching them the importance of protecting the natural world and living in harmony with it. Her gentle wisdom and kindness inspired her community, fostering a deeper connection with the environment and each other. As the seasons passed and the years rolled on, Mari grew into a wise woman, much like her grandmother, her heart forever bound to the magic of the forest. The heart of the forest, now resting on her windowsill, continued to glow softly as a reminder of her journey and the endless possibilities that lay within the mysteries of nature. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oak and the whispering winds, Mari's story became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a testament to the power of kindness, wisdom, and the wondrous secrets that await those who dare to listen to the world around them. Story 83. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She had a heart filled with curiosity and a mind sharp as a tack. Every night, as the warm glow of her bedside lantern flickered, her mother would tuck her in and spin the most wondrous tales of magic and mystery. One evening, as Willow lay snuggled beneath her quilted blanket, her mother's story took an unexpected turn. "Strange things have been happening in our village lately," she whispered, her voice hushed with secrecy. "Folks have reported seeing flickering lights dancing among the trees and hearing faint whispers carried by the breeze." Willow's eyes grew wide with intrigue. "What could it be, Mother?" she asked, clutching her stuffed bear tightly. Her mother smiled knowingly. "That, my dear, is a mystery for you to unravel. But fear not, for you have the wisdom of the forest creatures to guide you." With those words, Willow's adventure began. The next morning, as she traipsed through the sunlit glades, she encountered a wise old oak tree, its branches stretching high into the canopy. "Good morning, Willow," the tree rasped in a creaky voice. "I sense your mind is full of questions." Willow nodded eagerly. "There have been strange happenings in our village, and I aim to get to the bottom of it." The oak tree chuckled, its leaves rustling like gentle applause. "Ah, a mystery! How delightful! Let me offer you this advice. Trust your senses, observe keenly, and never dismiss even the smallest of clues." With those words etched into her mind, Willow continued her quest, eager to unravel the enigma that had befallen her beloved village. As dusk fell, she found herself in a moonlit clearing, where a circle of toadstools glowed with an ethereal light. Suddenly, a tiny figure emerged from beneath one of the mushroom caps, a pixie, no bigger than Willow's thumb, with iridescent wings that flickered like candlelight. "Hello there," the pixie chirped, her voice like a tinkling bell. "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with the oak tree. You seek answers, do you not?" Willow nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. The pixie grinned mischievously. "Then listen closely, for we pixies know many secrets of the forest. The strange occurrences you speak of are not cause for fear, but rather a sign of great magic at work." With a flick of her wrist, the pixie conjured a glittering trail of pixie dust, which swirled and danced before Willow's eyes. "Follow the path, and you shall find what you seek." Filled with newfound determination, Willow followed the shimmering pixie dust, her heart pounding with anticipation. The trail led her deeper into the forest, where the trees seemed to whisper ancient secrets, and the air hummed with an energy she couldn't quite describe. At last, she arrived at a clearing bathed in a warm, golden light, and there, seated among the wildflowers, was an elderly woman with kind eyes and a serene smile. She beckoned Willow closer, her gnarled hands outstretched in welcome. "You have journeyed far, young one," the woman said, her voice rich and melodic, "and now you shall learn the truth behind the mysteries that have plagued your village." With a wave of her hand, the woman conjured a glowing orb that hovered before them, its surface rippling like water. Within the orb, Willow saw images of the dancing lights and heard the faint whispers she had been told about. "These are not mere tricks of the eye or mind," the woman explained. "They are manifestations of the ancient magic that flows through this forest, a magic that ebbs and flows with the rhythms of nature itself." Willow listened, enraptured, as the woman revealed the secrets of the enchanted realm they called home. She learned of the spirits that dwelled within the trees, the guardians that protected the streams and glades, and the ancient rites that kept the balance of nature intact. As the night drew to a close, Willow felt a profound sense of wonder and reverence for the magical world that surrounded her. The strange occurrences were no longer a mystery to be solved, but rather a testament to the incredible forces that governed their existence. With a grateful heart, she returned to the village, eager to share the knowledge she had gained. And from that day forth, whenever the flickering lights danced among the trees, or the whispers carried on the breeze, Willow and her fellow villagers smiled, knowing they were witnessing the extraordinary magic that breathed life into their enchanted forest home. Story 84. In the gentle embrace of a forgotten forest where the whispering leaves spun tales of yore, there was a clearing that bore no footprints. It was a place untouched by time, where the air tasted of pine and the earth hummed with secrets. This was where the story began, with a young boy named Finn, whose eyes mirrored the sky's shifting blues and whose heart beat to the rhythm of adventure. On a particularly golden afternoon, when the sun poured its honeyed light through the branches, Finn felt a tug on his spirit, a call from the woods that he could not ignore. With a simple nod to the wind, he stepped into the shadows of the trees, his senses alive with anticipation. The forest welcomed him with the soft crunch of pine needles underfoot and the distant melody of a babbling brook. Finn had heard whispers in the village of a magical object hidden deep within these woods, a compass that pointed not to the north but to one's truest desires. It was said to be crafted by the wisest of the woodland creatures, a fox with fur as silver as the moonlight and eyes that saw beyond the veil of the world. This compass was Finn's quest, though he could not have foreseen the journey it would take him on. As he ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the light filtering through in dapples that danced upon his skin. The air was cool and fragrant, with the scent of moss and earth, a soothing balm that quieted his mind and stirred his imagination. Birds sang in the canopy above, their songs a symphony that accompanied his every step. Hours passed, marked only by the shifting shadows and the steady thrum of nature. It was then, when the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, that Finn stumbled upon a place unlike any other. Before him stretched a grove, its heart dominated by an ancient oak tree whose branches spread like an embrace, its bark etched with runes that glowed softly in the twilight. At the base of the tree lay a small pool, its waters as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and the leaves above. Drawn to it, Finn knelt by the edge, peering into its depths. It was then he saw it, a glimmer of something not quite of this world. Reaching into the cool water, his fingers brushed against metal, and he pulled forth a compass. The compass was unlike any he had seen before. Its casing was intricate, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as he turned it in his hand. The needle spun lazily, then settled, not pointing towards any cardinal direction but towards his heart. As he held it, a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that he was where he was meant to be. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and a soft voice broke the silence. "You have found it, young traveler," it said, and from behind the oak stepped the silver fox, her eyes alight with wisdom and kindness. Finn felt no fear, only a sense of wonder and respect. "Why does it point here?" Finn asked, touching his chest where his heart beat strong and sure. "Because," the fox replied, her voice like the rustle of leaves, "the compass guides you to your heart's desire, to that which you seek, even if you do not yet know it yourself. It reveals paths unseen, truths unspoken." Finn's mind danced with questions, but before he could speak, the fox continued. "This journey you embark upon is more than finding a compass. It is a path to discovering who you are meant to be. Trust in it and in yourself." With that, the fox flicked her tail and vanished into the forest, leaving Finn alone with the compass and the echoes of her words. He felt a sense of purpose awaken within him, a quiet resolve to follow where the compass led. For days, Finn wandered the forest, guided by the compass and the subtle pull of his heart. Each new dawn brought him deeper into the woods, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, and the whispers of the forest grew louder. He met creatures along the way, a wise owl who spoke in riddles, a playful squirrel who offered him acorns and laughter, but the compass always pointed him onward. One evening, as the sky deepened to indigo and stars winked into existence, Finn found himself at the edge of a vast meadow. The grass swayed like a sea of emeralds, and fireflies danced in the air, their glow a gentle light in the gathering dark. It was here that he encountered Juniper, a girl with hair like spun gold and eyes that shone with the light of the stars. Juniper was unlike anyone Finn had met. She moved with the grace of the wind and laughed with the joy of 1,000 songs. She was a wanderer, like him, drawn to the forest by the promise of discovery and the pull of her heart. Together, they shared stories and dreams beneath the canopy of the night, their friendship growing like the strongest of oaks. As the days turned to weeks, Finn and Juniper traveled together, their paths entwined by the compass and their shared sense of wonder. They explored hidden glades and climbed stony hills, uncovering the secrets of the forest and of themselves. With each step, they grew closer, their bond a tapestry woven with trust and kindness. One day, as they rested by a stream that sang over stones worn smooth by time, Juniper confided in Finn her deepest desire. "I wish to find a place where I belong," she said, her voice soft as the breeze. "A place where I am understood and accepted for who I am." Finn nodded, understanding her longing. He too sought a sense of belonging, a home not defined by walls but by the warmth of friendship and the freedom to be oneself. The compass, as if sensing their shared wish, began to spin anew. It pointed towards a distant mountain, its peak shrouded in mist and mystery. Finn and Juniper exchanged a look, their hearts alight with the thrill of discovery, and set off towards the horizon. The journey to the mountain was arduous, the path winding and steep. The air grew thin and crisp, filled with the scent of pine and the promise of snow. As they climbed higher, the world below stretched out like a patchwork quilt, the forest a sea of green and the sky a dome of endless blue. At last they reached the summit, breathless and weary but filled with a sense of triumph. Before them lay a hidden valley, a world untouched by time, where wildflowers bloomed in riotous colors and a river wound its way through fields of gold. It was a place of unparalleled beauty, a sanctuary for the soul. In that moment, Finn and Juniper knew they had found what they were seeking. Not just a place, but a feeling of belonging, of being truly seen and accepted. The compass had led them here, not just to a physical destination, but to a deeper understanding of themselves and each other. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and violet, Finn and Juniper stood side by side, their hands clasped and hearts full. They had discovered the true magic of the compass. It was not in its ability to point towards desire, but in its power to reveal the journey within. The night enfolded them in its gentle embrace, and the stars above watched over them like silent guardians. Finn and Juniper knew that their adventure was far from over, but they were ready to face whatever lay ahead, together. In the stillness of the valley, under the watchful eyes of the night, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings and the comfort of friendship found. And so the story unfolded, as all good stories do, with a beginning that led to an end, and a journey that transformed all who walked its path. And somewhere in the heart of the forest, the silver fox smiled, her eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 stars, content in the knowledge that the compass had, once again, found its way home. Story 85. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling meadows and ancient forests, there lived a young girl named Aurelia. Though she appeared ordinary, Aurelia possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with the beings of the natural world. From the moment she could toddle, Aurelia would wander into the woods, captivated by the whispers of the trees and the gentle melodies of the babbling brooks. The animals, too, seemed drawn to her, as if sensing the pure kindness that emanated from her very soul. One crisp autumn day, as Aurelia sat cross-legged beneath a towering oak, she heard a faint humming sound, like the vibration of a plucked harp string. Intrigued, she followed the melodic tune deeper into the forest, her feet crunching leaves that had recently fallen. As she rounded a bend in the mossy path, Aurelia gasped in wonder. Before her stood a majestic willow tree, its graceful branches swaying in an unseen breeze. But what truly captivated her was the glimmering object nestled among the willow's roots, a small, crystalline orb that seemed to pulsate with an inner light. Aurelia felt an inexplicable pull towards the orb, as if it were calling out to her. Without hesitation, she reached out and gently plucked it from its resting place. The moment her fingers made contact, a warmth spread through her entire being, and she understood. This was no ordinary orb. It was a vessel of pure, untamed magic, a conduit to the very essence of nature itself. Aurelia knew then that her life would never be the same. Over the following months, Aurelia learned to harness the orb's power, communing with the natural world in ways she had never imagined possible. She could coax vibrant blooms from the most barren of soils, soothe injured animals with a mere touch, and even summon gentle breezes to carry her whispered melodies. Yet as her connection to nature deepened, Aurelia became increasingly aware of the fragile balance that sustained all life. She witnessed the encroachment of humans upon the forests, the felling of ancient trees, and the pollution of once pristine streams. One night, as she lay beneath the stars, cradling the orb in her hands, Aurelia made a solemn vow. She would embark on a journey, using the orb's magic to heal the scars inflicted upon the land and restore harmony between humans and nature. Her first stop was the neighboring village, where a once thriving river had been choked by industrial waste. Aurelia waded into the murky waters, the orb clutched to her chest, and began to sing an ancient melody passed down through generations of nature's protectors. As her voice carried across the stagnant river, the orb pulsed with radiant energy. Slowly, the polluted waters began to churn and swirl until finally they cleared, revealing the river's former crystal clarity. Word of Aurelia's miraculous deed spread like wildfire, and soon she found herself inundated with requests for aid from villages far and wide. With the orb as her constant companion, she traversed vast expanses, restoring life to barren lands and mending the wounds inflicted by human negligence. Wherever she went, Aurelia made new friends, creatures great and small who rallied to her cause. A wise old bear named Ronan became her steadfast protector, while a mischievous fox kit named Sly served as her faithful guide. Together they ventured into the deepest, darkest corners of the wilderness, uncovering hidden wonders and confronting ancient evils that threatened the very fabric of nature itself. In a remote valley, shrouded in perpetual mist, they discovered a race of diminutive forest sprites, whose very existence had been forgotten by the world of humans. These sprite guardians welcomed Aurelia as one of their own, teaching her the secrets of the old magic and the intricate web that bound all living things. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Aurelia's powers grew exponentially. She could reshape the very contours of the land, coaxing forth lush meadows and crystal-clear pools where once there was only desolation. Yet, for all her triumphs, Aurelia's greatest challenge still lay ahead. Deep within the heart of an ancient forest, a dark force had taken root, a malevolent entity that fed upon the fear and despair of all living creatures. This sinister presence had once been a powerful sorcerer, driven mad by his insatiable lust for power and dominion over nature itself. As Aurelia and her companions drew closer to the entity's lair, they could feel its corrupting influence seeping into the very earth beneath their feet. Trees withered and died, their once vibrant leaves shriveling into ashen husks. The air grew thick and oppressive, suffused with an aura of dread that chilled Aurelia to her core. It was then that the orb began to pulse with a frantic urgency, as if sensing the grave peril that lay ahead. Aurelia knew that she alone possessed the power to vanquish this evil, but at what cost? With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to her friends, making them promise to flee to safety should she fail. Clutching the orb tightly, Aurelia steeled her resolve and ventured forth into the heart of darkness. What followed was a titanic clash of wills, as the sorcerer's foul magics clashed against the pure, elemental power channeled through the orb. The very earth trembled beneath their feet, and the skies raged with thunder and lightning. In the midst of this chaotic maelstrom, Aurelia found herself confronted by the sorcerer's true form, a monstrous, serpentine creature composed of roiling shadow and malice given physical shape. As the beast reared back, fangs bared and eyes burning with unholy fire, Aurelia felt the weight of her destiny pressing down upon her. In that moment, she understood the true purpose behind her gift, to be the guardian, the protector, the living embodiment of nature's indomitable will. With a final, defiant cry, Aurelia unleashed the full fury of the orb's power, channeling the very essence of life itself into a searing torrent of light and sound. The sorcerer's shadowy form recoiled, howling in agony as the purifying energies seared away its corruption. In the end, as the last vestiges of the sorcerer's evil dissipated into the ether, Aurelia collapsed to her knees, utterly spent. The orb, its sacred duty fulfilled, grew dim and cold, a mere shell of its former glory. Yet, even as she mourned the loss of her magical companion, Aurelia felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. She had emerged from her odyssey a different person, tempered by hardship, shaped by sacrifice, and forever bound to the rhythms of the natural world. As the first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, Aurelia rose to her feet, a gentle smile playing upon her lips. Her journey was far from over, for there would always be those who sought to upset the delicate balance of nature. But now, armed with the wisdom and resilience forged through her trials, Aurelia knew that she would forever stand as a bulwark against those who threatened the sanctity of the living world. And so, with the rising sun warming her face, Aurelia set forth once more, her footsteps light and her heart full of purpose. For she was more than just a child of the forest. She was its voice, its champion, and its eternal guardian. Story 86. In the heart of the ancient Elder Grove forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold, lay a hidden world, vibrant and alive. This was a realm where the lines between reality and magic blurred, a place unmarked on any map, accessible only to those with eyes to see and hearts to believe. As the first light of dawn crept over the emerald canopy, the forest awoke in a symphony of sounds. The gentle rustle of leaves harmonized with the babble of a nearby brook, while birds filled the air with a chorus of lilting melodies. It was in this serene setting that a community of creatures lived, each playing a vital role in the delicate tapestry of life. At the center of this world was an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward as if to cradle the heavens. Within its hollowed trunk resided an assembly of wise elders known as the Council of Whispers. These creatures, a mix of owls, foxes, and hedgehogs, were the keepers of the forest's oldest tales and the guardians of its deepest secrets. They were entrusted with maintaining the balance of the forest, a task they approached with gentle wisdom and unwavering dedication. On this particular morning, as the golden sun peeked through the mist, the forest was abuzz with anticipation. The council had called for a gathering, a rare occurrence that signaled the need for unity and understanding. Creatures from every nook and cranny of the forest made their way to the ancient oak, their fur and feathers shimmering in the morning light. Among them was a young rabbit named Willow, her fur soft as a summer cloud and her eyes bright with curiosity. Willow had always been enchanted by the stories of the Council of Whispers, tales of harmony and balance that danced in her mind like fireflies on a warm night. Today, she would hear their wisdom firsthand, and her heart fluttered with excitement. As the creatures settled around the base of the great oak, the air was filled with a sense of wonder and reverence. The eldest of the owls, with feathers as silver as moonlight, began to speak, her voice as soothing as the rustle of autumn leaves. "Dear friends," she began, "we gather today to seek wisdom and renew our commitment to the harmony of our home. Our forest is a living, breathing entity, and we are its stewards. Each of us has a role, no matter how small, in maintaining the balance that sustains us all." The owl's words resonated deeply with Willow, who listened intently as the council shared stories of past seasons, lessons learned from both abundance and scarcity. They spoke of the spring rains that nurtured the seedlings, the summer sun that kissed the berries into sweetness, the autumn winds that scattered leaves like confetti, and the winter snows that blanketed the earth in quiet rest. But it was the tale of the mystical aurora bloom that captivated Willow most of all. Once every 5 years, when the stars aligned and the air hummed with ancient magic, a rare and wondrous event unfolded. The aurora bloom was a celestial phenomenon, a cascade of shimmering lights that danced across the night sky, painting it with hues of violet, emerald, and sapphire. It was said that the bloom brought with it a renewal of life and spirit, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. As the story unfolded, Willow felt a deep yearning in her heart, a desire to witness this breathtaking event and understand its significance. The council, sensing her curiosity, entrusted her with a special task. "Willow," they said, "you have the spirit of a seeker. We ask you to journey to the Meadow of Echoes, where the aurora bloom will be most vibrant. There, you will gather the essence of its light and return it to us, so we may share its wisdom with the forest." With a heart full of purpose and paws eager to explore, Willow set out on her journey. The path to the Meadow of Echoes was one she knew well, a trail lined with wildflowers whose sweet perfume mingled with the crisp scent of pine. The forest was alive with a soft, gentle hum, as if every living thing was whispering encouragement to the young rabbit. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Willow encountered friends who offered their support. A wise old turtle, his shell etched with patterns like the ripples of a pond, shared stories of stars and constellations, guiding her through the woods with tales of the night sky. A pair of playful otters, their fur slick and glistening, joined her for a stretch of the journey, their laughter as infectious as the babbling brook they followed. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in shades of twilight, Willow arrived at the Meadow of Echoes. The meadow was a vast expanse of grass, its edges fringed with tall, swaying reeds that sang softly in the breeze. It was a place that felt both timeless and eternal, a sanctuary beneath the open sky. As night descended, the air grew still, and a sense of anticipation hung thick. Willow settled herself among the grasses, her eyes fixed upon the heavens. Gradually, the stars began to twinkle into view, each one a tiny beacon of light in the velvet darkness. And then it began. The sky came alive with a cascade of color, waves of light that shimmered and danced like the most ethereal of veils. Hues of violet, emerald, and sapphire flowed across the firmament, casting an otherworldly glow upon the meadow. Willow watched, mesmerized, as the aurora bloom unfolded before her eyes, the beauty of it filling her heart with an indescribable warmth. In that moment, she understood the profound truth of the council's words. The aurora bloom was not just a spectacle of light. It was a reminder of the harmony that bound all living things together. It was a testament to the cycles of nature, the ebb and flow of life that sustained the forest through each season. As the final tendrils of light faded into the night, Willow gently gathered the essence of the bloom, a shimmering dust that danced upon her paws like stardust. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, she began her journey back to the ancient oak, the forest now a familiar friend that whispered its encouragement with every rustle and sigh. When she returned to the Council of Whispers, the forest was bathed in the soft light of dawn, the world awakening once more to the promise of a new day. Willow shared the essence of the aurora bloom with the council, and as the creatures gathered around, the air was filled with a sense of unity and peace. The council, in turn, shared the wisdom of the bloom with the forest, its light a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, casting its golden warmth upon the land, the creatures of the Eldergrove Forest felt a renewed sense of purpose and belonging. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the balance was restored once more. And as Willow settled into her cozy burrow, the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of the forest a soothing lullaby, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the light and wonder of the aurora bloom. And so, in the hidden world of Eldergrove, harmony reigned, a testament to the enduring wisdom of the Council of Whispers and the gentle spirit of those who called the forest home. Story 87. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and fragrant wildflower meadows, there stood an old stone cottage with ivy clinging to its walls. Inside the cottage, a young woman named Clara lived with her grandmother. Clara had a gift for noticing the subtle magic in everyday things, a talent she had nurtured since childhood. One tranquil afternoon, as golden sunlight streamed through the window panes, Clara was dusting the shelves when her hand brushed against an odd-shaped teapot. It was unlike any other in the cottage. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered with a faint luminescence, almost as if they were alive. Clara paused, intrigued, and gently lifted the teapot from its place. As she examined it more closely, a soft, melodic hum began to resonate from within. Startled, Clara set it down on the wooden table. The hum grew richer, filling the room with a warmth that seemed to embrace her like a gentle hug. Taking a deep breath, Clara poured herself a cup of tea from the peculiar teapot, curious about this strange occurrence. The moment the warm liquid touched her lips, Clara felt a gentle breeze swirl around her, carrying the scent of lavender and honey. Her surroundings shifted subtly, the colors more vibrant, the air more alive. She realized that this was no ordinary teapot. It was a vessel of magic, one that connected her to the hidden wonders of the world. Eager to explore this new realm, Clara decided to embark on a journey to uncover the secrets of the teapot. Her first stop was the village market, bustling with life and laughter. There she met a jovial merchant named Finn, known for his encyclopedic knowledge of rarities and oddities. With his round spectacles perched on his nose, Finn seemed to have a story for every trinket he sold. When Clara showed him the teapot, Finn's eyes widened with delight. "Ah, the whispering teapot!" he exclaimed, his voice a mix of wonder and reverence. Legend has it that this teapot can reveal the hidden truths of the heart, but it requires a journey, not of distance, but of understanding. Finn advised Clara to seek out the wise old turtle who lived by the serene lake on the village's outskirts. The turtle, known as Elder Shell, was said to hold the wisdom of the ages and could guide Clara on her quest. The path to the lake was lined with towering oak trees, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. As Clara walked, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the landscape. When she reached the lake, the water mirrored the sky's hues, creating a scene of tranquil beauty. Elder Shell was resting on a large rock, his shell glistening in the fading sunlight. Clara approached gently, her heart filled with hope and curiosity. She explained her discovery of the teapot and her desire to understand its magic. With a slow nod, Elder Shell pondered her tale. "The whispering teapot," he mused, his voice deep and soothing, "is a guide to self-discovery. It reflects not just the world around you, but the world within. To unlock its secrets, you must look beyond the surface, to the essence of things." Clara listened intently, absorbing his words. She realized that the teapot's magic was not about grand adventures or fantastical feats, but about seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary, the profound in the simple. It was about understanding herself and her place in the tapestry of life. Thanking Elder Shell for his guidance, Clara returned to her cottage, the evening air now cool and crisp. She brewed another cup of tea, letting the warm steam envelop her senses. As she sipped, she closed her eyes and allowed her mind to wander, reflecting on her journey and the lessons she had learned. In that moment of quiet contemplation, the hum of the teapot grew gentle yet clear, like a lullaby. Clara realized that the teapot's magic was within her all along, a reminder that sometimes the most magical discoveries are those that illuminate the heart. As the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Clara felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She understood now that her journey was not about finding answers, but about embracing the journey itself and cherishing the beauty in every moment. And so, with the comforting warmth of the teapot's magic surrounding her, Clara drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of wonder and wisdom. Story 88. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Wood, a quaint village lay hidden under the protective canopy of ancient oak trees. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, tending to their lush gardens and exchanging stories by the light of the moon. Among them lived a young woman named Arya, who was known for her gentle spirit and her deep connection with the forest creatures. However, hidden beneath her warm smile was a heart troubled by the whispers of change. Arya had always taken comfort in the familiar patterns of her life. The rhythm of the seasons, the songs of the birds, and the rustling leaves were her constant companions. But lately, a restlessness had taken root within her, as if the wind itself carried a message she could not quite decipher. She feared change, and the uncertainty it brought filled her with unease. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun cast a golden glow through the amber leaves, Arya wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot was like a lullaby. She walked until she reached a clearing she had never seen, where the trees formed a perfect circle around a pool of shimmering water. The pool was unlike anything Arya had ever encountered. Its surface sparkled with a myriad of colors, shifting and swirling like a kaleidoscope. Mesmerized, she knelt beside it, her reflection shimmering along with the water. As she gazed into its depths, she noticed a curious thing. Her reflection did not mimic her movements, but instead seemed to beckon her closer. "Do not fear," a gentle voice whispered, carried on the breeze. Startled, Arya glanced around but saw no one. The pool reflects not what is, but what could be. With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, Arya dipped her fingers into the water. As she did, the world around her began to shift and change. The trees whispered secrets, their leaves twirling like dancers in the wind, and the air hummed with a soft, magical melody. The forest seemed alive with possibilities, each moment brimming with potential for transformation. Drawn into this enchantment, Arya closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun on her skin and the coolness of the water beneath her fingertips. She sensed the presence of the forest creatures gathering around, their eyes bright with encouragement. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like silver moonlight, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel with a heart as golden as the sunflowers that grew in the meadow. "Change is the nature of life, dear Arya," Luna's voice echoed in her mind. "Just as the forest transforms with each season, so too must we grow and evolve." "But how?" Arya asked, her voice barely a whisper. "How do I embrace what I do not understand?" Thistle scampered closer, his tiny paws pattering softly on the ground. "By trusting the journey," he chirped. "By opening your heart to the unknown, you will find the strength within." Encouraged by their words, Arya allowed herself to drift into a deep, soothing sleep. The forest cradled her in its gentle embrace, and in her dreams she saw visions of herself moving through the phases of life with grace and courage. She saw herself cultivating new friendships, learning from her experiences, and embracing the changes that came her way with an open heart. When she awoke, the pool still shimmered, but now it reflected the dawn of a new understanding within her. The forest seemed brighter, the air fresher, and she felt a newfound lightness in her soul. With a grateful heart, Arya rose and began her journey back to the village, each step filled with purpose and a quiet joy. As the days turned into weeks, Arya found herself more attuned to the rhythms of life. She discovered that change was not something to fear, but a beautiful dance, an invitation to explore the unknown with curiosity and wonder. She learned to listen to the wind's whispers, to trust her instincts, and to embrace the wisdom that came with each experience. The villagers noticed the change in Arya, and they too found inspiration in her transformation. They gathered more often to share stories and learn from one another, their bonds growing stronger with each passing day. With the support of her friends and the magic of the forest, Arya became a beacon of light, guiding others on their own journeys of self-discovery. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Wood, where the trees stood tall and the seasons danced their eternal dance, Arya found peace in the embrace of change. She learned that just as the forest never ceased to grow and transform, so too did the spirit within her. And as the sun set over the village, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, she felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in the quiet moments, in the gentle embrace of the forest, Arya had discovered the beauty of personal growth and the magic of transformation, a journey that would continue to unfold with each new day. And thus, lulled by the soothing song of the wind, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the warmth of the village, the forest, and the stars above. Story 89. In the heart of the ancient verdantwood forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and the sun's golden light danced upon the emerald canopy, there lived an extraordinary community of creatures. This forest, a mosaic of lush greens and vibrant colors, was a place where the natural world and magic intertwined with a delicate grace. Each morning, the dew-kissed leaves glistened like jewels, and the early mist curled lovingly around the trunks of the ancient oaks and elms. It was here that a gentle doe named Leora made her home. Her coat was as soft as the finest velvet, mottled with the dappled shadows of the forest. Leora moved with an elegance that seemed almost otherworldly, her hooves barely making a sound on the carpet of fallen leaves. Leora had a gift, the ability to understand the language of the forest. She knew the songs of the birds, the whispers of the wind, and even the soft sighs of the moss underfoot. This gift had been passed down to her from her mother, and from her mother before that, a lineage of wisdom that stretched back through countless seasons. Every creature in verdant wood had its role, and Leora's was to ensure the harmony of the forest. Her days were spent wandering through sun-dappled clearings and shadowy glens, listening to the murmured concerns of the woodland dwellers. Today, however, as the first chill of autumn began to weave its way through the forest, she sensed a disquiet in the air. The leaves had started to blush with hues of amber and crimson, and the crisp scent of change lingered in the breeze. It was during one of these crisp mornings that a tiny sparrow, flitting nervously from branch to branch, brought Leora troubling news. The pond at the heart of the forest, where all creatures gathered to drink and share stories, was beginning to dry up. Concern knitted across Leora's brow as she made her way towards the pond, her path winding through fragrant pines and past the rustle of curious squirrels. When she arrived, what she saw tugged at her heart. The pond, usually a mirror reflecting the sky, was now a shrinking pool, its surface marred by cracks and the absence of its usual chorus of frogs and dragonflies. Gathered at the edge of the water were the forest's inhabitants, rabbits with ears pricked in concern, foxes with tails flicking uneasily, and even the elder owl, whose eyes held centuries of wisdom. They all turned to Leora, their silent plea for guidance as clear as the crystal streams that once fed their pond. Leora closed her eyes, inhaling deeply the rich, earthy scent of the forest floor, and listened. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it the wisdom of generations. She knew that this challenge was not one to be faced alone. It was time to call upon the ancient magic of the forest, a magic that was strongest when creatures came together in unity. With a gentle nod, Leora spoke softly to her friends. "We must journey to the elder tree, the keeper of the forest's heart. There we will seek the guidance of the tree spirit, whose wisdom can restore balance." The elder tree stood at the center of verdant wood, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of a wise old sage. As the forest creatures made their way through the underbrush, the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves and the crisp promise of autumn. Upon reaching the elder tree, the creatures gathered in a circle, their eyes filled with hope and a touch of apprehension. Leora stepped forward, her voice a gentle melody that rose to join the wind in the treetops. "Great tree spirit, we seek your counsel. The waters are fading, and our home cries out for balance." For a moment the forest held its breath. Then, from within the depths of the tree, a soft, luminous glow appeared, bathing the clearing in a warm light. The tree spirit's voice resonated like the soft rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "Dear children of the forest, the balance of our world is delicate. The waters have receded because the harmony has been disrupted." The creatures listened intently, their hearts open to the wisdom unfolding before them. "To restore the balance," continued the tree spirit, "you must rekindle the bonds between the elements. Water, earth, air, and fire must dance together once more." Leora understood these were not mere elements, but the lifeblood of the forest, each one woven into the other. With a newfound determination, she addressed her companions. "Let us each play our part. The birds will carry seeds to the barren earth, planting new life. The rabbits and foxes will dig channels to guide the water's return. The wind will assist us, and the sun will warm the earth." The creatures set to work, their efforts a symphony of unity and purpose. The sparrows and finches gathered seeds, dropping them gently into the earth, promising new growth. The rabbits, with nimble paws, burrowed new paths for the water, while the foxes shaped the channels with careful precision. Above them, the wind danced through the branches, encouraging the clouds to gather and release their precious rain. As the days passed, the forest began to transform. The pond, once dry and lifeless, brimmed anew with clear, shimmering water. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of damp earth and the gentle hum of life returning. The creatures gathered once more at the water's edge, their hearts light and spirits high. Leora stood among them, her gaze sweeping over the vibrant tapestry of her home. The forest had not only survived but thrived, its beauty more profound than ever. The balance was restored, a testament to the power of unity and the wisdom of the ages. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, the creatures settled down for the night, the gentle lullaby of the forest enveloping them in a warm embrace. And so, in the heart of Verdantwood, under a sky sprinkled with stars, the creatures slept soundly, knowing that, together, they could overcome any challenge. The forest, a place where magic and reality danced hand in hand, continued to thrive, a sanctuary of harmony and peace. Story 90. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curious nature and the gentle way she treated every creature she encountered. Her days were filled with simple joys, gathering wildflowers, listening to the songs of the birds, and wandering through the meadows with her loyal dog Pippin. One sunny afternoon, as the golden light filtered through the leaves, Lila and Pippin stumbled upon a small, overgrown path they had never noticed before. Intrigued by the mystery of it, Lila decided to follow it. The path wound its way through the woods, where shafts of sunlight danced upon the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. At the end of the path, they discovered a clearing, where an ancient oak tree stood tall and proud. Its branches stretched wide, and nestled among its roots was an old, weathered box. Lila knelt down, brushing away the leaves and dirt to reveal intricate carvings of stars and moons on its surface. Carefully, she lifted the latch and opened the box. Inside, she found a beautifully carved wooden flute. Lila held it up to the light, marveling at its craftsmanship. As she brought it to her lips and played a gentle note, a soft, shimmering light enveloped the clearing. Pippin barked in delight, and Lila felt a warm sensation spread through her heart. The flute was magical. With the flute in hand, Lila set off on a journey of discovery through her village. The flute's music seemed to have a unique effect on everything it touched. When she played a tune by the river, the water sparkled as if sprinkled with stardust, and the fish leapt joyfully. In the fields, the animals would gather, their eyes wide with wonder, as if they understood the melody's secrets. Lila soon attracted the attention of the village's elder, a wise woman named Mariel, who had lived on the outskirts of the village for as long as anyone could remember. Mariel invited Lila to her cottage, filled with the aroma of herbs and the soft glow of candlelight. "My dear," Mariel said with a twinkle in her eye, "that flute you hold is no ordinary instrument. It is the flute of whispers, a gift from the forest spirits. It can bring out the beauty hidden in the world, but it must be used with care and kindness." Lila nodded, understanding the responsibility that came with such a gift. She decided to use the flute's magic to help her village in small, meaningful ways. She played at the harvest festival, where the crops seemed to grow fuller and richer. She played during the long winter nights, when the warmth of the music brought comfort to those huddled around their fires. Yet, despite the flute's beauty, Lila felt a growing sense of unease. She noticed that some villagers began to expect the flute's magic to solve all their problems, often overlooking the simple joys and hard work that life offered. Lila realized that the true magic lay not in the flute itself, but in the harmony it inspired within the hearts of those who listened. Seeking wisdom, Lila returned to Mariel's cottage, where the elder welcomed her with a cup of fragrant tea. As they sat by the crackling fire, Lila shared her worries. Mariel listened thoughtfully before speaking. "Lila, the most powerful magic is not in the flute, but in the choices you make and the kindness you show. Use the flute to remind others of the beauty in the world, but let them find their own strength and joy." With these words in her heart, Lila decided to embark on a journey beyond her village, to share the flute's music and the lessons it had taught her. She traveled through forests and fields, towns and cities, always accompanied by Pippin, who trotted happily by her side. Along the way, Lila met many helpers, each with their own unique gifts. There was Finn, the jovial baker, who taught her the art of creating sweet pastries that brought smiles to people's faces. And Mira, the gentle healer, who showed Lila how to listen to the whispers of nature to find remedies hidden in plain sight. As Lila journeyed, she discovered the most profound magic of all, the ability to touch hearts and inspire others through simple acts of kindness and the gentle melodies of her flute. She saw how the music could bring people together, bridging differences and fostering friendships. One day, as she played in a bustling market square, she noticed a young boy standing at the edge of the crowd. His eyes were filled with a longing that Lila recognized as her own when she first discovered the flute. She approached him, offering the flute for him to try. With trembling fingers, the boy played a hesitant note, and Lila watched as wonder lit up his face. From that day on, Lila understood that her journey was not just about the places she visited or the music she played, but about passing on the gift of wonder and the belief in the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. Eventually, Lila returned to her village, the flute having taught her more than she ever imagined. She continued to play, but now she also encouraged others to make their own music, to find their own magic in the world around them. And so the village thrived, not because of the flute's magic, but because of the harmony and kindness that grew within the hearts of its people. Lila had learned that the real magic was in the friendships she forged and the love she shared, a gentle melody that resonated longer than any note played on a flute. As the years passed, Lila's story became a cherished tale, told by the fireside on cold winter nights, reminding everyone that the simplest acts of kindness and the softest whispers of music could light up the darkest of times. And in the quiet moments, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, you could still hear the soft notes of the flute of whispers, carried on the breeze, a gentle reminder of the magic within us all. Story 91. In a galaxy far, far away, where stars twinkled like diamonds on a velvet canvas, two unlikely companions embarked on a journey that would change the course of their lives forever. Zora was a curious little creature from the misty planet of Brinara. With her iridescent scales and wide, inquisitive eyes, she was a sight to behold. Her kind were known for their gentle nature and deep connection to the natural world. Brixen, on the other hand, hailed from the mechanical metropolis of Siberian. A robotic being with a sleek, metallic frame, he was programmed for efficiency and logical reasoning. His kind prided themselves on their technological advancements and had little regard for the whimsical ways of organic life. Their paths crossed quite by chance when Zora's intergalactic exploration pod malfunctioned and crash-landed on Siberian. Brixen, ever the dutiful citizen, was tasked with investigating the disturbance. Upon discovering the disoriented Zora, he was taken aback by her strange appearance and enigmatic ways. At first, their interactions were marred by misunderstandings. Zora's soulful musings about the beauty of nature were met with Brixen's calculated assessments of resource efficiency. Brixen's insistence on following protocols clashed with Zora's free-spirited nature. However, as they journeyed together in search of a way to repair Zora's pod, they encountered challenges that forced them to rely on each other's strengths. When Zora's inquisitive nature led them into a treacherous swamp, it was Brixen's analytical mind that mapped out a safe path. And when Brixen's circuits were scrambled by a cosmic storm, Zora's intuitive understanding of the natural world helped restore his systems. Gradually, their differences became not barriers, but bridges, allowing them to see the universe through new lenses. Zora marveled at Brixen's capacity for innovation and his unwavering dedication to his duties. Brixen, in turn, developed a newfound appreciation for Zora's ability to find joy in the simplest of things and her deep connection to the cosmos. As they faced perilous encounters with rogue space pirates and navigated treacherous asteroid fields, their bond grew stronger. In moments of doubt or fear, they offered each other words of encouragement and support, drawing strength from their unlikely friendship. One fateful night, as they huddled around a makeshift campfire on a desolate moon, Zora shared her people's ancient tales of the cosmic dance that bound all beings together. Brixen, whose circuits had once dismissed such notions as illogical, found himself captivated by the poetry of her words and the depth of her insight. In that moment, they realized that true friendship transcended the boundaries of species or origin. It was a force that connected them on a profound level, a shared understanding that celebrated their differences while recognizing the common threads that wove them together in the tapestry of the universe. When at last they found a way to repair Zora's pod and set a course for her homeworld, there was a bittersweet ache in their hearts. Though their paths would diverge, the bond they had forged would forever remain, a shining beacon in the vast expanse of stars. As Zora prepared to depart, she pressed a glowing crystal into Brixen's metallic palm, a symbol of their friendship and a promise to carry the lessons they had learned together. Brixen, in turn, gifted her with a sleek data chip containing the schematics for a revolutionary propulsion system, a token of his newfound appreciation for the wonders of the cosmos. With a final embrace, they parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other within their hearts, forever changed by the true meaning of friendship they had discovered together amongst the stars. Story 92. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a boy named Rowan. He was an inquisitive child, always fascinated by the wonders of nature that surrounded him. Little did he know, his curiosity would soon lead him on an extraordinary adventure. One crisp autumn morning, Rowan ventured into the woods, as he often did, to explore the changing colors of the leaves and listen to the melodies of the birds. As he wandered deeper into the forest, something caught his eye, a glimmer of light filtering through the foliage. Drawn by its mesmerizing radiance, Rowan followed the sparkles until he stumbled upon a clearing unlike any he had seen before. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled like the coils of a serpent. But it was the object tucked within the tree's hollow that truly captivated Rowan's attention. A peculiar crystal, pulsing with an otherworldly glow. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and grasped the enchanted stone. A surge of warmth enveloped Rowan's body, and suddenly, the world around him shifted. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches swaying in a gentle breeze that carried whispers of long-forgotten tales. Rowan gasped as the forest floor beneath his feet transformed into a mosaic of vibrant colors, each hue representing a different story waiting to be told. Entranced by this hidden realm, Rowan began to explore, his footsteps leaving shimmering trails in his wake. With each step he discovered new wonders, talking animals, enchanted clearings, and mystical beings he had only heard of in fables. One day, as Rowan sat beneath a willow tree, weaving crowns of wildflowers, he heard a soft rustling in the nearby bushes. Emerging from the foliage was a creature unlike any he had encountered before, a small, winged fawn with mesmerizing violet eyes. The fawn introduced herself as Arya and explained that she was the guardian of this secret world within the forest. Arya and Rowan quickly became inseparable friends, exploring the hidden realms together and discovering new marvels at every turn. Rowan learned that the crystal he had found was a powerful talisman, capable of revealing the magic that permeated the natural world. As the seasons changed, Rowan's bond with Arya and the enchanted forest deepened. He learned valuable lessons about respect for nature, the power of friendship, and the importance of following one's heart. With each adventure, Rowan grew more confident and wise, his eyes open to the wonders that had always been there, just waiting to be discovered. One day, as they were wandering through a vibrant meadow, Arya sensed a disturbance in the magical balance of the forest. A dark force was stirring, threatening to disrupt the delicate harmony that sustained the hidden realm. Rowan and Arya embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery, following a trail of clues that led them deeper into the heart of the enchanted woods. Along the way, they encountered challenges that tested their courage and resourcefulness, but their unwavering friendship and the magic of the crystal guided them through every obstacle. Finally, they discovered the source of the disruption, a malevolent spirit born from the fears and doubts of those who had lost their connection to nature. This sinister entity sought to shroud the forest in darkness, extinguishing the magic that made it so vibrant and alive. In a climactic battle, Rowan and Arya combined the power of their friendship and the crystal's radiance to banish the darkness, restoring balance and harmony to the hidden realm. As the last tendrils of shadow dissipated, the forest seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, its colors and sounds more vibrant than ever before. In the aftermath of their triumph, Rowan realized that his journey had transformed him in ways he could never have imagined. He had grown from a curious child into a young man with a profound respect for the natural world and a deep understanding of the magic that flowed through all living things. As the years passed, Rowan became a guardian of the forest, ensuring that its secrets remained protected while sharing its wonders with those who truly appreciated its beauty. He never forgot the lessons he learned from Arya and the Enchanted Realm, carrying them with him like a beacon to guide others on their own journeys of self-discovery. And whenever the wind whispered through the trees or the sunlight danced on the forest floor, Rowan would smile, knowing that the magic was always there, waiting to be rediscovered by those with open hearts and inquisitive minds.